merchants, n. revolution, commercial change, political conflict, and London's overseas traders. 1550 to 1653. Robert Brenner. For Lawrence Stone. Part 1. Underscore 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 underscore. The transformation of English commerce and of the London merchant community, 1550 to 1650. The dynamics of commercial development, 1550 to 1640, a reinterpretation. 2. Government privileges, the formation of merchant groups, and the redistribution of wealth and power, 1550 to 1640. 3. The company merchants and American colonial development. 4. The new merchant leadership of the colonial trades. Part 2. Underscore 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 underscore. The emergence of political conflict, 1620 to 1642. V. The rise of merchant opposition in the 1620s. 6. The merchant community, the Caroline regime, and the aristocratic opposition. 7. Merchants and revolution. Part 3. Underscore 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 underscore. Radicalization, reaction, and revolution, 1642 to 1653. 8. The Radicals' offensive, 1642 to 1643. 9. Political Presbyterianism. X. The new merchants come to power. 11. Political independence, new merchants, and the Commonwealth. 12. The new merchants and commercial policy under the Commonwealth. 13. The new merchants and the fall of the Commonwealth. Postscript. Preface. T. His work seeks to lay bare the relationship between the evolution of English commerce in the century after 1550 and the political activities and alignments of London's overseas traders in the conflicts of the first half of the 17th century. I begin with an account of the transformation of English trade and the associated transformation of London's merchant community during the late Tudor and early Stuart period. I describe the economic opportunities and difficulties that confronted English traders in this epoch, show how London's merchants organized themselves politically, as well as commercially, to respond to these economic opportunities and difficulties, and explain the socio-political effects of commercial development, the social groups to which it gave rise and their changing economic fortunes and evolving relationships with the centers of political power. On the basis of this socio-political account of commercial change, I go on to offer what might be termed a socio-economic interpretation of London merchant politics during the early Stuart period. I explain the affiliations, initiatives, and alliances of the several socio-commercial groups that constituted the overseas trading community in each successive phase of the developing conflicts from the early 1620s to the early 1650s, and I discuss the implications of those activities and alignments for the development of city and national politics. Part 1 describes and interprets the transformation of English commerce during the period 1550 to 1650. This process of growth and change encompassed three distinct and relatively discontinuous stages: an enormous quantitative expansion of the traditional broadcloth export trade with Northern Europe between 1480 and 1550, which gave rise to a long period of stagnation and disruptions between 1550 and 1614, and ultimately issued in a definitive crisis and decline from 1614 to 1640, the creation and long-term expansion of long-distance, primarily import and re-export, trades with the Near and Far East, with Russia, the Levant, and the East Indies over the century from 1550 to 1650, and the rise, from the early part of the 17th century, of the Virginian and West Indian plantation trades, based originally on tobacco, but, from 1640 onward in the West Indies, centered on sugar and slaves. Each of these stages laid the basis, to a limited extent, for its successor. But each ultimately gave rise to and was controlled by a separate social group of merchants, had its own distinct modes of organization and operation, and experienced its own, quite autonomous, evolution. Chapter I uncovers the underlying dynamics of commercial change over the whole of the Tudor-Stuart period. Chapter 2 describes the emergence and rise to prominence of those merchants who exploited the growing opportunities for long-distance trade in imports with the Near and Far East, in relation to the economic and political experience of the hitherto hegemonic merchant adventurers, whose fortunes were tied to the oscillations of the short route export trade in cloth to Northern Europe. Chapter 3 explains the very lukewarm response of the great company merchants of London, now prominently including Levant, East India Company traders as well as merchant adventurers, to the new possibilities offered by the emerging trades with the Americas. Chapter 4 charts the meteoric rise of an entirely new group of traders, originating almost totally outside the company merchant community, which assumed the task of developing American plantation production and commerce from about 1618 through the 1640s. Part 2 describes and interprets the complex evolution of merchant political activity and alliances from the 1620s to the outbreak of the Civil War. Chapter V exposes the company merchants' close alliance with the Crown and alienation from the House of Commons during the first 2 decades of the 17th century and, in that context, analyzes what new factors lay behind the sudden rise, from 1625 or 1626, of a new and powerful movement of company merchants that was staunchly allied to the parliamentary opposition in its struggles against the Crown during the later 1620s. Chapter 6 describes the critical processes of alignment and realignment among the Crown, leading aristocratic oppositionists, and key sectors of the merchant community during the reign of Buckingham and the years of the personal rule that helped shape the character of political conflict from 1640. These processes encompassed, most crucially, the alienation of critical sections of the parliamentary aristocratic opposition leadership from the city merchant elite, the alliance of that same aristocratic opposition leadership with the emerging group of non-company traders, the new merchant leadership, behind colonial commercial and plantation development, and, correlatively, the Crown's wooing of the majority of the top company merchant leaders. Chapter 7 offers a perspective on the outbreak of political conflict between November 1640 and the summer of 1642 by describing the activities and alignments, both nationally and within the municipal context, of the leading socio-commercial groupings within the London merchant community. To this end, it traces the developing interconnections between parliamentary reform and city revolution, on the one hand, and the rise of royalism and the growth of reaction in the city on the other. It does so by charting the emerging alliances between the parliamentary chieftains, the new merchant leadership of the colonial interloping trades, and a radical mass movement of London citizens, at one pole, and between the Crown, the merchant elite, and, ultimately, the overwhelming majority of the company merchants, at the other pole. Part 3 follows the activities and alignments of the different sections of the merchant community from 1642 to 1653. Chapter 8 charts the spectacular, though temporary, rise to influence, both nationally and within London during the years 1642 to 1643, of a dynamic city radical movement, composed largely of non-merchant citizens, in which the new merchant leaders of the colonial trades and their allies among the independent ministers played a central leadership role, carrying a London Parliamentary War Party alliance to the peak of its power. Chapter 9 describes the consolidation in power in London, during the middle 1640s, of what can be seen as a moderate pro-parliamentary party. This new ruling group, which included a relatively small, but significant, group of company merchants who had stood largely aloof from the city revolution of 1641 to 1642 but ultimately sided with Parliament, sought to achieve a settlement nationally and within the city that would ensure its own position and restore social order largely through the imposition of a strict Presbyterian national settlement. Chapters X through 13 show how the triumph of the political independence, imposed on London by Cromwell's victorious army, carried the new merchant leadership of the colonial trades to positions of unprecedented influence. These chapters explain, first, how the colonial interloping traders achieved power, both nationally and in London, within a much broader alliance, whose London component was almost entirely devoid of company merchants and heavily dominated by non-merchant political independents who first learned to work together in the city radical movement of 1640 to 1643, and, second, how they used their new preeminence to bring about radical programmatic departures over a wide range of fields in politics, religion, and the law, but above all in commercial and colonial policy and in foreign policy more generally during the Commonwealth. The postscript seeks to determine the implications of this work for the broader interpretation of political conflict in Stuart England. Acknowledgements. The process by which this book was created was long and tortuous. It could not have reached completion without a great deal of help from a great many people. It is especially gratifying to be able finally to thank at least some of them. Like many other Americans who go to London to begin their research with only the most superficial understanding of the manuscript sources, I was touched by the extraordinary generosity of so many British scholars. They were willing not only to spend their time directing me in the archives and discussing the tidbits I had found, but also to share with me substantial blocks of material that they had gleaned through long and painful labor. In this regard, I owe a special debt to the late Professor F.J. Fisher, who offered me invaluable advice for initiating my study of Tudor Stuart commerce, and handed over to me large-scale lists of merchants compiled from the London port books that were critical in getting my research started. I wish to express my gratitude also to Professor Barry Supple and to Mr. Harlan Taylor for similarly allowing me to make use of port book materials they had compiled. Discussions with Mr. Taylor about long-term developments in Stuart commerce and his articles on the Spanish trade were crucial to the evolution of my own views on the subject. Analogous discussions with Dr. David Fisher, who generously allowed me access to his important dissertation on the origins of the Levant trade, were similarly indispensable. It is unfortunately impossible to thank most of the hundreds of scholars whose studies provide the foundation of this work, except through recognition in the footnotes. However, I want to express my appreciation explicitly to two authors who have offered me valuable help and counsel and whose works on London have provided the indispensable groundwork for my own research. The first is Dr. Valerie Pearl, whose London and the Outbreak of the Puritan Revolution remains the standard in the field and provides the point of departure for my own study of the merchant community. The second is Professor Robert Ashton, whose City and the Court, 1603 to 1643 allowed me to extend the scope of my study of merchant politics back into the early 17th century in a way that would otherwise have been impossible. I want also to thank a number of people who read the manuscript at various stages. Professor Conrad Russell gave me invaluable encouragement at a pivotal juncture, while making several important criticisms and bringing to my attention a number of factual errors. His suggestion that the manuscript be reworked to take into account certain recent developments in the historiography of the field was on target and helped determine the final form of the book. Perry Anderson, with his customary generosity, read at least 2 drafts of the manuscript cover to cover and offered many powerful criticisms and pregnant suggestions. Because of his insights, the book has been much improved, and would undoubtedly have been substantially better had I been able to take all of them into account. I am deeply grateful to him. Professor Jacob Price of the University of Michigan read and very helpfully commented on several drafts of the manuscript. His long-term support for the project has been a major source of encouragement to me. Professor Paul Seaver of Stanford University has offered support for this project over many years, in many different forms. I want to express my gratitude to him. Sharon Lloyd went systematically through most of the manuscript, attempting, against the odds, to improve its style, and also offered several important criticisms of substance. I want to thank Christopher Thompson, who read parts of the manuscript at an early stage, and who over many years has helped me in myriad ways, calling my attention to important manuscript documents and new work in the field and pursuing with me an ongoing discussion about how to understand the political history of the Stuart period. Johanna Brenner made a truly fundamental contribution to the project as a whole, helping me in myriad ways with its conceptualization and arguments, with its organization and style, and with its research. I am profoundly grateful to her. A number of people read sections or chapters of the book at various stages, and provided indispensable comments and criticisms, substantive and stylistic. In this regard, I wish to thank Julia Adams, Richard Ashcraft, Lutz Berkner, John Brewer, Tema Kaplan, the late Franklin Mendels, Sherry Ortner, Ted Rabb, Eleanor Searle, Joe Slavin, and Scott Waugh. I also wish to express my deep appreciation to Jack Fellman for subjecting himself to endless hours of invaluable discussion of this work in progress and for offering his ideas, his unstinting support, and his friendship. I am very grateful to the following institutions for fellowship, or other material, support in the research and writing of this work: the American Council of Learned Societies, the Center for European Studies, Harvard University, the Guggenheim Foundation, the Institute for Advanced Study, Princeton, the National Endowment for the Humanities, Princeton University, the University of California at Los Angeles. I wish to express my gratitude to the Yale Parliamentary Diaries Project, especially to Maja Janssen, for allowing me to consult the typescript of the Parliamentary Diaries of 1626 in advance of publication, and more generally for helping me to make use of the parliamentary diary materials held by the project. I wish to express my gratitude to Mrs. Damaris Inye for permission to reproduce the portrait of Sir Thomas Andrews on the jacket. I want to express my profound appreciation to Princeton University Press for seeing me through the extended, and unquestionably maddening, process of turning this work from a manuscript into a book. In this regard, I owe a really enormous debt to Joanna Hitchcock, who has overseen the project from the very beginning and offered me nothing but the warmest encouragement, most massive assistance, and unstinting toleration confronted by my inveterate inability to leave well enough alone. I really cannot thank her enough. It was the intellectual excitement of studying with Professor Richard Jones at Reed College that initially induced me to take an interest in early modern English history. I cannot thank him adequately for the inspiration and encouragement as well as the model of scholar-critic that he so generously offered me at Reed and over the years. My greatest debt, an incalculable one, is to Lawrence Stone, who oversaw this work from beginning to end, systematically read and criticized every draft, and, most important, offered the warmest friendship and unflaggingly good-humored encouragement in the face of the most persistent procrastination and frustratingly self-defeating behavior on my part. But for Lawrence, this book would never have been completed. I dedicate it to him, as a very small token of my gratitude. The Transformation of English Commerce and of the London Merchant Community 1550 to 1650. The Dynamics of Commercial Development 1550 to 1640, a reinterpretation. A. T. The turn of the 17th century, the Company of Merchant Adventurers, the most famous company of merchants in Christendom, held unquestioned leadership in London's merchant community. Its predominance was of long standing, and reflected the perpetuation of a traditional commercial pattern. As it had for a century, semi-finished woolen cloth remained England's chief overseas commodity, and the merchant adventurers monopolized its major export markets by virtue of their royal charter. During the first decade of the 17th century, cloth composed by value 3/4 of London's exports, and 3/4 of all cloth exports were sent to Germany and the Low Countries, the privileged trading area of the merchant adventurers. The merchant adventurers thus controlled about 1/2 of London's total export trade. It is understandable that this company of merchants constituted England's outstanding commercial group by any test of wealth or power, and that its leading members enjoyed a disproportionate share of London's highest political positions. 1. By the eve of the Civil War, however, the locus of commercial and political power in the London merchant community had shifted. The merchant adventurers had lost their overwhelming dominance. A different group of merchants, who based themselves in the newly emerging commerce of the Elizabethan expansion, especially the closely linked trades with the Levant and the East Indies, had joined and, to an important extent, replaced the merchant adventurers at the top of London's mercantile society. In the space of several crisis-filled decades, the merchant adventurers saw their traditional North European cloth export markets cut in half. 2 Meanwhile, The newer trades with southern Europe, the Mediterranean, and the Near and Far East experienced an extended period of remarkable growth and prosperity. In 1638, Louis Roberts, a contemporary authority on commercial matters, could reasonably contend that the Levant Company for its height and eminency is now second to none other of this land. 3. Its membership, according to another contemporary witness, was composed of the wealthiest and ablest merchants in the city. For the merchant adventurers remained a very important group of merchants, but accelerating processes of commercial crisis and transformation had deprived them of the best trading opportunities, and they were obliged to relinquish their position at the summit of London's mercantile hierarchy. By 1640, representatives of the Levant East India Combine had become preponderant within what might loosely be termed the city merchant establishment, which consisted of the top socio-economic layers among London's privileged company merchants, and had come to constitute the core of a recomposed city merchant political elite, which exercised its authority through the aldermanic court, the East India Company Board of Directors, and the customs farming syndicates. To begin to see how this came about, one must re-examine the shifting sources of commercial development over the Tudor-Stuart period. Commercial crisis and the interpretation of commercial change. According to what has become the traditional interpretation of Tudor-Stuart commercial change, the transformation of English commerce in the late 16th and early 17th centuries was primarily an adaptation to the short-term crises and the secular decline of the traditional export trade in broadcloths with Northern Europe. In this view, the dynamic expansion of the cloth export trade during the early Tudor period came to a cataclysmic conclusion with the crisis of 1551 to 1552, stagnation and a series of deep depressions during the reign of Elizabeth followed, and, ultimately, a disastrous long-term drop-off of the trade under the early Stuarts brought irreversible decline. English merchants were thus driven to develop the new trades with southern Europe and the Near and Far East in this era in order to provide new markets for cloth, both broadcloths and new draperies, so as to compensate for the fall in the North European commerce. 5. Although containing important elements of truth, this interpretation is seriously misleading. It misstates the depth, timing, and remediability at different junctures of the problems of the traditional trade. It fails to take fully into account all of the merchants' options in responding to these problems. And it overestimates the capacity of the new trades to resolve these problems. As a result, the traditional interpretation fails to grasp the fundamental forces behind the new trades, the motivation for their initiation, the conditions that made possible their consolidation, and the foundations for their long-term success. The rise of the new trades of the Elizabethan era, extending from Morocco, Russia, Persia, and Guinea to Turkey, Venice, and the East Indies, was based, from the start, on imports. Merchants were thus moved to found these new trades far less by chronic economic crisis in the cloth export commerce than by the periodic physical disruptions of their traditional trade routes, especially those to the Antwerp and Iberian entrepôts. These disruptions compelled certain merchants interested in imports to seek better access to the ultimate sources of supply. English merchants found it feasible to establish the new trades in large part because of the weakening hold of Portugal and Spain over their commercial empires, as well as certain other favorable political shifts in the new areas of commercial penetration. Even so, they could successfully capitalize on the openings presented to them only because of the growing political, as well as economic, strength of English commerce and shipping in this period. Finally, what made possible the new trade's extraordinary long-term growth and continuing high profits over more than a century was the remarkable secular rise of domestic demand for imports in England, as well as the growth of the re-export trades with Europe. 6. The Elizabethan expansion, causes and character. The crisis of the 1550s did mark the end of a long period of growth of the English cloth trade with Northern Europe. But to assess properly the traditional claim that a search for new cloth markets to compensate for cloth trade depression was what lay behind the geographic expansion of commerce in the subsequent era, we must specify the longer-term trends in the cloth export commerce, both before and after the mid-century dislocations. Cloth exports from England enjoyed a powerful rise in the early Tudor period, increasing some 2.5 times during the years from the late 1480s to the mid 16th century. Cloth exports from London grew even faster, and during this period London's share in the national cloth export totals expanded at the expense of the outports, as English trade focused increasingly on the London-Antwerp route and English cloths came to be shipped almost exclusively to Antwerp, and from there to their ultimate destinations in various parts of Europe. The long-term expansion of the cloth trade took place almost entirely in two relatively short bursts. Almost half the increase came during the reign of Henry VII, that is, from the late 1480s to the early 1510s. From that point, national cloth exports more or less stagnated for close to a quarter of a century, although London's cloth trade continued to grow in this period, while the outports' cloth trade declined. Finally, from the middle 1530s to mid-century, there was a new and rapid rise in national cloth exports, perhaps fueled in its final stages by government coin debasements. 7. During the early 1550s, both national and London cloth exports dropped off drastically. Moreover, at no time during the subsequent half-century did these totals regain the heights they had attained at the zenith of the final boom from 1548 to 1550.8. Nevertheless, it is doubtful whether either the short-term crises or the long-term relative stagnation of cloth exports of the second half of the 16th century impelled a search for new cloth markets or the opening of the new trades, as alleged by the traditional interpretation. First, if one separates the London cloth export figures into totals for denizen merchants and totals for alien merchants, the crisis of the early 1550s is seen to be much less severe and more short-lived for English cloth exporters than it has sometimes appeared. 9. In the aggregate, the decline of London cloth exports was indeed quite dramatic, with totals falling from the record highs of 125,298 and 132,660 cloths in 1549 and 1550 to 112,710 in 1551 and 84,968 in 1552. But most of this decrease was accounted for by the sharp decline in the Hansa merchants' export totals from 43,584 and 44,302 in 1549 and 1550 to 39,854 and a remarkable 13,829 in 1551 and 1552, the greater part of which resulted directly from the government's cancelling of the Hansa merchants' trading privileges in early 1552. London denizens' exports declined only from 80,353 and 87,181 in 1549 and 1550 to 69,859 and 65,690 in 1551 and 1552. Unfortunately, figures do not survive for 1553, 1555, and 1556, so it is impossible to evaluate properly the significance of the record high figures for 1554, both for London cloth exports and London denizen cloth exports. However, by the years 1557, 1559, and 1560, London denizen exports had climbed to an average of 85,433, a figure that was higher than for any previous, recorded 3-year period during the 16th century. 10. Second, although total London export figures stayed below their mid-century record highs during the remainder of the 16th century, they held at roughly the levels they had reached in the early 1540s. Between 1538 and 1544, London cloth exports averaged 96,114 cloths a year. Between 1559 and 1600, they averaged 93,275 a year. 11. Third, the so-called depressions of the late 16th century simply did not pose fundamental problems for the cloth export trade, as is often implied. These crises were, in every case, of relatively short duration and attributable to politically induced disruptions of the English merchants' marts in Europe, of which the most severe came between 1561 and 1563 and between 1571 and 1573, when Spain issued prohibitions on English imports into the Spanish Netherlands. In themselves, these dislocations signaled no problem with the market, that is, with the demand for English cloths, but merely a difficulty in accessing outlets. In order to transcend the problem, therefore, English merchants did not find it necessary to discover new customers but only to secure suitable places at which to sell. Their existing customers could then renew their purchases. This is what happened in each case, as either more peaceful political conditions allowed the English merchants to resume trading at their old mart, or the English merchants simply relocated their mart. There was, as a result, no extended drop-off of trade. 12 On the contrary, over the whole Elizabethan period, cloth exports are notable for their constancy. Between 1559 and 1600, the 3-year averages of London cloth exports compiled by F. J. Fisher do not fall below 93,681 or rise above 103,132. These levels were sustained, or exceeded, until after 1614.13. Finally, it needs to be emphasized that the London cloth export merchants had ways to respond to stagnation in demand for their goods other than by seeking to discover new markets. In particular, they could, and did, more effectively exploit the existing market. During the 1550s and the 1560s, the Company of Merchant Adventurers, which controlled the cloth export trade with Northern Europe, achieved a remarkable strengthening of its privileges. Above all, foreign competitors, who had controlled a major part of the cloth export commerce, were deprived of their privileges and ultimately largely excluded from the trade. At the same time, entering the trade was made much more difficult for domestic merchants. As a consequence, those English merchants of London who remained in possession of the North European cloth trade were able actually to increase their trade, to regulate it much more tightly, and to profit more from its operation. 14 The result was that although total London cloth exports stagnated over the half-century after 1550 at approximately the level they had reached by the early 1540s, London exports by English merchants actually increased significantly during that period. Most of the growth came at the start of the period, with denizen cloth exports increasing from an average of 57,100 cloths a year between 1541 and 1550, to around 75,000 a year by the 1560s. It is doubtful if London denizens' exports to the adventurers' marts expanded much further over the remainder of the period before 1600. The fact remains that London denizens' exports to the adventurers' markets over the whole of the Elizabethan period were, on average, at least 30% higher than they had been during the export boom of the decade before 1550-15, a time in which the London cloth export trade as a whole reached what had been, up to that point, record highs. Table 1.1. London cloth exports, denizens, 1488 to 1614. Sources, compiled from E. M. Carus Wilson and O. Coleman, England's Export Trade, 1275 to 1547, Tables, Gould, Great Debasement, App. C. Fisher, English Trade to Asia, pages 23 to 25, Fisher, Commercial Trends and Policy, p. 96, Supple, Commercial Crisis, Tables 1 to 3, Pro, Enrolled Customs Accounts 28, 29, Pro, Customs Accounts 213/19, 90/45, 213/19. Table 1.2. London cloth exports, total, denizens, and aliens, 1488 to 1614. Sources, compiled from Carus Wilson and Coleman, England's Export Trade, Tables, Gould, Great Debasement, App. C. Fisher, English Trade to Asia, pages 23 to 25, Fisher, Commercial Trends and Policy, p. 96, Supple, Commercial Crisis, Tables 1 to 3, Pro, Enrolled Customs Accounts 28, 29, Pro, Customs Accounts 213/19, 90/45, 213/19. The stasis of the London export trade during the half-century or so after 1560 was thus certainly in some contrast to its dynamism during the period before 1550. but in view of the relatively limited extent and brief duration of the crisis of the 1550s, the short-term and remediable character of the commercial disruptions of the reign of Elizabeth, the trade's relative stability between 1559 and 1600, and, above all, the significant increase in cloth exports enjoyed by English merchants of London trading with Northern Europe in the half-century after 1550, there is strong reason to question the thesis that depressed and crisis-prone cloth markets compelled the merchants to search for new markets in which to sell their cloth, and that it was the search that led to the Elizabethan commercial expansion. That thesis appears all the more questionable when one takes into account the ever more tightly controlled conditions under which the cloth export commerce was pursued and, specifically, the merchant adventurers' success, precisely from the 1550s and 1560s, in getting the government to increase their privileges considerably. Indeed, in view of the relatively favorable conditions that actually prevailed for London denizen merchants in the traditional cloth trade with Northern Europe from the late 1550s to the early 1600s, it is not easy to see why they would have felt the need to seek alternatives farther afield. Whatever may have been the merchants' fears for their traditional trade or hopes for new cloth markets farther away, none of the new trading areas that the English developed after 1550 could even begin to provide significant new demand for English cloth, and it is hard to see how such a result could have been expected. During the 16th century, cloth exports to Morocco never exceeded 3,000 cloths a year, those to Russia never surpassed 2,500 annually. 16 The Levant Company was exporting no more than 6,000 cloths each year by 1,600.17 The East India Company did not even attempt cloth exports. 18 A simple comparison of these numbers with the average of perhaps 70,000 to 80,000 cloths annually exported by the merchant adventurers in this period 19 reveals the essential irrelevance of the new areas as cloth markets, let alone as markets that could counteract any serious decline in the traditional cloth markets or even distract the adventurers from their established trade. Cloth problems alone could hardly have motivated the Elizabethan expansion, nor could the cloth export markets provided by the new trades have sustained it. The fact is that every one of the new trades with southern and eastern areas founded in the half-century or so after 1550 concentrated from the very start on imports. They represented successive and interconnected phases in a cumulative process of commercial innovation. They were developed by a unified group of merchants who had the common goal of tapping the lucrative markets for silks, spices, and other products of the Mediterranean and the Near and Far East. In this drive for imports, the decline of the Antwerp entrepot very likely marked a turning point, for it encouraged English merchants to go themselves directly to the sources of supply. 20 But well before Antwerp's demise, English merchants had set the expansionary process firmly in motion. The voyages to Morocco in 1551 and the Chancellor Willoughby expedition seeking a northeast passage in 1553 were the first major steps in the expansionary thrust. These ventures were initiated at about the time of the most intense dislocations in the cloth export trade of the 16th century, but neither of them responded in any direct way to the problems with cloth export markets. Even those contemporary commentators, such as Clement Adams and Thomas Edge, who connected the new adventures to the difficulties in the cloth trade, did not argue that the new areas were sought as export markets for English cloths. In their view, the crisis provided the stimulus or the occasion for generalized commercial experimentation. Above all, the attempt to imitate and compete with the Portuguese and Spanish in the discovery and exploitation of new and lucrative import markets. As Edge remarked, the trade of this kingdom waxing cold and in decay, the merchants incited with the fame of the great masses of riches brought home from both the Indies. 21 Moreover, at about this same time, political changes and disruptions in Spain, North Africa, the Mediterranean, and beyond were presenting English merchants with both new problems in, and new possibilities for, carrying on their established import trades. These dislocations, and the opportunities they created, were probably as crucial in providing the short-term motivation for the new ventures of the 1550s as was the sanction of cloth crisis. The founding of the English trade with Morocco was conditioned by the destruction of the long-standing Portuguese hegemony over that region. During the 1540s, Muley Muhammad, the founder of the Saadian dynasty, had succeeded in expelling the Portuguese from their strongholds at Safi and Agadir, thereby making it impossible for them to continue controlling the trade with Morocco and so opening the way for the English. What induced English traders to start direct commerce with Morocco at this point was, very likely, the disintegration of the English import trade from Spain during the 1540s, which resulted from intensifying Anglo-Spanish political conflict. English merchants seem to have been obliged to open up the Moroccan trade in order to obtain commodities they formerly had gotten from middlemen in the Iberian Peninsula. Leading traders with Spain played a central role in the founding of the Moroccan trade, and they likely viewed it as a natural extension of their established commerce. The close connection between the Spanish and Moroccan trades would last out the century. In any case, the Moroccan trade was initiated much more to tap sources of sugar and gold than to open up a very limited cloth market. It was no coincidence that an important group among the pioneers of the trade had been associated with sugar importing and with sugar refining in England. Moreover, the series of voyages that founded the Moroccan trade began in 1551 before the cloth crisis had become obvious. 22. The Company for the Discovery of a Northeast Passage of 1553, which evolved into the Muscovy Company of 1555 and detonated the whole eastward expansionary movement, had as its explicit purpose the opening of a route to the spices and gold of the Far East that would be free from Portuguese interference. A new direct trade with Russia which included some cloth exports, but which was centered on the import of naval supplies and furs grew up as a byproduct. 23 Although there is no direct evidence, the immediate impulse for this new thrust eastward may very well have come, in part, from the disruption of the sea trade with the Levant that took place at this time, apparently due to the depredations of the Barbary corsairs and the rise of Turkish maritime power in the Mediterranean. The journey of the bark Oucher in 1551 to 1552 is reported by Richard Hakluyt as the last successful English voyage to the Levant via the Mediterranean for some 20 years, and among its seamen was Richard Chancellor who, as it happens, became one of the two central figures who led the Northeast Passage venture of 1553. In any case, the English merchants' inability to acquire eastern imports via the Mediterranean and the Levant must have further encouraged them to seek new routes to the east. In 1557 the Muscovy Company, after having failed to develop a northeast passage, founded a direct overland trade with Persia via Russia by which it could obtain at least some of the desired silks and spices. It may, moreover, be some indication of the connection between the decay of the Levantine trade and the rise of the Muscovy Company's Persian commerce that William Jenkinson, who initiated the overland trade with Persia for the Muscovy Company, had, in 1553, succeeded in procuring a privilege to trade throughout the Ottoman Empire from Sultan Suleiman in Aleppo, but apparently had been frustrated in his attempt to make use of it by the disruption of trade routes through the Mediterranean. The Muscovy Company continued the trade with Persia, sending out 6 voyages between 1557 and 1579 until the Turks cut off the route from Russia to Persia in 1580. And over this same period, the company launched a series of voyages to India itself, which traveled overland through Persia and by other routes, with the aim of establishing a direct trade. 24. Meanwhile, beginning in 1553, a series of merchant syndicates sought to found a direct trade with Guinea, and it is not surprising that the originators of this commerce included many of the same merchants trading with Spain who were already developing the Moroccan trade. It is, indeed, testimony to the emerging unity of the whole commercial movement to the south and east for imports that of the 34 merchants interested in the Guinea voyage of 1558, 22 also had been named in the Muscovy Company Charter of 1555.25. The character of merchant participation in the new southern and eastern trades thus increasingly reflected the distinctive commercial forces that set these trades in motion. It is true that significant numbers of merchant adventurer cloth traders were leaders in the Muscovy, Moroccan, and Guinean ventures of the 1550s. 26, but this, in itself, was of little economic or social significance. In view of the overwhelmingly dominant position of the adventurers and their trade in London's commerce at this time, some adventurers were bound to have been prominent in almost any sizable overseas venture. The point is that those adventurers who continued to play a role in the new trades almost certainly did so for their import potential. Point 27. In consequence, from very early on a pattern of commercial specialization began to emerge that became ever more accentuated as the century progressed. The merchant adventurers tended, increasingly, to concentrate on their own traditional markets almost to the exclusion of all others. Meanwhile, those who were developing the new import trades to the south and east tended, increasingly, to constitute a unified group and to treat each new venture in the expansionary process as part of a single project. The growing gap that had opened up between those merchants who were developing the new trades and the traditional merchant adventurer cloth export specialists manifested itself during the 1570s in the conflicts surrounding the organization of the Spanish Company. The English trade with Spain focused heavily on imports. Its profits were derived, to a large extent, from products from the Portuguese and Spanish empires, particularly sugar and spices, but also wines, fruits, raw wool, and iron produced in Spain itself. Point 28. For this reason, the Spanish trade seems to have served as the prototype and springboard for the developing trades with Africa, the Mediterranean, and the East, as well as a sort of dividing line and point of friction between these emerging trades and the North European commerce of the merchant adventurers. Anglo-Spanish political conflict between 1569 and 1573 temporarily disrupted the commerce with Spain. But after Spain lifted its embargo, the trade started, once again, to experience substantial growth. And beginning in 1573, steps were taken to establish a corporate organization for it. Point 29. Nevertheless, from the time that plans were first set in motion for a charter for the Spanish trade, the traders with Spain seeking corporate privileges and the company of merchant adventurers tried to prevent merchant adventurers from entering the new company. As originally framed in 1573 to 1574, the Spanish company charter declared ineligible for membership any merchant already belonging to another merchant company, and this meant the merchant adventurers above all. The intent of this proviso was perfectly explicit. The merchants who traded with Spain wished to prevent merchant adventurers from using their superior access to Dutch finished woolens and other Dutch products highly valued in Spain to undersell them and thus to gain an advantageous position in the lucrative Iberian import markets. Point 30. Analogously, the merchant adventurers as a company feared that those of their members who traded with Spain would sell their cloth in Europe at cut rates or pay more for European products for re-export to Spain. In either case, the adventurers who traded with Spain would outcompete their cloth export specialist colleagues in the adventurers' markets, because their gain lieth in the foreign commodities, that is, in the trade in Dutch goods for imports from Spain. 31. These events suggest that the personnel of the Merchant Adventurers Company were already largely separate from those in the Spanish trade. Equally important, they indicate that those merchant adventurers who did trade with Spain composed a distinct group within the Adventurers Company, a group with interests different from and in conflict with those of the typical adventurers. These traders with Spain, who ran big, diversified operations 32 sought to make the adventurers' traditional bilateral commerce with Northern Europe serve their broader, multilateral trade, which was designed especially to exploit the market in Spanish imports. 33 Almost all of that very small number of merchant adventurers who continued to play a part in the expansionary process to the south and east came from this group. While the merchant adventurers' trade was thus an increasingly unitary one, and separated from the others, the southern and eastern trades experienced an increasingly intertwined growth, motivated by the same interlocking groups of merchants with common commercial goals. During the 1550s and 1560s, Muscovy Company merchants and traders with Spain were responsible, as noted, for opening up the overland route to Persia and for establishing direct trades with Morocco and Guinea. It was the efforts of Muscovy Company and Spanish Company merchants that gave rise, in turn, to the founding of the Turkey Company, the decisive step in the Elizabethan expansion. English trade with Turkey by way of the Mediterranean began to revive from the early and middle 1570s. From this time onward the Antwerp entrepot was totally disrupted, and it became necessary to seek new ways to obtain the eastern products formerly available there. The commercial life of the Low Countries as a whole was also disturbed in this period as the result of the Dutch War for Independence, and, at roughly the same time, Venetian maritime commerce with northern Europe was disrupted by Venice's war with Turkey. As a result of this collapse of their entrepot and these temporary preoccupations of their competitors, English merchants were presented with both the motivation and the opportunity to penetrate the Mediterranean. 34 The actual founding of the Turkey Company in 1580 to 1581 represented, in part, an attempt by Muscovy Company merchants to achieve the goals of their company's voyages to Persia by using the cheaper and safer Mediterranean route, after the Turks had disrupted the overland commerce to Persia by way of Russia. It represented, also, the increased determination of merchants trading with Spain and Portugal, after Portugal had been annexed in 1580 by a Spain hostile to England, to go behind their Iberian middlemen and enter directly the import markets of the Near and Far East formerly under Portuguese jurisdiction. In fact, most of the Turkey Company founders turn out to be both Muscovy Company members and leading Spanish traders. The original Turkey Company joint stock had 12 investors, 9 of these were Muscovy Company investors, 10 were Spanish Company members, and 8 were both Muscovy Company investors and Spanish Company members. In addition, the Muscovy Company, as a corporation, made a major direct investment in the Turkey Company. The involvement of most of the Turkey Company merchants in the Russian and Spanish trades had been substantial and of long duration. 35 3 were at one time or another governors of the Muscovy Company, 36 among them George Barn, who was Muscovy Company governor at the time he became a Turkey Company founder. Barn, in fact, represented a second generation of top leadership in the Elizabethan expansion. His father, who had also been a trader with Spain, was a chief promoter of the original Northeast Passage voyage of 1553 and a charter consul of the Muscovy Company in 1555, as well as a leading promoter of the voyages to Guinea in 1553 to 1554. Barn himself had married the daughter of Sir William Garrard, one of a family of merchants who led in the early development of the Moroccan trade. He was deeply involved in the Spanish trade from the 1560s on, and he was a founding director of the Spanish Company when it was chartered in 1577.37. Indeed, the Turkey Company patentees held a remarkably dominant position in the Spanish trade at this point. 6 of the 12 had been among the 30 founding directors of the Spanish Company. 38 In 1584, the 10 traders with Spain who were Turkey Company patentees included no fewer than 5 of the top 10 importers from Spain that year, and among them they controlled more than 25% of that year's total Spanish import trade. 39 There were 4 merchant adventurers among the Turkey Company founders, but, as might have been expected, 3 of these were also prominent in the Spanish trade. 40 It was typical of the whole commercial thrust to the south and east that Richard Staper and Edward Osborne, the 2 main entrepreneurs behind the Turkey Company, were leading figures in the Spanish trade, but were not merchant adventurers. 41 The chartering of the Venice Company in 1583 was part and parcel of the same movement into the Mediterranean and the Near East that had resulted in the Turkey Company charter. The handful of merchants who dominated the Venice trade from the start, including Thomas Cordell, Edward Holmden, William Garway, and Paul and Andrew Baining, had all been active in the Spanish commerce. Both Holmden and Cordell, who started the Venice Company, also had been very active in the Moroccan commerce. In fact, it appears that Cordell had pioneered the reopening of the Turkish trade in 1575, actually preceding those who ultimately secured the Turkey Company patent. 42 In 1592, the Venice Company merchants joined the Turkey Company merchants to form the Levant Company, marking the firm establishment of English commerce in the eastern Mediterranean and the Near East. During the 1580s and the 1590s, the same group of Spanish Muscovy Turkey Venice Company merchants accelerated their efforts to open direct commercial access to the Spanish and Portuguese empires. In much the same way as the Turkey and Venice companies had assumed the objectives of the eastward-looking commerce of the Muscovy Company and Iberian merchants by exploiting the sea route through the Mediterranean, the East India Company established itself to take over the commerce of the Levant Company merchants in Far Eastern commodities by developing the direct trade with India and the East Indies via the sea route around the Cape of Good Hope. 43 Meanwhile, the same groups of merchants took comparable steps to pry open the valuable import markets of the Portuguese Empire in South America. In 1578, at the same time that Richard Staper, with Edward Osborne, was moving to get behind Iberian middlemen to establish a permanent trade with the eastern Mediterranean, he was also in touch with one John Woodhull about the possibility of going behind the Portuguese to trade directly with Brazil for sugar. 44 The same Woodhull was also in contact with the Spanish trade merchants John Bird and Robert Walkden. By 1580, Bird, along with Christopher Hoddesdon, Anthony Garrard, Thomas Bramley, and William Elkin, had sent the Minion on a trading voyage to Brazil. All of these men were already active in the Spanish trade and/or leaders in the Moroccan trade. In 1583, Thomas Cordell and William Garway followed up the effort of Bird and Company by sending their ship Merchant Royal to Brazil with a cargo of victuals to relieve a famine. Cordell and Garway were in that very year establishing the Venice Company. Over the next several years, the same merchants attempted to carry forward the commerce with Brazil, but their efforts were cut short by the outbreak of hostilities between England and Spain in 1587 to 1588. As it turned out, war proved to be a blessing to these men. Through the late 1580s and 1590s, leading traders with the Mediterranean and the Near and Far East secured enormous quantities of sugar without having to pay for it, by means of a series of highly successful privateering ventures against Portuguese ships returning from Brazil. A limited number of merchants were thus able to amass great fortunes through simultaneously exploiting opportunities for privateering in the Atlantic and for peaceful trade with the eastern Mediterranean and areas farther east. Prominent among them were the great Levant Company merchants cum Atlantic privateers Thomas Cordell, Paul Baining, and William Garway. These men and others like them applied their earnings, in turn, to opening up the direct sea trade with the East Indies. London merchants had been seeking to establish a direct trade with the Far East at least from the time of the Chancellor Willoughby voyage of 1553. The Muscovy Company claimed by its charter of 1555 the right to control all voyages of discovery to the east by way of the northeast or the northwest, and in 1556 and 1557 it sent out first Stephen Burrow, then Anthony Jenkinson, to test a variety of possible passages via the northeast. During the 1560s, the Muscovy Company merchants remained deeply concerned with opening up trade with the Far East, but as a company, they sent out no new voyages until 1580. By that time, they had been joined in the effort by the other overlapping groups of southward and eastward trading merchants. 45. Between 1576 and 1578, the veteran sea captain Martin Frobisher led 3 ventures to establish a trade route to the Indies by way of the northwest under a license from the Muscovy Company. Frobisher was the nephew of John York, a leader in the Muscovy Company and an originator of the Guinean trade, and had himself participated in the pioneering voyages to Guinea in the 1550s. In addition to substantial court backing, Frobisher's voyages attracted significant support in the city, drawn for the most part from merchants already active in the Spanish, Moroccan, and Russian trades. 46 Next, in 1580, the Muscovy Company, under the leadership of Sir George Barne and Roland Haywood, tried on its own to gain a northeast passage, sending out a voyage under the leadership of Arthur Pett and Charles Jackman. 47. The Turkey Company merchants, meanwhile, concentrated at first on developing the land route to the Far East. By 1580, Richard Staper and Edward Osborne had already sent out John Newbery via Aleppo to survey the commercial possibilities in Persia and beyond. In 1582, the Turkey Company followed up this effort by dispatching Newbery, along with Ralph Fitch, to India itself. It was apparently Fitch's report, on his return, that led the Levant Company merchants to seek the inclusion of the overland route to the east in their renewed monopoly charter of 1592.48. Finally, in 1583, still another route was tried, in a voyage partly of plunder, partly of discovery, to the Molucca Islands by way of South America. Edmund Fenton took charge of this venture, which received the strong backing of the Earl of Leicester and Lord Burleigh. The Muscovy Company, as a body, played a central role in Fenton's voyage, making a large direct investment, just as it had in the original Turkey Company joint stock. The individual merchants who supported the venture once again came almost exclusively from among those groups of leading traders behind the Spanish, Turkey, and Venice companies. They included Thomas Poulison, William Towerson, Thomas Aldersey, and Thomas Starkey, Sir George Barne, Martin Calthorpe, Customer Thomas Smythe, and Sir Richard Martin, and Thomas Cordell and Robert Sadler. 49. In the long run, of course, the Dutch exposed the growing weakness of the Portuguese in the Indian Ocean and showed that the voyage around the Cape of Good Hope was the cheapest and safest route to the Far East. The Levant Company merchants ultimately had no choice but to follow the Dutch example if they wished to continue to compete in the East Indian commodities that they previously had obtained, at greater cost, from middlemen in the Near East. We do not know all of the persons who were behind the first English initiatives to develop this route. But that close-knit group of Venice Company merchants with widespread operations who were at this very time helping to organize the new, consolidated Levant Company of 1592 provided a critical part of the leadership. The handful of merchants who, in 1589, first proposed a voyage of trade to the Far East by way of the Cape intended to employ the ships Susan, Merchant Royal, and Edward Bonaventure to carry out their purpose. These ships belonged to Paul Baining and Thomas Cordell, the Venice Company merchants who were also active in the Spanish trade and leading privateers. Baining and Cordell's ships, along with one other, were the vessels ultimately used in the path-breaking voyage of James Lancaster to the Indian Ocean in 1591 to 1592.50. The East India Company was founded in 1599, and was dominated by the Levant Company merchants, who saw the project as essential to maintaining an important segment of their old trade. The East India Company initially met at the Levant Company's offices. Levant Company merchants composed more than one-third of those present at the first meeting of the new company in September 1599, and 7 of the original 15 directors elected at that meeting were Levant Company merchants. The first governor of the East India Company was the Levant Company Governor Sir Thomas Smythe, and 7 of the 24 directors chosen under the original charter of December 31, 1600 were also Levant Company directors. 51 In addition, Levant Company members provided between 1/4 and 1/3 of the total fund invested in the first, third, and fourth joint stocks. 52. As a joint stock organization, the East India Company was easily entered through investing, with no need for active involvement. But, symptomatically, members of the Company of Merchant Adventurers, which still included by far the greatest number of the city's wealthiest merchants, provided relatively little investment support. 53 The adventurers seem, in fact, to have become even more obsessively focused on their short route cloth trade with Northern Europe and even less connected to the new Southern and Eastern trades as time went on. During the first quarter of the 17th century, approximately 35 men who made their fortunes primarily in the merchant adventurers' trade were wealthy and prestigious enough to assume the position of aldermen of London. Of these, no fewer than 25 traded with the adventurers' privileged marts to the complete exclusion of all other overseas commercial involvements. 54 Out of some 150 merchant adventurers actively trading in 1606, only 11 were among the 118 Levant Company charter merchants of 1605, and just a few of these could be said to be important traders with the Levant. 55 The separation between the commerce with the Mediterranean and the Near and Far East and the cloth export trade to Northern Europe, already evident at the beginning of the Elizabethan expansion, thus became ever more pronounced, powerful testimony to the divergent forces that drove each of these trades forward. Commercial crisis and change in the early Stuart period. By the early 17th century, the commercial conquests of the Elizabethan period, above all the lucrative trade with the Levant, were already having a discernible effect on individual merchant fortunes in London. However, the new trade still remained dwarfed, in terms of value, by the overwhelming size of the merchant adventurers' cloth export commerce. The adventurers' North European cloth markets were not expanding, and were plagued by certain chronic difficulties. But for a significant period there was stabilization and even a new burst of export growth and prosperity. In fact, during the first decade of the reign of James I, cloth exports by the merchant adventurers appear to have reached an all-time high, attaining levels perhaps 20% or more above the average for the reign of Elizabeth. As late as 1614, when the Jacobean cloth export boom was still near its peak, England's overseas commerce might have appeared, on the surface at least, to be dominated by woolen exports, much as it had been a century before. 56. By 1640, however, there was no longer even the appearance of continuity. Long-term processes making for the transformation of English trade, at work since the middle of the 16th century, were accelerated rather suddenly. A substantially new commercial pattern took shape within the space of a few decades. It did not await, as historians have often contended, 57 the post-Restoration period, although it was of course confirmed and accentuated in that era. Thus, while the merchant adventurers' export markets had been somewhat precarious over a long period, the actual fall, when it came, did not occur gradually. As late as 1606, 219 merchants shipped more than 101,000 cloths to the merchant adventurers' North European cloth markets. In 1614, the corresponding figures were still 182 active merchants shipping 99,000 cloths. 58 Then the bottom dropped out. In 1620, there were only 117 active merchants, and they shipped only about 59,000 cloths to the adventurers' marts. 59 In 1632, the figures were 373 active merchants and 59,000 cloths. 60 By 1640, there were just 103 merchants active, exporting about 45,000 cloths to Hamburg and the Netherlands. 61. The crisis of the merchant adventurers' trade was far from affecting all branches of overseas commerce. In fact, by 1640, it was a general opinion that the trade of England was never greater. 62 And the merchants trading with Spain, and in particular with the Near and Far East, were its primary beneficiaries. The growth of broadcloth exports, largely to the Levant, combined with the impressive rise of the lighter new drapery exports to southern Europe, roughly made up for the decline of cloth exports to northern Europe. It is thus possible that, by 1640, the value of English woolen exports was, in the aggregate, nearly as great as it had been in 1600. This fact has led historians to treat commercial change in the early Stuart period, as they have that of the Elizabethan era, as if it were powered primarily by crisis and decline in the traditional cloth export trade, which led to the rise of compensative new cloth markets and new cloth products. 63. The fact is that the substantial growth of trade with southern and eastern regions during the first half of the 17th century was not motivated by the profits to be made from cloth exports, and it cannot properly be interpreted as an adaptation by English commerce and manufacturing to the disastrous decline of the old cloth trade. The problems and possibilities of the cloth export trade were no more central to the Stuart commercial expansion than they had been to the Elizabethan commercial expansion. Imports and re-exports continued to provide the real dynamic, and for this reason the commercial growth of the early Stuart period must be understood as an extension of the Elizabethan expansionary thrust. By the time of the Stuarts, however, it was no longer a question merely of qualitative shifts of the establishment of new trading routes and the growing independence of English merchants from their former European suppliers of imports. From the late 16th century, growing English demand provided the foundation for an impressive overall quantitative increase in total imports from the newly developing commercial areas. 64. First, raw silk imports, which had totaled perhaps £12,000 around 1560, grew to about £120,000 by 1621, although a significant part of this total was still being brought in from the Near East by way of Northern Europe. 65 By the late 1620s, some 90% of all raw silk was being imported directly from its source by Levant East India Company merchants, and the totals reached about £172,000 in 1630, £200,000 in 1634, and £220,000 in 1640. 66 Currents from the Greek islands, which were consumed throughout much of the population, were also providing a dramatically increased source of income for the Levant East India Company merchants. Monopolized by the Levant Company, currants imports more than quadrupled between 1600 and 1640, rising from perhaps 12,000 or 14,000 hundredweight a year to about 50,000 hundredweight annually. 67 East Indian spices, especially pepper, provided a third major source of profits from imports for this group of traders. In this case, a significant part of their income came from re-exports, often to the Mediterranean, carried by Levant Company merchants. 68 Finally, with the disruption of the land route to Italy after 1621, many of the same group of merchants used the sea route to enter the Italian market to profit from several different, growing lines of commerce. Of these, the most lucrative was the trade in Italian luxury silk fabrics. In 1621, some £62,000 worth of luxury silk fabrics had been imported into England from Italy, almost all by way of the land routes through Germany and the Netherlands. By 1634, the figure for this product had risen above £90,000, and much of it was being brought via the sea route by merchants who were members of the Levant Company. By the end of the pre-Civil War period, Italy was providing, in addition, several new sorts of import products, including olive oil and grogram yarn. 69. Overall, by the 1630, imports by traders with Italy, by Levant Company merchants, and by the East India Company, taken together, composed perhaps 40 to 50% of England's total imports, excluding wines. In absolute terms, the combined value of their imports may have approached, or even possibly surpassed, that of the merchant adventurers' exports. In 1632, the merchant adventurers exported broadcloths that were worth about £480,000, and they sent out, in addition, non-broadcloth goods of uncertain value, largely new draperies. In 1640, the merchant adventurers' broadcloth exports were worth about £400,000, with their exports of other sorts valued at about £94,000 and 70 pence. Meanwhile, the total combined value of Italian, Levantine, and East Indian imports in 1630 was £527,000, in 1634, it was £689,000 and 71 pence. But the change may, by this time, have been even greater than these figures indicate. Imports, particularly silks, were notoriously undervalued in the Book of Rates. In addition, the merchant adventurers' profit rates were probably lower than those of the merchants trading with Italy, the Levant, and the East Indies, because the adventurers were experiencing a very difficult period of intensified international competition and falling prices. 72 In any case, by the time of the Restoration, these long-term trends had become even more pronounced, and the new pattern was fully established. In 1663, combined Italian, Levantine, and East Indian imports were valued at £1,031,000, whereas exports to the adventurers' marts in Germany and the Low Countries totaled a mere £406,000. For 1669, combined imports from Italy, the Levant, and the East Indies totaled £1,208,000, while exports to the Low Countries and Germany reached only £601,000 and 73 pence. In the foregoing context, the much heralded rise of both broadcloth and new drapery exports to southern Europe and the Mediterranean in the early part of the 17th century must be understood largely as the result of the fundamental expansion of the import trades. No doubt the ability of English manufacturers to produce new sorts of cloths at roughly competitive prices helped English merchants penetrate certain new markets. But, in almost every case, merchant importers increased their cloth exports in order to pay for increased imports, and they generally fell far behind. Spain was possibly the leading market outside Northern Europe for English cloths. Broadcloth exports to the Iberian Peninsula seem to have been substantial as late as the 1580s. But during the first part of the 17th century they dwindled into insignificance. There was undoubtedly an important rise in the export of new draperies to Spain during the early Stuart period. but even here the point of saturation seems to have been reached relatively quickly. The growth in new drapery exports to Spain appears to have ceased after 1620, at a time when imports from that area continued to grow. Moreover, throughout the period, English merchants commonly had to sell their cloths in Spain at below cost. They were apparently willing to do this in order to obtain lucrative imports, especially from the Americas. 74 At the same time, it is no doubt because the export of cloths to Spain was such a marginal business that we find only a tiny handful of cloth specialist merchant adventurers entering the Spanish trade, despite its easy access, even when their own commerce entered deep crisis. 75. The Italian commerce offers perhaps the best case for viewing the rise of the new southern and eastern trades, as the traditional interpretation would have it, as an adjustment by English industry and commerce to the North European cloth trade crisis. Certainly, the lighter new draperies did find a significant market in Italy, which seems to have absorbed increasing quantities throughout the period at the expense of Italian domestic production. Yet, even here, there is reason to suspect that the boom in new drapery exports to Italy in the 1620s was a function of the marked rise of Italian imports at this time. Precise figures on new drapery exports are unavailable to confirm or deny this hypothesis. 76. Finally, the Levant was at no time in the early Stuart period a significant market for what are properly called new draperies, and only a minor one for broadcloths. In the early 17th century, English merchants did send to the Levant increasing quantities of dyed broadcloths. This product had only recently begun to be made in England, and does represent an adaptation of English industry to the difficulty of exporting its traditional product to its traditional market. Nevertheless, the growth of dyed broadcloth exports to the Levant did no more than compensate for a corresponding decline of kersey broadcloth exports in the same period. Kerseys, initially, had been the Levantine trade merchants' main export, but essentially disappeared from their shipments in the early 17th century. Overall, cloth exports to the Levant grew very little, if at all, before 1630, stagnating at a level of perhaps 6,000 to 8,000 cloths a year. This sort of market can in no way account for the intense, and increasing, activity of English merchants in this area in this period. 77 From 1630, cloth exports to the Levant began to rise somewhat, but they clearly did so as a faint and lagging response to the dramatically increased imports of these years. 78. During the first half of the 17th century, the value of exports to the Levant appears to have continued to constitute less than half the value of Levantine imports as it had in the later 16th century. 79 In 1621, Lionel Cranfield singled out the Levantine commerce as particularly to blame for the nation's balance of trade problems, claiming that upon the customs books we shall see that the Turkey Company hurts more than the East India Company. They now give 2 parts in money and the third in commodities. 80 Moreover, it has been demonstrated that English merchants trading with the Levant, like their counterparts trading with Spain, were obliged to sell their cloths at or below cost in order to secure their profitable imports. The price of cloth in Istanbul was practically the same as in London, clear evidence that English exporters were, in effect, dumping their cloths in the Levantine market. 81 Of course, the East Indies could not absorb cloth exports on any terms, and trade with the Far East had to be supported through the carrying of gold and by other means. In view of the import-centered character of the new trades and their limited capacity to absorb English exports, it is no wonder that contemporaries were deeply concerned with the balance of trade. The early decades of the 17th century, and especially the years after 1620, have been aptly characterized as a time of transition. The traditional cloth trade with Northern Europe was in profound decline, and the new commerce with southern and eastern regions was on the ascent. But to interpret the latter in terms of the former, as is routinely done, is to miss the mark. 82 The commercial expansion to the Mediterranean, the Near East, and the Far East, dating from the latter part of the 16th century, must be understood as part of that long-term reorientation of English commerce that has come to be called the Commercial Revolution. The growth of the Levantine East Indian trade in this period, based as it was on the import of raw silks, of currants, and of spices for domestic manufacturing, for broad home consumption, and for re-export to Europe, may be said to constitute the first phase in that reorientation. By 1640, this phase was already well advanced. In fact, at that point, the impact of a new, second stage, the rise of commerce with the Americas, also based on imports in tobacco and sugar produced on farms and plantations, was already being strongly felt. The roots of commercial transformation, English economic growth versus European economic crisis in the 17th century. The sharply contrasting trends that marked English commerce in the first half of the 17th century must be interpreted in terms of the divergent evolutions of the English and the continental economies in this period. English cloth exports diminished as they came up against declining European markets for cloths, the result of the secular crisis of production, above all in agriculture, that gripped 17th century Europe. In contrast, English imports rose, partly in connection with the growing re-export commerce, but especially because of a growing domestic market, conditioned by the breakthrough in England in this period to ongoing economic development, rooted ultimately in the socio-technical transformation of agriculture. 83. The cloth export crisis. According to the Standard account, English cloth exports experienced stagnation and decline in the first half of the 17th century as a result of intensified foreign competition. A good deal of contemporary commentary can be marshaled in support of this argument, and it is no doubt correct, up to a point. 84, but intensified competition itself needs to be explained. The English merchants, Dutch, Venetian, and Flemish rivals were also complaining about increased international competition in this period, and seem to have been badly hurt by it. There is, indeed, good reason to believe that not just the English, but the entire European, cloth export industry was in trouble. If English cloth exports were in decline, it was not because the cloth exports of England's competitors were on the rise. The fact is that none of the European national cloth export industries gained ground in this period, and most lost substantially. The Flemish cloth export industry, which had reconstituted itself by specializing in only the highest quality products, enjoyed a period of real growth during the 16th century. But during the 17th century, the Flemish cloth industry was unable to maintain its position, and its exports fell by half during the 100 years after 1600.85. In a parallel manner, the much more significant Italian cloth industry, also heavily based on high-quality products for export, grew very substantially during the latter part of the 16th century. But after the turn of the century, it, too, suffered catastrophic decline, and in the cloth industries of Venice, Florence, Milan, and Como, output fell by more than half before 1650.86. Nor were the losses experienced by the Flemish and Italian industries offset by dramatic gains for the rising industrial powers of England and the United Provinces. The highly advanced Dutch industry had gone forward during the late 16th century on the basis of its superiority in producing new draperies. But this branch of Dutch industry fell off precipitously after 1620, losing 2/3 of its output by 1700. Because it maintained the greatest concentration of skill and technique in Europe, the Dutch cloth industry was able partially to make up for the losses sustained in new drapery production by increasing its output of traditional broadcloths during the same period. Even so, the overall picture was one of decline. 87. Finally, as noted, the once overpowering English broadcloth industry saw its exports to Northern Europe cut in half in the short period between 1614 and 1640. Part of the loss was made up by the rapid growth of new drapery exports, especially to Southern Europe. But the balance sheet as a whole registered stasis at best. The fact that the European cloth export trade as a whole stagnated and declined during the first half of the 17th century leads inexorably to the conclusion that merchants faced at this time a general problem in the market, not merely more formidable international competitors. After about 1600, there were many losers, but no real gainers. There was, at best, a redistribution of a flat or even shrinking export total. 88. It follows that a ceiling had been reached. The pattern is reminiscent of that previously experienced by the medieval European cloth industry in the early 14th century. Indeed, the long-term trends of growth and decline of the international cloth trade during the medieval and early modern era appear to have been closely bound up with those grand cycles of economic and demographic development and crisis that marked the European economy at least through 1700. Massive industries producing cloth for export had arisen in Flanders in the 11th and 12th centuries, and in Brabant and Italy somewhat later, on the basis of their ability to capture significant portions of the continent's luxury and semi-luxury markets. 89 All these industries grew during the great period of economic expansion of the later 12th and 13th centuries, as rising population and output provided the basis for rising upper and middle class incomes and, in turn, rising consumption. But the growth of upper and middle class consumption of manufactured goods was restricted in the last analysis by the socio-technical limitations of medieval agriculture. In view of the long-term tendency of agricultural productivity to stagnate or decline, upper and middle class incomes and thus consumption were constrained by the restricted ability of the population to grow in the face of the finite supply of available land and by the ultimately limited possibilities for transferring income away from the peasant producers. A general crisis of productivity, population, and income was experienced almost everywhere in Europe at various points in the 14th century. Upper and middle class purchasing power was undermined, and the inevitable result was a structural crisis in the European cloth export industries. The sharp intensification of international competition between cloth-producing centers was the signal that markets had been saturated and that generalized growth was no longer possible. In a similar manner, the European cloth export industries of the early modern period experienced a rapid rise on the basis of the broad-based upturn of the European economy that began in the second half of the 15th century. All across Europe, the peasant population and agricultural output grew rapidly, and so, in turn, did upper and middle class incomes and demand. England's cloth industry was able to benefit disproportionately by capturing a major share of the expanding market. In fact, English cloth exports tripled in the period from about 1,460 to 1,550.90. Even so, all of the leading national cloth export industries of Europe did well during much of the 16th century. During the late 16th and early 17th centuries, however, almost everywhere in Europe, agricultural output and, in turn, population, sooner or later ceased to grow, a development that reflected, as in the 14th century, the continuing socio-technical limitations of agricultural production. The fact that output had reached its limit was manifested, again as in the 14th century, by the great struggles of the epoch to redistribute income in the face of static or declining total production, leading to the growth of absolutist taxation and the further intensification of serfdom, as well as to large-scale, often highly destructive, warfare, both internal and among nations. It was expressed also in the stagnation or decline of upper and middle class purchasing power, and ultimately in the profound crisis in the markets for cloth all across the continent. This decay of demand for cloth manifested itself in the decline of almost every national industry producing primarily for local consumption, the French, the Spanish, and those of Eastern Europe. 91 As well as in the profound dislocation of the great European cloth centers producing for an international market, the Flemish, the Italian, the English, and the Dutch. During the crisis in the international cloth trade of the later medieval period, the saturation of markets and the resulting intensification of competition had naturally put a premium on cheaper forms of production. Consumers at every income level demanded fewer goods and less expensive ones. In consequence, in all the great cloth-producing centers there was a drive to lower the cost of production. This found expression, first of all, in the rise of poorly made goods, based on cheap labor and a lower quality of workmanship at the expense of well-produced goods made by careful, well-trained, and more expensive labor. It was reflected as well in the dramatic growth of lower-wage production in smaller towns and the countryside where labor was plentiful and living costs were relatively low at the expense of production in the urban centers where labor was costly, especially because living costs were high and production was sometimes under guild control. Finally, there was the appearance of new types of products, which were less costly in terms of skill, raw materials, and technology at the expense of the traditional, high-quality products. 92. The heightened international competition of the early 17th century led to essentially the same trends in the centers of cloth production for the international market as had that of the late Middle Ages. Thus, the changes in the cloth trade that took place in this period were not, for the most part, in response to changes in taste and fashion, as is sometimes alleged. The different sorts of cloth that appeared were, by and large, simply less expensive substitutes for and copies of existing varieties. The generalized crisis of purchasing power and the declining demand for cloth at all levels of society led to a systematic deterioration of the cloth market and, in response, a systematic downgrading of the cloth product from the top to the bottom of the line. This process made for the substitution of cheaper, if often less well-made, goods for more expensive ones, the appearance of lower quality, but often quite attractive, imitations, and, finally, the rise of entirely new products using cheaper materials and less skilled labor, which took the place of the older, finer ones in the shopping baskets of financially strapped consumers. In the first place, then, all of the great cloth exporting centers were hurt by competition from newly emergent local industries, usually based in the countryside and making cheap, poorly produced goods for local consumption. Declining incomes, resulting from agricultural depression, forced many consumers to turn to the lowest cost items. Meanwhile, the growth of population and the concentration of land holding created a mass of wretched, semi-proletarianized peasant producers who required manufacturing employment to supplement their meager incomes from agriculture in order to make ends meet. Because the local industries relied on peasant producers, they generally could put out only the lowest quality, worst-made goods. Nevertheless, they succeeded in drastically undermining the markets for the bottom-of-the-line cloth products that previously had been supplied to these regions by the great international manufacturers. In particular, at the turn of the 17th century, newly emergent local cloth industries in Eastern and Central Europe, in Spain and in the Levant began to take over local markets that English merchants had captured during the 16th century on the basis of the export of cheaply made kerseys. Kerseys originally had been developed in the English countryside, and their sale on the international market represented, in Coleman's words, the commercialization of a peasant technique, once supplying merely local or subsistence needs. It is not really surprising therefore that English producers of kerseys were unable to compete with the nascent, local, peasant-based industries of Europe and the Near East, and that English kerseys were ultimately eliminated from the local markets for low-quality products. 93. At the same time, almost all of the great exporting centers were adversely affected by a contracting demand for the very best types of cloth. Particularly hard hit in this respect were the English in their North and Central European markets, the Venetians in their Levantine market and in Italy itself, and the Flemish everywhere. Only the Dutch seem to have had the skilled labor and technology required to hold their own. 94. Finally, as the obverse side of the foregoing process, there was a growing demand for new sorts of cloths, inevitably of lower quality, that could serve as less expensive, but more or less close substitutes for the traditional, high-quality products. Those manufacturers who could command relatively skilled, but nonetheless flexible and relatively cheap, labor were in the best position to meet this demand. For this reason, the English cloth industry, which could make use of a pool of experienced but unregulated and low-cost producers in the countryside, and which had unequaled access to unlimited supplies of the appropriate sort of homegrown wool, appears to have been able to prevail over all of its urban-based and sometimes guild-regulated competitors in the manufacture of the so-called new draperies. Although this did not happen overnight, the English exporters of new draperies appear ultimately to have beaten out their Dutch competition in both Northern and Southern Europe. 95. Similarly, the English new draperies sharply cut into the sales of the Italian producers in their own home market. Meanwhile, the English industry's newly developed line of dyed broadcloths was able to replace the Italians' better quality, but more expensive, broadcloths in the Levant. It was indeed the invasion of new sorts of English cloth, both new draperies in Italy itself and newfangled broadcloths in the Levant, that appears to have been the immediate cause of the decline of the great Venetian cloth industry during the first several decades of the 17th century. Hampered both by high wages and by guild regulations that imposed the traditional quality and stylistic standards on local production, the Italian industry was unable to make the necessary adjustments to stand up to its more flexible rivals from the north. 96. It should thus be clear why the intensification of competition in the international cloth market can provide only a superficial explanation for the secular crisis of the English cloth trade during the first half of the 17th century. In relative terms, the English and Dutch industries emerged the winners in the fierce war for markets of this period. Each came to dominate the international cloth market, in which it enjoyed competitive advantages. Speaking very roughly, the English ultimately won out in the market for new draperies, ousting the Dutch from their formerly hegemonic position in this line. The Dutch prevailed, in the end, in the market for the traditional high-quality product, taking over the leading position formerly enjoyed by the English, and the Dutch and the English divided the market in the newer, less than highest quality dyed broadcloths, which, in terms of quality and price, fell between the new and old draperies. 97. Meanwhile, the great Italian export industry collapsed, as did the less significant Flemish industry. But because intensified international competition was itself a manifestation of an underlying problem of demand, the saturation of markets, the English victory in relative terms, like that of the Dutch, represented a decline in absolute terms. No national cloth export industry could gain in the face of the general crisis of the European economy. The rise of imports. Of course, the new English import trades were able to prosper at the very time that the traditional cloth export trades were languishing. And the divergent fates of these trades must be linked, in the last analysis, to the different markets they served. This was the period in which the English economy was, for the first time, beginning to distinguish itself from those of its continental neighbors. While general crisis gripped a European economy still structured by pre-capitalist agrarian forms, the English economy was able to sustain ongoing development on the basis, above all, of the transformation of its agrarian social and property structure in a capitalist direction. The rise of capitalist property relations on the land had a dual significance. On the one hand, it meant the breakup of those decentralized or centralized systems of extra economic coercion by which a lordly class had exacted levies from the direct producers and thereby maintained itself. On the other hand, it meant the separation from possession of the land of the direct producers, who formerly had direct non-market access to their full means of subsistence. The production structure that arose, therefore, was distinguished by the emergence of a new class of tenant farmers. These producers were free from the older lordly controls, but, deprived of their direct possession of the soil and thus their direct access to their means of subsistence, they were rendered dependent on the market for their livelihood and subject to competitive rents, which provided the means of support for the dominant class of landlords. Having thus lost their shield from competition, the tenants had no choice, if they wished to hold on to their farms, but to produce competitively for exchange and thus to seek to cut costs. In consequence, in order to survive, they were obliged to specialize, accumulate their surpluses, and innovate. Over time, the results for the economy as a whole of this subjection of the direct producers to the economic imperatives that derived from the emerging capitalist social and property structure, above all, competition in production, were epoch-making. First, system-wide attempts to cut costs led to the improvement of agricultural production, specialization in crops by type of soil and regional ecology, innovations in technique, and, in the end, the dramatic growth of agricultural productivity. Second, processes of social differentiation arising from unequal success in responding to the market, as well as from the rapid growth of population, resulted, over time, in the accumulation of land and the means of production in the hands of a dynamic class of capitalist tenant farmers. The opposite side of the same coin was the appearance of a growing class of semi-landed and propertyless people, who needed to take up employment to make ends meet and who provided a labor force for nascent industry. Third, the direct producers' increasing dependence on the market, not only for the means of production but also for the means of subsistence, and the resulting processes of specialization, brought about the decline of home production of necessities and the initial rise of a domestic market. Finally, the effect of intensifying competition on all producers, especially those who lacked the resources to produce at the requisite level of efficiency, was the inexorable intensification of labor, both industrial and agricultural, by both owner-operators and wage laborers. The long-term economic implications of all these processes can be deduced: the cheapening of goods, resulting from increases in productivity, especially in agriculture, and from the intensification of labor, especially in industry, had the indirect effect of increasing purchasing power. Meanwhile, the growing market dependence even of agriculturists and the relatively poor had the direct effect of increasing demand. The result was a continuing growth in the home market, which not only spurred economic development but ultimately helped to found the long-term rise of imports. 98. The initial acceleration of English manufacture for home consumption did not, it is true, depend on rising demand. Occurring in the middle years of the 16th century, it took the form of the rise of import substitution industries in products used in the manufacture of cloths, in particular, woad, madder, alum, and copperas. Nevertheless, in the latter part of the 16th century, there was the initial development of so-called consumer industries, most notably stocking, knitting, ribbon making, and linen, thread, and lace production. Their emergence is a telltale sign not only of a vital middle-class market, but also of not insignificant lower-class demand. It is symptomatic of the trend that as early as 1578, in as remote a spot as Kirkby Lonsdale, a small market town in Lancashire, retail shops could stock a wide variety of both native and imported goods. The first several decades of the 17th century saw a continuation of the same development, highlighted now by the emergence of dynamic industries in pin making, starch making, and vinegar making. Indeed, examinations of inventories over the whole century between 1550 and 1650 reveal increasing numbers of poor people, including laborers, in a position to acquire larger quantities of domestic wares. 99. In the foregoing context, the import boom of the second quarter of the 17th century is particularly revealing, precisely because it came at the time of the greatest crisis in the cloth export trade. Imports could grow at this juncture, even in the face of the economic dislocation caused by the decay of cloth manufacture, only because the foundations of the English economy were already shifting. The cloth export crisis hit extremely hard, but its effects were apparently geographically limited to the cloth manufacturing areas of East Anglia and the West Country. 100. Meanwhile, a growing English home market was absorbing record imports of commodities of all types. According to Millard's figures, the value of total imports grew significantly over the whole period from 1600 to 1640, increasing from about £1 million in 1600 to about £3 million in 1640. But the really dramatic rise of imports came after 1615, as the traditional cloth export trade was turning down. The value of imports averaged £1,240,000 over the period from 1603 to 1615. By 1630 to 1640, their value was averaging £3 million a year. 101. Given the skyrocketing rents of the first 4 decades of the 17th century, it is hardly surprising that this period was marked by a significant increase in luxury imports, in particular of fine manufactured silks from Italy. What was more expressive, however, of the new economic pattern was the dramatic rise of raw silk imports to feed a newly developing English silk industry, which produced mostly low-quality items for middle and even lower-class consumption. Between 1621 and 1640 raw silk imports nearly doubled, increasing from £125,000 to £213,000. As one contemporary remarked in 1617, "There is such a madness to be clothed in silk that we cannot endure our home-made cloth." By the 1660s, raw silk imports had increased to about £283,000 annually. So widespread had the consumption of silks become by this time that the author of Britannia Longans was prompted to remark in 1680 that silk is now grown nigh as common as wool, and ordinary people, especially the female, will be in silk, more or less, if they can. 102. Equally indicative of the growing purchasing power of middle and lower class English people in the early Stuart period was the rapid increase of all sorts of food imports. As already noted, currants imports rose enormously in this period. They leaped from about 31,000 hundredweight in 1621 to about 62,000 hundredweight in 1638 and about 49,000 hundredweight in 1640.103. Currants were consumed very widely throughout the population. As the Venetian ambassador remarked in 1628, a general prohibition of currants cannot be made without exciting universal discontent. This people consume a greater amount of currants than all the rest of the world, and are so accustomed to this luxury and so fond of it, that men have been said to hang themselves because they have not enough money to buy them on certain popular festivals. 104. The consumption of various other imported edibles by the middle and even the lower class also increased significantly at this time, and the growing demand for raisins, tobacco, and sugar in this period was mainly responsible for the dramatic rise, after about 1620, in imports from Spain, which largely consisted of these products. 105. Finally, the real takeoff in the import of commodities from the East Indies began in the 1620s. Here, however, it is not clear to what extent rising consumption was accounted for by increased demand consequent on increased purchasing power, and to what extent by declining prices resulting from the increased availability of East Indian commodities, due to the firm establishment of the East India Company and its trade. The skyrocketing consumption of tobacco during the 1620s and 1630s was certainly made possible by the collapse in its price. 106. In any case, there can be no doubt that the rise of English imports was conditioned not only by the rise of English purchasing power, but also by the growth of English commercial and colonial power, which brought much lower prices for some products. Indeed, as I shall have occasion to emphasize in a moment, the two went hand in hand. It may well be that a fortuitous run of good grain harvests in the 1620s, which brought about unexpectedly low food prices, helped to mitigate the worst effects of the cloth crisis, and to keep imports buoyant. But it seems reasonable to argue that what was ultimately taking place was no mere short-run development but a secular transformation. Between 1500 and 1700 the English population increased about 2.5-fold. An increase of nearly the same dimensions between 1150 and 1300 to approximately the same absolute level as in 1700 had brought about the demographic crisis of the 14th century. A similar doubling of population on the continent, starting from record low levels in the period from the late 15th century to the late 16th century, had also led to demographic and agrarian catastrophe. By the early 17th century in England, however, subsistence crises were a thing of the past. Moreover, after falling steadily and sharply from the late 15th century, real wages bottomed out about 1600 to 1610 and from then on at least maintained their level, in the face of continuing population growth until 1650 or so, rising during the rest of the 17th century. Meanwhile, throughout the whole period of demographic growth, the English economy was able to sustain a steady movement of the population out of agriculture into various non-agricultural pursuits. Whereas in 1520 about 76% of the population was involved in agriculture, by 1700 only about 55% was so occupied. This change occurred, apparently, with relatively little strain, for by the latter part of the 17th century, English grain exports had grown to such a level as to drive East European competitors essentially out of the market. 107. It was thus the continuing growth of agricultural productivity, coupled with increasing rural specialization, that made possible ongoing economic development and underpinned a rising home market in England straight through the 17th century, when general economic crisis was gripping virtually the entire continent. Declining agricultural costs allowed for relatively low food prices and thus for more people off the land and in industry, as well as for rising discretionary incomes for both the middle and the lower class. The second half of the 17th century brought the further growth of the whole range of consumer industries that had had their beginnings in the late Tudor early Stuart period, as well as the rise of a host of new industries making consumer products, such as knives, edge tools, and hats. In addition, not only London, but also Liverpool, Manchester, and Birmingham experienced dynamic growth. In the post-Restoration period there was a continuation of the boom in the import trades with Southern Europe and the Near and Far East, as well as in those with the Americas, which had begun under Elizabeth and prospered under James I and Charles I. Agricultural revolution thus continued to help pave the way not only for ongoing industrial growth, but for continuing commercial revolution. 108. The power of English commerce. Finally, it needs to be emphasized that the growth of English imports would have been far more problematic for the English economy had it not been directed by English merchants. What made import-driven commercial expansion so beneficial was its control by English traders and English shippers. English merchants, as noted, were motivated to expand English commercial horizons by the desire to emulate and, ultimately, to displace the Spanish and the Portuguese in their trades for gold, spices, and other commodities. What actually drove them to initiate the new trades were the serious disruptions of their Iberian and Antwerp entrepôts and the consequent need to acquire on their own the goods that they had formerly obtained from middlemen. In order to accomplish this, they were compelled to invade and attack the privileged commercial strongholds of the Portuguese, Spanish, and Venetian empires. They were encouraged to persevere in their efforts by the perceptibly declining power of their competitors, especially the Venetians in the Mediterranean, the Portuguese in the Indian Ocean, and, at last, the Spanish in the Atlantic and the Caribbean. They found the new trades profitable over a very long period to a large extent because of the long-term growth of English home demand. Nevertheless, while all of the foregoing helps explain why English merchants embarked on and persisted in their expansionary drive southward and eastward, it does not fully explain why English merchants actually succeeded in their endeavors, in particular, why they were able to capture what were, in most cases, relatively long-established trades from those who previously had controlled them. It would, of course, be wrong to deny entirely that the impressive, and unquestionably increasing, flexibility and strength of English textile manufacturing, dating from the late 16th century, facilitated English commercial expansion. The new products of English cloth manufacturers did, as noted, allow English merchants to make sales in certain critical new markets. This was true, in particular, with respect to the new draperies in Italy and the newly developed Spanish dyed broadcloths in the Levant. The ability to market these new cloth products no doubt helped provide an advantage to English merchants at a time when European traders of all countries were chronically short of specie. Nevertheless, as I have tried to argue, outside Northern Europe, English merchants were commonly compelled to sell their cloths at below the cost of production, and, in any case, they could not, in the really crucial markets, even begin to cover the cost of their imports with their exports. Even in the Levantine trade, exports paid for less than half of imports, and in the East Indies, of course, sales of English-made goods were minimal. The question, therefore, remains, what accounts for the strength of English commerce in the new areas of trade? English merchants trading with southern and eastern areas were, it seems, able to prevail in these regions because, to put it crudely, they had the power to do so. They appear to have derived their power in this period largely from the growing effectiveness of English shipping in the Mediterranean and the Indian Ocean and from the increasing strength of English commercial organization, notably the Levant Company and its offshoot, the East India Company. Their power was also much enhanced by the support of an English monarchy that had been historically and now was increasingly concerned with promoting commerce. Highly restricted, in comparison to a number of their continental counterparts, in their capacity to tax the land, English monarchs were more and more dependent on returns from customs and, for this reason among others, had to facilitate, to the extent that they were able, the expansion of overseas trade. The specific processes by which English merchants achieved a preeminent position in the Mediterranean and a very powerful one in the Indian Ocean can be clarified when their commercial experiences in these areas are seen in light of their much less successful commercial experiences in the waters and ports of Western Europe. The initial focal point of the English expansionary thrust was the Iberian Peninsula. It was here, to an important degree, that English merchants initially sought those highly valued products of the Far East and the Americas. Nevertheless, the inability of English commerce to stand up to that of the Dutch in this key arena exposed its weaknesses, at least in relative terms. During most of the first half of the 17th century, English new draperies could not really compete with Dutch-made products in Iberia. English merchants trading with Spain were thus commonly obliged to travel to the continent to procure goods that could be sold in the Spanish market. Nor could English shipping compete with the more efficient Dutch flyboats on the routes to Spain. For these reasons, the achievement of peace between Spain and the United Provinces as in the periods between 1609 and 1618 and after 1648 generally spelled disaster for English trade with Iberia, for it meant the return of Dutch competition, and, very quickly, of Dutch predominance. 109. In sharp contrast, as Ralph Davis has made clear, English commerce exerted a growing hegemony in the Mediterranean starting in the late 16th century precisely because, in this region, mere industrial strength and shipping efficiency were insufficient to ensure commercial domination. For a very long period after English commerce began to penetrate the Mediterranean, those who wished to trade successfully in the region could do so only to the degree that they could command the naval power to ward off the attacks of successive generations of predators, from the Turks and Barbary pirates in the middle of the 16th century, to the Spanish in the latter part of the 16th century, to the North Africa-based multinational pirate communities in the first half of the 17th century. When English merchants first sought to exploit the opening provided by the temporary disarray of their Italian and Dutch opponents during the 1570s to re-enter the Mediterranean, they had no choice but to devise the means to defend themselves. In the end, they did so by developing a new type of armed vessel that was actually more efficient in carrying out the combined operations of shipping and warfare required by Mediterranean conditions than were the ships of any of their competitors. 110. It is thus no accident that the very same merchants who first developed the Turkish and Venetian trades under charters from Elizabeth turned out to be among the leading shipowners of the period, proprietors of a growing fleet of great armed vessels. Their boats could hold their own against all comers, and do so more cheaply than could the vessels of their chief competitors, the Venetians and the Dutch. Not only could the English Levantine trade merchants directly manage their own private coercive force, they could command, as well, the state's support for their commercial initiatives. Elizabeth's government, as well as those of the early Stuarts, not only granted them monopoly charters for their trades and eventually a navigation policy, but also offered a significant level of direct diplomatic and political backing to their expansionary efforts. It appears to have been the combination of shipping superiority, company organization, and government backing that made for English commercial supremacy in the Mediterranean. In turn, English strength in the Mediterranean appears to have provided much of the foundation for the rise of English commercial power throughout the world during the following century. 111. The same traders with Turkey and Venice who first developed the armed fleets that penetrated the Mediterranean were among the leaders of the privateering war against Spain during the 1580s and 1590s. This conflict brought enormous gains to English privateers, and so provided them with the means and the incentive to invest their profits in building still more large, armed ships. Levant Company merchants, as we know, provided most of the financing and entrepreneurship for launching the English trade with the East Indies. Equally important, it was the ships of great privateering Levantine trade merchants, almost exclusively, that carried out the first East India Company voyages. 112. During the first 2 decades of the 17th century, first the Anglo-Spanish Peace of 1604 and then the Dutch-Spanish Peace of 1609 put English merchants in serious difficulty through much of the commercial world. The huge field of Atlantic privateering was now closed to them. Equally significant, they suddenly faced withering Dutch competition through most of Europe proper, From the North Sea to the Iberian Peninsula, the combination of cheap Dutch manufactures with cheap Dutch shipping seemed to constitute an insuperable barrier to successful English commerce. 113. In sharp contrast, during these same decades the power of English commerce grew not only in the Mediterranean, but in the Far East. In the Mediterranean, where the Barbary corsairs received vast accretions of strength in the period after the Anglo-Spanish peace from unemployed English seamen who brought with them their advanced maritime techniques, English commerce reigned supreme. On the basis of both their superior shipping and their new lines of broadcloths, the Levant Company traders secured the strongest position in the trades with Turkey and the eastern Mediterranean, especially at the expense of the Venetians. At the same time, benefiting from their tight company organization, these same traders largely expelled the Venetians from the Greek islands of Zante and Cephalonia and established a commercial monopoly in the lucrative currents trade. As a byproduct of these commercial developments, English shipping assumed a major place in the carrying trade within the Mediterranean, manifested in the dramatic rise of the Leghorn entrepot in the years before 1640. Finally, to help protect the traders with the Levant from the competition of merchants using the overland routes through Italy and Germany, the English government, starting in 1615, began to implement an increasingly severe navigation policy, which eventually provided that all Levantine imports had to be shipped to England directly from their source and carried in English vessels. 114. Meanwhile, the East India Company was also prospering, by employing a combination of private maritime power, commercial organization, and government support quite similar to that which the Levantine trade merchants had used to such good effect. Having relied initially on ships built by Levant Company traders who were also privateers, the East India Company soon took over the task of constructing its own fleet, creating the dockyards at Deptford and Blackwall to do so. During the first 40 years of the 17th century, it built some 76 ships, especially prepared for military commercial combat, to ready itself to challenge the Portuguese at the heart of their empire in the Indian Ocean. After having established a foothold at Surat in 1608, the company required about a decade of direct military confrontations to construct the local alliances and maritime strength needed to dislodge the Portuguese and establish a firm commercial base in the Gujarat region of western India. Shortly thereafter the company was able to prevail over the opposition of the merchant communities of the area to establish a trading base at the Red Sea port of Mocha, where it was possible, through the trade of English commodities, to procure products that could then be exchanged at Surat. Finally, between 1614 and 1622, the East India Company was able to exploit its own naval strength, as well as Portuguese conflicts with the Shah of Persia, to establish a very lucrative trade with Persia by way of the Gulf. An English commercial base in this region was ultimately secured through a series of direct battles in which the company's powerful fleets of East Indiamen were able to prevail over Portuguese squadrons and also to help the Shah's armies capture the Portuguese strongholds on Kishim Island and, ultimately, Hormuz. 115. During the first 40 years of the 17th century, then, English commerce consolidated its hegemony in the Mediterranean and established a powerful commercial base in the Indian Ocean. In so doing, it went a long way toward definitively destroying the power of the Venetians and the Portuguese commercial strength in their traditional commercial bastions. All this only further increased the commercial strength of those interconnected groups of merchants that had, from the start, developed the newly emerging southern and eastern trades. Meanwhile, taking advantage of Spain's declining strength in the Western Hemisphere, English commerce had begun to make serious inroads in North America and the Caribbean. In fact, by 1640, the English merchants' very triumphs in the expansionary process had brought them face to face with a new competitor. Up to this point, the continuing dynamism of the English international commercial expansion had depended on the ability of English merchants to wield sufficient commercial power to prevail over the declining mercantile nations of Italy and Iberia. But from this time onward, further commercial growth would be predicated on their capacity to stand up to the rising power of the Dutch. If English commercial expansion was initially driven forward by the crises of the entrepôts and the envy of old empires, and was sustained over time by the unquenchable demand for imports from an impressively expanding home market. It was, in the end, only made possible at all by the close and successful integration of commercial enterprise and the direct application of power. Government privileges, the formation of merchant groups, and the redistribution of wealth and power, 1550 to 1640. Transformation of English trade dating from the latter part of the 16th century, highlighted by the rise of new import-centered trades with the Mediterranean and the Near and Far East, and the decline of the traditional cloth export commerce with Northern Europe, had far-reaching socio-political consequences for the London merchant community. First, it gave rise to a powerful new group of traders, quite separate from the long dominant merchant adventurers, a fact that requires further explanation. Second, precisely because an essentially new and distinct group came to control the new trades, while the merchant adventurers remained basically locked into their traditional commerce, the contrasting commercial trends of the period had the effect of redistributing wealth and power away from the merchant adventurers, who were badly hurt by the decline of their North European markets, and toward the Levant East India Company traders, who profited from the continuing growth and prosperity of the commerce with the Mediterranean and the Near and Far East. Finally, although the newly emergent Levant East India Combine took over a preeminent position within what I have termed the company merchant establishment, and largely displaced the merchant adventurers within what I have called the city merchant political elite, the rise of this group implied no serious discontinuity and no schism within the London merchant community. On the contrary, the Levant East India Company traders, rich and well connected from the start, succeeded in maintaining and reinforcing the cohesiveness of the city merchant community, not only by means of their own extraordinary internal solidarity, but also by virtue of their capacity to forge ties with merchants outside their special commercial sphere and, in that way, to integrate top city merchants who were not Levant East India Company traders within a reconstituted city political elite. Indeed, by 1640, the Levant East India Combine formed the core of a cohesive merchant leadership, closely identified with London's socio-political order and prepared to play a vanguard role in its defence. The aim of this chapter is to explicate the foregoing consequences of the commercial transformations of the late Elizabethan early Stuart age. Corporate organization and commercial groups. The first half of the 16th century brought the increasing concentration of English trade on the Antwerp cloth market and the increasing concentration of the cloth trade in the hands of Londoners. The consequence was the increasing domination of English commerce by the merchant adventurers, who were foremost in the cloth trade from London to Antwerp. By 1550, on the eve of the first major commercial initiatives to the south and east, the adventurers held unchallenged commercial supremacy and, had they sought to do so, could unquestionably have taken control of the expansionary process, at least at the start. That the adventurers largely failed to lead the expansionary movement and were unable, over the long run, to reap the fruits from the very lucrative trades that subsequently developed thus requires explanation. That the emergent group of merchants trading with Southern Europe and the Near and Far East not only seized control of the most profitable new trades, but succeeded, over time, in consolidating their stranglehold on this commerce must also be explained. It will then be possible to understand how the growth and decline of markets interacted with merchant political and organizational initiatives to determine the contrasting fortunes of the merchant adventurers and the Levant East India Combine over the period. The merchant adventurers, temporary consolidation and long-term collapse. That the merchant adventurers failed to take the initiative in originating the new southern and eastern trades during the second half of the 16th century is not really surprising. Throughout this era, the adventurers simply had better opportunities for profit in their own trade than were available to them in the new lines of commerce. The adventurers were probably most tempted to experiment during the commercial dislocations of the early 1550s. But at this point the new trades were just getting off the ground and had relatively little to offer. The Chancellor Willoughby voyage to find a northeast passage in 1553, which set off the expansionary process, was the largest voyage of discovery ever undertaken up to that point, yet it attracted a mere £6,000 to its joint stock. This figure needs only to be compared with the £500,000 or so in goods annually exported by the merchant adventurers in these years to give an idea of the minimal alternative the new trades could offer at this time. By the end of the 1550s, the adventurers' cloth export trade had stabilized. But the new trade still showed relatively little potential for providing new sources of profit in general or demand for cloth in particular. The Levantine trade was the most promising of the new cloth export markets, but it never absorbed more than 6,000 cloths annually before 1,600. In fact, it is doubtful if all of the new markets combined ever absorbed more than 10,000 cloths in any year during the 16th century. In comparison, during most years of the second half of the 16th century, each of some 20 to 25 adventurers sent out 1,000 to 2,000 cloths on his own, while another 50 or so sent out between 500 and 1,000 cloths each. 1. With the founding of the Turkey and Venice companies in the early 1580s, the Eastern commerce did begin to yield quite sizable profits, but these were overwhelmingly derived from imports. And, as will become evident, a relative handful of merchants quickly succeeded in monopolizing them. Nevertheless, it is doubtful if many of the adventurers would have been interested in entering the new commerce, even at that point, had they had the chance. For during the 1550s and 1560s, they had taken a series of initiatives that would ensure, and indeed enhance, the value of their own commerce for at least another half-century. There can be no doubt that the relative stagnation of the traditional North European cloth markets beginning in the 1550s posed problems for the adventurers. Between 1500 and 1550, the adventurers had been accustomed to seeing London cloth exports rise at an annual rate of 2.7%. But beginning in the 1550s, London cloth exports to the adventurers' traditional markets stagnated at levels substantially below those reached during the boom period of the 1540s and early 1550s. 2. The adventurers did not, however, have to accept passively the limitation on their profits that might have been entailed by the end of the growth of their market. They had the option of attempting to exploit that market more intensively by imposing a policy of increased restriction and regulation. The point is that, throughout the 16th and early 17th centuries, the merchants of London secured their profits as much through collective political initiative and organization as through individual economic enterprise. In almost every case, they founded their trades on government privileges that provided the basis for monopoly companies and the close regulation of commerce. Trade by a government-chartered, regulated company was the long-established norm in England. And it had a good and sufficient rationale in the complementary needs of the larger overseas merchants and the monarchy. The merchants' business involved the relatively simple process of carrying goods between export and import customers. Making profits depended on their being able to buy cheap and sell dear. But this was no simple matter. All else being equal, there was always an imminent tendency toward overtrading. If too many merchants entered the trade, or if those merchants already active shipped too many goods, the supply of the goods they sold might outrun existing demand, leading to intensified competition, falling prices, and declining or disappearing profit margins. Analogously, if they did not control the demand for the goods they purchased abroad, they might so drive up prices as to be unable to sell the goods at a profit on the domestic market. These dangers could be particularly acute when purely economic barriers to entry, such as capital or skill requirements, were low or markets were stagnant. They could also be especially serious when domestic traders, retailers, artisans, or ship captains could enter the field and, by directly trading with the ultimate sellers or buyers, undercut the merchant's middleman profit. The merchants thus sought government-backed monopolies in order to restrict trade to members of their companies and to bar those who were not exclusively overseas traders. On this basis, they sought to regulate the shipments of the company traders, with the goal of manipulating markets for purchases as well as for sales. The monarchical government had every reason to look favorably on the merchants' requests for company privileges. This was especially so, given its historic difficulty in taxing the land, a difficulty that only became greater during the Tudor-Stuart period, as well as its secularly increasing expenses. A prosperous merchant community could offer an unrivaled source of financial support. Merchants could grant loans to the monarchy and pay taxes on trade. They would, presumably, be more able and willing to do so to the extent that the monarchy granted commercial privileges that secured and enhanced their profits. Historically, the Crown had granted the Staplers Company monopoly trading rights in wool, which was England's main export commodity in the late medieval period. In turn, the Staplers paid the custom and the subsidy, the prototypical tax on English trade, and performed a variety of important financial services for the Crown. This sort of quid pro quo came to typify arrangements between the monarchy and the greater city merchants, and as a rule they enjoyed the most intimate and symbiotic relationship. Point 3. During the late Middle Ages, the merchant adventurers had followed in the Staplers' footsteps, securing royally sanctioned privileges to export cloth and, in return, paying the custom. In the last analysis, trade restrictions were especially significant for the merchant adventurers, because small investors with little capital or experience could easily enter the short route London-Antwerp cloth commerce. Nevertheless, before the 1550s, the adventurers appear to have exerted only limited controls over the trade. A Government Act of 1497 allowed English traders entry into the company's privileges for the minimal fee of 10 marks. Point 4. Moreover, foreign merchants, especially those of the German Hansa, held a significant share of the cloth export trade. Still, with exports expanding very rapidly, it seemed that the adventurers could survive the economic competition without much difficulty. From the middle of the 16th century, however, pressures on both the monarchy and the merchant adventurers to strengthen their relationship drastically increased. The Crown, in the wake of the unprecedentedly burdensome wars of Henry VIII, found itself in deep financial trouble, faced with massive debts compounded by monetary disruption. The merchant adventurers were suffering from the short-term export crisis, and, as it turned out, the onset of a long period of stagnation of trade. In the course of the 1550s and 1560s, the adventurers won a qualitative increase in royal protection of their trade. They procured much enhanced privileges that allowed them to strengthen their internal organization decisively, as well as to control shipments and prices. In turn, the Crown gained greater, and far more systematic, access to the resources of the merchant community than ever before. In fact, during the 1550s there was a small revolution in royal finances. First, beginning in 1551, Thomas Gresham's famous plan for restoring royal financial and monetary stability was implemented. Acting as the Crown's financial agent, Gresham required the merchant adventurers to hand over to him in Antwerp a large part of the proceeds in foreign currency from the sale of their cloths. This would be repaid in sterling in London at a fixed rate of exchange, with Gresham making sure to value the pound at appreciably more than it was quoted in Antwerp. This mechanism allowed the Crown to assure itself, on a continuing basis, of a massive source of short-term loans. It also allowed Gresham, acting for the Crown, to control the supply of sterling at Antwerp and, in this way, to force up the price of English currency on the international market. This system remained in effect for some 2 decades. 5. Second, in 1558 the Crown radically revised the customs rates, so as to increase dramatically its returns from taxes on trade. It issued a new book of rates that effectively raised the duty on all included items by about 75%. The special duties on imported wine and on exported beer and cloths were also sharply raised. The cloth increase was especially large, with the duty on each undyed cloth exported raised from 14d to 6 8d for Englishmen and from 2s 6d to 14s 6d for alien merchants. The significance of this alteration for both the merchant adventurers and royal finances can be roughly calculated. In a normal year, given 95,000 to 100,000 cloths exported, the customs of London on cloth alone would now yield £30,000 or more. This figure should be compared with the parliamentary subsidy for all England, which yielded around £110,000 in 1559.6. Finally, all through this period, the Crown maintained its established practice of obtaining loans from the city government, which was at this time overwhelmingly dominated by the merchant adventurers. Queen Mary borrowed £10,000 within a few weeks of her accession. Her demands reached a high point in March 1558, when she made a request for 100,000 marks, which had to be scaled down drastically. Queen Elizabeth borrowed £10,000 from the city in 1562 for her military expedition to Normandy and approximately £17,000 from leading city merchants in 1569.7. The reciprocal of the Crown's sharply increased financial demands on the merchant community during the 1550s and 1560s was a vast enlargement of the merchants' privileges. Stepped-up royal protection of trade was designed to compensate the merchants for their financial contributions, thereby encouraging their willingness, and increasing their ability, to pay. First, the Crown helped the leading merchant adventurers defeat their opponents outside the company. Perhaps most important in this respect, foreign merchants, who hitherto had controlled a significant proportion of London's cloth exports, saw their effectiveness as competitors in the cloth trade sharply reduced. The powerful Hansa of German merchants was deprived of its trading privileges, while the Italian and Flemish merchants were essentially confined to their import operations. Meanwhile, the Crown quashed a series of attempts by the London cloth dyers to limit the merchant adventurers' shipments of undyed cloths abroad. 8. Second, the Crown created the conditions that made it possible to regulate competition within the company itself. In the mid-1550s, the adventurers received permission to raise the company entry fee from the nominal sum of 10 marks to the hefty fee of 100 marks, and later to £200. The result was to reduce significantly the number of active traders. To the same end, the adventurers effectively restricted entry into their privileges to mere merchants, that is, specialists in overseas trade, specifically excluding artisans and retailers. The latter were especially dangerous, since they could render superfluous the adventurers' middleman's function and undersell them in their export and import markets. The company consolidated these gains in 1564 with the issue of a royal charter. 9. By means of their tightened control over the cloth export commerce, the adventurers were able to regulate their trade more closely. The Crown further assisted in this respect by crushing a bid by the merchants who had entered the company by paying a fee to gain a status equal to that of those admitted by apprenticeship and a greater role in directing company affairs. During the subsequent period, the adventurers began to restrict the export of cloth by members to times and ships designated by the company. In addition, the company introduced the stint system, by which each member was allowed to export only a certain maximum number of cloths each year. These rules were aimed at controlling the supply of cloths and thereby their price. In 1564, the Crown granted the company the right to station observers at the customs office, allowing the adventurers to enforce their regulations better and to make sure that interlopers were barred from the trade. 10. The merchant adventurers' strengthening of their extra-economic controls over the cloth trade yielded remarkable results. First, the adventurers significantly increased their share of the trade. During 1539 to 1546, when the non-Hanseatian merchants temporarily achieved equality with the English merchants with respect to the payment of customs, well over 60% of London cloth exports fell into the hands of foreign merchants. By the 1560s that figure had been reduced to 25% or less, and by 1600, to less than 5%. 11 This meant, as noted earlier, that even while total London exports essentially stagnated between the late 1550s and the turn of the century, averaging approximately 105,000 cloths a year in 1557, 1,559, and 1,560, and around 103,000 in 1598, 1,599, and 1600, London denizen cloth exports grew noticeably over that period, averaging around 57,000 annually for the years 1541 to 1550, about 85,000 a year. For 1,557, 1,559, and 1,560, and about 98,000 a year for 1,598, 1,599, and 1,600.12 since the merchant adventurers controlled virtually all of the London denizen cloth exports in the 1550s, but perhaps only 80% of that trade by 1600, it may be concluded that the adventurers had achieved most of their increase in shipments of this period by the early part of Elizabeth's reign. Second, through their system of regulation, the adventurers succeeded in controlling the number of cloths shipped. Between 1560 and 1600, triennial averages did not rise more than 6% above or fall more than 6% below the yearly average of 98,017 for the entire period. 13 Such consistency is inexplicable apart from reference to the adventurers' tight regulation of the trade. Finally, through company restrictions the number of active merchants was kept relatively low so that the trade was concentrated in the hands of a few. In 1606, 219 merchants shipped cloth to the adventurers' privileged areas, dividing among themselves a trade of some 101,000 cloths worth close to £800,000. In 1614, 182 merchants shipped cloths to the adventurers' privileged areas, sharing a trade of some 99,000 cloths also worth close to £800,000. In comparison, in 1609, for example, no fewer than 176 traders active in the unregulated trade with Spain were compelled to divide an export trade worth a mere £31,744.14. The merchant adventurers thus maintained their prosperity in the face of the relative sluggishness of their trade essentially by developing a much more intimate relationship with the Crown. The informal system by which the adventurers made a significantly deeper financial and political commitment to the Crown, receiving in exchange powerful protection of their trade, succeeded admirably from the viewpoint of both parties, at least for a time. It served as the model both for Crown merchant relations and for the operation of overseas commerce by privileged companies throughout the pre-Civil War period. Of course, the regulation of trade could achieve just so much. No amount of state protection could offset the disastrous effects of the deep depression of the North European cloth trade during the middle decades of the 17th century. Although cloth exports actually grew during the first decade of the reign of James I, after 1614, as noted, the adventurers' cloth exports fell by some 50%, relative to the average for the previous half-century. To make matters worse, the European wars of this period seriously disrupted the adventurers' import markets. As a result of the breakdown of the overland routes from Italy to northern Europe, products from the Mediterranean and farther east began to be imported by sea directly into England, rather than by land via the adventurers' marts in the Netherlands and Germany. In 1621, the value of English imports from Germany and the Low Countries totaled approximately £354,000. But the corresponding figures for 1,630 and 1,634 dropped to roughly £206,000 and £222,000, respectively. 15. Most shocking of all to the adventurers, in an era of intensified competition and chronic depression, when a protected trade was more important than ever to the adventurers' commercial success, they were unable to count on their privileged position. The Crown suspended the adventurers' charter between 1614 and 1617 in favor of the rival Cochin Company. Then, in 1624, the House of Commons alliance of growers, clothiers, and outport interests, which had fought the adventurers for decades, succeeded in getting the adventurers' chartered privileges significantly weakened. They were not to be fully restored until 1634.16. The company's loss of privileges drastically lessened its control over the trade, and this was reflected in a massive influx of new traders. In 1622, under the adventurers' monopoly, 113 traders sent a total of approximately 50,000 cloths to the company's North European outlets. But by 1632, with the company's monopoly now sharply reduced, the number of active traders had tripled, with no fewer than 300 traders exporting a total of approximately 59,000 cloths to these ports. Then, in 1640, with the monopoly once again restored, the number of merchants sending out cloths was reduced by 2/3, with 103 traders exporting a total of 45,000 cloths to the adventurers. Marts. 17 These figures testify to the effectiveness of the company's chartered monopoly in controlling competition in the cloth trade. They indicate, moreover, why the insecurity of the adventurers' privileges in this era of contracting markets was so very disastrous for them. As a result of the double blow of collapsing markets and the loss of privileges, relatively few merchant adventurers could, after around 1620, any longer secure from the trade the great accumulations of wealth that their predecessors had amassed. Moreover, the exclusive focus of most of the adventurers on their own markets, as well as their traditional tendency to depend on the state's protection, left them largely unprepared to diversify as their trade suddenly and rapidly contracted. Diversification was, in any case, made especially difficult because of the powerful grip the Levant East India merchants had come to exert over their own trades. Indeed, only the wealthiest and best connected adventurers were able to enter the extraordinarily lucrative commerce with the Near and Far East. Among 150 or so merchants who imported 100 or more hundredweight of currants from the Levant in 1630, 1634, 1636, 1638, or 1640, no more than a handful had been or currently were merchant adventurers. Similarly, in 1640, out of 103 merchants who exported cloths to the adventurers' marts, no more than 5 or 6 were also Levant East India Company merchants. 18 Long before this time, the merchants trading with the southern and eastern areas had used their relationship with the government, their company organization, and their business and family connections to establish a position of preeminence comparable to that formerly enjoyed by the adventurers. The rise of the Levant, East India Combine. The leading merchants behind the Elizabethan expansion to the south and east were not, by and large, merchant adventurers, but they were in no way new men. On the contrary, many of them stood from the outset right beside the top merchant adventurers within the highest circles of London's economic and political mercantile leadership. There was no difference between the members of the two groups in terms either of wealth or of social status. The merchants trading southward and eastward were thus distinguished from the adventurers only by the distinctive requirements for carrying out their new commercial tasks. Unlike the merchant adventurers, the traders with the Mediterranean and the East did have to innovate. But what made their field so inordinately attractive was their ability to reduce the need for risk-taking even while they created novel commercial operations. Already ranked among the city's richest and most influential businessmen, they were able to make use of their close ties with the government to obtain, essentially from the start, powerful state backing for their voyages of exploration, as well as their corporate organizations. Like the adventurers, they used their political connections to win exclusive company control over their valuable new trades, but, in contrast with the adventurers of the early 17th century, they enjoyed their vast privileges during a period in which their commerce grew continuously. The result was the rise of a new commercial combine, whose wealth, power, and cohesiveness were to increase right up to the Civil War. In 1575, Edward Osborne and Richard Staper, the merchants behind the revived trade with Turkey, sent Joseph Clements and John White to Constantinople to secure a safe conduct for travel there for their factor William Harborne. Clements and White appear to have obtained from the Sultan not only a safe conduct but permission to trade, and in 1578 William Harborne returned to Constantinople to establish the basis for ongoing commerce. Interestingly enough, at just about the time Harborne was embarking, the Queen's Secretary Sir Francis Walsingham seems to have composed a consideration of the trade into Turkey, in which he spelled out the advantages of a regular trade with Turkey both for English commerce and for English shipping, and recommended a voyage to establish the trade very much like that which Harborne actually undertook. This may very well indicate that Osborne and Staper and the English government closely collaborated in planning Harborne's mission. In any case, as S.A. Skill Leader has shown, the English government unquestionably gave its unofficial backing to Harborne's voyage, both because of the potential gains for commerce and shipping mentioned by Walsingham and because of the political and diplomatic advantages that might be secured from the Ottomans in the conflict with Spain. Consequent on Harborne's voyage, the Sultan confirmed broad privileges of trade with Turkey for the English merchants, and shortly thereafter the Queen issued the Turkey Company Charter. About the same time, English merchants began selling tin, lead, and other military supplies to Turkey. 19. By the Turkey Company Patent of 1581, the Crown granted the whole of the lucrative Middle Eastern market to a single joint stock company of just 12 merchants, and, almost immediately, this restricted body of merchants was able to establish the trade on an extremely profitable basis. The Turkey Company claimed to have made no fewer than 27 voyages to the Levant between September 1582 and September 1587. It paid some £11,359 in customs on the cargoes of these voyages, so that the rated value of the shipments was around £228,000. It has been calculated, however, that the actual value of the Turkey Company's goods at this time was some 2 to 3 times their rated value. 20 At a conservative estimate, therefore, the 12 men who controlled the Levant commerce in these 5 years drove a trade worth more than £500,000, or £100,000 a year. One opponent of the company no doubt exaggerated when he stated, "It is well known that the parts of Italy and Turkey will bear a greater trade than all parts of Christendom in amity with Her Majesty." 21 Still, the burden of his remark was undeniable. The Levantine commerce would have supported with profit many more than the handful of merchants who controlled it, were it not for the Turkey Company's government-protected monopoly. Such favorable conditions for trade could not have been procured by just any merchants. The original Turkey Company patentees were a special group indeed. 22 These men were, as noted, already commercial leaders in the Spanish and Russia companies. We should not be surprised, therefore, that they were wealthy and that a good number of them were among the city's chief magistrates. Of the 12 patentees of 1581, no fewer than 8 were London aldermen, or became aldermen at some point during the 1580s. 3 were sometime MPs. 23 Their average subsidy payment was £217 in 1582, in that year no more than 65 citizens in the whole of London made subsidy payments of £200 or more. 24 Finally, the Turkey patentees included 3 of the most important mediators between the Crown and the city merchant community of the Elizabethan period. Sir George Barne was the brother-in-law of Walsingham and, as governor of the Russia Company, worked closely with such leading court figures as Leicester and Burleigh in organizing a number of the period's major voyages of discovery. Customer Thomas Smythe was either a collector or a farmer of the London customs during much of the later 16th century. Richard Martin was the son-in-law of Sir Julius Caesar as well as the master of the Mint. 25 Walsingham was a key supporter of the Turkey Company's request for privileges. It was probably Martin's intervention that ensured that the patentee's £5,000 loan to the Queen was confirmed and that the charter was issued. 26 At the same time, the government appears to have made the new company a series of substantial loans of silver to facilitate its commerce with Turkey. Such exchanges of royal backing for financial support, and such instances of outright Crown support of merchant commercial initiatives, facilitated by close court merchant connections, were the norm in this period, and they powerfully influenced the entire development of the Levant, East India trade. At the expiration of their patent in 1588, the Turkey Company merchants tried to gain even broader privileges. They sought, in particular, to appropriate the lucrative currents trade with the Greek islands of Zante and Cephalonia that had been granted to the Venice Company merchants in 1583.27. At the time they received their charter, the Venice Company merchants had not been of quite the same top caliber as the Turkey Company traders. Nevertheless, they were already well established as leaders in the Spanish and Moroccan trades. Even in 1582, the subsidy valuations for Thomas Cordell, Paul Baining, Edward Holmden, and William Garway, the 4 chief Venice Company merchants, had averaged a quite respectable £100, and they had enjoyed considerable commercial success since then, not only in trade, but also in privateering and shipping. 28 Such merchants as these could not simply be brushed aside, and the Turkey Company merchants were obliged to carry out a merger with them. In 1589 and 1590, the merchants of the Turkey and Venice companies together petitioned the Crown for a new, expanded Levant patent, listing first 30, then 40, merchants to whom they desired the trade to be restricted by charter. The men they named were almost all either Turkey Company or Venice Company members or close connections of theirs, servants or apprentices. Not surprisingly, therefore, their proposals provoked substantial protests from merchant outsiders anxious to get in on a valuable trade. 29 In response, 19 of the most prominent Turkey and Venice Company merchants haughtily laid down the conditions under which they would find it worthwhile to continue their trade. Assuredly no better success is to be expected in this trade if more should be admitted, for in very truth, the one half of us already traders are too many and in number sufficient to maintain that trade, most humbly beseeching your honor to be a means that we may have use of that trade without receiving in of any, otherwise it will not only discourage us and others in like respect hereafter to attempt to go on with like charges and discoveries, but be utterly discouraged to enter into any new charge, and so rather to withdraw ourselves, giving over the trade. 30. Although the merchant's scarcely veiled threat to leave the trade was hardly credible, it was certainly true that a free and open trade posed real dangers for them. This fact was brought home with force to traders for currents with the Greek islands in the years between 1589 and 1592, after the Turkey and Venice Company charters had lapsed and before the Levant Company charter was issued. In these 3 years, there was no way to prevent anyone from entering the trade or to limit the amount shipped, and an average of 18,000 hundredweight of currents was imported each year. But with the issue of the Levant Company charter in 1592, the situation was rectified. Between 1592 and 1599, an average of only 8,800 hundredweight of currents a year were brought into England. 31 This represented a decrease of more than 50%, clear evidence of the effectiveness of company controls in limiting supply. By the Charter of 1592, the Levant Company was restricted to 53 persons, while 20 others were given the option to join within 2 months, if they would pay the not insubstantial admission fee of £130. The company was thenceforth to control entry to the trade on whatever terms it thought fit. This slight opening of the trade could not seriously diminish the value of a 12-year monopoly of the Levantine commerce, which now included not only the Venetian currents trade, but exclusive rights to the overland route to the Indies. 32 Of course, this overland route was never established. Instead, the leading Levantine trade merchants extended their trade to the Far East by developing the sea route, and they secured a royal charter for the East India Company in 1599. During the early decades of the 17th century, the Levant Company merchants further tightened their grip on the trade with the Near East, although they were forced in the process to renegotiate their arrangement with the Crown. As before, the Crown expected a financial quid pro quo for privileges granted. Despite the inevitable frictions, the result was a further consolidation of the Crown Company partnership. As it turned out, the Levant Company patent of 1592 did not last beyond the turn of the century. 33 From the 1580s, the company had arrogated to itself the right to collect an imposition of 5.60 a hundredweight on currents imported by those who were not members of the company, whether Englishmen or aliens. When this levy was brought to the attention of Queen Elizabeth, she swiftly sought to usurp it for the benefit of the royal treasury. The resulting negotiations led to a settlement by which the Crown agreed in 1601 to renew the company's charter in exchange for an annual payment of £4,000, the estimated annual return to the company from the imposition. By 1603, the Levant Company merchants appear to have come to the conclusion that they could gain a more advantageous arrangement. They renounced their patent, alleging that they could not pay the £4,000 each year. This was only a bargaining gesture, however. In 1605, they re-accepted the charter and agreed to a royal levy of 5.60 a hundredweight on all currents brought into the realm, including those brought in by Levant Company members. 34. In 1615, the Crown closed the last loophole in the Levant Company's commercial monopoly when it proclaimed that all goods imported from the Levant had to be brought to England directly from the Levant, and in English ships. This important ruling not only effectively cut off Levantine imports by foreign merchants, it also wiped out the merchant adventurers' import trade in Levantine commodities that had been carried by foreign merchants to the adventurers' North European entrepôts. 35 Over time, this Navigation Act seems to have eliminated the indirect trade for currants, galls, cotton, and, finally, raw silks, and to have reserved these imports solely for the Levant Company. 36 As the counterpart of this gift, the Crown increased the imposition on currants by 2s. 2d a hundredweight, restoring the levy to 5s. 6d. 37 Even so, the government made this increase less painful for the company by decreeing that no goods shall be entered in the customs house without the husband's hand. 38 This ruling allowed the company itself to enforce the Navigation Act, as well as to directly enforce the company monopoly against interlopers. The Levant Company's privileges were indispensable for its elaborate system of trade regulation and, in turn, for the reservation of the profits of the trade to a restricted circle of merchants. As members of a regulated company, the individual Levant Company merchants traded for themselves with their own capital, but were required to adhere to rules and policies set by the corporation's general court. These regulations were aimed at the control of company markets and the maintenance of favorable prices for company products. The merchant adventurers allowed their members to trade only at a designated mart town, during limited time periods, using ships especially chartered by the company. The Levant Company's regulations, as they took shape during the early 17th century, proved, if anything, to be even more highly restrictive. Their effectiveness was greatly enhanced, moreover, by formal and informal practices of recruitment to the trade that substantially limited the number of effective participants, while giving significant control to the company's leading members over just who was to be admitted. At the point at which the company's surviving court minutes begin, in September 1611, we find the company limiting all trade with the Levant proper, that is, Turkey and Aleppo, to 2 ships, while forbidding further commerce there until the following July at the earliest. 39 This policy of joint or general shipping was maintained in the trade with Turkey and Aleppo throughout the following 2 decades, with only a few lapses of short duration. 40 Apparently, limiting in this way the quantities that could be shipped by company members was normally sufficient to turn the prices of company products in the members' favor. However, on those occasions when prices were threatened, the company did not hesitate to take more direct action to repair the markets. 41. Tighter controls were generally required to limit the import of currants from the Greek islands of Zante and Cephalonia, which constituted the other main branch of the company's trade. This was because the cheapness of currants tended to induce overtrading, whereas this problem seems to have arisen only occasionally in the commerce in raw silks, which was the mainstay of the Levantine trade proper. As already noted, the re-established company succeeded in reducing currants imports during the 1590s by some 50% over the previous period of uncontrolled trade. By 1610, however, the amount of currants imported into England had ballooned to 49,000 hundredweight a year, as compared with around 11,000 hundredweight yearly at the start of the decade. 42 There are no figures for the following few years, but by 1616, for the explicit purpose of bringing down the price for currants in the Greek islands, the company had decided to carry on its currants trade by means of separate limited period joint stocks in which company members held shares. These joint stocks were managed on an annual basis by small committees of leading Levant Company merchants, who were given responsibility for allocating shares to the company members, for determining the amount of commodities to be brought in, and for setting their prices, marketing them, and distributing the profits. This method seems to have achieved the desired results. By 1621, the number of currants imported annually had been cut to around 31,000 hundredweight, a reduction of close to 40% from 1610. After this point, the joint stock method was allowed to lapse. But from July 1628, the company began to substitute a policy of setting a maximum price for the purchase of currents in the Venetian Empire. 43. Between 1631 and 1633, the body of Levant Company adventurers in their general court succeeded in perfecting their system of controls, promulgating a policy that remained substantially unchanged through the end of the decade. In its fully articulated form, this called for single annual shipments in company vessels to Constantinople and Smyrna and to Aleppo, as well as the setting of a maximum price of 22 Venetian dollars for each ton of currents, which were to be bought only at certain periods of the year. In 1639 to 1640, a final twist was added when the company approved a policy of stinting on currents, limiting each member's maximum purchase. The Levant Company members monopolized valuable markets. Like all of the great London merchants in this period, they wished to leave as little as possible to chance in exploiting them. 44. The company's actual success in controlling its markets is evidenced not only in the aforementioned data on the limiting of currents imports, but in certain bits of evidence on prices and costs in the currents trade, the main trade of this society, as reported in the company's minutes of 1619. In 1617, according to Lord Treasurer Sir Lionel Cranfield, currents sold in London for about 50s. a hundredweight, although they could go as high as 70s. a hundredweight in holiday seasons. Cranfield's figure is roughly corroborated by the company court minutes, which quote a figure of 43s. 4d a hundredweight as the price of currants to be sold to the city's grocers by the company's joint stock in early 1618.45. Some 10 years later, in 1629, according to the Venetian ambassador, although currants have been increasing in price for some years owing to had crops, the company, having a considerable capital, buy up beforehand the produce of the poorest of the inhabitants of these islands, much to its advantage, accommodating them with money or anything else in advance, so that for them the prices are almost always the same. 46. The ambassador went on to state that in England currants continued to sell very well without further risk, they cost 13 Venetian soldi the pound. If the ambassador was right about these figures, then currants prices, while remaining the same in the islands, had increased somewhat in London. Thus, the Levant Company merchants were now selling currants for around 54s. a hundredweight, as compared with 43s. 4d, 50s. a hundredweight in 1617 to 1618. The striking point is that beginning in December 1628, the company had begun to enforce a maximum purchase price for its members of 2 to 1.6 Venetian dollars a hundredweight for currants in the islands, that is, between 10s and 8s. According to the company's representative in the islands, without such direct controls prices might go as high as 20s a hundredweight, and they had in fact reached this figure at times in recent years. If this new 10s, 8s maximum was even moderately well enforced, it must have ensured the company's membership a significant saving and further enhanced what was apparently an already substantial rate of profit. 47. Finally, to ensure the effectiveness of its system of market controls, the Levant Company undoubtedly had to place some limits on the size of its active membership. Without a comparatively small active membership, the company would have found it difficult to implement regulations and to contain intra-company competition. The company's charter allowed 3 different routes of admission: by patrimony, by apprenticeship, or by paying a fee. All sons of members were eligible for admission free of charge. Any apprentice to a company member who served for 7 years, 4 of them within the company's privileged area in the Levant, was also allowed to enter without paying a fee to the company. Finally, admission was open to any merchant who paid a fee of £25 if he was under age 27, £50 if he was older. These provisions might appear somewhat lenient. In practice, they sharply limited the size and social composition of the active company membership. Apprenticeship was by far the most common method of entry. Even sons of members were sometimes apprenticed before joining the company, and this was quite understandable. To carry on the trade, special skills were needed, and these could best be acquired under the wing of a merchant already engaged in the trade. Apprenticeship, moreover, was perhaps the best way to establish and consolidate those family and commercial connections on which fortunes in commerce so often depended. For an apprentice to become his master's partner and or marry his daughter was a common occurrence. Finally, service in the Levant brought commissions and, during the last years of one's apprenticeship, the right to carry on a private trade. From these sources it was sometimes possible to accumulate the initial capital necessary to launch one's own career upon admission to the company. 48 For these reasons, and because the Levantine trade could be so lucrative, the price of an apprenticeship to a Levant company merchant was normally quite substantial. In the years around 1670, the minimum fee appears to have been about £300, and it was apparently quite common in this era to pay £500 to £1,000 and 49 pence before 1640. The cost may have been somewhat lower, perhaps £200 to £300 on average, but it was still certainly beyond the means of all but a very restricted layer of the population. 50 The complaint leveled at the merchant adventurers that company merchants took as apprentices such only whose friends give great sums of money with them and are provided of great stocks could have been made with equal justice against the Levant Company. 51 It was only natural that the Levant Company merchants should select their apprentices from families in high economic strata. Only substantial citizens or well-off gentry could afford the high fees, only their children would be appropriate partners or perhaps future sons-in-law. The Levantine trade could be entered much more cheaply by paying the entry fee than by apprenticeship, but, of some 350 or more new members admitted to the Levant Company in the period 1611 to 1640, only 98 entered by the former route. 52 It is clear why this was so. Merchants who entered by paying a fee, that is, without the advantages of an apprenticeship, normally found it difficult to achieve much commercial success. During the 1630s, when the prosperity of the Levantine trade was responsible for attracting unprecedented numbers of new members, no fewer than 55 merchants, substantially more than the combined total of the previous 2 decades, entered the company by fining. However, of these men, only 23 appear among the currents importers of 1,634, 1,636, 1,638, and 1,640, and they controlled only a tiny portion of the total brought in during these years. 53 On the other hand, of the 31 merchants who each imported 1,000 hundredweight or more of currants a year in either 1,634, 1,636, 1,638, or 1,640, only 4 had entered the company by paying a fee. 54. A merchant who had done well in other trades before joining the company by fining might make a go of it in the Levantine trade. 55 But to do so, he needed a large working capital, especially to support factors in the Levant and to withstand the relatively long turnover period when his money was tied up in commodities. He also had to find some way to gain knowledge of the trade, as well as the needed commercial connections, which were generally acquired by means of apprenticeship and difficult to come by without it. For most traders, admission by fining was not a paying proposition. For this reason, the Levant Company put up no real resistance when the Royal Commission on Trade proposed in 1623 to lower the company fee for admission from £50 to £20 or even to £10 and 56 pence. In contrast, because the economic and technical requirements for active participation in the North European cloth trade were so minimal, apparently little more than a bit of cloth to sell and the price of its transport, the merchant adventurers felt it necessary to charge the astronomical fee of £200 for admission to the company. 57. Recruitment to the Levantine trade thus tended to require both wealth and family connections. Sons of members could of course come in by patrimony, but they were often apprenticed to other company merchants and many times ended up marrying their daughters. Children of non-members required an initial fortune in order to secure an apprenticeship, and many of them also ended up as sons-in-law of company merchants. In this light, it is hardly surprising that between 40 and 50% of all active Levant Company traders had fathers, fathers-in-law, or brothers already in the company when they joined. What is truly impressive is the degree to which the leading merchants who originally established the trade in the later 16th century were able to make their influence felt through their descendants. Even in the 1630s, a dominant core of the company's membership could trace family connections back to the founders of the Levantine trade in the last quarter of the 16th century, if not to the pioneers of the eastward expansion of the previous generation. 30 Levant Company merchants who traded in currents in the 1630s can be linked, by their own direct membership in the company, or by birth or marriage, to the generation of merchants who entered the Levantine trade between the time of the Turkey Company Charter of 1581 and the Levant Company Charter of 1605.58. These men probably controlled half of the Levantine trade in the 1630s. They brought in 109,425 hundredweight of the total of 231,106 hundredweight of currents imported by Levant Company merchants in the 5 years 1630, 1634, 1636, 1638, and 1640.59. By 1640, significant numbers of the Levant Company's richest and most active traders were thus joined in a highly ramified network of interlocking family relationships, the members of which controlled a major share of the trade. This web of connections helps to explain why the Levant Company merchants were so successful in exploiting the valuable privileges they derived from their close ties with the government, in restricting effective membership in the company, and in closely regulating the trade. At the same time, the formidable barriers to successful participation in the Levantine commerce go far to explain why so few merchant adventurers entered the Levantine trade, even from the 1620s when their own trade entered into crisis. It is no accident that of the handful of adventurers who did trade with the Levant during the first part of the 17th century, a disproportionate number were recruited from among the adventurers' leading representatives. Only the wealthier and better connected among them seem to have succeeded in profiting from Eastern trade. Born rich and adding wealth to wealth by trading in a beaten road to wealth, thus a 17th-century critic described the career pattern of the typical Levant Company merchant. 60 On the available evidence, there is little reason to dispute his characterization, and it helps in understanding the meteoric rise to dominance of this extraordinarily successful commercial group. The redistribution of commercial opportunities and the recomposition of the city merchant establishment. The ability not only to control access to expanding markets and to regulate the trade closely but, beyond that, to concentrate the commerce in relatively few hands within their company, allowed the leading Levant Company merchants to accumulate fabulous fortunes. Such great wealth routinely provided them with the opportunity for magistracy. This had been true for the merchant adventurers during the long period of their commercial hegemony. It was no less the case for the traders with the Mediterranean and the Near and Far East. The distribution of the trade. The differences among the Levant Company members with respect to the number and quality of their commercial connections and the amount of commercial capital they initially commanded yielded a radically skewed distribution of trade within the company. Here, once again, the Levant Company's experience was analogous to that of the merchant adventurers. Only a small proportion of the merchant adventurers' members were active at any given moment, and, among these, a far smaller number were dominant. For example, in 1606, a year in which 219 merchants shipped cloth to the adventurers' markets, 26 merchants, trading over 1,000 cloths each, exported 43% of the total. In 1614, the corresponding figures were 182 shippers, with 23 exporting 1,000 cloths or more and controlling 49% of the market. 61 The Levant Company's trade distribution was even more unequal. During the first 40 years of the 17th century, more than 500 merchants were admitted to the Levant Company, but there was always a substantial disparity between those eligible to trade and those who actually did so, as well as a great unevenness in the quantities traded by those who were active. 62 From the very founding of the trade, the Levantine commerce was concentrated in relatively few hands. During the Turkey Company's first decade, when the trade was often worth £100,000 a year or more, the entire commerce was monopolized by a joint stock company consisting of between 10 and 20 members. In the same period, the Venetian trade, worth perhaps £30,000 to £50,000 annually, was run by a half-dozen merchants. 63 The bits of evidence available indicate that little changed under the Levant Company of 1592. For the one voyage for which there is a full record of imports, that of the Royal Exchange in 1596, we find 2 among the 20 shippers controlling 51% of the total of £13,125 in rated value, or perhaps £30,000 in actual value. 64. Nor did the charters of 1601 and 1605, despite the eased admission requirements, cause a break in the pattern. In 1610, some 250 traders imported 48,990 hundredweight of currants. 13 merchants, each of whom brought in 1,000 hundredweight of currants or more, imported 56% of this total. 65 This pattern of trade distribution remained substantially unaltered in the 1620s and 1630s, as can be seen from analyses of the currants trade and the silk trade, as well as of the Levant Company's impositions. The imposition was a comparatively light duty that was placed on all the members' imports and exports, and therefore provides probably the best evidence of the distribution of trade. During the period 1627 to 1635, when the value of the Levantine trade may have approached £200,000 to £300,000 a year, the impositions paid show that 24 merchants, or the top 12%, controlled 54% of the trade. 66. The Levant, East India Combine. The Levant Company merchants' commercial base was not confined to the Levantine trade. During the 1630s, few of the Levant Company merchants were interested in the city's established company trades with Northern and Western Europe. In 1640, for example, there were only 6 Levant Company members among the 74 active merchant adventurers. 67 Similarly, only 4 Levant Company traders were among the 34 East Land traders of London listed by Hinton. 68 Finally, only 5 Levant Company members were among the more than 175 traders in French wine active in the year 1637. 69 On the other hand, the Levant Company merchants' influence in the newer and related trades with Russia and especially with the East Indies was substantial, and of great significance to the overall structure and character of London's merchant establishment. The trade with the East Indies had, of course, developed as a direct extension of the Levantine commerce, and it remained the special project of the Levant Company traders. Part of the reason for this was purely commercial. The East India Company remained heavily focused on the spice import trade for which the Levant Company merchants had originally developed it. Moreover, as the trade expanded, goods imported from the East Indies found ready re-export markets not only in Europe, but also in the Levant, and were usually carried there by men who belonged to both companies. 70. But there is also a more general explanation for the continuing preeminence of Levant Company merchants in the East India Company. With a working capital of unprecedented magnitude at its disposal, the East India Company was the largest joint stock commercial venture of the period and for much of the time, quite a profitable one. 71 As cause and consequence of this fact, London's greatest merchants were naturally attracted to its board of directors, which very soon became the most important mercantile governing body in London. Unlike the Levant Company's board of directors, which functioned merely as an executive committee for the general court that actually governed the trade, the East India Company's 24 directors, or committees, substantially controlled the East India business. The company's charter empowered the whole body of the company's membership assembled in its general court to make company policy. However, since the general court met only 4 times a year, it was unable in practice to control the directors, especially since the charter did not specifically limit the authority of the directors. Indeed, at several points during the early 1630s, when it was being challenged by the membership, the company's directorate seriously considered the total abolition of the General Court. 72 Because of their elite social position, as well as their enormous investments in the company, the board members could get away with this sort of high-handedness. A minimum investment in the company of £2,000 was required for eligibility to the directorate. And at one point the 24 directors claimed that they held more stock than 400 of the Generality. 73. During the 1630s, Levant Company merchants overwhelmingly dominated the East India Company's directorate. Of the 47 different directors chosen for the company court during that decade, no fewer than 28 were Levant Company members. 74. The five men Morris Abbott, Christopher Clitheroe, Robert Bateman, Henry Garway, and William Cocken, who among them controlled the positions of governor, deputy governor, and treasurer of the East India Company throughout the 1630s, were all leading Levant Company merchants. 75. Not surprisingly, many of the East India Company directors played a leading role in the Levantine trade. In 1634, for example, among the East India Company's 27 main officers there were 20 Levant Company traders. 10 of these were active in that year in the Levantine currents trade, and they controlled about 20% of the total imported. 76. To complete this picture, it need only be added that the Russia Company and trade, at the core of the expansionary thrust eastward during the second half of the 16th century, remained throughout the early Stuart period firmly in the hands of Levant East India merchants. Between 1601 and 1612 the East India Company and the Russia Company together organized and financed voyages for the discovery of a northwest passage. Shortly thereafter, the Russia Company went into deep financial crisis and the East India Company temporarily took it over. 77. In 1620, the Great Levant, East India magnate Ralph Freeman purchased the entire Russia Company trade from the East India Company for £12,000. But shortly thereafter a new, regulated company was formed under the governorship of Alderman Hugh Hamersley, who was then also governor of the Levant Company and an East India Company director. 78. In the later 1620s and 1630s, a handful of Levant East India leaders, including Hamersley, Job Harvey, William Bladwell, and Henry Garway, dominated the Russian trade. 79. Henry Garway's accession around 1640 to the governorships of the Levant, East India, and Russia companies was a true reflection of these trades' overlapping and interlocked development and directorates. 80. The redistribution of wealth and offices. By 1640 the eastward trading combine formed the heart of London's commercial establishment and provided the greatest source of merchant recruits for the city's highest social and political positions. The shift in the locus of wealth during previous 75 years or so can be seen, in gross terms, by comparing the relative socio-economic position of the memberships of the various merchant groups at the beginning of the period with that at the end. In 1559, no fewer than 16 of London's 22 wealthiest citizens were merchant adventurers, according to the subsidy of that year. 81. In 1576, on a list apparently drawn up by the government of the names of sundry of the wisest and best merchants in London to deal with the weightiest causes of the city as occasion is offered, there were about 26 merchant adventurers, 11 traders with Spain and/or Morocco, and 4 Eastland merchants. 82. By the 1630s, however, the rise of the eastward trading merchants had brought a major change. Several crude but revealing indicators of socio-economic position can give a very general idea of the place of the once overwhelmingly dominant merchant adventurers in relation to the newly emergent Levant Company traders. Although none of the results of these tests, in isolation, can be regarded as entirely conclusive, they all point in roughly the same direction and provide evidence of a pattern. In the first place, among the select group of citizens assessed at £100 or more in the parliamentary assessment lists of 1642 to 1643, there were 21 merchant adventurers and 41 Levant Company traders. 83. There are, however, difficulties connected with the use of these assessments. First, there is no way of determining the degree to which political factors influenced them, in particular whether the parliamentarians who did the assessing charged their opponents more than they did their friends. Second, the assessment ordinance was directed especially at those who had not previously contributed to the parliamentary cause or who had not contributed in proportion to their estates. 84. Since there is no way to tell who had previously contributed, or to what extent, there is no way to determine to what extent this factor affected the figures. The London visitation, which can be taken as a general gauge of high socio-economic position, seems to confirm the impression of the relative place of the merchant adventurers vis-a-vis the Levant Company traders conveyed by the assessments. Of 74 merchant adventurers active in 1640, 29 were included in the London visitation of 1,633 to 1,635.85 in comparison. Of the 61 Levant Company currents traders active in 1640, 36 were so included. In the autumn of 1640, the Crown raised £50,000 from some 140 leading London citizens. 86 Although this was technically termed a loan, it seems that London's wealthiest citizens were more or less obliged to lend in proportion to their estates. The Crown had used this method for its loan of 1617,87, and it appears that the loan of 1640 fits the same pattern. Among these wealthy contributors there were 21 merchant adventurers, whose average payment was £155, in comparison with 31 Levant Company traders, whose average payment was £275.88. But no doubt the most spectacular evidence of the decisive change that had taken place can be found in the representation of the different sections of the merchant community on the Court of Aldermen of the City of London. Election to this body was not merely an entree to the most important municipal decision-making body, it was also a sign of elite socio-economic position. A fortune of £10,000 was a minimum requirement for eligibility, and every alderman was expected to have the financial resources to cope with the heavy responsibilities for entertainment and hospitality associated with the office of Lord Mayor. In the period 1555 to 1570, 38 aldermen were chosen, some 25, perhaps a few more, were overseas traders. No fewer than 17 of these were merchant adventurers. 89 This overwhelming dominance was maintained into the first quarter of the 17th century. Of the 140 aldermen elected in the period 1600 to 1625, about half, around 70, were overseas traders. Of these overseas trader aldermen, approximately 3/4, or around 50, traded at one time or another with the merchant adventurers' privileged markets in Germany and the Low Countries, while 1/3 to 1/2, that is, about 30, were mainly or exclusively occupied there. 90 This powerful representation of merchant adventurers far outweighed that of any other group. Only 8 aldermen were recruited from among the merchants trading with the Levant in this period. 91 By 1640, in contrast, almost half of the 26 aldermanic offices were in the hands of Levant Company traders and or East India Company directors. In the period 1626 to 1640, 16 Levant Company traders, but only 9 merchant adventurers, were elected. Between 1631 and 1640, only 2 merchant adventurers were chosen aldermen, as against 8 Levant Company merchants. 92. Insofar as overseas merchants were brought into important positions within the national government in the pre-Civil War period, they seem to have been chosen almost exclusively from among the Levant East India Combine. No large structure of offices was created in England in this period such as existed in France and other continental countries. Moreover, insofar as offices were available, merchants rarely received them. The important exception to this rule was in state finance, and here the Levant East India traders were overwhelmingly dominant. As Robert Ashton has shown, the farmers of the customs came to play an increasingly crucial role in providing credit for a crisis-ridden government in the 1620s and 1630s. Between 1620 and 1640, some 28 different men headed syndicates in control of the farm of the great customs and of the lesser customs farms for currants, wines, and sweet wines. Of these, 10 were East India Company directors, and 11 were leading Levant Company merchants. At least 8 of the others were not merchants at all, but were, rather, financiers and financial administrators. Among all these customs farmers, there were only 2 merchant adventurers. 93. A unified merchant community, an integrated merchant political elite. the significance of the commercial transformations of the early Stuart period was not confined merely to their effect in elevating or depressing the economic and political fortunes of individual merchants in varyingly successful commercial lines. As emphasized, commercial change during the pre-Civil War period conditioned not only the rise of impressive numbers of eastward traders to positions of prominence, but also their emergence as a cohesive and dominant socio-political group. One should not, however, conclude that the Levant East India merchants sought to oppose themselves to the other overseas company merchants in either social or political terms, or that a serious social or political gulf had grown up between them and the rest of the community of company merchants. On the contrary, the Levant East India merchants remained at all points closely bound to the rest of the community of company merchants, both by critical common interests and by ties of family and business. They could therefore play an important role in providing leadership for the community as a whole. Mere merchants versus the city's domestic tradesmen. Above all, the Levant East India merchants shared with all of the other company merchants of London a profound dependence on the Crown-sanctioned commercial corporations that provided the foundation for their protected trades. This dependence united the generality of company merchants in defense of privilege and, all else being equal, in support of the royal government, which was of course the guarantor of their protected status. But it brought them together as well in sharp opposition to those various non-merchant elements in the city that, by virtue of their own economic roles, appeared to threaten the merchants' trade and that were therefore largely excluded from overseas commerce. The aim of the chartered companies was not merely to keep out poorer, badly connected traders so as to restrict the numbers participating in the trade, it was, especially, to prevent entry into overseas commerce by the city's shopkeepers, small producers, and ship captains, whatever their wealth. These people were well positioned to undersell the mere merchants, for they could dispense with the middleman's profit required by the mere merchants by going directly to the final consumer, either with English exports or foreign imports. Moreover, many of them were by no means poor, and an important minority succeeded in accumulating substantial fortunes and undoubtedly possessed sufficient wealth to pursue overseas trade, had they been allowed to do so. For the mere merchants to have permitted shopkeepers, small producers, or ship captains to enter their companies might therefore have proved disastrous. The merchant adventurers seem to have been the first to adopt the proviso confining membership in their corporation to mere merchants, and they did so explicitly in order to prevent retailers, artisans, and ship captains from taking the living from their brethren. In turn, during the latter part of the 16th century, almost every group of merchants seeking government protection for its commerce made the confinement of its trade to mere merchants a central demand, and a clause to that effect became a standard provision of every company charter. 94. The mere merchants, on the one hand, and the shopkeepers and artisans, on the other, had always had a direct and serious conflict of interest over the price of the goods they sold to one another. Indeed, struggle between the two groups had been a characteristic feature of the urban political economy since the later Middle Ages. The mere merchants' widespread adoption of the proviso excluding retailers and artisans from their companies had the effect, therefore, of deepening, extending, and making more explicit the already existing basis for conflict. In the first place, the mere merchant proviso obviously obliged most of those shopkeepers and artisans who would otherwise have entered overseas commerce to confine themselves to their established line of work, for the price of entry was nothing less than the relinquishing of their established domestic business. Those retailers and direct producers who would have had the best chance of success as merchants were naturally those whose business had been most successful, so it was they who stood to lose most by the restriction of trade to mere merchants. Equally important, by keeping shopkeepers and artisans out of their companies, the overseas merchants very much strengthened their position over and against them as monopolists and monopsonists. They thereby improved their capacity to exploit shopkeepers and artisans in day-to-day exchanges. The result was naturally a significant hardening of the lines that already divided the company merchants from the rest of the city's business community, and an increase in the potential for open hostilities between the two. The merchant adventurers appear to have devised the mere merchant proviso especially to exclude from their overseas marts the city's artisan cloth producers. The ease with which these cloth producers could enter the adventurers' trade in the absence of company restrictions was made amply clear in the years 1624 to 1634 when the adventurers' privileges were suspended. In this period independent producers flooded into the trade, resulting in a threefold increase in the total number of traders. 95 What the adventurers wished to prevent was exemplified in the rags to riches story of one William Kiffin, who started out as a poor runaway apprentice to a cloth worker. Kiffin founded a meteoric career as an overseas merchant by illegally carrying small parcels of cloth to the adventurers' privileged markets during the 1640s, when there was a weakened enforcement of the company's monopoly. 96 It was, indeed, men of Kiffin's sort who eventually led the broad-ranging attack on the adventurers' privileges during the later 1640s. The merchants in the new southern and eastern trades of the Elizabethan period regarded the government-chartered monopoly corporation as essential, mainly because the city's grocers and retailers were in a particularly strong position to undersell them in their favored import commodities. Nevertheless, these merchants did not always get the protection they wanted, even in such long-cherished commercial fields as the trade with Spain. In those cases where they failed to receive the expected protection, many of them simply refused to go on with the trade. Their withdrawal, however, was fraught with danger, for it opened the way to socio-economic advancement for traders from a social layer very different from and generally lower than theirs, with interests in conflict with their own. When, in the early 1570s, the traders with Spain sought government privileges for the trade, they made the exclusion of the city's grocers, retailers, artisans, and mariners from the Spanish commerce a central demand. London's tradesmen were finding the Spanish market increasingly attractive because of the wide variety of consumer commodities including tobacco, sugar, fruits, and cheap wines that they could obtain there for sale in their shops. By the Spanish Company Charter of 1577, all but mere merchants were barred from trading with Spain. But with the outbreak of war in 1585, the charter lapsed. 97. At the restoration of peace in 1604, the government renewed the Spanish company's privileges, which were immediately challenged by a group of retailers, shopkeepers, and others who had been excluded from the trade. Despite this outcry, by 1605 the government had drawn up and approved a new charter, which again barred retailers, artificers, common mariners, and handicraftsmen. 98. But the Spanish company did not long retain its privileges. In 1606, Parliament disallowed its charter, with dramatic effects on the trade. Many of the great city merchants behind the Elizabethan expansion southward and eastward clearly had hoped to retain their long-standing preeminence in the commerce with Spain. Of the 30 directors named in the new Spanish Company Charter of 1605, 9 were Levant Company merchants, and 4 of these were Levant Company Charter officers in 1601 and/or 1605.99. However, few of the greater merchants were willing to go on trading with Spain once government protection had been lifted. In 1609, among 176 active traders who sent out a total of £31,744 worth of goods to Spain, there were only 11 Levant Company merchants who exported a total of £3,682 worth of goods. 100 By 1615, among 49 traders with Spain who brought in 100 or more butts of wine, there were only 4 Levant Company members. 101. Meanwhile, businessmen from the layer of domestic traders normally excluded from overseas trade had seized their chance. Literally hundreds of non-company, non-merchant traders invaded the Spanish commerce. Many of these had small operations, but they could still pose a serious threat to the mere merchants by virtue of their ability to operate on a relatively thin margin. No doubt even more discouraging was the entry of a significant group of really substantial domestic traders. For example, among the top 12% of exporters to Spain in 1609, around one-third came from outside the ranks of the mere merchant overseas traders. These men were responsible for about 30% of the total exported by this top group. 102. When the Dutch made peace with Spain in 1609, the problems of English merchants trading with Spain were further intensified. Given their access to cheap, Dutch-made cloths and to inexpensive Dutch shipping, Dutch merchants generally could undersell their English competitors in the Spanish market. Fortunately for the English, Spanish-Dutch hostilities were renewed after 1618, and the English trade with Spain enjoyed a new and extended period of growth and prosperity. Even so, the established merchants of the eastward trading group continued, for the most part, to abstain from the Spanish trade. Between 1605 and 1640, these important merchants made a series of attempts to organize a new Spanish company, but none of these was successful. 103 As a result, the trade continued to be dominated, in the words of one commentator, by divers who entitle themselves merchants trading for Spain, albeit most of them are no merchants at all, but mariners and ordinary retailers. 104. The Levant traders found the mere merchant provision to be indispensable, especially with respect to their commerce in currents imported from the Greek islands of Zante and Cephalonia in the Venetian Empire. As noted, the trade in currents required neither the expertise nor the capital needed to participate in the trade in silks with Turkey and Syria. It was therefore especially attractive to the city's shopkeepers, who hoped to bypass their Levant Company middlemen. In the early 17th century, numbers of these retailers sought to circumvent the mere merchant provision either by gaining admittance to the company while covertly retaining their domestic business, or by interloping illegally within the company's privileged areas. However, the Levant Company assiduously enforced its monopoly. It carefully scrutinized all prospective entrants, weeding out those who had no firm proof that they had given up their old business, and it strictly maintained the provisions against interloping. 105. The mere merchant provision thus remained a substantial brake on social mobility into the London merchant community, a powerful instrument of exploitation by the overseas company traders of the city's domestic tradesmen, and a continuing source of tension between them. During the early 1620s, more or less open hostilities broke out between the Levant Company and the city's grocers. In the summer of 1620, the grocers organized a sort of debt strike against the company, refusing to honor the obligations they had incurred upon their purchase of currants from the company's joint stock. On October 18, 1620, Morris Abbott, one of the directors in charge of the currants joint stock, reported to the General Court the bad payment made by the grocers in general for currants bought of the second joint stock, diverse monies being yet unpaid that were due in July, June, and some in May, whereby it is conceived that they have combined themselves together to make the company bad payment. 106. Clearly, the Venetian ambassador knew what he was about when, in early 1621, he sought to enlist the city's retailers as allies in his struggle to break the Levant Company's monopoly grip on the currants trade. "I have," he stated, "encouraged the grocers of the city, who sell raisins and muscatels, to present a petition, as they have since done against the tyrannical proceedings of the Levant Company." The Levant Company had to form a committee to represent its position before Parliament. Yet, as the Venetian ambassador sadly admitted, the chances of the grocers' success were slight, for the Levant Company had a most remarkable influence over the lords of the council, some of whom have brothers and relations in the companies, some of whom being brought presents, and some having their own assignments upon the monopoly. 107. Certainly, the Levant Company's membership seems hardly to have worried when, in 1626, the grocers again tried to launch an attack against them in Parliament, this time accusing them of engrossing, or monopolizing, the trade in galls imported from the Near East. The company's governor, Hamersley, warned his membership to take care lest any complaint of that nature should be justly brought against any of the company, but divers then present merely shrugged this off, saying that they would maintain it in Parliament or any other place and make it appear that the fault lies not in the merchants, but in the grocers. 108. While the Levant Company merchants did not feel seriously endangered by the grocers, they were in no doubt that their interests were fundamentally in conflict with the grocers, and that it was necessary to press for every advantage against them. In April 1642, when the Levant Company agreed to give its support to a proposal for establishing a new national court especially for commercial cases, it did so only with the express proviso that this society conceived it inconvenient that others than mere merchants should be admitted as judges in the court. 109 The preceding years obviously had done nothing to ease the embittered relations between shopkeepers and company merchants. Until 1625, the trade with Spain was the only really dynamic sector of overseas commerce that was open to the city's domestic tradesmen and ship captains. From that time onward, though, the rapidly expanding trades with Virginia and the West Indies in tobacco and sugar were also freed from company control. Not surprisingly, both of these areas became breeding grounds for increasingly powerful socio-commercial groups outside, and at odds with, the city merchant establishment. Indeed, the conflict between company merchants and the city's domestic tradesmen, above all those shopkeeper and mariner elements that had gravitated toward overseas commerce, either legally in the open areas of Spain and the Americas or illegally via interloping, was to constitute an important underlying basis for the political and ideological struggles in London during the Civil War. The Levant, East India Combine and the merchant political elite. In defense of their privileged position, the Levant East India traders, and the city's merchants more generally, naturally turned first to their companies and to the royal government that sanctioned them. But they looked for leadership as well from London's aldermanic court, the oligarchic body that essentially governed the city. They could normally have confidence in this body to look after their interests, since to a large extent it was composed of top company traders, and it maintained the most intimate relationship with the crown. During the decades preceding the Civil War, the Levant East India merchants, who were at this time increasingly dominating the aldermanic board, appear to have contributed significantly to the capacity of the city's magistracy to represent London's merchant establishment by virtue of their ability to forge powerful direct ties, both familial and commercial, with great company merchants from corporations outside their own immediate sphere. In this regard, the ability of the East India Company to attract leading representatives of London's other major overseas companies to its board of directors was particularly significant. For this body was able to function not merely as a commercial committee, but also as an integrating mechanism through which London's mercantile leaders could meet and construct business, family, and political connections. The case of the important city merchant Sir James Campbell was typical. Campbell, at one time or another the governor of both the French Company and the Company of Merchants of the Staple, as well as an alderman of London, was never an active Levant Company trader. Nevertheless, Campbell established a close relationship with the Levantine trade merchants through long service beside them on the East India Company Board of Directors, a connection that was solidified by the marriages of two of his sisters to two of the greatest Levant, East India magnates of the period, Sir Anthony Abdy and Sir Christopher Clitheroe. Abdy and Clitheroe were themselves brothers-in-law. Clitheroe, one of the few Eastland merchants of the period who rose to the highest elite circles, was, moreover, the brother-in-law of Sir Henry Garway, the governor by 1640 of the Levant, East India and Muscovy Companies. 110 In analogous ways, through the pre-Civil War period, a striking number of the greatest non-Levant merchants were thus brought within a cohesive merchant elite given its dominant character by the traders with the East. Characteristic of the merchant political elite that had emerged in the immediate pre-Civil War decades was the degree to which the still relatively large number of merchant adventurers who remained leading figures had become closely associated with the Levant East India Combine. Among the 9 merchant adventurers who became aldermen in the years 1625 to 1640, 7 previously had been connected commercially with the Levant East India Group, 4 were deeply involved in the Levantine trade, and 6 had been East India Company directors. 111 Only 3 citizens identifiable as merchants but commercially active outside the merchant adventurers or Levant Company trade seem to have become aldermen in the period 1626 to 1640, and one of these had become an East India Company director well before taking office. 112. The Levant East India Combine thus succeeded to an important extent in bringing the leading traders from the other commercial areas, in particular the merchant adventurers, within their orbit. The unity of this merchant political elite from all the trades centered in the Court of Aldermen, the Customs Farms, and the East India Directorate, and dominated by the Levant Company merchants, was to have critical consequences for the political evolution of the entire merchant community from the end of the 1630s. By offering a coherent leadership in control of the key directing institutions of London, these top traders were able to play a major role in mobilizing the company merchants behind their common interests in the maintenance of the established order, the traditional city constitution, and their corporate privileges against a threatened revolution. The company merchants and American colonial development. D. During the first quarter of the 17th century, English traders, for the first time, sought systematically to establish commerce with the Americas. Important city merchants had opened up the new trades with Russia, Turkey, Venice, the Levant, and the East Indies that highlighted the Elizabethan expansion, and, in each case, had had recourse to their favorite commercial instrument, the Crown-chartered monopoly company. Not unexpectedly, some of London's greatest merchants also took charge of the original colonial ventures of the Jacobean era and, in so doing, again made use of privileged companies. 1 But the entrepreneurs behind the American colonial companies of this period achieved neither organizational stability nor financial success. By the end of the 1620s, all of the main companies had collapsed, and the great city merchants had entirely forsaken the American trades. 2 The great spurt of colonial economic development that occurred over the following decades took place on a non-corporate basis, and was carried out by a new group of traders from outside the circle of the city's overseas company merchants. The Crown's dissolution of the Virginia Company in 1624 and the granting of the West Indies to the Earl of Carlisle under a proprietary patent in 1627 effectively ended company control throughout most of British America. Both of these events need to be understood, to a certain extent, as the result of short-term political occurrences largely external to the colonizing process. 3 The fact remains that the survival of the colonial companies was, in any case, a doubtful proposition, since any attempt by the city's company merchants to adapt traditional commercial forms to the colonizing process faced insuperable obstacles. The Virginia Company, by far the greatest of the colonial commercial operations of the period, was initiated under relatively auspicious conditions. Yet from the start this venture had to confront fundamental problems that it could never overcome. By following the Virginia Company's rise and fall, one can see why the old forms were inappropriate to this new field, and discern the reasons why the great company merchants who dominated most of England's overseas commerce were ultimately obliged to withdraw from the colonial trades. The Virginia Company. The Virginia Company was set up according to traditional joint stock principles. By the charters of 1609 and 1612, the company received a monopoly of the trade with that portion of the American mainland located between 34 degrees and 40 degrees north latitude, and control of land allocation and utilization. All economic decision-making was to be a company prerogative. 4 There was, in fact, little in its formal organization to differentiate the Virginia Company from the East India Company, chartered 9 years earlier, or any of the other joint stock commercial companies. Nevertheless, the growth of English commerce with Virginia presupposed the creation of a permanent, export-producing colony. The fact that productive plantations were a prerequisite for commerce crucially distinguished the project of the Virginia Company from those of the purely trading ventures of this era, and largely accounts for its deviant line of development. The chartering of the Virginia Company in 1609 was accompanied by a full reassessment of the colony's potential. The stockholders relinquished earlier hopes of quick windfalls through the discovery of precious metals or trade with the Indians. Facing the hard reality that nothing substantial could be gained without the production of staple crops, they initiated a full-scale effort at colonization. The company took complete charge of production, which was carried out on company land by indentured servants sent and supplied at the company's expense. The company's chosen agents, a governor and council residing in Virginia, implemented decisions on planting, distribution, and trade, as well as government, in the colony. As sole proprietor, the company collected what was produced. As monopoly merchant, it carried out all colonial marketing functions. 5. The fact remains that the Virginia Company's plantations required a good deal of time to reach a level of development sufficient to produce the staple exports required to yield profits. As a result, almost from the start, the company faced a crisis of investment. As early as 1610, the company had trouble covering the expenses of a projected major voyage, as many investors defaulted on the second and third payments on their stocks. 6 by 1612, it had to resort to lotteries to retain solvency. 7 Without fresh investment, the company found itself paralyzed, but it never came close to solving this problem. The consequence of the Virginia Company's failure to finance itself was a fundamental change in the nature of colonial enterprise under the company's auspices, and eventually the company's dissolution altogether. Between 1612 and 1619, the Virginia Company saw its control over colonial development steadily eroded. Lacking the investment funds to carry out extensive activities of its own, the company was obliged to rely on individuals or groups acting independently within its nominal proprietary sphere. In 1614, the first indentured servants to complete their 7-year contracts gained their freedom, and those who chose to remain in the colony received from the company plots of their own to cultivate as they saw fit. 8 These plots constituted the first productive area within the colony that the company allowed to fall outside its own direct control. The ground for a second, more significant, non-company sector was created when it became apparent in 1616 that the company could pay no cash dividends on the original investments in its joint stock. Instead, the company gave its stockholders grants of Virginia land at the rate of 100 acres a share to develop as they wished. 9 The company opened the way for further individualistic colonizing efforts in 1616, when, to encourage prospective colonists, it found itself obliged to adopt the head right system, under which it gave land to whoever would finance his own or another's passage to Virginia, at the rate of 50 acres for each person transported. 10. The emergence of these opportunities for the acquisition of private holdings paved the way for the transformation of the process of economic development in Virginia. Especially after 1616, the corporation's activity radically contracted. Individual entrepreneurs, operating through a variety of partnership forms, now took over responsibility for colonial growth, and they devoted themselves with increasing intensity to one all-engrossing task, the production of tobacco for export to England. Sir Edwin Sandys summed up the dominant trend in 1619 when he observed that as the private plantation began thus to increase, so contrariwise the estate of the public, grew into utter consumption. The consequence, in Sandys' view, was that the colony became so obsessively devoted to tobacco planting that the colonists soon reduced themselves into an extremity of being ready to starve unless the magazine had supplied them with corn and cattle from hence 11. Beginning in 1619, the Virginia Company did make a desperate, last-ditch effort to reverse these trends toward individualistic and single-crop production. It suddenly sought to revive production on the company's own lands and sent over large groups of colonists to provide the labor force for this purpose. It tried, at the same time, to break the tobacco monoculture and to diversify the colony's economy. To that end it sought to compel the colonists to produce certain amounts of food and commercial crops besides tobacco, while itself taking charge of a series of ambitious projects, specifically, the construction of a colonial iron industry, the development of silk production, and the introduction of wine-making. The company could sustain these efforts, however, for only a few years and, in the end, could make little impact on the overall direction of colonial development. The result of this brief period of intense company activity was actually to consolidate already existing trends. 12. Virginia's development accelerated in the period between 1619 and 1623. W. R. Scott, following contemporary estimates, has found the total expenditure on the Virginian economy in these years to have been £80,000 to £90,000. But of this sum, the company laid out only about £10,000, while private entrepreneurs supplied the remainder. 13 At first, independent sub-companies, which were set up under patents issued by the company, may have played a leading role in the colony. A number of stockholders would combine their company shares, receive as dividends substantial grants of land, over which they were given limited governmental powers, and attempt to develop them from England at their own expense as small, private colonies. 14 But, at least from the time of the Great Indian Massacre of 1622, and probably before, organizations of this type fell into decay. 15 Individual migrating colonists who managed their own plantations and did their own shipping, or who worked in collaboration with merchant suppliers and marketers, now took over the primary entrepreneurial tasks. By the time of the company's fall in 1624, the basic pattern of Virginia's future development had thus been established. The dissolution of the company was a political act that destroyed, once and for all, every aspect of corporate control over the Virginian economy. But its economic effect was only to ratify an already existing situation. The decline of the Virginia Company was the result of the overwhelming failure of its joint stock to attract investment funds. At least potentially, the London merchant community was by far the best source of capital for investment in commerce in general and colonization in particular. The city's great company merchants controlled the East India Company and were primarily responsible for the unprecedented financial support that company attracted. A group of elite city merchants around the Great Levant, East India magnate Sir Thomas Smythe also effectively led the Virginia Company during its early years and provided the major part of that company's meager funds. 16 However, when it very soon became clear that the Virginia Company would yield profits only in the long run, its merchant investors entirely lost interest. Even the East India Company had found it difficult to establish itself on a permanent basis before it had amply demonstrated its profit-making capacity to the city's cautious merchant investors. During the first 6 years of the East India Company's existence, its merchant backers commonly refused to venture capital in new company undertakings before they had received their returns from the previous effort. Only after the East India Company had been in existence for 13 years, during which time 9 out of 10 of its voyages had shown a profit, did its merchant backers cease to resort to terminable joint stocks and establish a permanent joint stock. 17. In contrast, the early activities of the Virginia Company never showed a profit. Thus, even at the start, between 1609 and 1613, the Virginia Company could elicit only a meager £30,000 through direct investment by its stockholders. 18 It raised only about £6,000 more from joint stock investment in the years up to 1619, and just about nothing after that. 20 In approximately the same period, 1609 to 1621, the East India Company raised over £2 million for its joint stock. 21 While London commerce, by and large, experienced substantial growth and prosperity. 22 Clearly, there was no general shortage of investment funds in London, only a widespread reluctance on the part of the city's merchants to put money into the Virginia Company. As one writer put the problem at about the time of the Virginia Company's dissolution, a great store of treasure and wealth must be spent and many years overpassed before profits could be expected from colonial plantations. As was obvious to contemporaries, the great merchants of London were prepared neither to take the risk nor to wait. 23. In consequence of this reluctance to invest in plantations, the great merchants who ran the Virginia Company in the period up to 1618 to 1619 appear to have been quite pleased to allow control of colonial production to fall into private, non-company hands. 24 And to concentrate instead on the purely commercial tasks of provisioning Virginia and marketing its tobacco. In 1616, when the growth of tobacco planting in Virginia offered, for the first time, the possibility of profitable colonial exports, sections of the company's merchant leadership formed a semi-autonomous subsidiary company, secured full monopoly import and export privileges, and took control of carrying out the tasks of supplying the colony and bringing in its tobacco. 25. This magazine, as it was called, was entirely dominated by representatives of the Virginia Company's merchant leadership. Its directorship included 26 Sir Thomas Smythe, who was at one time or another governor of the East India, Muscovy, French, and Somers Island companies, as well as a Lord Mayor of London, 27 Robert Johnson, Smythe's son-in-law and a director in both the Levant and East India companies, as well as a London alderman, 28 Sir John Wolstenholme, one of London's leading financiers, a customs farmer and later an East India Company director. 29 William Essington, a leading merchant adventurer who was the son-in-law of the merchant adventurer Sir Thomas Hayes, a Lord Mayor of London. 30 and William Canning, another important merchant adventurer, as well as Deputy Governor of the Bermuda Company and several times Master of the Ironmongers. 31 At a time when the Virginia Company's general joint stock had reached its lowest ebb, with its treasury nearly £8,000 in the red and unable to finance company activities of any type, this small group of merchants was able, by itself, to raise £7,000 for its own private syndicate and to extract a substantial rate of profit from the colonists. 32 As an admittedly hostile contemporary described the period of merchant rule within the company. Those few that followed the business, were directed to bestow their monies in adventuring by way of magazine, upon two commodities only, tobacco and sassafras, matters of present profit, but no ways foundations of a future state. So that of a merchant-like trade there was some probability at least for a while, but of a plantation there was none at all. 33 The contrast between the merchants' refusal to support the colony through the general joint stock and their willingness to exploit it through their commercial monopoly was a central theme in the successful movement against the merchant directorship that resulted in the company reforms of 1618 and the takeover of the company by Sir Edwin Sandys' gentry party from Sir Thomas Smythe's merchant party in 1619. As Lord Robert Rich observed of the period before 1619, the merchants who then swayed the courts affected nothing but their immediate gain, though with the poor planters' extreme oppression as appeared by their magazine. 34 Sandys' gentry party was largely responsible not only for the ouster of Smythe's merchant party from the Virginia Company's leadership, but also for the attempt beginning in 1619 to revive the company's role in production in the colony. But Sandys and his friends failed miserably, and the reason is not far to seek. Their noble and gentry supporters proved no more willing to provide the investment funds necessary to underwrite production in the colony than the city merchants had been. During their tenure in office from 1619 to 1623, Sandys and his supporters could attract so few new investments in the Virginia Company's joint stock that they did not even bother to list the source of funds as a category of income in their company accounts. Even worse, they were unable to induce those who already had subscribed to the joint stock to pay in their funds. By 1620, a total of £16,000 in uncollected subscriptions stood on the company's books. Sandys and his friends were thus compelled to rely almost entirely on lotteries and could therefore raise very little money for their ambitious projects, perhaps £10,000 out of a total of around £90,000 to £100,000 spent on the colony during the period of their control. Ironically, by the end of their tenure in office, Sandys and his collaborators were having to rely on a contract for the monopoly of the tobacco trade to keep the Virginia Company going, and were seeking to reward themselves for their efforts on the company's behalf by providing themselves unusually high salaries for managing this contract. 35 With the accession to power of Sandys' party in 1619, the great London merchants temporarily withdrew from Virginia Company affairs. They did not, however, relinquish their hope of regaining control. When Sandys' controversial tobacco contract proposal of 1622 to 1623 offered an opening, the merchants did everything in their power to overthrow the Sandys regime. Apparently, these great traders still hoped to monopolize the Virginian tobacco trade, and in 1623 they mobilized a new combination of forces to repossess the company. This alliance brought together two of the three warring factions that had vied for power throughout the Virginia Company's history. On the one hand, there was the merchant party led by the great city magnates Sir Thomas Smythe, Alderman Robert Johnson, and Sir John Wolstenholme. On the other, there was the great aristocratic colonizing connection centered on Robert Rich, 2nd Earl of Warwick, and his kinsman Sir Nathaniel Rich. 36 The Riches occupied a unique position in the colonizing movement. Unlike most of the landed class investors, they played an active role, indeed a leadership role, in almost every colonial venture of the early Stuart period, including the Virginia Company. In addition, the head of the Rich connection, Lord Robert Rich, following in the footsteps of his father, a great Elizabethan privateer, maintained a large privateering fleet. Beginning in 1616, the privateering activities of Rich and his circle had led them into sharp conflict with Sir Thomas Smythe and the great city merchants who at that time led not only the Virginia Company, but also the East India Company and the other great city overseas trading corporations. In that year, Rich had sent out to the Red Sea 2 vessels, operating under a commission for privateering granted by the Duke of Savoy, which attempted to plunder an enormously valuable ship belonging to no less a personage than the Queen Mother of the Great Mogul. As the East India Company had just secured a privilege for trade in the region from the Great Mogul and naturally wished to remain on good terms with him, several of its ships intercepted Rich's vessels, thereby frustrating Rich's mission, keeping him from a small fortune, and earning his enmity. Shortly thereafter, bad feeling between the Rich faction and Smythe's party was intensified when Smythe and his friends opposed Warwick's attempt to have his protege Nathaniel Butler appointed governor of Bermuda. Tensions were no doubt further heightened when Smythe's son married Warwick's sister, a union of which Smythe did not approve. For these reasons, and also because they disapproved of the merchants' policies for the Virginia Company, Warwick and his circle initially backed the Sandys faction and made possible its accession to power in 1619.37. Meanwhile, the temporary alienation of James I from the Spanish in 1618 provided a brief opening for Warwick to initiate a series of anti-Spanish colonizing and privateering ventures in the Americas. In 1619 to 1620, the Riches were among the main instigators of a new effort at colonization in Guyana within the Spanish Empire in the Americas. In 1618, Warwick had sent his ship Treasurer on a voyage of plunder into the Spanish West Indies, after which he sought to use Virginia as a base for further privateering forays. But in the early part of 1620, Sandys and his friends, newly ascendant in the Virginia Company, intervened. They brought Warwick's anti-Spanish activities not only before the Privy Council but also to the attention of Gondomar, the Spanish ambassador. Since James I, shortly before this time, had revived once again the Spanish match, Sandys' actions not only resulted in the termination of Warwick's American ventures, but put his person in jeopardy. 38 The ultimate result was to push the Rich faction back into alliance with Smythe's merchants against the Sandys leadership. Smythe's merchant party represented, in fact, the very cream of the city merchant community, the merchant elite mobilized to recover the same sort of hegemony inside the Virginia Company that they were accustomed to enjoying in all of the other great city overseas trading corporations. The composition of Smythe's faction can be adduced from a list that its members drew up in April or May 1623, in the heat of their battle to replace the Sandys faction in the company's leadership, of persons fit to be governor and deputy governor of Virginia and Somers Islands companies. The 21 men the merchant party nominated at this time included Sir John Wolstenholme and Sir William Russell, both of whom were leading crown financiers, as well as major London merchants, Hugh Hamersley, Robert Johnson, Nicholas Leet, Anthony Abdy, John Dyke, Humphrey Slaney, Robert Bateman, Thomas Styles, and Richard Edwards, who were all important Levant Company traders and at one time or another Levant Company officers, William Canning and Edward Bennet, who were consequential merchant adventurers, and Humphrey Hanford, a top merchant in the French trade and an importer of European wares. 6 of these men would, at one time or another, serve as aldermen of London, and 11 were sometime East India Company directors. Smythe's merchant party was certainly aptly named. 39. Ultimately, the anti-Sandys alliance, composed of the Smythe and Rich factions, could regain power in the Virginia Company only by first destroying it. With the help of James I and his Lord Treasurer, Sir Lionel Cranfield, they were able to bring about the Virginia Company's demise in May 1624. But they did not intend that this state of affairs should be permanent. They hoped through dissolution simply to break the power of their opponents within the company, and then to reconstitute it with themselves in control. The merchants and their allies seemed close to success when, on July 15, 1624, only a few months after the old company's destruction, the king appointed a new commission for Virginia. This move seemed to clearly signal the government's intention to restore the anti-Sandys forces to power. The commission was totally packed with merchant party stalwarts and adherents of the rich faction. It had 41 members, not including the 10 commissioners who were leading officers in James's government. Among these 41, there were no fewer than 15 of the 21 persons listed by the merchants the previous year as fit to be officers of the company. Moreover, 26 of the commission's 41 members were either among those nominated to be officers by the merchants or on another list of opposers of the Sandys leadership, names of adventurers that disliked the present proceedings of business in the Virginia and Somers Islands companies, drawn up by Sir Nathaniel Rich in April 1623, or both. The commission also included an additional handful of great merchant magnates who were included on neither of these lists, but were unquestionably associated with Smythe's merchant party. James I explicitly charged the commission with re-establishing a corporate organization for Virginia with the same privileges that the old company had. The monopoly of Virginia's trade that the merchants so desired seemed on the verge of realization. 40 But with the death of James I, the Virginia Commission was abrogated and never re-established under Charles I. City merchants, the landed class, and colonial development. Understandably, the rise of new forms of colonial enterprise, in the wake of the decline and dissolution of the Virginia Company, had a powerful impact on the personnel of the American trades. Once it had become clear, following the establishment of direct royal administration in Virginia and of the Carlisle proprietorship in the West Indies, that company control would not be reinstituted in the Americas, the city's company merchants withdrew from colonial activity. A comparison of complete listings of London aldermen, Levant Company merchants, and East India Company directors, as well as reasonably full listings of merchant adventurers, French Company merchants, and Eastland Company merchants, with reasonably full listings of the hundreds of active traders with Virginia and the West Indies. 41 shows hardly any overlap between the company merchants and the colonial merchants during the pre-Civil War period. There were, of course, some exceptions. Two of the most important were Samuel Vassall and Matthew Craddock. Another was Humphrey Slaney, who traded in partnership with his son-in-law, William Cloberry. The others who have been identified were Edward Bennett, Nathan Wright, Benjamin Whitcomb, Anthony Pennyston, and Richard Chambers and William Tristram. 42 It is impossible, however, to dispute the general verdict that the company merchants of London ceased to participate in American colonization after 1625 and that this task fell to an entirely new group. The company merchants' withdrawal from colonial commerce after 1625 is not really surprising. Following the dissolution of the Virginia Company, the growth of Virginia commerce still presupposed plantation development, and it seems to have remained difficult to participate significantly in the former without investing in the latter. But this was something the city's company merchants still refused to do. The nascent plantation economy, unable as yet to expand by itself, needed constant injections of outside capital and manpower to keep it going. As a result, especially in the colony's formative years, those interested in marketing large amounts of tobacco could not easily obtain it without taking part in the production process. The more substantial Virginian planters appear to have controlled a significant portion of the early trade in tobacco. These men brought their capital with them and performed their own marketing with the help of colonial ship captains. 43 Then, too, some of the leading tobacco merchants seem to have bought plantations of their own, thereby bringing all aspects of colonial development under their direct control. Perhaps the most common arrangement was for the merchant to enter into business in partnership with a local planter, advancing him the necessary capital in exchange for part of the product. As Richard Pearse has written, the merchant and the pioneer were associated from the first in some kind of partnership. The merchant was able thus to place his surplus capital, and to receive his return in the form of colonial produce which he could sell. In addition, he was partly protected against the unfaithfulness of his agents, the chief risk in all colonial enterprise, by the partnership which gave the planter an honest interest in the prosperity of his business. The planter, for his part, obtained perhaps the price of his transport, perhaps his outfit of tools and provisions for the first year. Above all, the merchant would have recruited servants for the plantation and paid their passages across the sea, thus giving the planter a start in life which he could only have obtained for himself by several years' hard work. 44. In addition to the reciprocal benefits to be derived from merchant-planter partnerships, the maintenance of the head-right system of land grants in Virginia following the dissolution of the company further strengthened the tendency to interconnect trade and plantation. Under this system, those who transported colonists were awarded land at the rate of 50 acres per person transported. The effect was naturally to concentrate land in the hands of merchants and thus to encourage merchant participation in plantations. There were many possible variations on the basic merchant-planter combination, and all kinds of contractual arrangements were evolved to fit the requirements of the participants. 45 But even when there was no formal agreement, the same fundamental relationship appears to have been realized in practice as a result of an unavoidable interdependence. The financial requirements of subsistence and production before the harvest commonly made it necessary for the planter to seek loans from the merchant. The merchant was therefore obliged to provide advances to finance production, if he hoped to have a crop to market. The debtor-creditor relationship thus established often assumed a long-term character, involving the merchant more or less permanently in the planter's business. As the Virginia Assembly petitioned in 1632, "We the poor planters of this colony have a long time groaned under the cruel dealings of unconscionable merchants who have by needless and unprofitable commodities always pre-engaged the inhabitants in debts of tobacco to the value almost of their ensuing crops." 46. The need to invest in plantations was not, however, the only aspect of colonial commerce that discouraged the participation of the major city merchants. Even had this impediment been removed, it is unlikely that their enthusiasm for the commerce with the Americas would have been much increased. The city merchants were accustomed to trade under the protection of monopoly privileges. Under the Virginia Company, they had established their magazine for just this purpose, and they had fought to have the Virginia Company re-established to the same end. But after 1625, free trade became the rule in American commerce, and the expanding trades in tobacco and provisioning were opened up to anyone who could find the capital. By 1634, there were 175 men operating in the Virginian tobacco trade, and in 1640, there were 330. These figures should be compared with the total of 61 active Levant Company currents traders in each of these 2 years. 47 Fiercely competitive conditions therefore prevailed in a period of rising production. As a result, there was a rapid fall and general instability of commodity prices. 48 Whereas some of London's greatest merchants had been anxious to trade tobacco under the highly controlled monopoly conditions of the Virginia Company's magazine, they were repelled by the anarchy of the new, free American commerce. The failure of the great London merchants to participate in colonial trade is thus explained by those crucial characteristics that distinguished it from their regular corporate commerce. The regulated trades, typified by the Levant Company commerce and the merchant adventurers' trade, simply involved the carrying of commodities. They were operated under restricted, corporately controlled conditions designed to regulate competition, to minimize risk, and to ensure profits. Symptomatically, the great city merchants behind the East India Company consistently refused to allow it to involve itself in colonizing or plantation ventures of any kind, even though their recalcitrance in this respect made them vulnerable to effective attacks on their privileges. Correlatively, when the East India Company's monopoly was weakened during the 1630s and 1640s, many important merchants simply withdrew their support and the company came near to total collapse. 49 The contrast between the company merchants' regular operations and those of the colonial entrepreneurs who succeeded them in the Americas could not have been more stark. Given the high profitability and relatively controlled conditions of the great company trades, the conservatism of the establishment merchants was reasonable, their avoidance of the new trades predictable. Paradoxically, then, the collapse of company organization for the Americas, and the consequent withdrawal from the trade of London's leading overseas traders, may actually have facilitated the colonizing process. Under the Virginia Company, the city's overseas traders had proven their unwillingness to invest in plantations, and the company's inability to develop Virginia can, in large part, be attributed to just that factor. On the other hand, it is doubtful if the new groups of small planters and traders who took over plantation development as the company declined would have been willing to invest in plantations had they been excluded from the profits of trade, or compelled to operate under the domination of a monopoly company. The re-establishment of a privileged corporation for the trade with the Americas might well have meant a continuation of that stagnation of plantation investment and that bleeding dry of the colonists by means of monopoly commerce that marked the merchants' rule under the company. Aware of the city merchants' disdain for plantations and their aversion to high-risk, fixed capital investments, contemporary backers of the colonization movement often looked to the landed classes to take up the slack. Sir Francis Bacon echoed a widespread opinion when he recommended that the leaders of the colonial plantations be rather noblemen and gentlemen than merchants, for they look ever to their present gain. 50 Influenced by such contemporary statements and mesmerized by the sheer numbers of gentry stockholders in the colonizing companies, some historians have been led to overestimate the landed class contribution to the colonizing movement and, in the process, to misapprehend its nature. In fact, the nobles and gentry of England had neither the inclination nor the wherewithal to ensure the continuity of the colonizing movement. With some notable exceptions, their long-term effect despite their momentary flutters of intense activity was slight. This point is nowhere better illustrated than in the case of the Virginia Company itself, where the participation of a great mass of gentry investors, as well as a famous group of aristocratic leaders, has tended to convey a false impression of the landed class role in the colonizing movement. It is true, of course, that for a relatively short period Sir Edwin Sandys and his gentry and noble supporters did run the company and make serious efforts to support the plantations. Yet, as has been seen, colonial development during their tenure in office took place not because of them, but rather in spite of them. Above all, they totally failed to raise money for the Virginia Company's joint stock from among themselves and their landed class friends. By 1622, they were hoping to use a tobacco contract to loot the project, having given up hope of profiting through the joint stock operation itself. 51 By the time they were ultimately forced to cede control, the colony had been decimated by sickness and Indian massacre, and was having to start again almost from scratch. The fact that there were no fewer than 560 gentry stockholders behind the Virginia Company tends, paradoxically, to point up the superficiality, rather than the depth, of the landed class contribution. The amount raised by the joint stock in the entire course of the Virginia Company's existence was a mere £37,000. If the gentry contributed 50% of this amount, it would mean an average investment of less than £35 from each gentry investor. This was, of course, a trivial sum for commercial ventures in this period and more in the nature of a formal or token contribution than an expression of real financial interest. The fact that MPs, who were of course most subject to pressure from the court and to the pull of patriotic enterprise, comprised a disproportionate number of the investors only adds to the impression that the gentry invested more out of duty than in the hope of meaningful profit. 52. Those nobles and gentry who backed the hundreds, which were financed and operated outside company control and often on a fairly large scale, could have contributed significantly to colonial development. Included among the supporters of these ventures were such landed class leaders as the Earl of Southampton and Sir Richard Berkeley. But these ventures were short-lived and ultimately came to very little in terms of Virginia's longer-term evolution. Most of them had failed even before the company's demise. Certainly, without the injection of masses of new capital, which emanated from neither the gentry nor the city company merchants, the colonizing process in Virginia would have come to a halt following the Virginia Company's collapse. Merchant and landed class investors behaved pretty much as did their counterparts in the Virginia Company in almost all of the ventures of the first phase of the colonization movement, extending from the late Elizabethan period through the reign of James I. It is true that, in a number of instances, nobles and gentry did take important steps to initiate colonizing projects. But only rarely did they carry through on their original commitments. Nor did the company merchants at any point take up the slack. The result was a dismal record of failure for almost all the formally patented colonizing companies. Sir Humphrey Gilbert's attempt to plant a colony north of Florida between 1578 and 1583 and Sir Walter Raleigh's follow-up project for Roanoke from 1584 may perhaps be said to have initiated the English movement toward colonization in the Americas, and both these projects were led and financed largely by landed class elements. Gilbert's venture sought to mobilize younger sons of the gentry and landed class Catholics to establish estates in the New World, and a handful of courtiers and nobles, notably the Queen's Secretary Sir Francis Walsingham and the Earl of Sussex, along with a number of landed class stockholders and the gentry who actually went to settle, provided most of the financial support for it. Raleigh's somewhat more substantial project also attracted Walsingham's patronage, as well as the financial backing of a number of influential members of the landed class, such as Lord Charles Howard and Sir Richard Grenville. Nevertheless, for what would become all too familiar reasons, neither Gilbert's nor Raleigh's venture could sustain itself very much beyond its founding voyage. As it turned out, these projects, like their successors in the Americas, were unable to provide the quick returns for which their backers had hoped, because they yielded neither precious metals, nor already existing staples, nor an easy route to the East Indies. On the contrary, the fledgling settlements required a good deal of investment just to keep them going, and could be expected to yield no profits for a long time. Few investors had the wherewithal or the desire to take the risk and wait. 53. In both Gilbert's and Raleigh's ventures, the backers appear to have made serious efforts to mobilize merchant support. In each case, a group of merchants did agree to participate, but each made it clear that it was primarily interested in the trading side of the venture, demanding commercial monopolies as the price of the involvement of its syndicate. In the end, for various reasons, neither of these merchant syndicates actually took part in the Gilbert or Raleigh ventures. 54. In general, the great city merchants had much better places to put their money than in colonizing projects, and, at the time of the Gilbert and Raleigh projects, in the latter part of Elizabeth's reign, they were especially distracted by the extraordinary opportunities for profit in the privateering war against Spain, not to mention the development of the Levant commerce and, ultimately, the East Indian trade. It is of course true that a handful of merchants did seek to make significant contributions to the American colonization movement even in this period, notably Sir Thomas Smythe and Sir William Sanderson, both leaders of the commercial expansion eastward. But these men were exceptional, and they appear to have participated less with the expectation of profits than out of a patriotic concern for colonial development. 55. When peace with Spain came in 1604, there was a new burst of colonizing activity. Beginning in 1609, a series of noble and gentry syndicates sent out a succession of voyages for exploration and colonization in Guyana. Nevertheless, none of these companies for Guyana succeeded in securing long-term backing for the projects they initiated. Roger North, supported by the great colonizing connection around the Earl of Warwick, did raise the significant sum of £60,000 for the Guyana venture of 1619, but the massive follow-up funds required were never forthcoming, and the project was, in any case, cut short by the revival of negotiations for the Spanish match. The subscription to the Guyana Company of 1628 amounted to only £2,400 and, according to Pears, was a mere china egg brought forth to make the London business class lay. But the merchants for the most part stood aside, and after 1631 English activities in Guyana came to an end. 56. Over approximately the same period during which the Guyana experiments were taking place, the Virginia Company was of course seeking to develop settlements and trade in the Chesapeake region. But, as noted, neither landed class leaders nor company merchants could offer sustained support for this venture, and the tasks of continuing colonization in and of developing commerce with Virginia were left to others. Although facing very different conditions and problems and conducted on a smaller scale, the Newfoundland Company, established in 1610, went through an experience similar to that of the Virginia Company. Initially, great company merchants such as Ralph and William Freeman, who were among the few city merchants to trade on a large scale in both the merchant adventurers and the Levant Company trades, and John and Humphrey Slaney, whose commercial involvements were as wide-ranging as those of any other merchants of the day, provided much of the Newfoundland Company's leadership and financial backing. These men aimed to use the colony to gain better access to the great fishery off the coast of Newfoundland, and in this way to achieve a competitive advantage in the rapidly developing triangular trade whereby fish from Newfoundland were exchanged in Spain for valuable imports, especially from the Spanish Empire. Nevertheless, the costs of settlement and of developing plantations quickly offset any potential savings with respect to the fishing trade. The merchants therefore withdrew their support for the Newfoundland Company's joint stock and left the corporation to flounder. Under Gentry leadership, the Newfoundland Company could not raise sufficient funds to continue, and, like the Virginia Company, was obliged to cede control over the colony to groups of independent sub-companies. 57. Finally, the English settlement of the West Indies, begun in 1625 to 1626, was dominated, almost from the outset, by the Earls of Carlisle, who held the proprietorship of the Caribbee Isles. The Carlisles failed entirely to invest in production and simply milked the colony by way of taxes and impositions. As in Virginia, an entirely new group, which came from neither the ranks of the company merchants nor the landed classes, assumed the task of plantation and commercial development in the West Indies. 58. Only the Providence Island Company and the Bermuda Company were able to function effectively on the basis of Gentry leadership and finance, but here there were exceptional factors at work. During the 1630s, Providence Island and Bermuda became outposts of Puritanism, at once ports of exile and staging posts for revolt. The parliamentary gentry who supported them probably did so at least as much for their political and religious purposes as for their economic possibilities. At the same time, the Providence Island and Bermuda projects were backed by the extraordinary mercantile connection around Robert Rich, 2nd Earl of Warwick. The Riches were among the greatest colonial entrepreneurs of the day and were willing to combine trade, plantation development, and privateering in order to make a profit. They made no bones about their long-term economic interest in the colonies, and they expended large sums of money, as well as a good deal of energy, in order to supervise directly a wide range of overseas commitments. 59 But there were few like them among the English nobles and gentry. The fact is that not many among the landed classes had the Riches wealth. Among those who did, hardly any were willing to spend the time and energy required to watch over vast overseas holdings effectively. This failure to invest in colonial enterprise does not, however, imply that the English landed classes of this era were either poor or possessed of a backward mentality any more than the similar refusal of the established city merchants implies these characteristics. Neither company merchants nor landed gentry were attracted to colonial investments because they had such promising alternatives immediately open to them. The gentry naturally turned to the management of their estates, as this was a period in which rents were rising rapidly. 60 The merchants continued to focus on developing the very profitable southern and eastern trades. Both therefore left the Americas open to an entirely new group of traders from social strata much lower than their own. As will be seen, the men who developed the American colonial commerce were from unimpressive, often obscure socio-economic backgrounds. They lacked access to the great city merchants' monopoly trading companies and the security of broad landed estates. They were, in fact, probably led to enter the colonial field in large part because their economic options, compared with those of the company merchants, were so sharply restricted. Indeed, the new men of the colonial trade succeeded in developing colonial plantations and commerce where the company merchants and the landed classes had failed largely because they were willing to accept profit margins, take risks, and adopt methods of operation that neither the merchants nor the gentry would seriously consider. In particular, these men were ready to invest in plantation production and to carry out the regular travel to, and sometimes settlement in, the colonies that overseeing plantation investment required. They were willing to do these things, moreover, without the benefit of monopoly trading privileges. Paradoxically, therefore, they were, from the start, far better fitted than were either the company merchants or the gentry to exploit colonial opportunities and to profit from them. The unexpected consequence was that, in the process of carrying out the arduous task of founding the colonial economies, these new men ended up preparing themselves far better than any other traders to grasp the truly spectacular economic opportunities the colonial field ultimately offered. From obscure and unimpressive beginnings, they altered their own economic activities and condition, while they worked a fundamental transformation of the English commercial world. The new merchant leadership of the colonial trades. Years between the downfall of the Virginia Company and the outbreak of the Civil War marked the crucial period for the American colonizing movement. Only then were colonies permanently established, and only from that time did colonization and colonial production come to be carried on in a sustained and accelerating manner. Just 1,000 people remained in Virginia at the Virginia Company's dissolution in 1624. But by 1640, 8,000 colonists were residing there. Over roughly the same period, the first permanent settlements in the West Indies were established, and the British population of these islands grew to about 25,000. These two areas, Virginia and the Caribbean islands, became the chief productive centers in British America. Before 1640, settlers concentrated almost exclusively on producing tobacco to be shipped to England, and from there to the rest of Europe and the Near East. In the years between 1622 and 1638, tobacco imports from the American colonies to England leaped from about £61,000 to £2 million a year, providing the basis for a new and increasingly important line of mercantile activity. 2 Meanwhile, New England was the scene of a series of dynamic colonizing efforts. By 1640, the most populous of its colonies, Massachusetts Bay, had attracted some 20,000 people. It constituted, moreover, one leading pole of attraction in a transatlantic Puritan network of religio-political opposition to the Crown that included not only its offshoots, Connecticut and Rhode Island, but also the offshore colonies, Bermuda and Providence Island. The rise of American colonial commerce was only made possible by the construction from scratch of an entirely new system of production. This was a project radically different from any previously undertaken by English merchants. The unique nature of the enterprise can be brought out by characterizing the new groups behind it and the innovative methods they adopted. The traders who were responsible for the crucial inputs of capital and entrepreneurship for colonial development were new men in several senses. Few of them had been members of the great London trading companies, or overseas merchants of any kind. Nor did they come from the upper ranks of either London or county society. Originally men of the middling sort, they were mostly born outside London and were, in many cases, the younger sons of minor gentry or prosperous yeomen. A few came from borough commercial families. From their provincial homes, many of these men directly entered into colonial entrepreneurship by emigrating to the colonies and starting up plantations, a path nearly universally eschewed by the city's company merchants. In this case, they often used their plantation profits to return to London and set themselves up as full-fledged overseas merchants. Even then, they tended to remain intimately involved with all aspects of the colonial economy, including plantations and politics as well as trade. Indeed, the tight connections retained by the leading colonial traders with the ruling Virginia Council and the West Indies proprietorship provided one important key to their dramatic success. Those colonial traders who did not begin their careers by emigrating to America often started out as domestic traders, sea captains, or shopkeepers in London, and got involved in colonial trade as an extension of their domestic operations. By entering directly into colonial trade, city retailers could save themselves the substantial middleman's cost on tobacco. At the same time, they could gain access to a new and lucrative market for provisions. Men such as these, it will be remembered, lacked this option in all of those overseas trades that were regulated by companies, for the mere merchant provision of the company charters barred shopkeepers, ship captains, and artisans from becoming company members so long as they retained their domestic businesses. Many of the new colonial merchants, including some of the most important among them, remained fully active in their old city businesses even as they immersed themselves in American commerce. Their enduring connection with the city's domestic trading community would powerfully influence not only their commercial careers but their political and religious formation as well. By the end of the pre-Civil War period, colonial commerce had matured and was attracting scores of new traders every year. Nevertheless, a critical feature of the overall evolution was the emergence from the mass of small traders of what might best be termed a colonial entrepreneurial leadership. This collection of top colonial traders formed a coherent social group, which provided the most important source of motivation, capital, and organization for the whole colonization movement. Linked to one another by a multiplicity of partnership and family ties, these men overcame unimpressive initial economic endowments by getting in on the ground floor, by taking the initiative in high-risk ventures, and by exploiting their ties with the colonial political authorities. They were behind almost every important colonial adventure of the period and controlled a disproportionate share of the trade. They exploited the fur and provisioning commerce, which, in the initial phase of colonial development, offered the greatest opportunities for windfall profits. They dominated the rapidly developing tobacco trades with Virginia and the West Indies, which formed the heart of the new American commercial economy. They were responsible, moreover, for most of the larger speculative ventures of the period, including the autonomous colonial trading center on Kent Island in the Chesapeake Bay, an interloping syndicate in the Canadian fur trade, and Caribbean privateering. Finally, these traders were the major London backers of the Puritan colonies in New England, Bermuda, and Providence Island, and through their participation in these ventures they established critical ties with groups of Puritan aristocrats and gentry that would have great political as well as economic significance. To understand the early evolution of the colonial economy is, in large part, to follow the evolution of this group. The complex of commercial and family connections that formed the skeletal structure of the colonial merchant leadership can be displayed through lists of business partnerships and family connections. Point 3. The common background of these men, which helped bring them together in the first place, can be demonstrated through statistical profiles of their social origins. Point 4. Nevertheless, to fully understand this group requires an examination of the process of its formation, as well as of the life, experiences and modes of operation of its individual members. One especially convenient way to accomplish this is to follow the career of the colonial merchant who was at once the group's archetypical figure and its leading member. Maurice Thompson was certainly the greatest colonial merchant of his day. He was involved in almost every major colonial undertaking of the period, and he worked, directly or indirectly, with almost all of the other leading colonial entrepreneurs. The unusual success and the spectacular range of Thompson's enterprises hardly make him the average representative of the group. But the very breadth and depth of his involvements over the entire period make his career the ideal point of departure for describing the colonizing movement, introducing almost all of its other leading figures, and tracing its path of development. Using Thompson's career to provide a thread of continuity, it becomes possible to follow step by step the maturation of the new merchant leadership while tracing the major phases of colonial economic evolution over the pre-Civil War period. Early North American development, furs, provisions, and politics. The merchant councilor interest. The decay of the Virginia Company and the subsequent weakness of royal control from England engendered a chaotic pattern of social, political, and economic development in the Virginia colony. The 1620s and 1630s witnessed a struggle for spoils in which the leading members of the colonial government were the main participants. Almost all of these officials came to Virginia from undistinguished social backgrounds in order to enrich themselves through trade and plantations. They appear to have regarded the Virginia Council, through which they governed the colony, primarily as a means for the aggrandizement of their own clique. Throughout the period, councilors joined with one another and with various friends in a series of business and political partnerships to milk the resources of the colony. As Bernard Bailyn has pointed out, most of the major political events for 30 years after the company's dissolution, including the overthrow of Governor Harvey, were incidents in the pursuit of their private goals. Point 5. As noted, in plantation development in early Virginia, the distinction between merchant and planter tended to be blurred. Merchants took up plantations, planters became merchants, and all sorts of merchant-planter partnerships were formed. This was especially true at the top level of the society, for in order to market large amounts of tobacco, it was generally necessary to combine plantation ownership with trade. As a result, the Virginia councilor elite, naturally including many of the leading planters, became closely connected with the greatest merchants in the field. Most of the councilors had partners among the merchants, and some councilors were themselves leading overseas traders. The natural commercial bond between councilors and merchants was, moreover, strengthened as a result of their complementary resources. The planter councilor, by virtue of his political position, had privileged access to the colony's most desirable economic opportunities. The merchant could supply the capital and entrepreneurship needed to exploit these successfully. In consequence, from very early on, the leading merchants and chief councilors, quite often the same people, were brought together in a nearly irresistible bloc, which constituted the most powerful force in Virginia's early development. It was largely through constructing alliances with members of Virginia's councilor clique that the new merchant leadership was first able to establish itself. Working together, councilors and merchants penetrated all aspects of the Virginia economy. The specific trajectory of Virginia's early economic evolution is, indeed, incomprehensible without reference to the emergence of a special merchant councilor interest distinct from, and in important ways directly opposed to, the interest of the generality of planters. During the pre-Civil War era, the merchant councilor combine engaged in a wholesale share-out of the colony's major resources: furs, lands, and commercial monopolies. At the same time, its members pursued pro-merchant commercial policies that were directly harmful to, and opposed by, most of the colony's planters, above all, the establishment of a new Virginia Company and the abolition of free trade with Virginia. During the earliest years of North American development, the trade in furs, on the one hand, and in provisions, on the other, carried special importance, although for different reasons. From the time when the search for precious metals was given up to the point when the plantations became reliable producers of a staple crop, furs were the colony's most valuable and dependable exports. Unlike other colonial products, furs required no heavy capital outlay or long-term investment. All that was usually necessary was access to Indian trappers. But because the supply of furs was so limited, yet at the same time so valuable, it is perhaps not surprising that the colonial authorities attempted to appropriate this lucrative business for themselves, in particular by restricting trade with the Indians to those to whom they granted licenses. This was the pattern not only in Virginia, but in New England as well. The colonial magistrates were preoccupied with the provisioning trade not only because of its potential profitability but also because the very existence of the colony depended on supplying the planters. Control over the provisioning trade, insofar as it could be exercised by the colonial authorities, was thus a critical political issue and could become a source of severe conflict. In Virginia, controversy arose in part over the regulation of the price of supplies brought in from England, and in part over how to develop alternative sources of supply in the colony itself. On these questions, the colony's councilors occupied an ambivalent position. They were under heavy pressure from the planters to prevent the commercial interests from exploiting the colony. At the same time, considering their capital and their mercantile connections, the councilors and their merchant friends were very well placed to take charge of provisioning themselves. As it turned out, the colony's councilors could not resist taking advantage of their position. They appointed themselves to carry out many of the early missions of trade for provisions with the Indians, while prohibiting other colonists from doing so. Meanwhile, they and that group of minor traders who got in early on the commerce with the colony made a killing in the provisioning trade from London. They exacted monopoly profits by exploiting colonists who had become dependent on suppliers from England as a result of their total concentration on tobacco planting and the still irregular nature of the trade with London. 6. The core members of what was to emerge as the colonial entrepreneurial leadership made their initial colonial profits from the provisioning and fur trades. Maurice Thompson makes his first appearance in the commerce with Virginia among that relatively small group of merchants already active in these trades under the rule of the Virginia Company. Born around 1600, Thompson was the eldest of 5 sons of an Army Jarrows Hertfordshire family. 7 He could hardly have expected much of an inheritance from his father, Robert, for by 1617 he had settled in Virginia. 8 Shortly thereafter he appears as a transatlantic ship captain, master of a good ship burden 320 tons. Over the next several years, Thompson performed a number of passenger transportation and provisioning services for the Virginia Company and the Virginia Colony. 9 In the meantime, he accumulated a Virginia estate of 150 acres. In 1623 three of Thompson's younger brothers, George, William, and Paul, joined him in Virginia, transported there by their brother-in-law Capt. William Tucker, who apparently covered the expenses. It was undoubtedly Thompson's business connection with William Tucker, facilitated by Tucker's marriage to a sister of Thompson's, that paved the way for Thompson's meteoric ascent as a colonial merchant. Also originally a sea captain, William Tucker was one of the Virginia colony's earliest settlers and among the first of its special breed of great merchant planter counselors. He arrived in Virginia in 1610 at the age of 21. 11 In 1616 he was active with several London citizens in the foundation of a plantation in Virginia, and among his partners in this venture there were two in particular who were to play significant roles in his developing career. 12 One was Elias Roberts, a London trader whose son Elias would also enter the colonial field and marry in 1630 Dinah Thompson, another sister of Maurice Thompson's. 13 The other was Ralph Hammer, who, like Tucker, soon emerged in Virginia as a magistrate and an important political figure. 14 By 1619, William Tucker was one of the leading Englishmen in the colony, and was elected a representative to the first meeting of the Virginia House of Burgesses. 2 years later, Tucker and Ralph Hammer were chosen to present the Virginia colony's case in Parliament against the proposed tobacco contract of Sir Thomas Roe and others. In the following years, Tucker led numerous expeditions of trade with, and war against, the Indians under the auspices of the colonial government, no doubt further enriching himself in the process. He also served in a variety of local governmental and administrative positions in his home section of Kecoughtan. 15 In 1625 Tucker was among only 15 men in the entire colony who had 10 or more servants. The others in this category, among them his old partner, Ralph Hammer, were almost all members of that merchant counselor clique that dominated the colony. By 1626, if not before, Tucker had been appointed to the Virginia Council, and according to George Sandys, the colony's treasurer, was one of the few counselors of that era sufficiently wealthy, honest, and industrious to carry out the responsibilities this office entailed. 16 It was natural that, as his relative, political connection, and business partner, Tucker should play a formative role in Maurice Thompson's career. By the time, then, of the dissolution of the Virginia Company in 1624, Maurice Thompson and William Tucker were partners and had established themselves among that group of small entrepreneurs that had taken over from the company the leading role in Virginia's economic development. Like others among them, such as William Felgate, who was another of Tucker's brothers-in-law, they had lived in the colony for a number of years while carrying out a variety of small-scale operations, often in provisioning. 17 During the period of the Virginia Company's rule they had acquired the requisite experience, capital, and connections to set themselves up as colonial merchants in the full sense. By 1626 Maurice Thompson had returned to London to extend their business interests throughout the breadth of the Atlantic economy. Tucker's powerful political base in Virginia, particularly his seat on the Virginia Council, appears to have encouraged him to remain a resident of the colony, although he often traveled to London for reasons of business, and he ultimately resettled there. Over the next 15 years, Thompson and Tucker remained partners and leaders in developing all aspects of the Virginian economy. This continued to require not merely plantation development and trade, but the deepening of political connections and the acquisition of privilege. For Thompson and Tucker, probably the critical moment was their entry into partnership with the great magistrate of Virginia, William Claiborne. The sealing of this alliance opened the way to an extended period of overpowering ascendancy within the colony for the emerging new merchant entrepreneurial leadership. The Kent Island Project. William Claiborne may have been the most consistently influential politician in Virginia throughout the whole of the pre-Restoration period. Even so, in background, career, and economic objectives, he was not very different from William Tucker or such other leading Virginia counselors as Samuel Matthews, George Menifee, Thomas Stegg, and John Udy. All rose from middling sorts of backgrounds to high positions in Virginia as merchant planter counselors. All were distinguished by their ability to combine planting with mercantile activity on a rather large scale, and all forged connections with the leading London colonial merchants. 18 William Claiborne was a younger son of a King's Lynn, Norfolk, family. His father and grandfather engaged in a variety of shipping and small industrial enterprises, the manufacture of salt and Icelandic fishing, among others, and both held the office of alderman and Lord Mayor of King's Lynn during the last quarter of the 16th century. In 1598, Claiborne's father, Thomas, married the daughter of a London brewer and moved to a country house in Crayford, Kent, where both of his sons were born. Despite his civic prominence and social situation, Thomas Claiborne does not appear to have been a very wealthy man. His eldest son, Thomas, was apprenticed in London and eventually set himself up in the hosiery business, later becoming involved in the tobacco trade, perhaps in collaboration with his brother William. William Claiborne emigrated to Virginia in 1621, when he was offered the potentially lucrative position of Virginia Surveyor. 19. As an official in the government of Virginia, William Claiborne was from the start presented with valuable opportunities. Along with his office, worth £30 a year in addition to fees, he received a grant of 200 acres of land immediately upon his arrival. In the next several years he was able to secure from the Colonies Council additional land grants of 150, 250, and 500 acres. In the meantime, he succeeded in having his surveyor's salary doubled on a retroactive basis. By 1624, he had become a councillor of Virginia, and in 1626 he was appointed the colony's Secretary of State. 20. From this influential position, Claiborne was able to launch a major mercantile career. Under the protection of grants and monopoly commissions secured from the Virginia Council, he organized between 1627 and 1629 a series of increasingly ambitious fur trading ventures with the Susquehannock Indians. 21 His goal was to develop a vast fur trading and colonial provisioning network up and down the Atlantic coast and to center its operation on an island that he had discovered in the upper Chesapeake Bay. To this island, which he later named Kent, would come furs from the Virginia back country and as far away as Canada for shipment to England. At this place, the food and clothing needed in the fledgling colonies of New England and Nova Scotia, but also in Virginia itself, would be produced and distributed. So grandiose a project required a good deal more capital than Claiborne had, and would certainly necessitate outside help. At the same time, as Claiborne realized from the start, the creation of a large-scale provisioning center in the Virginia colony that was under the control of a private merchant syndicate would inevitably arouse hostility. Claiborne certainly expected opposition from the governor, and perhaps also from the assembly. He therefore found it advisable to secure the help of London merchants who had not only the requisite capital but also the connections in England needed to obtain a monopoly patent to secure the enterprise. 22. Whether Claiborne first approached, or was approached by, the city merchant William Cloberry concerning the fur trading and provisioning project on Kent Island is uncertain. 23 But the basis for their mutual interest in collaboration is not in doubt. Cloberry was the third son of an Army Jarrows Devonshire family who had secured his future by becoming first apprentice to, then business partner of, Humphrey Slaney, one of the most adventurous London merchants of his day, and by marrying Slaney's daughter. 24 Slaney, who participated in the merchant adventurers, Levant, Spanish, and Barbary trades, had been one of the few important company merchants to involve himself actively in the Americas. He was a founder of the Newfoundland Company, and after this venture fell apart he remained a leader in the Newfoundland fish trade, as well as in the developing commerce with Guinea. 25 William Cloberry was Humphrey Slaney's partner in the Newfoundland and Guinea trades, as well as in the American tobacco commerce. 26 Above all, by the time he met William Claiborne, Cloberry had become an important collaborator of Sir William Alexander, the English Secretary of State for Scotland, in Alexander's latest attempt, begun in 1628, to settle the Nova Scotia proprietorship he had been awarded in 1622. Cloberry was also working with Alexander in developing the Canadian fur trade. 27 Cloberry could thus offer William Claiborne ample capital and broad experience. Most important, through Sir William Alexander, he had the powerful connection at the English court needed to gain privileged status for trade throughout the American continent. 28 In addition, Claiborne and Cloberry had a common interest in developing Kent Island as a source of provisions for the colony in Nova Scotia then being developed by Sir William Alexander with Cloberry's help. It is indicative of the eminence already achieved by the Maurice Thomson-William Tucker partnership that Claiborne and Cloberry asked Thomson to join them in the Kent Island project. From the mid-1620s Thomson had immersed himself in opening up the West Indian tobacco trade. Only very recently, moreover, he had launched a fur trading venture in Canada, and this may have been an important reason why Claiborne and Cloberry sought his collaboration. 29 Since Cloberry and Sir William Alexander were themselves also already active in the Canadian fur trade, it is probable that some sort of eventual link-up was envisioned between the colony at Kent Island and that trade as well. 30 In any case, Claiborne, Cloberry, and Thomson constituted the nucleus that actually ran the Kent Island project. The partners obtained additional financial backing from John de la Barre, a leading city trader with France and Spain, who was at this time Thomson's collaborator in the Canadian fur trade, and also from Simon Turgis, a merchant and planter in Virginia. 31. Plans for the operation were completed early in 1631. The partners made arrangements with the colony at Massachusetts Bay, as well as that in Nova Scotia, for provisioning from Kent Island. Most important, through Cloberry's friend Sir William Alexander they obtained a trading commission under His Majesty's signet for Scotland. This document, which fell short of a royal charter, authorized the partners to trade for corn, furs, or any other commodities in all parts of New England and Nova Scotia where there is not already a patent. 32. Claiborne took full command of the venture, and he sailed from England on May 28, 1631 with 20 servants and £319 worth of supplies aboard the ship Africa, hired for £700 from Thomson's partner and brother-in-law, William Tucker. 33 Tucker was at this time a colleague of Claiborne's on the Virginia Council. Not unexpectedly, the council gave the project its blessing. Claiborne arrived at Kent Island several months later, and over the next several years succeeded in constructing an active and highly productive plantation colony, while carrying on a substantial trade in furs. 34. Nevertheless, it was not long before the Kent Island project ran into difficulties that threatened its very existence. The Virginia planters naturally resented the giveaway in England of valuable colonial trading rights to a partnership of merchant outsiders, and they organized in their assembly against it. Before considering the conflict that ensued. 35 However, it is necessary to sketch its broader context: the tumultuously expanding Atlantic tobacco economy. The Atlantic tobacco economy, the West Indies and Virginia trade. By the 1620s Englishmen had begun to make their first serious inroads in the Caribbean. Although the whole area was legally a Spanish domain, and recognized as such at the peace with Spain in 1604, the decay of Spanish authority had enabled both English and Dutch merchants to continue their clandestine operations there. No permanent colonies were established, but the English government itself sanctioned a series of ventures to Guyana between 1609 and 1631. The Amazon Company of 1619, organized by the Earl of Warwick and Capt. Roger North, actually planted a number of men at the head of the Amazon Delta. However, the negotiations for a Spanish match obliged the Crown to terminate this venture, thereby setting in motion a chain of events that led to the first permanent English settlements in the West Indies. 36. Among the colonists left to fend for themselves after the dissolution of the Amazon Company was one Thomas Warner, the son of an old but not very wealthy East Anglian landed family. In 1622, Warner found his way home by way of the Caribbee Isles and became interested in the possibility of founding a colony in the area. In England, he secured some capital from Ralph Merrifield, a London merchant previously interested in the undercover West Indian trade, and returned with a small party of settlers to St. Kitts, where he began planting tobacco in 1624. After the breaking off of the Spanish match, Warner again returned to England and, with Merrifield, obtained from the Crown in 1625 a royal commission for colonization and trade in Barbados, St. Kitts, Nevis, and Montserrat, as well as an appointment as governor and royal lieutenant of the Leeward Islands. In the same year the great Anglo-Dutch merchant Sir William Coubertin organized the first English settlement on Barbados. 37. At the time, then, of Maurice Thompson's original entry into commerce with the Caribbean in 1626, the English had just 2 fledgling colonial operations in the entire area. Thompson got in on the ground floor. In cooperation with partners and relatives he became involved, directly or indirectly, with the initial establishment of trading ventures on almost every island. Combining the requisite skill and daring with the right political connections, he built a veritable commercial empire in the Caribbean in the space of 2 decades. Thompson's own story of his introduction to business in the Caribbean provides a classic account of the relationships between commerce and plantation and between capital and privilege that characterized West Indian development, indeed all American development, in its earliest period. About April 1626, upon sundry affairs came into the town of Southampton and stayed there about 6 days, during which time one Thomas Combs of Southampton, pretending he had sustained some loss by furnishing a ship called the St. Christopher and sending her forth with men and provisions and victuals for the island of St. Christopher, intending to have planted tobacco there, by reason whereof the said Combs being loath to go on, and yet not willing to leave the same because then he must have undergone much more loss, to help himself therein he subtly and cunningly insinuated himself into company, falsely telling that he had adventured to the said island and he had a very hopeful and profitable plantation there which should give a great quantity of tobacco and other profits there yearly, and further affirmed that he had 8,000 weight of very good tobacco there at the time which he had appointed to be sent out into England. In the next ship that came there which tobacco had been worth £3,000 and upwards at the time, and used many other insinuating speeches whenever he could get any opportunity to speak unto, thinking thereby to have procured to have been partner with him, but failing thereof the said Combs further told that the governor of the island Captain Warner was Combs's special and intimate friend, and that the said captain had vowed he would serve 7 years in the said island, but he would make the said Combs a great gainer if he would adventure thither. Combs offered, if would allow him but half the charges he had been already at for the said plantation and for getting the said £8,000 of tobacco, that then should be partner with him, but finding yet to stand off, he at last urgently moved that be partner with him in the said plantation and adventure, promising faithfully that if would allow the said Combs but 1/4 part of his former charges should be equal partner therein, whereupon did accept the said offer. 38. Although in his reply to the foregoing account Thompson's partner Thomas Combs claimed that it was Thompson who had taken the initiative, done all the insinuating, and proposed the partnership, the basis for their collaboration is clear. Combs had a plantation in St. Kitts that had so far been unsuccessful, but that had great promise, especially because of Combs's close connection with Capt. Thomas Warner, the original settler and governor of the island. Thompson, as both men mention, had experience as a planter in some other parts and the cash on hand that Combs lacked. There was ample basis for a bargain. Thompson agreed to cover a good part of Combs's previous expenses and thereby became a full partner in the operation, putting up £4,000 of initial capital. This is some indication both of the impressive scale of this venture and of the success already achieved by Thompson and his partner William Tucker in Virginia. 39. In April-May 1626, Thompson and Combs sent 3 ships carrying 60 slaves to their 1,000-acre plantation on St. Kitts Point. 40. Governor Warner also traveled with this expedition and appears to have worked closely with Thompson and Combs in both provisioning and tobacco trading in the early days of the colony. 41. Within a year, a major new recruit joined the syndicate. Thomas Stone, 4th son of a Carhouse, Lancaster, family, had been apprenticed in London to the Haberdashers' Company. 42. Like many others among the new colonial merchants, Stone was active in retail trade. He operated a shop in Kate Atten Street, London, and appears to have entered the tobacco and colonial provisioning trade as an extension of his domestic business activity. It was probably because he wished to continue his shopkeeping business that he did not join the Merchant Adventurers Company but instead illegally interloped within their privileged area for many years, exporting cloth and importing a variety of goods from several low country ports. 43 Stone may have been particularly attractive to Thomson and his friends because of his trading connections in Holland. In any case, by 1627 Thomson and Stone are found as partners, re-exporting tobacco to Middelburg, Flushing, and Amsterdam. Like Maurice Thomson, Stone became simultaneously active in commerce and production in both Virginia and the West Indies, and, also like Thomson, he worked in close cooperation with a relative on the spot, in this case his nephew William Stone. William Stone operated the Stone's plantation in Accomack, Virginia, and became a leading official in the county and eventually the colony. 44. In 1627, Thomson, Stone, and Combs sent Robert Wilding, an apprentice of Stone's in the Haberdashers' Company, to St. Kitts to help oversee their plantation there and to manage the business. 45 In that year, however, the Earl of Carlisle received the proprietorship of all the Caribbean Isles, and he compelled the partners to repurchase from him the patents for their land in St. Kitts and to pay for the right to export tobacco customs-free for the next 10 years. When, in the following year, a new, redrawn grant was issued to the Earl, these patents were again called in, but though the partners lost their customs privileges, they retained their plantation and continued their trade. 46. Meanwhile, close kinsmen of Maurice Thomson helped launch very similar pioneering operations in the other Leeward Islands, probably under some arrangement with Maurice. A syndicate led by Anthony Hilton, who had received license from the Earl of Carlisle, began the first colony on the island of Nevis in 1628, and among the leaders of the original settlement was Edward Thomson. Edward Thomson's precise family relationship with Maurice is unclear. But, like Hilton, he had been one of the earliest settlers on St. Kitts, and over the next 2 decades he was a constant partner of Maurice's in commercial activities throughout the world. 47. Similarly, Maurice's brother George Thomson helped found the first colony on Montserrat in the mid-1630s. William Tucker had brought George Thomson to Virginia in 1623 along with his 2 younger brothers, Paul and William. George established a plantation and, by the later 1620s, had become a member of the Virginia Assembly. 48 From there, like his older brother Maurice, he expanded his activities into the Caribbean. In 1635, George Thomson became a leading backer of Montserrat's pioneer settler and first governor, Capt. Anthony Brisket, advancing Brisket supplies in exchange for the right to market his tobacco. 49. Maurice, Edward, and George Thomson, as well as Thomas Stone, remained very active in the West Indies throughout the pre-Civil War period. Some indication of the scale of their business was given by Thomas Combs when he asserted that by 1634, the Thomson-Combs-Stone partnership had already returned £40,000 and 50 pence at about the same time. Edward Thomson is found bringing in some £20,000 of St. Kitts tobacco in a single shipment. 51 Nor does the influence of these men in the Caribbean seem to have declined as the years went on. In 1638, for example, Maurice Thomson brought in £38,000 of St. Kitts tobacco. In 1640, Thomas Stone brought in £32,000 of St. Kitts tobacco. Both these amounts were the largest imported from St. Kitts by any merchant in the respective years. 52 In the meantime, these men were continuing to operate, often together, on a large scale on the North American continent, expanding the size and scope of their businesses with the rapid development of the Virginian tobacco economy. Tobacco production in Virginia, as in the West Indies, grew by leaps and bounds during the 1620s and 1630s, creating a huge potential for profit, but also very serious problems for the colonists. 53 From early on, the bulk of the planters faced 2 interrelated problems: on the one hand, plummeting tobacco prices, resulting from what seemed to be an infinitely elastic supply; on the other hand, the relatively high cost of provisions, reflecting the restricted amounts brought in by the merchants, who controlled the trade. The result was widespread planter debt. Despite their recognition as a body of the need for economic diversification, the planters as individuals generally tried to overcome their financial difficulties simply by increasing their tobacco output. This naturally led to crises of overproduction, further falls in prices, and ever-deepening debt. It was the special ability of the new merchant leadership and their friends on the Virginia Council to take advantage of the intensifying pressures within the Virginian tobacco economy that largely accounts for their extraordinary success in this field during the pre-Civil War period. The planters sought to counter the merchants and break out of their cycle of overproduction and rising debt by politically regulating the economy. Their program was straightforward: to use the Virginia Assembly to put limits on tobacco production and to keep up tobacco prices, so far as possible, to compel planters to produce their own supplies, especially food, within the colony, and to overcome their dependence on the merchants by destroying privileged trading syndicates and especially by opening up the colony to free trade, in particular with the Dutch. In attempting to implement these measures, the planters had no doubt that their main obstacle was that small group of merchant planter councilors that in these years was attempting to secure a stranglehold on the tobacco economy as a whole. The planters set out their full program in their petition of March 6, 1632 to the Dorset Commission on Virginia Affairs, recently appointed by the Crown in England. 54 The planters explained to the commissioners that to pay off their debts, they had been necessarily tied to the planting of that bad commodity from which otherwise had willingly declined. The Assembly members vowed that they had rather want, than labor as slave to other men's purse, among whom we have good cause to complain of Capt. William Tucker, who has far exceeded all other merchants in the prices of their goods. The planters introduced their alternative program with a scarcely veiled assault on the Claiborne-Cloberry-Thompson syndicate, which was at that moment developing the provisioning center on Kent Island in Chesapeake Bay. We are resolved to plant store of corn, where we desire that none that are not resident here may receive commission to trade in our bay, whereby the benefits that might accrue to the planter will be frustrated by those that bear no public charge. But the planters did not confine themselves merely to complaints over particular cases of favoritism. The Virginia Assembly recently had passed legislation setting a minimum price on tobacco at 60, and they asked the Dorset Commission to approve it. This would enable the planters to pay their engagements and so set free hands for other works of better consequences, or at least allow them to afford to pay for provisions. At the same time, to counter the merchants' monopolistic practices, they called for opening up the trade. In particular, we recommend unto your honors considerations that we may have all free trade to those parts and markets where such commodities by our industry shall raise. This simple program of the setting of tobacco prices, leading to economic diversification, and free trade in the Virginian import and export commerce remained for many years the basis of the Virginian planters' struggle against their economic dependence on the merchants. To head off the planters and to consolidate their hegemony, the leading Virginian merchants were also obliged to use political means. They relied mainly on the Virginia Council, although, when necessary, they also sought backing for their policies from the government in England. Despite the aforementioned express opposition of the planters in their assembly to trading licenses for merchants, the Virginia Council had supported the Kent Island project of Claiborne, Cloberry, and Thompson from its inception in 1631. Moreover, just a few months following the Assembly's March 1632 petition to the Dorset Commission in favor of free trade with Virginia, the Council went so far as to grant the sole right to market the entire Virginian tobacco crop for the following 3 years to a syndicate consisting of William Tucker, Maurice Thompson, and their merchant planter partner Thomas Stone. Tucker was, of course, the very merchant the Assembly had just singled out for his monopolistic practices. But in light of the fact that Tucker was at this time a Virginia councilor and, along with Maurice Thompson, a partner of the colony's Secretary of State William Claiborne in the Kent Island project, the Council's action in approving the monopoly grant to these merchants is not difficult to understand. Gov. William Harvey seems to have agreed to this contract only as a last resort, perhaps under duress. In the very letter in which he grudgingly sanctioned the tobacco contract for the syndicate, he was led to ask the Privy Council in England to take into your grave consideration why Mr. Stone, Maurice Thompson, and Capt. Tucker cannot afford to allow a penny per pound for tobacco when our intruding neighbours the Dutch do allow us 18 pence per pound in the same commodity. Harvey lamely justified approving the contract by saying it was better to give these men who already had the greatest trade of all others in that commodity an official monopoly at a negotiated price than to allow them to continue to use their powerful market position to extract exorbitant profits from the planters. 55. The councillors' support for the merchants was not confined to the granting of privileges to a favoured few among themselves and their friends. They consistently pursued a broader strategy designed to assure the merchants' control over trade. This policy had two interrelated aspects: the establishment of a monopoly company in London for trade with Virginia, and the exclusion of all foreign, especially Dutch, merchants from the Virginian trade. This program was, of course, precisely the opposite of that advocated by the planters in their assembly. The story of the attempt to form a new Virginia company during the 1630s remains to be fully unraveled. Still, it is evident that by the time of the establishment of the Dorset Commission in 1631, something like a three-cornered alliance had emerged in support of such a company, and that leading members of the Virginia Council formed a key element within this alliance. The pro-company agitation had its center in a hazy grouping in London referred to as the Virginia Company. This was led by the customs farmer Sir John Wolstenholme and apparently included a number of other men who had been prominent in the old Virginia Company. The Dorset Commission seems to have been packed with Virginia Company members, including, apparently, George Sandys, Sir John Danvers, Sir Robert Killigrew, Sir Thomas Roe, Sir Robert Heath, Sir John Zouche, Nicholas Ferrer, John Ferrer, Hennig Finch, Gabriel Barber, and Sir Dudley Digges, as well as Wolstenholme. All of these men had been associated with the old Virginia Company and appear to have retained an interest in Virginian affairs. It was likely Wolstenholme's influence that was most responsible for getting the Dorset Commission to recommend to the Crown the re-establishment of a Virginia Company in late 1631, but it is doubtful if he faced much opposition. 56. The second main group pushing for a re-established Virginia Company was composed of the leading London merchants trading with Virginia. In general, the new merchant leadership obviously had much to gain from a revived corporation to control the Virginia trade, but during the period in which the Dorset Commission was considering reconstituting the old company, Maurice Thompson, William Tucker, Thomas Stone, and their friends were seeking to secure their own private monopoly of the tobacco commerce, and so had little reason to come out publicly on the issue. However, the moment they lost this very special privilege, they did not hesitate to make their opinion known. 57. Finally, the Virginia Council itself desired a revived company. This is understandable in view of the fact that many of the councillors were closely identified with the great merchant planters, while a number of them maintained intimate connections with members of the Virginia Company in London. When the Dorset Commission recommended that a new company be established, the Virginia Council immediately gave its support. Moreover, on March 6, 1632, the Council took the additional step of making it clear to the Dorset Commission that it supported restricting the trade in Virginian tobacco to the English market. Not accidentally, this was the very moment that the Virginia Assembly was petitioning for free trade. 58. The question of the regulation of the trade with Virginia was not immediately decided, but clearly it was too important an issue for the merchant planter councillor clique to leave unresolved. In August 1633, William Tucker wrote to the Privy Council in England asking that the Virginia Company be resurrected and demanding that the government take action to exclude the Dutch from Virginia's commerce. Tucker argued that the superior competitiveness of the Dutch would soon drive the English merchants from the trade and thus leave the planters even worse off than they already were, a theme that was to be echoed by the merchants throughout a whole epoch, to the planters' extreme exasperation. Tucker's request was referred to the customs farmers Sir John Wolstenholme and Abraham Dawes, who naturally shared his interest in confining the trade to England and who previously had worked in support of a revived company. After meeting with divers of the chief planters of Virginia, These men recommended both the exclusion of the Dutch from the Virginian trade and the re-establishment of the Virginia Company. Their report was co-signed by the chief planters, whom they seem to have consulted none other than the new merchant leaders William Tucker, Thomas Stone, and Tucker's brother-in-law William Felgate. 59. In mid-1633, following a strong plea from 10 Virginia planters, including several members of the Assembly, the Privy Council in England agreed to revoke the Thomson-Stone-Tucker monopoly contract. This action obviously induced William Tucker and his friends to make their plea for reviving the Virginia Company, but a new corporation for the Virginia trade was never established. On the other hand, the Privy Council did order the Dutch excluded from the tobacco trade from that time on. 60. The leading Virginian merchants made the most of their opportunities, both temporary and permanent, to consolidate their position in the trade. Quite possibly the influx of large numbers of traders served to make relatively weaker the vice-like grip of Maurice Thompson and his immediate partners on the Virginian trade during the remainder of the 1630s. But during this period, Thompson and his friends were nonetheless able to strengthen their group substantially by building business and family ties with most of the leading merchants who had more recently entered the field. Even as they saw their hold on the trade decline in relative terms, they succeeded in increasing their power both by greatly increasing their trade in absolute terms and vastly expanding their circle of connections. In 1633, the Thomson-Stone-Tucker syndicate brought in £256,700 of tobacco out of the total of £405,000 imported from Virginia into England in that year. 61. In 1634, Thomas Stone imported about £46,000 of tobacco, about 10% of the entire volume imported. In the same year, Maurice Thompson's youngest brother William entered the tobacco trade. Although this was apparently his first such venture, he also brought in about £46,000 of tobacco. 62. Shortly thereafter, William Thompson married the daughter of the Virginian merchant Samuel Warner. 63, and thereby significantly strengthened the Thompson connection by bringing it into alliance with one of the leading new families of the colonial trades. Samuel Warner had gotten in trouble in the late 1620s for breaking illegally into the East India Company's privileged trade. Samuel and his brother John Warner together ran a druggist business in London, and it is very likely that they entered the American tobacco commerce as an outgrowth of their domestic shopkeeping. By the early 1640s, the Warners and the Thompson Group were operating together in a wide range of activities in the Americas and beyond. 64. Also in 1634, Maurice Thompson himself sent out £155,000 of tobacco from Virginia. This was by far the largest amount shipped in that year, amounting to some 25% of the total, and to make the shipment Thompson sought the help of Robert South, William Willoughby, and Gregory Clement. South's career is obscure. Both Clement, who had gotten in trouble in the late 1620s for trading illegally as a factor in the East Indies, and Willoughby, a ship captain with strong ties to New England, were to become two of Thompson's more important collaborators, and key figures in the colonial trades in their own right. 65. The voyage of Thompson, Clement, Willoughby, and South never reached its destination. Dunkirk privateers took their ship. By 1637, however, Thompson and Clement had won from the Crown the right to seek reprisal, and in that year, they sent out the first of a long series of privateering voyages that would extend well into the 1640s. In their initial privateering effort, Thompson and Clement took as partners Richard Bateson, William Penhoyer, and Edward Wood. These three merchants would continue to work with Thompson and his friends and bring them into contact with a significant number of new and important collaborators. 66. Bateson was from an obscure Wiltshire family. But by 1640, he had established himself among the significant traders with America, importing in that year 15,000 pounds of Virginian tobacco. Well before then, Bateson had helped his career by establishing a partnership with Samuel Vassall, one of the greatest figures in the colonial trades during the pre-Civil War period. 67. Samuel Vassall was the son of a Huguenot emigrant sea captain and merchant. He appears to have secured his future by marrying the daughter of Abraham Cartwright, a wealthy London merchant. Like his father-in-law, Vassal entered the Levant Company and carried on an active trade with the Mediterranean through the 1620s. Vassal's original contact with the colonies may have come as a result of his Puritan convictions. He was a founder of the Massachusetts Bay Company. In any case, by 1628, Vassal had begun the series of ventures to Virginia and the West Indies that were to occupy him over the following 2 decades. Vassal put his brother-in-law, the sea captain Peter Andrews, directly in charge of most of these voyages, and the two of them worked closely with the Virginian merchant planter George Menifee, who was the third member of their partnership. 68 Menifee, like such other great Virginian merchants as Maurice Thompson, William Tucker, and William Claiborne, had begun his career by emigrating to Virginia and setting himself up as a small merchant in the colony. His rise to prominence was likely the result of his attachment to Vassal and Andrews, with whom he became associated in 1628. By the mid-1630s, Menifee had done well enough to gain appointment to the Virginia Council, where he took his place among the core members of the colony's merchant-planter councilor clique. Nevertheless, before settling permanently in Virginia around 1640, Menifee, like others among the merchant councilor group, moved back and forth between London and Virginia, serving as on-the-spot representative for Vassal's firm in Virginia and coordinating the plantation side of the operation. 69. The most spectacular of Samuel Vassal's projects was his unsuccessful attempt in 1630 to plant a colony in what is now South Carolina. This venture was probably connected with the religio-political upheavals of the period. It was initiated by a group of Huguenot refugees who hoped to find a new home within a territory to the south of Virginia granted by the Crown in 1629 to Sir Robert Heath. The project's leaders commissioned Vassal and Andrews to transport passengers and supply the colony in its early stages. But the operation miscarried when the prospective colonists were mistakenly landed in Virginia. As a result, Vassal ended up paying £600 in damages to his contractors after a long suit. 70. In his more prosaic trading ventures with Virginia and the West Indies, Vassal often worked in partnership with a number of leading colonial traders who were also working with the Thompson connection. Two of these, Richard Bateson and Edward Wood, were, as noted, Thompson's privateering partners. 71 A third, Richard Cranley, originally a Levant Company trader, was a prominent American sea captain who worked, during the early 1630s, in Virginia and the Caribbean in collaboration with Edward Thompson, the founder of the Nevis Colony 72, and also with Nathan Wright, a Levant Company merchant who traded with New England and interloped in both the Greenland and Newfoundland trades before involving himself in Virginia during the later 1630s. 73 By 1640, Vassal was collaborating with Maurice Thompson himself in a voyage to Virginia and the West Indies. The third partner in this latter venture was William Felgate, the leading American merchant who was the brother-in-law of Thompson's brother-in-law and trading partner, William Tucker. 74. William Penhoyer, the fifth and final partner of Thompson, Clement, Wood, and Bateson in their privateering voyage of 1637, would emerge in the subsequent period as perhaps Maurice Thompson's most important commercial collaborator. Penhoyer was the son of a Bristol glover and began his career as a shopkeeper in London. Disallowed because of his profession from trading legally with the Near East by the mere merchant provision of the Levant Company Charter, Penhoyer became a great interloper in the Levant trade. During the later 1630s, he pioneered the import and re-export of Virginian tobacco to the Levant, and found it convenient to enter the Levant Company in 1637, probably so that he could expand his activities in this line. In the Virginia-England Levant tobacco re-export commerce, Penhoyer worked with his brother Samuel, who served as factor and junior partner in the Levant, and, above all, with Matthew Craddock, one of the greatest traders with the Americas of the period. 75. Matthew Craddock's career was similar to that of Samuel Vassal, and different from those of the great majority of colonial merchants in several respects. Craddock was the son of a cleric of Hasgard, Pembroke. His grandfather had been a merchant adventurer and stapler of Stafford, and his cousin was a leading citizen and sometime Lord Mayor of that borough. Another relative, William Craddock, was the Hamburg factor of Sir William Cochin, one of London's greatest merchant princes, and it was probably through this connection that Matthew was apprenticed to Cochin in 1616. Craddock appears to have begun his commercial career in the Eastland trade, and, by the later 1620s, like Vassall, he was a major figure in the Mediterranean trade as well. Also like Vassall, Craddock seems initially to have become involved in the Americas as a result of his Puritan proclivities. He was the first governor of the Massachusetts Bay Company, and during the later 1620s established a plantation on the Mystic River in Massachusetts. By the later 1630s, he was among the leading figures in the Virginian and West Indian tobacco and provisioning trades and stood at the center of a vast complex of family and business connections that encompassed some of the key merchants in the colonial field. 76. Matthew Craddock's aunt, Jane, had married Edward Mainwaring of another Staffordshire Army Jarrows family. Their son Randall Mainwaring was therefore Matthew Craddock's cousin. Like Matthew Craddock, Randall Mainwaring was a younger son who had moved to London. There his marriage to Elizabeth Hawes connected him with still another of the important merchant families in the new American trades. 77 From the mid-1630s, Mainwaring traded with the Americas in partnership with his brothers-in-law, Joseph and Nathaniel Hawes, and their brother-in-law, the sea captain George Payne. In 1640, Joseph Hawes imported into London more tobacco from Barbados than did any other merchant. 78 One of Joseph Hawes's apprentices, George Snelling, traded with the Americas in partnership with Maurice Thompson around 1640. 79 Randall Mainwaring's son-in-law and apprentice John Brett had become, by the 1640s, a leading trader with the West Indies and was also involved in New England. 80 Mainwaring's nephew, John Jolliffe, who was to become a high-ranking London merchant in the 1650s and 1660s. Began his career in the 1630s as one of Matthew Craddock's factors in the American trades. 81 Mainwaring's niece seems to have married Joseph Parker, another active tobacco importer in the pre-Civil War years. 82 Upon Parker's death, and married John de Thick, who may have been involved commercially in the Americas before 1640, who later joined Maurice Thompson in East Indian interloping, and who became a partner of John Jolliffe in the Spanish trade. 83 Finally, through the marriage of Matthew Craddock's daughter Damaris to Thomas, the son of Thomas Andrews, the Craddock family became associated with still another new merchant family that was active in the colonial trades and also very prominent in Puritan causes throughout the period. The father, Thomas Andrews, often in partnership with his sons Thomas, Nathaniel, and Jonathan, promoted the Plymouth colony in the 1620s, backed the Massachusetts Bay Colony in the 1630s, and participated in West Indian trade and East Indian interloping in the 1640s. 84. By the later 1630s, Matthew Craddock seems to have been working directly with Maurice Thompson in the colonial trades, although this is not certain. In 1637 to 1638 they appear to have jointly operated the ship Rebecca in the tobacco and provisioning trades, and to have worked together in collaboration with their common Virginian factor Thomas Stegg. 85 Stegg had emerged by this time as a leading merchant planter counselor in his own right, and in 1640 he was one of the first to supply the West Indies with horses from Virginia. 86 In partnership with still another leading partner of Thompson's, Jeremy Blackman. 87 In any case, Thompson and Craddock were certainly closely linked through their common partner William Penhoyer, who was a major collaborator of both. In both 1638 and 1642, Maurice Thompson was listed as by far the leading importer of tobacco into London, an indication of his own continuing preeminence and that of his immediate circle. 88 But much more important is the fact that by this time there had emerged a significantly broader colonial merchant leadership than the one that had originally come together during the 1620s around Thompson and his friends. By virtue of the mass of overlapping family and business connections just described, this group developed an impressive degree of coherence, which gave it the power to take ever more ambitious initiatives across the whole colonial economy, and beyond. Its strength within the Virginian economy was increasingly expressed not only in its dominance of the tobacco and provisioning trades, but in the capacity of some of its leading representatives to establish themselves as great Virginian landholders. Land and plantations. The rapid growth of tobacco production put a high premium on land. The planters cultivated tobacco on a purely extensive basis, they simply used up the land and moved on to a new area. As a result, they were obliged, more or less continually, to demand that the size of the colony be increased, and to seek special land grants from those in or near government. Naturally enough, the merchant councillor clique was especially active on this score, pushing for a more rapid extension of the colony's borders and a more liberal policy on land grants. Here, however, by the mid-1630s, they had run up against the implacable opposition of Gov. William Harvey, who was pursuing a land policy diametrically opposed to their own. Governor Harvey had, from the outset, adopted a conservative approach to the question of land grants and the expansion of the colony, most likely because he wanted to avoid costly military mobilizations and to minimize what could be catastrophic military conflicts. Harvey had thus sought, above all, to maintain peace with the Indians. But unless the Indians were destroyed, the planters could not expand the colony at the desired pace. Harvey also had been stingy about granting land to the planters, probably because a liberal land grant policy would have led inexorably to the need to extend the colony's borders. Finally, as the king's servant, Harvey had fully backed Charles I's grant of a mass of territory to the north of Virginia to Cecilius Calvert, 2nd Lord Baltimore, a direct affront to the Virginian planters' expansionist ambitions. 89. Harvey had also confronted the merchant planter councillors on the question of the colony's commercial policy. He had opposed resurrecting the Virginia Company, he had supported free trade, and he had backed the Assembly's program of controlling tobacco production and diversifying. Indeed, for thus standing up for the generality of the planters and against the colony's special merchant interest, Harvey had won the planters' gratitude and their full backing. 90 The fact remains that Harvey's land policies went directly against the desires of all layers among the colonists, high and low, merchant councillor and mere planter alike. His attempt to implement these policies therefore had the paradoxical effect of forcing into alliance the hitherto bitterly opposed merchant planter and planter groups. Indeed, Harvey's land policies allowed the merchant planter councillor clique to mobilize the generality of the planters behind their struggle against the governor. This eventuated in Harvey's overthrow in 1635 and in the untrammeled authority of the merchant planter councillor group within the colony. It was the Crown's grant of the Maryland colony to Lord Baltimore on June 20, 1632 that set off the chain of events that issued in the councillors' climactic showdown with Governor Harvey. This grant not only aroused the combined opposition of merchant councillors and mere planters over the general question of the colony's expansion, it also provoked a confrontation with that small but strategic group of merchant councillor leaders which was committed to defending the Claiborne-Cloberry-Thompson provisioning and fur trading settlement on Kent Island in the Chesapeake Bay. 91 Apparently fearing the worst and hoping to head off the expected patent, the Virginia Assembly had included in its petition to the Dorset Commission of March 6, 1632 a request that the limits of our plantation both to the northward and to the southward may be preserved against all entrenching undertakers. Then, immediately upon hearing of the grant of the Maryland patent, the council remonstrated that the land given to Baltimore rightfully belonged to the Virginia colony because it had been included in the original Virginia Company patent. But the Virginians were unable to change the king's mind, and as a result, the scene of battle shifted across the Atlantic. 92. Baltimore's particular program of colonial development for Maryland only exacerbated the conflict with the Virginian leadership. The other major proprietary regime in the Americas, the Carlisle patent in the West Indies, provoked resistance in this period because the proprietor exacted arbitrary payments while taking no direct interest in the island's development. In contrast, the Calverts incited opposition in Maryland for attempting to establish a too powerful grip on the whole colonizing process. The Calverts' original settlement of the Maryland colony was a full-scale attempt to recreate a semi-feudal socio-political structure in the American wilderness. This experiment was doomed to failure. Nevertheless, during the early years of the colony's existence, the Calverts did succeed in establishing a set of governing institutions through which they were able to exert a substantial influence over Maryland's economy, as well as its social and political life. 93 This tightly controlled archaic system, which was clearly intended for the proprietor's particular profit, disregarded the concerns of the planters and thus made any accommodation with Virginia that much more difficult. In addition, the Maryland colony challenged the very existence of the Kent Island project, which lay formally within the Baltimore patent and was immediately claimed in its entirety by the Calvert proprietors. The Virginia Council gave its wholehearted backing to the Kent Island organizers, for the councilors had a strong interest not only in supporting Claiborne and his friends but also in eliminating the Maryland colony. Indeed, the Calverts' claim to Kent Island had the effect of making Kent Island an issue of political principle for the Virginians. The settlement was, from the start, incorporated within the Virginia colony, and it sent representatives to the Virginia House of Burgesses beginning in 1632. Nevertheless, Calvert refused to recognize Kent Island's separation from his own grant, insisted on his right to license and control all of Maryland commerce including that of the Kent Island organizers, and launched an all-out campaign to annex the island. 94. The struggle to defend Kent Island and to oppose the Calvert patent set off the decisive battles between the Virginia Council and Governor Harvey. Harvey, as the king's agent, accepted from the first the king's grant to Lord Baltimore and pursued a conciliatory policy toward the Maryland settlers. When he finally refused to defend Kent Island, he pushed the councilors over the brink. In the spring of 1635, they succeeded in expelling Harvey from the colony after a series of brief and semi-violent encounters. 95. The roots of this conflict are thus perfectly clear. Governor Harvey's failure to back William Claiborne merely hardened the resolve of councilors already opposed to him because of both his commercial and his land policies. Yet two aspects need to be stressed because they have been generally overlooked. First, the strongly mercantile stamp given the anti-Harvey revolt by its merchant planter councilor leaders and, in particular, the big gains for the merchant interest that were the immediate outcome of the revolt. Second, the alliance against Harvey of the usually mutually hostile merchant planter and mere planter interests around the central issue of land and the colony's expansion. 96. The handful of councilors who were the chief architects of the revolt including William Claiborne, William Tucker, George Menifee, John Udy, and Samuel Matthews were not only merchants in their own right but aligned with powerful London interests. William Claiborne and William Tucker and their extensive mercantile involvements and commercial connections have already been discussed at some length. George Menifee has also been previously introduced as a Virginian merchant, planter, and councilor whose successful career may be attributed in large part to his partnership over 2 decades in the London-based firm of the great colonial merchant Samuel Vassall. Similarly, the councilor John Udy was closely associated with the London, Virginia merchant planter Richard Bennett. Bennett was a nephew, partner, and representative in Virginia of Edward Bennett, a leading city merchant who founded the big, Puritan-led Isle of Wight colony in 1622 and traded with Virginia throughout the period in collaboration with Richard and other relatives. Finally, the councilor Samuel Matthews had followed a career that closely paralleled that of William Claiborne and William Tucker. Beginning as a small trader in Virginia, Matthews had become a councilor by 1624 and was in 1625 one of only 5 men in the entire colony who had 20 or more servants. Throughout the 1620s, Matthews, like Claiborne, was a leading developer of the Chesapeake fur and provisioning trades under the auspices of the council. By the end of the 1630s, he would associate himself with Claiborne, Maurice Thompson, and a number of other Londoners in a large-scale, though ultimately abortive, land and trading project to the north of Virginia. 97. These merchant councilors had sought, as emphasized, to have the Dutch excluded from the Virginian trade and also had worked for the incorporation of a new overseas trading company for Virginia. Moreover, almost all of them had maintained close ties throughout the 1630s with that ill-defined group in London that persisted in calling itself the Virginia Company and that continued to demand the re-establishment of a London corporation for the Virginian trade. The Virginia Company had backed the council against the Calverts from the very start, and its most influential member, Sir John Wolstenholme, actually had joined William Claiborne in 1633 in a petition to confirm the Kent Island Company's privileges. When the councillors' conflict with Harvey was brought to the attention of the royal government in England in 1635, the Virginia Company not only petitioned the Privy Council on their behalf, but did so on the basis of precisely the same set of grievances and demands as the councillors had presented. Governor Harvey, for his part, had no doubt that the London Virginia Company, and in particular Sir John Wolstenholme, had opposed him all along, and he explicitly attributed the councillors' revolt, at least in part, to the continuing drive for a re-established company for the Virginian trade by the Council and the Company 98. Despite the mercantile character of the council leadership of the revolt and the fact that it had major commercial aims, there can be little doubt that the revolt was fundamentally about land questions. Immediately following the initial confrontation with Harvey that began the revolt, the councillors made a broad appeal to the planters, who seemed to have responded with illegal assemblies and mass petitions against the governor. What won the councillors the support of the generality of the planters was the prominent place the councillors gave to grievances against Governor Harvey's land policies, Harvey's support of the Maryland colony, Harvey's peaceful policy toward the Indians, which seemed to compromise Virginia's potential for growth, and Harvey's unwillingness to grant the planters new lands or legal security for those they already held. The expulsion of Harvey brought the councillors to unopposed power within the colony, and they immediately began to implement their program. In the years leading up to his ouster, perhaps on the advice of the Crown, Harvey had largely suspended the established policy of granting land in exchange for the transportation of persons to the colony. This head-right policy had originated under the old Virginia Company, but continued in effect when Virginia became a royal colony. It offered the merchants in particular an easy entree into the colony's plantation economy and naturally proved extremely favorable to the economic interests of the leading stratum of merchant planters. Nevertheless, even after the head-right policy had been explicitly confirmed from London by the Laud Commission for Virginia in July 1634, Harvey had limited himself to granting just 9 patents in the period up to his departure the following May. 99. With Harvey's departure, the council drastically reversed this policy. During the brief period of Gov. John West's interim rule, while Harvey was in England, it issued 377 head-right patents alone, in addition to numerous patents of other types. 100 The councillors themselves, involved as they were in overseas business, were among the chief beneficiaries of this policy, as were some of the biggest merchants. Several of the largest head-right grants of the period went to councillors John Udy, George Menifee, Capt. Francis Epps, and William Pierce on the basis of their transporting numerous servants and other persons to Virginia. Others went to Thomas Stone's nephews and planter partners, William and Andrew Stone, and the major tobacco merchants John Sadler and Richard Quiney, Richard Bennett, and Cornelius Lloyd. 101. Similarly, as early as 1632 the councillors had complained to the Crown of the great waste of land resources resulting from the fact that the general great hundreds lie unplanted and unsupplied, and asked for permission to regrant them to others in the colony. 102 These hundreds were the huge tracts of land that the old Virginia Company had granted to various individuals and syndicates as an incentive to large-scale investment and development. The plantations on these tracts were never very successful and most of them had, to all intents and purposes, collapsed in the period leading up to the company's dissolution. But the land remained legally in the hands of the original patentees. Clearly, the hundreds were great plums, and in early 1637 the council members saw to it that they were finally placed in the hands of their leading merchant friends. On February 9, 1637, the council granted the famous Berkeley Hundred to a syndicate consisting of 9 London colonial merchants, Maurice Thompson, William Tucker, George Thompson, James Stone, Jeremy Blackman, William Harris, Thomas Deacon, Cornelius Lloyd, and James Dobson. This 8,000-acre tract was the largest patent granted in the entire pre-Restoration period. 1 month later, on March 16, 1637, the Martins-Brandon 100 went to a similar syndicate consisting of 3 leading London merchants, Richard Quiney, John Sadler, and Simon Turgis. 103. Berkeley 100 had been the scene of one of the more ambitious private plantation experiments carried out under the Virginia Company. 104. Its owners, led by John Smith of Nibley and including Sir William Throckmorton, Richard Berkeley, and George Thorpe, had spent around £2,000 on voyages of settlement and supply between 1619 and 1621. But just at the point when their little colony was beginning to establish itself, the Indian massacre of 1622 almost completely wiped it out. In the ensuing years, Smith, now on his own, made several attempts to revive the plantation, and as late as 1632 he sent one Thomas Combs 105 to investigate the possibility of starting anew. Combs actually recommended that Smith continue the enterprise under new leadership, but by this time any major economic undertaking in Virginia required the blessing of the colony's official elite. Smith could no longer command the influence he had once wielded in Virginian governing circles and, as a result, he could not even hold onto his cattle against the council's friends. In this case, apparently, the council's friends were none other than William Tucker, Maurice Thompson, and their associates, who bought out Smythe's rights just how is uncertain. The 9-man syndicate that took over the Berkeley 100 was composed entirely of merchants who were already involved in Virginian trade and plantations. William Tucker, Maurice Thompson, and Morris's brother George Thompson are familiar enough. James Stone has not been identified, but was very probably a relative of their partner Thomas Stone. Jeremy Blackman was a leading colonial sea captain, active in the passenger transportation business, as well as in a wide variety of commercial ventures. He was a substantial trader in Virginian tobacco, importing, for example, some £12,000 in 1634. Blackman had become connected with Maurice and George Thompson at least as early as the Kent Island project, for which he carried out certain shipping services, and he was to remain one of their most important partners for the rest of his life. By the end of the 1630s, Blackman was among the first to begin transporting horses from the colony to the West Indies. Here he worked with the Virginian merchant planter councillor Thomas Stegg, who happened also at this point to be Maurice Thompson's Virginian factor. 106. William Harris and Thomas Deacon, 2 others in the syndicate that purchased Berkeley 100, were partners in a London cheesemongering business, and it seems to have been the potential profits from colonial provisioning that first attracted them to the Virginian tobacco trade, in which they were active starting in 1631 at the latest. 107. Their deepening involvement in plantations per se seems to have led them to take up temporary residence in the colony. 108. But during the later 1630s they were members of several, perhaps connected, London-based Virginian trading operations in 1637 and 1638 with Maurice Thompson and William Tucker. 109 and in 1639 with William and Thomas Allen, 2 other leading tobacco merchants of the pre-Civil War era. 110 The Allens were a father-son partnership and seem to have traded from time to time in association with still another important Virginian trading planting combine. The brothers-in-law Richard Quiney and John Sadler. 111 Quiney and Sadler were members of the Grocers' Company and partners in a grocer's business. 112 As no evidence of their participation in other branches of overseas trade has been found, it is reasonable to suppose that their entry into the American commerce was an outgrowth of their previous domestic trading interests. It was Quiney and Sadler, along with their partner Simon Turgis, who received the 4,500-acre Martins-Brandon grant from the Virginia Council. Turgis, it will be recalled, was one of the organizers of the Kent Island project. It is unclear whether these specific groups of Londoners made these great acquisitions of land at this particular time in order to involve themselves more deeply in plantation production, or merely for speculative purposes. What is certain is that land was an excellent investment, and that the position of these merchants so near to the sources of political power left them particularly well placed to profit. The Virginia Council remained throughout this period committed to expanding the colony and continued to harbor a deep antagonism to the Baltimore colony. Despite the Privy Council's confirmation of Calvert's patent in April 1638,113, the potential for conflict remained only just below the surface. 114. The Puritan connection. The new merchants' deepening involvement in all aspects of the Atlantic tobacco economy led them to harden the ties that bound them to one another. The emergence of a veritable maze of interlocking business and family connections among the leading colonial traders is, as emphasized, one of the salient features of pre-Civil War colonial development. In part, of course, the merchants' growing solidarity emerged naturally. Common economic interests in similar projects often led directly to further collaboration. Business ties, once established, were reinforced through marital alliances, just as family ties often served as the original basis for business partnerships. However, at least from the later 1620s, there was an additional, extra-commercial factor at work behind the creation of family and business alliances among the new merchant leaders. This was the growing involvement of many of the leading tobacco and provisioning merchants in the Puritan colonizing projects. As is well known, the establishment of colonies in Massachusetts Bay and Providence Island, as well as the transformation of the already existing settlement in Bermuda, were closely linked to the parliamentary crisis of the late 1620s. It was the climactic parliamentary confrontations with the Crown in 1628 to 1629 over the issues of unparliamentary taxation, forced loans, arbitrary imprisonment, and, above all, Arminianism and the persecution of Puritans that induced the group of leading parliamentary oppositionists around the Earl of Warwick, Lord Say and Seal, and Sir Nathaniel Rich to evolve their colonizing schemes. In 1628, the Earl of Warwick took over the governorship of the Bermuda Company with the purpose of transforming it into a Puritan project, and other leading parliamentary oppositionists soon entered this corporation to support him. In 1629, many of the same people formed the Providence Island Company as their own exclusive colonizing venture. Meanwhile, in 1629 to 1630, the Earl of Warwick, Sir Nathaniel Rich, and Lord Say and Seal, as well as other Puritan magnates like the Earl of Lincoln, played a critical role in patronizing the nascent Massachusetts Bay Company. They made sure that the government approved its charter, and they protected the company's transfer to Massachusetts. From the time of the dissolution of Parliament in 1629, these three colonies formed a crucial element within an ongoing Puritan opposition network, serving as ports of exile and organizing centers for continuing opposition. 115. It was both as centers of colonial commercial development and as outposts of religio-political resistance that the Puritan colonies came to attract some of the most important of the new merchants and merchants to be. In a few cases, leading new merchants entered the field of colonial commercial enterprise through their support of the Puritan colonizing efforts. On the other hand, some of the best established traders with the Americas became increasingly committed to Puritan religio-political activities through their commercial activities in the Puritan colonies. Either way, the effect tended to be the same. The link-up between the colonial merchants' commercial enterprises and the Puritan undertakings led to the creation and reinforcement of critical interconnections among the new men. Perhaps most important, it also brought growing ties between the American merchant leadership and the great Puritan aristocrats who ran the Bermuda and Providence Island companies, as well as the lesser gentry who governed the New England colonies. It will become necessary to consider, in some detail, the political and religious implications of these relationships in order to understand the ideological formation of the new merchant leadership and its subsequent political activities. 116. But the section that follows will confine itself to the structure of connections and economic interests that emerged by way of the new merchants' involvement in Puritan colonial efforts. The Massachusetts Bay Company. The Massachusetts Bay Company was founded in 1627 by a coalition of former participants in the Dorchester Company, several members of the East Anglian Puritan gentry, and London citizens with serious commercial as well as religious intentions. However, the political crisis of the later 1620s and the sudden determination of large numbers of Puritans to leave England forced the company to concentrate almost totally on the foundation of a haven for victims of religio-political persecution. In late 1629, the gentry-led group of emigrants under the guidance of such men as John Winthrop, Isaac Johnson, and Thomas Dudley was allowed to take over the government of the company and to move with the charter to Massachusetts the following spring. As a result of the transfer, opportunities for participation by London merchants in any aspect of Massachusetts' economic development were kept to a minimum, and relatively few London merchants were active. Still, among those who do appear prominently, there were some central figures in the new merchant leadership. 117. A contingent of London citizens dominated the Massachusetts Bay Company at its inception, but they progressively lost ground as the emigrating gentry took over. These Londoners came almost entirely from outside the ranks of the overseas company merchants. 118. Few were overseas traders of any kind, and most were domestic traders of various sorts, especially London retailers. Among the Massachusetts Bay Company's total membership of around 100, there were just 4 who were either Levant Company members or East India Company officers: Francis Flyer, Matthew Craddock, Samuel Vassall, and Nathan Wright. And the whole approach to commerce of at least the latter 3 of these 4 radically distinguished them from the typical members of the company merchant establishment. I have already discussed the careers of Vassall and Craddock, and introduced Wright as well. In the later 1620s, Vassall was starting a long career in trading and planting in Virginia and the West Indies in partnership with his brother-in-law Peter Andrews, the ship captain, and the Virginian merchant planter Counselor George Menifee. In 1630, perhaps in connection with the other Puritan colonizing ventures, Vassall took charge of an abortive attempt by a group of Huguenot families to start a colony in the region to the south of Virginia. Craddock, who was the first governor of the Massachusetts Bay Company and founder of a large-scale plantation on the Mystic River, was also, in the later 1620s, in the process of becoming a great tobacco and provisions trader with the Americas. By the end of the 1630s, Craddock stood at the center of one of the most powerful family business networks in the American trades. Wright was a Levant Company merchant who would be jailed for interloping in the Greenland Company's privileges and who would get in trouble with the Newfoundland Company for his activities in partnership with the American merchant Richard Cranley. By the later 1630s, Wright had emerged as an active tobacco trader, and he later became involved in a variety of ventures with Maurice Thompson. 119. The new merchant leaders Craddock, Vassall, and Wright not only played important roles in establishing the Massachusetts Bay Company, but also were among the handful of London merchants who remained actively involved with the company after it moved to the colony. Craddock, Vassall, and Wright were among the original associates named in the charter. Vassall and Wright served on the 18-man board of directors. Craddock was the company's first governor and its chief leader until the decision to move to America. 120. When the company was transferred to Massachusetts, most of the investors who remained in London were simply squeezed out of the operation. The company placed practically the whole of the colony's trade in the hands of an independent sub-company of undertakers, composed of 6 merchants who were to remain in London and 5 emigrating colonists. The undertakers took over all the assets and debts of the company, agreed to bear all future commercial charges, and promised to pay back the company's investors their principal within 7 years. In exchange, they received the sole right to transport goods and emigrants, the privilege of establishing a magazine for provisioning the settlers at fixed prices, the monopoly of the salt manufacture of the colony, and 50% of the beaver trade. Craddock and Wright were among the 5 undertakers who remained in London. Their sub-company seems to have played a significant part in the colony's trade throughout the 1630s, although the precise scope of its business is unclear. 121. Since New England never did develop the kind of staple commodity that supported the Southern and West Indian colonies, its commercial potential during the 1630s was never very large even for those men who had access to its trade. Furs were its only really important export and, for a while at least, a London-based sub-partnership led by the new governor's son John Winthrop, Jr., the London lawyer Emmanuel Downing, and the city merchant Francis Kirby carried out a series of fur trading expeditions under the auspices of the Company of Undertakers. 122. By and large, however, London merchants were excluded from the fur trade, which soon fell almost entirely into the hands of politically well-placed merchants residing in the colony, just as it had in Virginia. Like most of the traders with Virginia and the West Indies, these men had only rarely begun their careers as overseas merchants. Almost always originating outside the city, they often entered the fur business on the basis of capital acquired through the sale of property in England and especially by virtue of their close connections with the new colonial government. 123. On the other hand, London-based traders did largely retain control of the passenger transportation and provisioning trades for New England. 124. In these lines of commerce, the Company of Undertakers played an important role at the start, but during the later 1630s a significant number of other London traders also entered this business. Needless to say, there is no evidence that merchants belonging to the London chartered trading companies participated in this line. 125. Small London tradesmen who extended into the transatlantic field essentially the same line of business they were pursuing in London dominated this commerce as they did the other American trades. In so doing, they often worked in partnership with relatives who had emigrated to New England and set up shop there. A small but significant nucleus of new colonial leaders took advantage of the opportunities in New England provisioning and passenger transportation. These naturally included most of that handful of new men who originally invested in the company, as well as Maurice Thompson and several of his other trading partners. Matthew Craddock was not only active in the fur trade, but operated a trading and shipbuilding business in Massachusetts on the Mystic River. 126. Samuel Vassall maintained a trading partnership with his brother William, who was a resident merchant and sometime magistrate of the Massachusetts Bay Colony during the 1630s and 1640s. 127. Thompson was apparently in touch with the aforementioned Winthrop Downing Kirby Fur Trading Syndicate, and Kirby refers to him as cousin. 128. Thompson also worked in this period in association with a number of England's leading exporters to Massachusetts, as well as with prominent New England businessmen. 129. In this latter trade, Thompson may have collaborated with his brother Robert Thompson, who emigrated to Boston in the early 1630s. 130. Toward the end of the 1630s, Thompson's business connection with Massachusetts Bay was considerably strengthened when he, along with his colonial trading partner William Penhoyer, succeeded in obtaining a patent from the colony's General Court to set up a fishery at Cape Ann. Penhoyer, it will be remembered, was at this time Matthew Craddock's partner in the Virginian and West Indian tobacco trade, as well as a key associate of Thompson's in a series of Caribbean privateering ventures. 131. It is unlikely that Massachusetts was more than a marginal area of business for most of these new merchants, with the possible exception of Craddock. Their rather strong interest was based largely on a fundamental sympathy with the colony's goals and a close relationship with some sections of the colony's leadership. Matthew Craddock was in close touch with the great Puritan aristocrats who backed the Massachusetts Bay Company during the period of negotiations for its charter at the end of the 1620s, as well as afterward. 132. For the most part, however, the major connections forged by the new merchant leaders through their participation in the trade with Massachusetts were with those gentry and trading elements of lower status who actually ruled in New England, as well as with other men like themselves from the London community of shopkeepers, ship captains, and small traders. The relevance of these relationships for English affairs would become evident, as will be seen, from the outbreak of political and religious conflict at the end of the 1630s. 133. The Bermuda Company. The Bermuda Company originally had been established as an offshoot of the Virginia Company by a number of the Virginia Company's most active members, and the early history of the two corporations had overlapped a great deal. The same three-way factional struggle that occurred in the Virginia Company took place in the Bermuda Company and, as in the Virginia Company, the Smythe-Warwick alliance ultimately prevailed over the Sandys faction. However, the Bermuda Company was not dissolved, and Sir Thomas Smythe ascended to the governorship in 1623 and was succeeded by his son-in-law, Alderman Robert Johnson. 134. Nevertheless, the victory of Smythe's merchant party could not overcome the city establishment merchants' basic aversion to colonial commerce, for it could in no way dissolve the barriers to their participation. The Bermuda Company's commercial privileges had little practical significance for the Bermudian trade, since tobacco, Bermuda's main commodity, was imported freely, without company regulation, from Virginia and the West Indies. Moreover, in Bermuda, as elsewhere, in order to market tobacco on a large scale it was often necessary to become involved in plantations, and this was something London's leading company merchants were unwilling to do. As a result, there is little sign of the participation of city company merchants in this trade after the middle 1620s. 135. On the other hand, the riches, led by the Earl of Warwick, were quite prepared for plantation investment, and they appear to have remained major plantation owners and merchants in Bermuda throughout the pre-Civil War period. The riches interest in Bermuda was, of course, greatly enhanced as a result of the difficult straits in which the parliamentary oppositionists found themselves beginning in the later 1620s. The Earl of Warwick took over the governorship of the company in 1628, and during the next several years numbers of his friends from the parliamentary opposition and the Providence Island project joined the company. Under the influence of Warwick and his associates, Bermuda, like Massachusetts and Providence Island, was made to function as a haven for Puritan refugees and conspirators. 136. While assuming during the 1630s some of the aspects of a godly community, Bermuda, in contrast with both Providence Island and Massachusetts, also successfully produced a staple export, that is, tobacco. As a result, the Bermuda Company attracted to itself, as Massachusetts and Providence Island did not, large numbers of overseas traders who took over most of the colony's commercial functions. Like the other English tobacco merchants throughout the Americas, these men were almost always originally smaller traders from outside the ranks of the city's company merchants. Not unexpectedly, they included a number of men at the core of the new merchant leadership who were thus brought together in still another context. Prominent among them were Matthew Craddock and Maurice Thompson, as well as such leading partners of Thompson's as Elias Roberts, Thomas Stone, Richard Battison, and Samuel Warner. In 2 of the 3 years in which Thomas Stone's name was listed in the port books as a trader in Bermudian tobacco, 1627 to 1628 and 1634, he was Maurice Thompson's partner in the tobacco trade with St. Kitts and Virginia. It is probable, therefore, that the port book entries under his name stand for a Stone-Thompson partnership. In both of these years Stone's shipments were the largest ones recorded, and, in fact, they are the 2 largest tobacco shipments recorded for Bermuda for any of the years between 1625 and 1640 for which there are port books. 137. Unfortunately, it is not possible to follow directly the interaction between merchants and aristocratic elements within the Bermuda Company during the pre-Civil War period. But there can be little doubt that in jointly operating the company the 2 groups forged connections that influenced their subsequent collaboration, not only commercial but also political. It is probable that the Virginian tobacco merchant Thomas Allen was the person of that name who held the post of Bermuda Company treasurer around 1640. Moreover, in 1641, the new merchant Owen Roe was appointed to the company's deputy governorship to serve alongside the Earl of Warwick, who remained the governor. 138. Roe, the son of a yeoman from Bickley, Chester, and also, apparently, a relative of Susanna Roe, the Earl of Warwick's second wife, originally had been apprenticed to the haberdashers' company and set himself up as a silk mercer in the city. During the 1630s, he became active commercially both in New England and in Virginia. At the time he became deputy governor of the Bermuda Company, Roe was emerging as one of the leading figures in both the colonizing leadership and the city Puritan opposition. He served as an important link between the ever more closely connected colonizing aristocracy and new merchant leadership. 139. The Providence Island Company. The Providence Island Company was founded in late 1629 as an offshoot of the Bermudian venture. Capt. Philip Bell, who was the Bermuda Company's governor on the island and under Warwick's patronage, informed the riches of the discovery of Providence Island and of its great potential as a colony. Warwick then gathered his associates and formed a joint stock company to operate the project. 140. The company was composed almost entirely of non-merchant nobles and gentry who hoped to establish a godly Puritan community that was also a profit-making commercial venture. During its early years, the company concentrated on establishing staple-producing plantations on the island. The Earl of Warwick, Lord Say, Lord Brooke, John Pym, and their partners financed and directed this endeavour, so London merchants had little opportunity to involve themselves. 141 In 1635, however, the company radically altered its priorities. After the Spanish attacks on the island that year, the company decided to put the bulk of its investments into privateering and to make the island an armed base for a campaign to dismantle Spain's Caribbean empire. 142 In 1636, the company received permission from the Crown to engage in private war against Spain in the West Indies. At the same time, the company began to make plans for removing its planters from Providence Island and to establish new settlements on the mainland of Central America. 143. With the Providence Island Company's reorientation, outsiders gained the opportunity for the first time to participate in its activities. During the later 1630s, the company issued a series of commissions to private parties entitling them to establish their own plantations and engage in privateering ventures in the Caribbean under company auspices. In this way, Maurice Thompson, along with several of his colonial trading partners, began his collaboration with the Providence Island leadership, forging still another bond between the new merchant leadership and the colonizing aristocrats. Indeed, during the later 1630s, these two groups suddenly escalated their joint activities in the Americas, setting in motion a series of spectacular initiatives throughout the hemisphere. Maurice Thompson obviously was already well known to the company leadership when it first approached him for aid. In 1638, at a meeting of the company directors, a Mr. Samuel Border told John Pym, Benjamin Rudyard, Lord Mandeville, and the Earl of Warwick that there was a major silver mine to be exploited in the Bay of Darien. They went promptly to consult with Maurice Thompson about what to do. Thompson proposed that a voyage be organized under his direction to investigate the mine's potential. The company concurred, and the membership subscribed a separate joint stock of £350 to finance the venture. Thompson personally led this expedition in 1639.144. In the next couple of years, Thompson seems to have carried out most of the Providence Island Company's provisioning tasks, and in 1641 he secured a contract from the company that formally put him in charge of this function. He also ran, on occasion, special business ventures of his own within the company's privileges. In 1640, for example, the company granted him the liberty by his ships and agents to take what Camp Hera wood he can get within the extent of the company's patent, provided he allow the company 1/9th part of what he shall procure. 145. It will be recalled that in the spring of 1638, the Privy Council issued its final ruling against William Claiborne and his friends, defeating, at least for the time being, their long struggle to retain Kent Island as a private colonial base against Lord Baltimore and his Maryland colony. About a month later, in May 1638, the Providence Island Company granted the same William Claiborne a commission to found a new English settlement on the island of Ruetan off the coast of Honduras. It has reasonably been suggested that Maurice Thompson, a partner of Claiborne's in the Kent Island project, was one of Claiborne's chief backers in this venture, but no direct confirmatory evidence has been discovered. Claiborne's colony, called Rich Island, endured until 1642 when it was overrun by the Spanish. 146. Meanwhile, Claiborne and his friends had shown no sign of relinquishing their interest in the region to the north of Virginia, and they appear to have enlisted the aristocratic Puritan colonizing leadership to help them further their ambitions. In 1639, William Claiborne and his fellow Virginia councillor Samuel Matthews, along with the London merchants Maurice Thompson, George Fletcher 147 and William Bennett, applied for a new grant encompassing a very large section of land between the Potomac and the Rappahannock rivers in the unsettled area between Virginia and Maryland. What is most intriguing about this endeavor is that in making their bid these men took as their partner the Bermuda Company itself, which joined them in their petition to the Privy Council. 148. This request seems never to have been acted on. But it does give some indication of the growing aspirations, as well as the growing collaboration, of the new merchant leadership and colonizing aristocrats in this period. The new men were, of course, Deeply preoccupied at this time with Virginian plantations and land speculation and increasingly involved with the colonizing aristocrats in their Caribbean projects. It is impossible to know just what the aristocratic leaders of the Bermuda Company had in mind when they helped seek this grant to the north of Virginia. But they, too, appear to have been increasingly interested in mainland plantations, as is indicated by the Providence Island Company's plans for new settlements on the coast of Central America. In fact, in 1638 William Woodcock, who was the Providence Island Company's husband, is listed in the port book of that year as importing the enormous load of 164,000 pounds of Virginian tobacco into London. 149 This shipment must surely have been related to plans of the colonizing aristocrats for expanding their colonial interests onto the North American mainland, just how remains unclear. 150. Finally, in this same period between 1638 and 1641, Maurice Thompson, in collaboration with the American trade merchant and Levantine trade interloper William Penhoyer, Thomas Frere, and some privateering traders of Cornwall, organized and financed a string of spectacular raids on Spain's West Indian possessions. 151 These voyages were carried out under the intrepid leadership of Capt. William Jackson, an apprentice of William Tucker in the Cloth Workers' Company. 152 The venture was sanctioned by letters of reprisal issued by the Providence Island Company and was remarkably profitable. The company received £3,000 as the 1/5 share of the venture's booty to which it was entitled by virtue of its commission. Even so, it was underpaid. Indeed, the extraordinary success of this venture led the Earl of Warwick to attempt a similar, but larger, and ultimately more famous, project of his own beginning in 1642, and to secure the collaboration of Maurice Thompson and William Penhoyer, as well as Captain Jackson, in carrying it out. 153 By that time, the new merchant leadership and the colonizing Puritan aristocrat had expanded the range of their joint activities well beyond the sphere of commerce and colonies. The new merchants on the offensive, West Indian sugar capitalism, Virginian expansion, and East Indian interloping, 1640 to 1649. Something of the social character, modes of operation, and commercial career of that emerging group of traders who constituted what I have called the new merchant leadership should now be evident. I have traced the rise of an entirely new and significant overseas commercial group, separated by differences in origin, outlook, and forms of economic action from the city's chief overseas traders, the mere merchants of the regulated companies. These new men were, in particular, poles apart from the Levant, East India Company merchants who formed the core of the city company merchant establishment. Hailing from social strata far inferior to those from which the company merchants came, the new merchant leaders had initially entered the colonial field as a second choice, because they lacked the economic endowments and political privileges to enter the better established and apparently more lucrative company trades. Nevertheless, by 1640, after 2 decades of commercial innovation and political manipulation in the Americas, the new merchant leaders had amassed both the economic resources and the commercial experience to recognize and exploit avenues for gain that eluded even the company merchants. Having taken over the colonial field by default, they were better positioned than any other merchants to profit from the spectacular opportunities which that field suddenly came to offer. What is perhaps most indicative of their increasing commercial power is that they were also prepared by this point to exploit the ensuing political instability in order to invade the privileged ground of the company merchants and to confront them on their own special terrain, the trade with the East Indies. It is crucial to re-emphasize, then, that the new merchant leaders were not simply merchants in the sense of specialized overseas traders. Unable to secure apprenticeships from wealthy company merchants and lacking major investment funds, they were often obliged at the start of their careers to enter less certain and less lucrative occupations. They were ship captains, shopkeepers, domestic traders, and, of course, American colonists. But even their success in the transatlantic commercial world could not result in their smooth promotion into the ranks of the mere merchants of the company organized trading community. The mere merchant qualification clause of the company charters prevented these men from entering the established regulated companies unless they would agree to relinquish their London shops and give up their former occupations. On the other hand, the new merchants' activities, not only in the colonial sphere but in their domestic London businesses as well, clearly sensitized them to a broad spectrum of economic opportunities requiring innovation and diversification. The takeover of the colonial field by these traders cannot, therefore, be explained merely in terms of their restricted opportunities. Men from their middling stratum were, in this period, involving themselves in a wide range of entrepreneurial initiatives, not only in overseas commerce but throughout England, and not only in trade but in industrial production. The degree and character of this involvement are far from clear and need much more investigation. But it is worth noting that one of the major Virginian tobacco traders, Richard Bateson, a partner of Maurice Thompson's and Samuel Vassall's in a broad variety of American ventures, was also very much involved in the glassware trade. 154 The cheesemongers and American tobacco traders William Harris and Thomas Deacon, who took part with Maurice Thompson and his friends in the purchase of the Great Berkeley 100 plantation, collaborated with another of Thompson's associates, the Anglo-Dutch American trader Nicholas Kors Ellis, in carrying on an active lead trade from the Mines Royal in Cardigan, Wales. 155 Joshua Foote, the London ironmonger who was an associate of Maurice Thompson's in the New England supply trade, was also active in the 1630s in establishing an iron works in Tancredi, Ireland. 156 During the 1640s he followed this up, in partnership with such other leading London traders with New England as Robert Houghton, William Hickox, and John Pocock, by opening up the famous iron works in Braintree, Massachusetts. 157 The fact remains that the most spectacular and revolutionary commercial industrial development of the interregnum was the introduction of sugar planting to the West Indies. The same new merchant leadership group that already dominated American enterprise provided much of the energy and capital behind this development. Sugar plantations and triangular trades. During the early years of their colonization, the West Indies had been dominated almost exclusively by tobacco, produced on small plots by a yeoman population. By the end of the 1630s, however, European markets for tobacco were becoming saturated, and enterprising businessmen began a search for new crops. In the early 1640s, a number of Dutch merchants introduced sugarcane into the island's economy after having familiarized themselves with its production in Portuguese Brazil. Since sugar was immensely more profitable than tobacco, the innovation was copied wherever possible, with catastrophic social consequences. 158. The social changes that followed the introduction of sugar were implicit in its basic unit of production. The sugar plantation was a factory set in a field. The typical plantation, described by Richard Ligon in somewhat exaggerated terms, cost in the neighborhood of £14,000 and consisted of 500 acres, of which 200 acres were devoted to sugar planting. Besides a dwelling house, fixed capital included an ingenio, a still house, a boiling house, a filling room, and a carding room, as well as stables, a forge, and huts for slaves. The plantation was manned by 96 black slaves, 3 Indian women, and 28 white servants. There were, in addition, 45 draft cattle, 12 horses, 16 asses, and 8 milk cows. 159 Given such extraordinary capital, labor, and technical requirements, it is not difficult to comprehend why the spread of sugar planting throughout the West Indies brought about the transformation of the island's social and economic organization. It opened the way for the decline of small-scale production, the replacement of free white by black slave labor, and the concentration of land and capital in the hands of a relatively small number of businessmen who could afford to invest and innovate. 160. The growth of sugar planting in the West Indies during the 1640s and the socio-economic changes it entailed were at once the cause and the consequence of the simultaneous reorientation of the transatlantic trade routes and the activities of the merchants who followed them. Even before 1640, English tobacco importers had begun to re-export American tobacco to the markets of Europe and the Near East. The merchants who developed the West Indian sugar economy were led further to enlarge the scope of their dealings in order to encompass the various segments of a highly complex but integrated system of production. To fill the manpower needs of the plantations, the merchants expanded the slave trade in West Africa. To secure the cattle and horses needed by the plantations, they increasingly resorted to Virginia or New England. Perhaps most important, to supply the unprecedented capital requirements for founding plantations, the merchants relied on the wealth they had already accumulated in American enterprise. 161 Overall then, during the 1640s and 1650s, there was an accelerated development of what have been loosely called the triangular trades, directly centered on and stimulated by the growth of sugar production in the West Indies. 162. The new merchant leadership was obviously the group of traders best prepared to take up the task of developing sugar plantations. They were used to trading with Virginia and the West Indies in provisions and tobacco, they had strong links with New England, and they were accustomed to investing in production, often through advances to planters, but sometimes by way of direct ownership. From the early 1640s, many of these men bought plantations while carrying on the subsidiary trades necessary to supply themselves and the other sugar producers. In these processes, Maurice Thompson and his various circles of friends once again took the lead. A petition of 1,647 from 29 merchants and planters adventuring to the island of Barbados who claimed to have either totally or at least principally planted the island provides evidence of the identity of the colony's entrepreneurial leaders. 163 The petitioners included Maurice Thompson as well as Thomas Andrews, Elias Roberts, Jeremy Blackman, William Penhoyer, Richard Battison, and Thomas Frere, all experienced in the Americas and all partners in the colonial leadership group in the pre-war period. 164 Also among the signers were Michael Davison, a former apprentice of William Penhoyer's, who seems to have represented Penhoyer in Barbados from around 1640-165, and Robert Wilding, an agent of Thompson's and Thomas Stone's on St. Kitts in the late 1620s. Beginning in the later 1630s, Wilding became a major tobacco trader in his own right. 166 And by 1647 was the partner of another of the petitioners, Martin Noel, in the sugar and tobacco trade from Montserrat. Noel was at this juncture emerging as one of the entrepreneurial leaders of the field. He did not, it seems, become connected with Maurice Thompson and his associates until the 1640s, but from that time on was one of their most important partners in both the East and West Indies. 167 All of these men seem to have been landowners in Barbados, and many of them already had, or were about to, set up sugar plantations. 168 Most of these Barbadian merchant planters, as well as a number of Thompson's other friends, were at this time also penetrating and developing the slave trade. 169 The main source of slaves for English traders was Guinea, on the west coast of Africa. In 1631, Charles I had granted a patent for trade with this area to a syndicate headed by the courtier merchant Sir Nicholas Crisp. Crisp's partners in his Guinea company were Humphrey Slaney, Slaney's apprentice John Wood, and Slaney's son-in-law, the ubiquitous William Cloberry, the Kent Island Company leader. 170 In 1638, Maurice Thompson attempted to break into this trade illegally, but his ship was stopped, on the request of the Guinea Company, by order of the Privy Council. 171 With the meeting of the Long Parliament, however, Nicholas Crisp came under attack as a monopolist. When Crisp subsequently was forced to withdraw from the trade, the Guinea Company effectively lost its privileges. 172 Although Crisp's old company continued in the trade with a somewhat fluctuating membership, the parliamentary government failed to enforce its monopoly, and this left the way open for the new merchant leadership. Throughout the 1630s, the Guinea Company had been mainly concerned with the direct import of redwood, elephant's teeth, hides of all sorts, and, above all, gold. 173 But as new opportunities emerged in the West Indies in the early 1640s, the company sought to reorient itself toward the slave trade. By this time, however, it had to contend with a growing horde of competitors. In the years between 1642 and 1645, the leading colonial merchant Samuel Vassall carried out at least one voyage to Guinea and Barbados. 174 And, at about the same time, a syndicate led by Michael Cotton, a sea captain and merchant previously active in the Virginian and West Indian trades. 175 also traded along this route. 176 The remaining members of the Guinea Company attempted to get court action to block Cotton's venture and to confirm their monopoly, but there is no evidence that they succeeded. 177 From the mid-1640s, therefore, a succession of shifting partnerships, often involving individuals from the Thomson connection and concentrating entirely on the new triangular trades, was able to enter the commerce with Guinea. From 1645 to 1647, for example, William Penhoyer organized a series of voyages, first in partnership with Richard Hill 178 and then in partnership with his brother Samuel, his apprentices Michael Davison and Joseph Turringham, Maurice Thompson's brother Robert and Thompson's brother-in-law Elias Roberts, and William Fletcher. 179 Meanwhile, Samuel Vassall continued in the trade in association with his brother-in-law Peter Andrews, Maurice Thompson's old associate Jeremy Blackman, and his own sometime partner Richard Cranley. 180 John Wood, the only surviving member of the original Guinea Company, seems to have constructed a new group, based to some extent on old company connections, to carry on the trade. This included, at one time or another in the 1640s, John Ballow, Thomas Walter, William Crisp, Roland Wilson, Sr., Roland Wilson, Jr., and John Brett. 181 By 1648 Maurice Thompson himself had become associated with this latter syndicate. 182 Their deepening involvement in the total process of West Indian economic development led the new merchants to demand a total transformation of the political arrangements through which the colony was governed. This was because the existing political institutional structures stood in the way of a full implementation of their commercial program. The Earl of Carlisle, the proprietor of the West Indies, saw the islands merely as a source to be milked, and his government functioned mainly to that end. The proprietor tolerated no local representation, such as existed at that time in Virginia. All opposition was violently suppressed. The governor in the colony, appointed by the proprietor, ruled by decree and did his best to extract for his own and the proprietor's benefit a maximum return by any means that could be made to work. During most of the period before the Civil War, the colonial merchants and planters were subjected to an endless variety of poll taxes, transfer fees, levies on production, and customs on trade, while having to face, from time to time, the outright expropriation of their land. 183 Under such conditions neither persons nor property were entirely safe, and the long-term investments required for sugar plantations were a dubious proposition at best. Understandably, the Barbadian merchant planters wanted security from proprietary caprice before fully immersing themselves in all phases of the new West Indian economy. They sought, therefore, a new political order in which ultimate control of the land and its uses would lie in the hands of the planters themselves. The parliamentary petition organized in March 1647 by Maurice Thompson's merchant planter leadership was directed to precisely this end. The petitioners presented two essential demands: the possession of their lands in freehold tenure, and the installation of their own system of government on the islands. 184 They called, in short, for the dismantling of the land-holding and political arrangements of the West Indian proprietorship and the creation of a favorable politico-legal environment for the commercial development they hoped to bring about. The implementation of the merchants' programs would have necessitated a small revolution. It would also have directly affected the complicated structure of English aristocratic interest in the Caribbean, involving no less a personage than the Earl of Warwick that had developed during the pre-Civil War era. 185 A Parliament preoccupied with its own domestic political crisis was unable to take decisive action. The disposition of the West Indian proprietorship had to wait upon a final settlement of the Civil War. 186 Virginian expansion. Maryland was a second area in which the new merchants took direct action during the 1640s against a colonial institutional structure that had proved unfavorable to their commercial expansionary interest. There, as noted, the proprietary regime provoked opposition not as a result of its arbitrary absentee exactions, but as a result of its too powerful controls over the process of development and of the barriers it posed to Virginia's expansion. Led by the Kent Island organizers William Claiborne, William Cloberry, and Maurice Thompson, Virginia's merchant councilors had made every effort to overthrow the Calvert patent. But despite their opposition, and that of the Virginian planter class as a whole, the Maryland colony had successfully established itself and had incorporated Kent Island within its borders. This outcome did not win the acceptance of either William Claiborne or the others of the Virginian merchant planter councilor clique, and they remained prepared to reverse it should the occasion arise. At the outbreak of civil war, the Calverts supported the king, and this led to a severe weakening of their proprietary authority in Maryland. Sections of the Virginian merchant planter councilor leadership quickly saw an opportunity to regain control. Richard Ingle, a merchant and sea captain who had been trading with Maryland in partnership with the London colonial merchants Thomas Allen and Anthony Penistone 187, seized St. Mary's in 1644. Almost simultaneously, William Claiborne captured Kent Island. 188 Both men claimed to represent Parliament against the Royalist and Papist proprietary government, and Calvert's patent was immediately brought into question before the Earl of Warwick's Parliamentary Commission on Plantations. 189. Sections of the colonial merchant leadership almost certainly had known beforehand of these attacks on Maryland. Not long after the actions of Ingle and Claiborne had raised a challenge to proprietary control, they sought to deliver a knockout blow. On March 4, 1647, 18 London merchants trading to Virginia and other English plantations petitioned Parliament to demand the abrogation of the Baltimore proprietorship. They submitted their remonstrance only 2 days after the Barbadian merchant planters had brought in their very similar petition, with some of the same signatures, against the Carlisle proprietorship. It is very likely, therefore, that the two were planned together. Once again, Maurice Thompson was prominent among the signers, who included such old associates of Thompson's as William Penhoyer, Oliver Cloberry, George Fletcher, Thomas Deacon, and Richard Chandler, as well as Ingle's partner Anthony Penistone. 190 The future of the Calvert proprietorship was not to be finally decided for a number of years. But, once again, the American merchant planter leadership had set in motion a political attack on a colonial institutional order that had proved incompatible with their interest in continuing commercial expansion. East Indian interloping. During most of the pre-Civil War period, the new merchant leadership had of course operated in different spheres from those of the city merchant establishment. Nevertheless, the expansionary and diversifying dynamics of their commercial enterprises increasingly led these men to break into territory already carved out by the city elite and protected by the state. The resulting commercial conflicts would have important political implications. Even outside the sphere of overseas commerce proper, there are some tantalizing examples. It should be noted in passing that the colonial trader Richard Bateson carried on his aforementioned trade in glass while waging a battle against the glass-making patent that had been granted to Robert Mansell. 191 Similarly, during the mid-1630s the girdler Stephen Estwick, who was later to work with Maurice Thompson in East Indian interloping, was active in opposing the newly formed company of silkmen. 192 Michael Herring and Richard Hill, leaders from approximately 1640, if not before, in the colonial tobacco and sugar trades, seem to have come into conflict during the 1630s with the company of soap boilers. 193. Of course, it was in the realm of overseas commerce that the new merchant leadership found itself most constricted by the already established structures of commercial organization and privilege. A number of the key new merchant leaders had engaged in quarrels with the chartered companies. William Penhoyer, the major partner of both Matthew Craddock and Maurice Thompson, got in trouble for persistent interloping in the Levant Company's privileged areas. But he long refused to join the company, since this would have required him to relinquish his London shop. 194 Andrew Hawes, a partner of the colonial traders Thomas Deacon and William Harris in their London cheesemongering business, also had been in difficulty with the Levant Company for interloping. 195 So had Jonathan Andrews, son and partner of the shopkeeping new merchant Thomas Andrews. 196 So had William Fletcher, a city cloth drawer who would later collaborate with William and Samuel Penhuaye, Robert Thomson, Elias Roberts, and Richard Bateson in the West Indian trade. 197 In fact, by the end of the 1630s, the new merchants had powerful economic incentives for breaking into the Levantine commerce, besides their desire as shopkeepers to get around the Levant Company's merchant middlemen and purchase lucrative Eastern imports directly. During this period, the Levant emerged as a significant market for tobacco, and Matthew Craddock and William Penhuaye were among the first to link the American tobacco commerce directly with the Levant. Penhuaye ultimately gave up his London shop and joined the Levant Company to do this. But in the same period, Maurice Thomson and his brother George, along with William Tucker, refused to observe such formalities, and together simply launched a large-scale voyage into the Mediterranean in direct defiance of the Levant Company's patent. 198. The most enticing opportunities, however, lay to the south and the east in Africa and the East Indies. The new merchants Samuel Warner and Gregory Clement had gotten in trouble for violating the East India Company's privileges in the late 1620s. But at that early point, men such as these posed no real threat to the merchant elite who controlled the company. 199 Nevertheless, by the early 1640s, much had changed. The new merchants had gone from strength to strength and had developed considerable cohesiveness and resources of their own. While their major triumphs had thus far been registered in areas ignored by the great London merchant magnates, they were now ready to challenge the established elite on its own ground. The treatment of colonization as a total process combining production and trade had provided the basis for the new merchants' success in the Americas during the 1620s and 1630s. Starting in the late 1630s, and especially after the Civil War had created a greater opening, they resolved to extend the same approach to the East Indies. The incursion of the new merchant leadership with America into the commerce of the East Indies was the last and most formidable in a long series of attacks on the monopoly privileges of the East India Company during the reign of Charles I. 200 As early as 1630, Charles had shown his willingness to ignore the company's privileged status when he dispatched his own privateering vessel to prey on the native trade between the Red Sea and India. The company was always held responsible for depredations made by Englishmen in this area, and when the king's ship captured a Malabar junk, the company was compelled to pay full compensation. Still, from the king's point of view the voyage had been a success, and in 1635 one of the most powerful men of Charles's court, Endymion Porter, attempted to follow suit. In cooperation with two young London merchants, Thomas Kynaston, the cashier to the government financier Sir Abraham Dawes, and Samuel Bonnell, an agent of the great Anglo-Dutch merchant Sir William Coubertin, Porter sent out two vessels, the Samaritan and the Roebuck, under the command of William Cobb, which were licensed under the Privy Seal to prey on ships and goods of any state not in league and amity with His Majesty. The Roebuck made its way to the Red Sea, where it plundered two native junks. This proved disastrous for the East India Company because the local authorities, making no distinctions among English ships, soon imprisoned the company's factors and forced them to make full reparation to those who had been harmed. It is probable that Sir William Coubertin himself was involved in Cobb's privateering venture. Coubertin, a crown lender and one of London's great merchant princes, previously had traded throughout Europe and in 1625 had attempted, without success, to colonize the West Indies. In any case, when the Convention of Goa shortly thereafter opened up the Indo-Portuguese markets to English traders, Coubertin certainly did decide to organize an interloping expedition. 201. John Weddell and Nathaniel Mountney, two ex-employees of the East India Company, apparently first put forward the plan for a major voyage of trade to Goa, Malabar, China, and Japan. 202 They made contact with Endymion Porter through Sir William Monson and Secretary Francis Winbank, and an association that included Bonnell, Kynaston, and Porter, but that was mainly backed and financed by Sir William Coubertin, was quickly organized. 203 On December 12, 1635, Coubertin's syndicate obtained a license to trade with all areas in the East not previously exploited by the East India Company. In the preamble to this document, the organizers justified their voyage by reference to the new opportunities opened up by the Convention of Goa and the hope of finding a northwest passage. They rationalized their launching of an independent venture within the East India Company's chartered privileges by reference to that company's failure to settle and fortify areas in the East, with the consequent forfeit of important English commercial positions. 204. Shortly thereafter, Sir William Cuertine died and his company was reorganized under the leadership of his son William. By the new Articles of Agreement drafted in the late spring of 1636, Cuertine was to receive something over one-half the profits from the venture, Endymion Porter, 1/4, and Captain Weddell, Thomas Kynaston, and Nathaniel Mountney, the remainder. The king, who had been secretly bribed with a £10,000 interest in the venture, granted the association a full royal patent in 163(7.205). About the time that Cuertine's ship set sail, another interloping venture was in preparation, this time to the island of Madagascar. 206. The East India Company had used Madagascar for many years as an important stop-off for its ships on their way to the east. Their crews took on fresh water, cut billets for firewood, and bartered brass wire, beads, and calicos with the natives for oxen and provisions. Nevertheless, the company had refused to consider a permanent settlement on Madagascar because its directorate, like the rest of London's company merchant establishment, was unalterably opposed to investment in colonization. The East India Company's officers were, in fact, hostile to any expenditures not immediately productive of profit and were constantly urging their agents to spend as little as possible on fortifications or buildings of any sort. This policy was in marked contrast with that of the Dutch, who were in this period constructing an Asian commercial empire on the basis of forts, armed ships, and the encouragement of settlers. As a later 17th-century English commentator phrased the distinction, the Dutch as they gain ground, secure it by vast expenses, raising forts, and maintaining soldiers, ours are for raising auctions and retrenching charges, bidding the next age grow rich, as they have done, but not affording them the means. 207. Consequently, as in so many previous colonizing efforts of the late Elizabethan and early Stuart periods, the original initiative for the creation of a permanent settlement on Madagascar came from the landed classes. In 1637, Prince Rupert, the king's nephew, having a desire to put himself upon some honourable action and having obtained an account of Madagascar that fully satisfied him as to its possibilities for becoming the balance of all the trade betwixt the East Indians and these parts of the world, resolved to colonize the island and to go there himself as soon as the initial settlement had been made. King Charles gave the venture his enthusiastic support, but Rupert's mother, the Queen of Bohemia, compared his plan to one of Don Quixote's conquests, and when a blunt merchant, called to deliver his opinion, said it was a gallant design but such as wherein he would be loath to venture his younger son, Rupert decided to go off to fight on the continent instead. 208. The idea of a halfway house colony on the route to the East Indies was not, however, allowed to drop. In early 1639, the Earl of Arundel revived Rupert's project with the king's backing, and set about organizing a voyage of his own. Simultaneously, the Earl of Southampton developed an almost identical plan for a colony on Mauritius. 209. By the end of the 1630s, under the hammer blows of one after another incursion within its chartered privileges, the East India Company was in serious crisis, in danger of collapsing. Only in December 1639 did Charles I finally respond to the company's desperate pleas and call a halt to Arundel's and Southampton's colonizing ventures and demand that William Cuertine wind up his project. Nevertheless, Charles was not able to back up his own orders. 210. By 1640 to 1641, Parliament had returned to launch its onslaught on courtiers and special interests. Because Charles was himself secretly entangled with Cuertine, he seems to have been unable to force him to cease trading or restore the East India Company's monopoly. Early in 1641, negotiations between the company and Cuertine were attempted, only to break down over Cuertine's insistence that he be repaid in full for his entire project in return for relinquishing his claims in the East. The East India Company was naturally unwilling to accede to such vast demands, and Coubertin, faced with only a minimal threat of executive or judicial reprisal, had no incentive to call his venture to a halt. 211. Nevertheless, while Courtin's ability to carry on the trade was in little legal danger during the early 1640s, he was by this time in deep financial difficulty. His father, Sir William, had saddled him with enormous debts, and the disastrous failure of his own early East Indian voyages had made matters a great deal worse. 212 Coubertin attempted to recoup his losses by continuing to invest in his East Indian Association, but as a result of his financial situation was compelled, increasingly, to give over control to a group of his partners, drawn largely from the new merchant leadership and headed by Maurice Thomson. How and when the new merchant leaders, and close allies of theirs, first involved themselves with the Coubertins is not precisely clear. There are, however, fragmentary and indirect, though not conclusive, pieces of evidence that some of these merchants were working with the Coubertins either from the time that their project was initiated or very soon thereafter. Gregory Clement, who, as noted, had been in trouble for trading illegally in the East India Company's privileged areas as early as 1631, was by the later 1630s up on charges in the High Court of Admiralty stemming apparently from his involvement in the initial voyage of plunder of Samuel Bonnell and Thomas Kynaston and their ship Samaritan, which had caused much damage to the company. Already in September 1635, the East India Company Board of Directors had delayed honoring a cash obligation to Clement, having heard of his private trade, and shortly thereafter began to pursue proceedings in court against the privateering syndicate. Clement was, of course, one of Maurice Thomson's leading partners and in these years was working with Thomson not only in the colonial tobacco trade but also in a series of privateering efforts in the West Indies. Similarly, John Fowke, a Levant Company trader who carried on a 30-year legal battle with the East India Company over disputed debt obligations, became involved with Sir William Coubertin when Fowke and his partner William Cloberry, the great colonial trader and Kent Island leader, fitted out their ship Dragon for Courtin's use in his interloping fleet of 1635 to 1636. It has been impossible to discover precisely what Fowke's relationship was to the interloping venture in subsequent years. It seems clear, however, that he continued to be involved, or at some point became re-involved, in the project, for he was throughout the period one of the closest collaborators of the new merchants in a wide range of endeavors. In February 1647, he presented to the House of Lords the interloping syndicate's crucial petition demanding the end of the joint stock charter and the opening up of the East Indian trade. 213. A series of events that took place shortly after the king had patented Courtin's syndicate is also intriguing. In May 1638, Maurice Thomson, in association with Oliver Cloberry, brother and recently estranged partner of William Cloberry, attempted, as noted, to illegally break into the Guinean trade. They were stopped by the government, but not for long. Also in May 1638, the government gave a monopoly of trade with Morocco to much the same group of merchants, led by the courtier financier Sir Nicholas Crisp, that already held the Guinean patent. 214 This grant immediately met fierce opposition from a combination of forces whose full character and interrelationships remain unclear. Leading the opposition to the Morocco Company patent was none other than William Coubertin, backed by his trading associate Samuel Bonnell. Among their colleagues was, first of all, Nathaniel Andrews, son of the shopkeeper colonial merchant Thomas Andrews. Both Thomas and Nathaniel Andrews would soon, certainly, be partners in the East Indian interloping venture. Also an opponent of the Morocco Company on this occasion was the very same Oliver Cloberry who was at that very moment Maurice Thomson's partner in the invasion of the Guinean trade. 215 From the very start of his venture, Sir William Coubertin had incorporated trade with both Morocco and Guinea within his overall East Indian interloping project, for these places were major sources of gold and ivory, as well as other products, that could be picked up en route to and exchanged in the East. 216. Courtin's opposition to the Moroccan patent certainly stemmed from his concern for his East Indian project, and it is very possible that the simultaneous incursion by Oliver Cloberry and Maurice Thomson into the Guinean trade was also linked to the Coubertin venture. There is direct evidence that from 1641 to 1642, Thomson and his friends were working with Coubertin. In those years, Maurice Thompson's longtime partner Jeremy Blackman was serving as master of the ship William, owned by the colonial merchants Richard Battison, Simon Turgis, and Thomas Cox, and sent out by Coubertin. 217 according to James Darrell, writing about a decade later. Mr. Coubertin was so weakened in his estate, that about anno 1642, he was constrained thereby as well as by advice of his friends to associate with Mr. M.T. and J.B. and other adventurers who were altogether strangers in that trade, but made such use of his necessity, by clandestine, private, and prejudicial contracts. 218. By 1642 Coubertin had, in fact, gone bankrupt and shortly thereafter fled to the continent, leaving full control of his East Indian operation in the hands of his partners. 219 These merchants can be divided into four different categories: 220 traders previously involved in the American colonial trades, including Maurice Thomson, William Penhoyer, Robert Thomson, Edward Thomson, Richard Battison, Jeremy Blackman, Martin Noel, Nathan Wright, Samuel Moyer, and Thomas Andrews and his son Nathaniel. Foreign merchants living in England who were Dutch associates of Courtines, including Joas Godschalk, John Lamotte, Derek Host, Adam Lawrence, Waldegrave Lodovick, and John Rushout, John Fowke, the early collaborator of Sir William Courtines who later associated himself with the New Merchants Syndicate, and new recruits from the mercantile community. Among the new recruits were John de Thick, a domestic trader with his home county of Norfolk, 221 Stephen Estwick, a London haberdasher of small wares, 222 James Russell, apparently involved in both the Spanish and the merchant adventurers' trades, 223 William Ryder, a Southwark sea captain, 224 and Thomas Boone, a West Country merchant. 225 Considering the large sums required for the interloping syndicate's extensive undertakings, it would be surprising if this list exhausted its membership. In fact, there is strong indirect evidence that a substantial number of other men shared the risk, most of them recruited from Maurice Thompson's colonial merchant leadership group. One document, in particular, gives this impression: a petition of August 17, 1649 from diverse adventurers in the Second General Voyage, in which the demand is made for better terms in settling the accounts between investors in the Second General Voyage, organized in 1647, and the old joint stock owners. The list of 20 signers includes William Penhoyer, Robert Thomson, Martin Noel, and Adam Lawrence, all definitely involved in the interloping scheme. Among the others were Samuel Penhoyer, William Thomson, Michael Davison, John Wood, and William Harris, all of whom were relatives of Maurice Thompson's, his partners in the trade with the Americas, or both, as well as Nicholas Cors Ellis, a Virginian tobacco trader from a Dutch family whose son married Maurice Thompson's daughter. Also listed are a group of foreign merchants who almost certainly had been associated with William Coubertin: James Houblon, John Casier, William Boigny, and Ahasuerus Ridgemont. There can be no doubt that this connection was associated with Thomson. It clearly functioned, as will be seen, as an opposition party inside the company, led by Thomson and based in the Second General Voyage. It seems almost certain that some, if not all, of its members were also involved with Thomson in the interloping project. 226. The program of trade and colonization launched by the New Merchants East Indian Interloping Association found its origin in Sir William Courtines' interloping and colonial projects of the 1630s, as well as those of Arundel, Rupert, and Southampton. The New Merchants naturally pursued the direct trade, begun by Coubertin, to the Far East. But the experience of many of these men in the American trades induced them also to devote a good deal of attention to the colonizing possibilities that, until that time, had been ignored by the East India Company. The connection between the interlopers' new plans for the East Indies and their previous practice in the colonial trades with the Americas was clearly seen by their contemporaries. As Richard Boothby reported, "A great talk and rumour hath happened this last spring, about divers of His Majesty's subjects adventuring to Madagascar, and there to plant themselves as in other parts of America. 227. In 1645 the Thompson-led interlopers dispatched an expedition under Capt. John Smart with the object of establishing the long-projected colonial settlement off the east coast of Africa. 228 In the new merchant's grandiose vision, this colonial base would function not only as a provisioning and supply point on the route to the east, but also as a center of colonial production, especially of sugar, but also of indigo, cotton, and tobacco. In fact, they later advertised their plantation colony in the Indian Ocean by emphasizing the similarity of its productive potential, soil, geography, climate, and the like to that of the island of Barbados in the Caribbean. Ultimately, they intended the settlement to form the focal point of a complex, multilateral trading network, encompassing not only the local port-to-port commerce with India, East Africa, and the Indies, but stretching as far away as the English colonies in America. 229 Smart landed first at the old stop-off in St. Augustine Bay, Madagascar. He set his 140 colonists to building houses and planting corn, and dispatched 2 of his ships to attempt to establish further colonies on the eastern coast of Madagascar, on Mauritius, and on the island of Asada. None of these undertakings, however, succeeded. The crops failed, provisions ran short, many of the planters fell ill, and none of the other prospective sites for colonies panned out. Late in 1646, Smart was forced to abandon the settlement and evacuate his decimated population of colonists. The new merchant syndicate was not discouraged by this initial colonial failure, and during the later 1640s it stepped up its activities within the sphere of East Indian commerce. The interlopers were not content with the simple bilateral route rigidly followed by the old company, and so began to exploit the potentially lucrative port-to-port trade on the Indian subcontinent. They took up, moreover, Courtines' idea of integrating a regular trade with Guinea within the regular commerce to the east. These men were, of course, already active in West Africa in connection with the slave trade and West Indian plantations. They now hoped to use gold from Guinea to finance the purchase of commodities in the Indies, thereby solving the problems of bullion supply and bullion export that had long plagued English East Indian commerce. 230 Nor did the interlopers abandon their intention to settle factories and plant colonies after the Dutch manner. In fact, by 1649, they had organized and sent out a new voyage to Asada. It is notable that they placed this expedition under the command of none other than Col. Robert Hunt, a protege of Lord Brooke, who only recently had served as governor of the aristocratic Puritan opposition's colony on Providence Island. 231 At the same time, they began to project a second colonial base, this time on Pillow Run, an island in the East Indies seized by the Dutch but legally belonging to the English and, they hoped, recoverable by themselves. 232 Meanwhile, the old East India Company had come to the edge of dissolution. Following the King's failure during the early 1640s to call off Courtines' venture, Parliament had granted the request of Maurice Thompson, Alderman Thomas Andrews, Samuel Moyer, and James Russell to have liberty to trade with the East Indies in April 1645, had refused the plea of the company to put a stop to the interlopers' activities in the winter of 1645, and, following very extended deliberations, had decided against renewing the old company's patent in March 1647.233 without a privileged position in the trade. The company had little possibility of attracting continued support from the traditional company merchant sources, and was forced to contemplate the end of its permanent joint stock. Meanwhile, to keep the trade alive while renewed attempts were made to secure a charter from Parliament, the company decided to issue, under separate administration, an autonomous terminable joint stock covering a limited set of operations and running for a limited period of time. The company's success in raising funds for the second general voyage was in marked contrast with its continuing failure with its old joint stock, and the explanation is not far to seek. The new men of the interloping syndicate were at this time sending private ships to the east on their own, but they were willing to provide substantial support, in terms of finance and leadership, to this separate and independent venture, while naturally refusing to back the old joint stock. 234 The stockholders of the Second General Voyage established a board of 16 special directors to manage its affairs, to be chosen from among those men who had invested at least £1,000 in the venture. 6 of the directors they elected were leading members of the new merchant leadership's interloping syndicate: Thomas Andrews, Nathan Wright, Maurice Thompson, Samuel Moyer, Jeremy Blackman, and Capt. William Ryder. 235 Maurice Thompson and Jeremy Blackman were, moreover, among the 8 merchants chosen to represent the Second General Voyage in negotiations with holders of old joint stock. 236 The commercial operations of the Second General Voyage seem to have been quite successful. 237 But in 1649, when by the original agreement they had to be brought to a close, the directorate of the old company was forced again to face the problem of carrying on the trade. The old company's failure once more between January and August 1649 to raise sufficient funds for a new joint stock left it seriously weakened and unable to counter the attack that now came from both within and without its ranks. 238 On August 15, 1649 a general court of all freemen and adventurers in the East India Company was called to decide the company's future. No decision was taken at this meeting, but it was agreed to refer the problem to a joint committee composed on the one hand of representatives from the company's generality and, on the other, of the company's directorate. The fact that at least 6 of the 9 delegates representing the generality were members of the Thompson connection is indicative of the influence the new merchant leadership had by now acquired even inside the company. 239 Indeed, a short time later, when the interloping syndicate petitioned Parliament for sanction of its own commercial plans for the East Indies, the old directorate found itself hopelessly outflanked. 240 Clearly, the interlopers were the most dynamic element active in East Indian enterprise at this time. It was largely through their contributions to the Second General Voyage that the old company had been able to sustain itself at all. Consequently, neither the old directorate's denial of the interlopers' claims nor its plans for a new monopoly charter carried conviction. The old guard's only hope lay in a merger of the two groups. The interlopers were inclined, in general, toward a free, well-regulated trade rather than a joint stock monopoly. 241 They had very little to gain from a joint stock that was not totally devoted to their program. As the precondition for their acceptance of a merged joint stock organization, therefore, they demanded that the old company directors agree to implement a series of projects that they had always rejected in the past. 242 The establishment of an island colony off the east coast of Africa, the pursuit of the port-to-port trade in the Far East, the settlement of colonies in India and the East Indies, in particular on the island of Pulo Run, and a general policy of encouraging settlers at all East Indian outposts. The interlopers required, in addition, assent to the purchase and incorporation into the East India Company of the Guinean trade as a valuable source of gold and other commodities marketable in the East, the right to send independent voyages to China, Japan, and other areas if the company itself refused to do so, and compensation for certain losses the interlopers had sustained in their own venture. The old company directorate naturally objected to all of these proposals. Their weakened position, however, left them little ground for effective opposition. They were obliged to accede to the settlement substantially worked out between the new merchants and the national government. This agreement retained the joint stock organization that the new men had originally opposed, but adopted in its entirety the remainder of the interlopers' program for the operation of the trade. 243 The new merchant leadership. The new merchants' potential for such wide-ranging activities derived in part from the economic success they had already achieved. In terms of wealth, it is obvious that these men could not by 1640 begin to rival the top Levant East India merchants. But the socio-economic standing, in the very rough terms in which it can be measured, of the new merchant leadership which represented, by and large, the leading layer within a much larger overall group of colonial traders, did not compare unfavorably with that of the average merchant adventurers. Moreover, a small, but still quite pivotal, group among the new merchants had profited by their trading activity to such an extent that they had achieved by 1640 a position that might be described as the top of the second rank within the merchant community, that is, just below the aldermanic, East India Company elite. These men included the Levant, East India colonial traders Matthew Craddock and Samuel Vassall, as well as John and Samuel Warner, Thomas Stone, Maurice Thomson, and Thomas Andrews. Craddock and Vassall would be elected London MPs in 1640, and Craddock had actually become by this time an East India Company director. John Warner was the only new merchant elected to the aldermanic court in the pre-revolutionary period, achieving his office in 1640. His brother Samuel Warner became an alderman in 1643.244. Thomas Andrews chose to pay a fine rather than take the office of sheriff, but he did become an alderman in 1642.245. Thomas Stone also paid a fee to avoid having to become sheriff, and when, in 1640, the most substantial citizens of his ward were ranked into 4 classes according to their wealth, Stone was included among the men of the top class. 246. A similar 4-class division was made in Maurice Thompson's Billingsgate ward, and Thompson was listed among the 3 men designated as the first and best sort. 247. The high position achieved by these few individuals is evidence of their impressive commercial success over the previous period, and also helps to explain some of the political and social influence they and their group were able to exert during the following years. The emergence of political conflict, 1620 to 1642. The rise of merchant opposition. In the 1620s, key to the London merchants' politics in the later 16th and early 17th centuries was to be found in the nature of their relationship with the royal government. This was no chance or temporary arrangement. It had deep roots in the quite permanent needs of both the overseas traders and the monarchy. The merchants derived their income from the carrying of commodities. To maintain their profits, they had to limit the supply of goods they sold with respect to the level of demand and control the demand for goods they bought with respect to the existing supply. They needed, therefore, to control entry into commerce, how many traders and how much they could trade, so as to limit the inherent tendency to overtrading and to secure favorable prices for both their sales and their purchases. The merchant adventurers were, of course, the classic case. In some few commercial lines, such as the Levant Company's import trade in raw silks, the purely economic barriers to entry were, in themselves, perhaps high enough to limit competition from other English merchants. But even in cases such as this, non-economic barriers to entry were often required in order to limit competition from wealthy retailers, as well as from increasingly threatening foreign merchants. Indeed, in the early years of the 17th century, Dutch traders and shippers were offering a growing challenge to the English in almost every commercial area. Most of the London merchant community therefore needed government intervention to sanction privileged trading companies and, increasingly, to keep foreign competitors out of the domestic market. 1. On the other hand, the monarchy suffered from what might be called a structural tendency to financial crisis, resulting from its limited capacity to tax, especially to tax the land and its secularly increasing expenses. The Crown was under continuous pressure to hand out royal resources as patronage to ensure political support. The Crown's apparently self-destructive tendency to conspicuous consumption and to the enlargement of the court had the same rationale, to cement the king's support around him. Finally, there was the ever-present propensity to the royal game of war. War did not, of course, generally result merely from the whim of the monarch. Organizing for war was a fundamental form of organizing the aristocracy and, in particular, of solidifying the aristocracy's backing for the king. Moreover, the pressures arising from an international system of states organized for war sometimes made military conflict unavoidable. It is true, and worth emphasizing, that neither aristocratic military organization and lifestyle nor external pressures for war occupied the central position in English political life that they held throughout much of the continent at this time. The fact remains that the Crown was unable or unwilling, for extended periods, to avoid involvement in foreign warfare, and this placed intolerable strains on the royal treasury. 2. The material foundations of the merchant community's alliance with the Crown were therefore crystal clear. The Crown could, and did, create economic privileges for the merchants offered loans and taxes, as well as political support, to the Crown. I have already noted the profound strengthening of the Crown Merchant Alliance during the second half of the 16th century, under the complementary pressures of the Crown's growing financial exigencies, resulting especially from war, and of the merchants' increasing need for protection, resulting especially from the stagnation of the short-route cloth export trade to Northern Europe. The merchant adventurers, it will be recalled, had been more than willing to provide greater loans and stepped up customs payments in exchange for a significant tightening of their monopoly. Of course, conflicts inevitably arose over the terms of the partnership between the Crown and the merchant community. But the partnership itself was never in question. In the early 17th century, pressures for cooperation between the merchant community and the Crown were, if anything, increasing. The Crown emerged from the wars of the later 16th century in a disastrous financial condition, at least £400,000 in debt. James I made things much worse when, under pressure to consolidate his new regime, he launched an enormous sherry out of royal resources with the court. By 1618, the Crown's debt had reached £900,000. Meanwhile, the potential returns from the Crown's traditional sources of revenue had decreased. Crown lands had been sold off at a rapid pace during the 16th century. Returns from the subsidy, the traditional parliamentary tax, had declined dramatically as a result of corruption in assessment and collection, as well as of inflation. Income derivable from one subsidy fell from £130,000 in the early 16th century to about £55,000 in the later 1620s. The outbreak of political conflict in the Stuart parliaments only exacerbated this problem. 3. In this situation, taxes on trade appeared to provide the Crown the best way out. Such levies could be regularly adjusted for inflation. Above all, they offered certain political advantages, unavailable with other forms of revenue raising. They did not fall on the landowners, they did not require local governments controlled by landowners to collect them, and they could, at least in the view of the Crown, be levied without Parliament's approval. At the same time, although hardly welcome to the merchant community, taxes on trade could nonetheless be made acceptable, if they were sensitively levied and if the appropriate quid pro quo was offered. The merchant adventurers experienced something of a boom in cloth exports in the early years of the 17th century, but as their trade plunged into crisis after about 1614, they were willing to pay a heavy price to see that their privileges were protected. The Levant East India Company merchants enjoyed an enormous expansion of their trade throughout the period. But their prosperity only enhanced their ability and willingness to pay for increased protection. The overall trend throughout the pre-Civil War period, especially when the Crown and the merchant community could cooperate without interference from Parliament, was thus toward rising levies on trade and greater protection for the merchants' companies. There was a further bond that overlapped with and tended to strengthen this fundamental link between the city's company merchants and the royal government: the intimate connection between the Crown and what I have termed the merchant political elite, as represented on the Court of Aldermen, the customs syndicates, and the East India Company Directorate, which included the top leadership elements within the chartered companies, especially those among the traders with the East. These top merchants had access to some of the best court plums, occupied many of the highest positions in the city government, and served on most royal commissions concerning trade. They were thus drawn, unavoidably, into perpetual contact, and collaboration, with the royal government. The royal customs farms offered the great city merchants their best opportunity for holding royal office. In order to provide patronage, the Crown was led to create all sorts of income-generating licenses and monopolies that allowed for the collection of fees in exchange for the sanction of economic activities. But most of these privileges normally went to courtiers, not to city merchants. At the same time, because of the weakness of royal administration, the Crown was obliged to give over certain public functions to private parties who performed them for private profit. The great city merchants had better access to offices of the latter type, and the royal customs farms are the primary case in point. Leading merchants from the main city overseas trading companies controlled these farms from their inception early in the 17th century. 4. The city government traditionally provided unshakable support for the monarchy because the crown was itself historically a mainstay of the city's corporate privileges. And the same layer of top company merchants provided the primary, though not the exclusive, pool of candidates for the aldermanic court, the city's main ruling body. It is true that by the early 17th century, the overseas company merchants were less numerous in aldermanic offices than they had been a half-century previously, when the merchant adventurers were overwhelmingly predominant. The aldermanic court was still dominated by wholesalers, but the wholesaling overseas company traders now had to share their positions with domestic cloth wholesalers and wholesale distributors of goods to and from the provinces, as well as a handful of large manufacturers. Even so, on the eve of civil war, overseas company traders still held well over half of all the aldermanic positions, and the Levant, East India Company merchants held the great bulk of aldermanic positions occupied by overseas company merchants. 5. The East India Company Board of Directors, as emphasized, was a virtual representative institution for London's greatest company merchants, allowing the leading figures in the various trades to meet together on a regular basis and to strengthen already existing business and family connections. As responsible for London's greatest single overseas commercial undertaking, the company's directors were obliged to develop the most intimate relationship with the Crown in order to secure the company's privileges and a favourable government policy toward the trade. As very rich and influential citizens in their own right, many of them developed further ties with the Crown by virtue of their participation in the customs farms and their service on the Court of Aldermen, or both. As top city magistrates and, in many cases, royal office holders, the city merchant political elite tended to constitute a small but pivotal core of strong London supporters of the Crown. Moreover, as leaders within the chartered trading companies, they were particularly well placed to influence in favour of the Crown the broad ranks of their overseas trading colleagues. The latter were, of course, predisposed to support the Crown because of their dependence on royally sanctioned trading privileges. If London's company merchant community and the royal government were thus natural allies, Parliament and the city's overseas traders tended to be natural opponents. This was because, from one point of view, Parliament was an amalgam of grower, manufacturing, and outport interests, and because each of these interests had an understandable desire for freer trade and thus for the weakening of the London merchants' companies and privileges. Both the growers, whose wool had to be manufactured into cloths, and the clothiers, whose cloths had to be sold in overseas markets, wished to break up what appeared to them to be the monopsonistic middleman position occupied by the London merchants, especially the merchant adventurers, by virtue of their royally sanctioned charters. The merchants of the outports wanted to reduce what seemed to be the disproportionate share and unwarranted control of the trade held by the London merchants by means of their domination of the chartered companies. It was hardly an accident that during the early 17th century, the House of Commons launched attack after attack on every aspect of the city merchants' commercial privileges. To make matters worse, the very same figures who provided the leadership and ideological justification for the struggle for free trade tended also to provide the leadership for parliamentary opposition to the Crown. The result was to drive the overseas traders even further into the arms of the monarchy. 6. The fact remains that despite this powerful pre-existing structure of politico-economic interest, by 1628 to 1629 the majority of overseas company traders of London had been profoundly alienated from the Crown and had gone into various sorts of political opposition. How and why did this occur? Robert Ashton has argued that the merchants' opposition should not, after all, be so surprising, since the merchants shared Parliament's concern with the monarchy's abuses and supported Parliament's attack on the monarchy's arbitrary exercise of power. As similarly conservative but reform-minded social forces, Ashton argues, the parliamentary classes and the London merchants could be expected to arrive at similar political positions. It is indeed Ashton's thesis that the parliamentary landed classes and the London company merchants followed quite parallel political trajectories from 1624 right through the parliamentary revolution of 1640 to 1641. It is perhaps true that all else being equal the city company merchants would have wished to follow the oppositionists in Parliament along the road of conservative reform. But all else was emphatically not equal. The company merchants, like many others, did, in specific instances, oppose the Crown's creation of privileges and the corruption this tended to encourage. Nevertheless, they could hardly straightforwardly and consistently condemn the practice by which the Crown exchanged privileges for political and financial support, since they were themselves among the Crown's chief beneficiaries. The merchants must also have disliked the Crown's increasing resort to arbitrary methods of rule during the later 1620s. But, again, they could stand in no pure and simple way against unconstitutional government, since they were by then so profoundly dependent on an implicit arrangement whereby they exchanged unparliamentary taxes on trade for monopoly commercial privileges of various sorts. Had the city's company merchants had the clear option of opposing the Crown's arbitrary government and maintaining their privileges on the basis of support from Parliament, they might well have backed more assiduously Parliament's struggles against royal constitutional abuses, especially unparliamentary taxes on trade. But in view of Parliament's continuing failure to recognize and protect their company privileges, they found it difficult to break away from the traditional arrangement. The city's company merchants thus remained dependent on direct political intervention for their basic economic well-being. Their very economic position was indeed in part politically constituted in a way that the economic position of the landed classes in Parliament no longer was. Unlike their counterparts in many places on the continent, the English landed classes no longer required immediate and direct access to political power and position in order to maintain themselves economically. Unlike the lords of Eastern Europe, they needed no capacity to exert extra economic compulsion buttressed by their local and national estates, in order to collect rents from their tenants, nor had they come to depend on central and local governmental offices and gifts, financed largely through state taxation, in order to support themselves, as did the aristocrats who lived off the French state. On the contrary, they were able to subsist very well off broad commercialized landed estates, from which they collected rising economic rents deriving from what were roughly free markets in land and in labor. As a result, they were free to oppose arbitrary government in general and unparliamentary taxation in particular as straightforward threats to their absolute property in a way they could not have done had they been more economically dependent on property in state offices or other sorts of privilege granted by the Crown. Conversely, precisely because Crown-sanctioned privileges constituted such a crucial component of their own private property and because the latter were so explicitly premised on the payment of unparliamentary levies on trade, the company merchants could hardly construe arbitrary taxation as unambiguously in conflict with their interests. In sum, the city merchant community and the parliamentary oppositionists found it difficult to forge an alliance. During the later 1620s, these two forces did come together for a brief period. But, as I will try to show, their relatively short-lived entente is understandable largely in terms of the special political conditions that prevailed in those years. Above all, the royal government's extreme disregard of the merchants' commercial interests, exemplified not only in the Crown's profound neglect of their traditional chartered privileges, but also in its inexplicable involvement in disastrous and commercially destructive warfare. Over the course of the pre-Civil War period as a whole, Pace Professor Ashton, the forces represented in Parliament and the city's company merchants ended up following divergent political paths in consequence of their differing socio-political interests and options. Merchants, Crown, and Parliament, 1600 to 1624. The early years of the 17th century brought sharp political conflict between the Crown and Parliament, however one evaluates its ultimate significance. Understandably, the Crown's attempt to levy unparliamentary taxes on trade became a pivotal political issue, because revenues from customs had the potential of offering the Crown financial independence, and thus of allowing it to dispense with Parliament. Indeed, the fight over impositions was perhaps the most serious struggle between the Crown and the House of Commons during the first quarter of the 17th century. It brought to the surface the most fundamental questions concerning the locus of political authority within the state and the nature of the subjects' liberties, especially what were viewed by many MPs as the interrelated rights of property and of Parliament. 8 Naturally, taxes on trade were also close to the heart of city merchants. But the merchants do not appear to have given strong support to opposition in Parliament at any time before 1625, even on the issue of unparliamentary customs. In fact, despite major increases in taxes on trade during the first quarter of the 17th century, the Elizabethan alliance between the Crown and the city merchant community was extended and strengthened. Taxes on trade first became an issue in 1600 when Elizabeth I took over revenues from an imposition of 5s. 60 a hundredweight that the Levant Company had formerly levied on all currents brought into England by non-company traders. In 1605, after several years of negotiation and conflict over the question, the Crown regranted the company its charter and the company agreed to a royal levy of 5s. 60 a hundredweight on all imported currents, including those imported by members of the Levant Company. 9 No doubt, the Crown had used an element of coercion to win the settlement, and numbers of Levantine trade merchants remained dissatisfied. In April 1606 the Levant Company merchant John Bate took the case to Parliament, complaining that the currents imposition was unparliamentary and thus unconstitutional. In so doing, he received the active support of a number of leading Levant Company traders, including John Eldred, Thomas Cordell, and Roger Ofield. In November 1606, the Court of Exchequer, in a famous decision, ruled against Bate. Henceforward, impositions were at the center of parliamentary concerns, and the issue emerged as a point of bitter constitutional conflict in the parliaments of both 1610 and 1614.10. Nevertheless, it is doubtful if many of the city's company merchants regarded the payment of impositions as an issue of principle, and the Crown seems to have realized this. Upon his accession to the position of Lord High Treasurer in 1608, Salisbury could not resist the new potential for royal revenue raising opened up by the favourable decision in Bate's case. Salisbury devised what came to be known as the general impositions, but before he attempted to impose them, he made a point of consulting and compromising with England's leading overseas traders. In June 1608, Salisbury presented his proposal to a special assembly of top merchants called from all over the country. He emphasized that the government aimed to avoid the impositions interfering with trade. Indeed, orders had already gone out to reduce certain impositions that were felt to be a burden. In particular, as a concession to the Levant Company merchants, Salisbury reduced the controversial currents levy by some 40%, from 5s. 60 to 3s. 40 a hundredweight. He also lowered the taxes on tobacco and sugar. If Sir Julius Caesar's account of the meeting with the merchants can be trusted, Salisbury's efforts at conciliation were successful, and the merchants after some little contradiction consented to this general imposition new 11. In the years immediately preceding, the major company merchants had been made to appreciate, if they had not previously, their special relationship with the Crown. In 1604, the House of Commons launched the first of a series of powerful assaults on chartered companies in general and the merchant adventurers in particular, when it voted for the Bill for Free Trade. However, the Crown was able to use its influence in the House of Lords to see that the Free Trade Bill did not pass into law. Shortly thereafter, the Crown defied the express wishes of the Commons by renewing the charter of the Levant Company and by issuing a new charter to the Spanish Company. But the Commons replied in 1606 by declaring free trade with Spain, Portugal, and France. This act must have been particularly distressing to the city's merchants, for both the traders with Spain and with France had gone out of their way to win Parliament's favour by lowering the barriers to entry into their corporations and by providing places for the outport merchants on their companies' directing boards. Parliament, on the other hand, showed its total disdain for the company merchants' interests when, in the preamble to the Act for Free Trade with Spain, Portugal, and France, it condemned as unjust the chartered companies' systematic exclusion of shopkeepers, shipowners, mariners, handicraftsmen, clothiers, and fishermen. The confining of trade to mere merchants was, of course, a central raison d'être of the chartered companies. In 1609, the Crown once again overrode Parliament and issued a charter to the French company. The merchants' total dependence on the Crown for their privileges could hardly have been made more explicit. Point 12. It was almost certainly the merchants' understanding of the quid pro quo by which they held their corporate privileges from the Crown that led them to stay clear of the fierce conflicts over impositions that racked subsequent parliaments. In the parliaments of 1610 and 1614, impositions were a main, if not the central, issue. In 1610, the Commons presented a petition to the King that all impositions set without assent of Parliament may be quite abolished and taken away. By 1614, the members of the House of Commons had made the parliamentary levy of impositions an issue of right, and the King dismissed them for their defiance. Point 13. Nevertheless, there is no evidence that the city merchants supported the Commons' fight on impositions in these years. Point 14. The Commons' ongoing opposition to unparliamentary taxation on trade offered these merchants an extraordinary political opening to protest their increased customs payments, but they could hardly have failed to realize that to have done so would have been to renege on their implicit bargain with the Crown and to endanger their special relationship. In the words of Thomas Headley, a leading parliamentary opponent of impositions and theorist of parliamentary liberties, the merchants are so compounded with or dealt with, that they will not, or dare not, bring any action against the King or his officers. On the other hand, in 1614 the Commons re-emphasized its contempt for the merchants' interests, when it called for the abolition of the recently chartered French company. Point 15. Meanwhile, the royal government was attempting to rationalize its levies on trade in order to make them more palatable to the merchants as well as to respond to Parliament's protests. In 1608, as has been noted, Salisbury lowered the especially burdensome imposition on currants, as well as those on tobacco and sugar. In 1610, he initially removed the impositions on most manufactured exports, and later in the year went on to lift the duties on a great mass of imports. Whereas 1610 had begun with impositions on some 1,200 items, the year ended with impositions on just 264. Lord Treasurer Sir Lionel Cranfield took up where Salisbury left off. Point 16. In 1615 to 1616, Cranfield reaffirmed the policy of shifting impositions from exports to imports to help the balance of trade and to place the burden on those commodities best positioned to be taxed. Cranfield called, moreover, for limiting impositions to a relatively small number of high-cost luxury products, the burden of which could be passed on to the consumer. He demanded, finally, that both impositions and customs be raised rather sharply on a number of import items, like raw silks, that had been seriously undervalued in the Book of Rates. Point 17. In order to win the merchants' support for these changes, in January 1616 the Privy Council appointed a committee of major London traders to consider Cranfield's proposed alterations in the Book of Rates, whereby an ease will follow His Majesty's subjects in taking away some part of the impositions, and yet without overmuch loss to His Majesty in his revenue. With Cranfield as its chairman, this committee brought together some of London's greatest merchants, including the Levant, East India Company leaders William Garway and Morris Abbott, the important merchant adventurers George Lowe, Richard Venn, Thomas Dalby, and Samuel Hare, the leading Eastland merchants Christopher Clitheroe and William Greenwell, and the customs farming magnates John Suckling and John Wolstenholme. It does not appear that Cranfield's proposals on impositions were actually implemented, but the episode does express the royal government's ongoing wish for constructive collaboration with the company merchants on the delicate matter of taxes on trade. Point 18. The Crown also remained intensely conscious of the need to compensate the merchants for further levies on them. In 1619, the government managed to reimpose the 2d on each hundredweight that Salisbury had cut from the impost on currants in 1608, bringing the tax back to its original level of 5s. 60. Currants were at this time valued officially at 30s a hundredweight, so the imposition now amounted to some 16% of the rated value. But Cranfield reasoned that the Levant Company could afford to pay a higher levy on a very lucrative item. He pointed out that currants were in fact selling at some 70s a hundredweight at Christmas 1617, up from a normal selling price of 50s.19. The government had, in any case, gone out of its way to ease the burden of the increased tax on the Levant Company merchants. In 1615, in direct response to the Levant Company merchants' request, the Crown issued a Navigation Act that required that all Levantine commodities be imported in English ships and be brought directly from their place of origin. This measure outlawed the indirect trade in Levantine commodities by way of northern Europe, cut off the Venetians' import of currants using Dutch ships, and effectively confined the trade to the Levant Company. In 1617, the government buttressed this act by denying the merchant adventurers' request that they be allowed to continue importing currants from Holland. Moreover, the government ordered that the Levant Company be allowed to post a company representative at customs to enforce the new regulations. Finally, in 1619, when the Levant Company was informed of the government's intention to raise the levy, the company appears to have made the best of this by working out an agreement with the customs farmers to help ensure that no currants be allowed into the country except those brought by the company's joint stock. In this light, it is hardly surprising that the Levant Company raised no protest against the increased currants imposition itself, but merely asked that those currants it had brought into the country before the issuance of the order for raising the levy be allowed through customs at the old rate. Clearly the company understood that its ever-increasing privileges required some recompense to the Crown. 20. This is not to contend, of course, that Crown-merchant relations were smooth and untroubled. That was far from the case. In 1614, the king leveled a devastating attack against the merchant adventurers when he suddenly agreed to suspend the adventurers' privileges and to prohibit their main trade, the export of undyed and undressed cloth, in order to charter an entirely new, competitive company that was to take over the export of cloth, but in a more finished form. This was an unspeakable betrayal of the adventurers, and it revealed an underlying tension that would disrupt, time and again, the merchant-crown alliance. The Crown approved the so-called Cochin Project for a number of reasons, including the possibility that it would help English producers capture control of cloth finishing manufacture from the Dutch. There can be no question, however, that at the center of the Crown's considerations stood the hope of substantially improving its income from the cloth trade. If successful, the Cochin Project, through taxes, customs, and other revenues, promised to add some £47,500 per annum to the Crown's income. 21. In the last analysis, the Crown supported the privileges of the chartered companies because the merchants, directly or indirectly, would provide financial and political support to the Crown in return. There was always the chance therefore that the Crown might simply dump one or more of its merchant company clients in favor of other groups, if by that means it could improve its income or strengthen itself politically. The Crown's backing of the Cochin Project demonstrated that this was no mere theoretical possibility, and there were to be subsequent instances of the same phenomenon. The fact remains that the political cost to the Crown of mistreating particular groups of merchants was normally strictly limited. This was because Parliament was never willing to step in to protect the merchants when the Crown was abusing them. The House of Commons was simply unalterably opposed, both by interest and principle, to the chartered commercial companies. Even when the Crown, for its own narrow financial and political purposes, chartered the unpopular Cochin Project, Parliament failed to take the opportunity to side with the adventurers. On May 20, 1614, the merchant adventurer MP Robert Middleton denounced Cochin's company before the House of Commons as a far-reaching monopoly designed mainly to line the projectors' pockets, and he called on the House to intervene against Cochin before it was too late. But the MPs could muster little sympathy for the adventurers. In fact, some of them used the occasion to attack the company once again. These MPs expressed their concern that sales of cloth be increased, but showed only indifference as to which merchants, merchant adventurers, or Cochin projectors, should make the purchases. 22 The company merchants simply had little to hope for from Parliament. But, all else being equal, they could expect to build mutually beneficial ties with the Crown, for the royal government, though unreliable, had every interest in supporting the merchants' privileges in exchange for financial and political support. This was a critical difference. When the Cochin project collapsed, the Crown quickly regranted the adventurers their charter. Naturally, there was a price. According to one well-informed source, the Crown originally extracted an annuity of £20,000 a year for granting the charter in 1617, but Cranfield persuaded Buckingham to accept in its place a lump sum payment of £80,000. This was in addition to gifts and bribes to courtiers. Typically, as further compensation for rechartering the adventurers, the Crown levied the so-called Predermitt custom in 1619, essentially a new imposition on cloth exports. 23. Over the following years, the merchants' dependence on the Crown was even further strengthened. The early 1620s were one of the worst periods of cloth trade depression in English history, and the free trade forces in the House of Commons were driven to launch an all-out attack on merchant privileges. But the Crown did not waver in its traditional support for the merchants' companies. In 1620 to 1621, the Privy Council's committee to deal with the cloth crisis failed to suggest any major policy departures, let alone a loosening of the company's charters. But when the House of Commons reconvened in 1621, it subjected just about every merchant company to fierce attacks. A bill for general free trade was introduced, and there was another for free trade with France. The Muscovy Company's restrictive joint stock organization came in for criticism. Even the East India Company, traditionally immune from the attacks of the House of Commons, was reproved for allegedly exporting bullion. In the end, it was only the King's intervention that saved the merchants, above all the Company of Merchant Adventurers. On May 3, 1621, James I stepped in to prevent the House of Commons from examining the adventurers' patents and rule books, proclaiming that there have been diverse things between them and me not so fit for you to see and deal in. Meddle not with those things that belong to me and the state. The Parliament of 1621 was compelled to content itself with a mild bill allowing the outports free trade in the new draperies. 24. In the spring of 1622, with the trade crisis at its peak, the Privy Council did go so far as to demand that the merchant adventurers not only buy up cloth at Blackwell Hall, but allow interlopers to trade temporarily within the adventurers' privileged territory. However, when the adventurers raised objections, and a stalemate developed, the royal government was unwilling to force the issue. 25. Only in 1624 did the House of Commons finally succeed in dealing a substantial blow to commercial monopolies in general, and to the privileges of the merchant adventurers in particular. Peculiar conditions appear to have made this possible. In this Parliament, as in previous parliaments, much of the leadership in the struggle for free trade was supplied by the parliamentary chieftains Sir Edwin Sandys, Sir Edward Coke, Sir Dudley Digges, and Sir Robert Phillips. In 1621, these men had led opposition to the Crown on foreign policy and freedom of speech, and had fought vigorously against the merchant adventurers and for free trade, but they had been no more successful at that time in overcoming the King's steadfast defense of the adventurers than any of their predecessors, going back to 1604. However, in the Parliament of 1624, these MPs entered into an alliance with the Duke of Buckingham and Prince Charles, with the goal of bringing about a new anti-Spanish foreign policy, long cherished by important elements in Parliament and on the Privy Council but opposed by the King. And in this Parliament, for the first time, they were able to get their way concerning free trade. Buckingham's support was undoubtedly the new factor that allowed the old free trade forces to turn the tide and to succeed, where they never had before, in passing powerful legislation against the merchant adventurers. It is likely, moreover, that the Buckingham-inspired attack on Lord Treasurer Lionel Cranfield, by this time Earl of Middlesex, helped prepare the way for this reversal. This attack proceeded simultaneously with the Commons' assault on the adventurers and, in neutralizing Cranfield, eliminated one of the most influential supporters of the adventurers' privileges and of merchant privileges in general. The bill, which was drafted by Sir Edwin Sandys, who was working closely at this time with Buckingham against Cranfield, opened up admission to the merchant adventurers to any wholesaler who wished to join and who would pay a reasonable fee, as determined by the Privy Council. It declared full freedom of trade in kerseys, western dozens, northern dozens, and new draperies, and it allowed the outports to trade freely in dyed, dressed, and colored cloths to all places except those limited to the merchant adventurers. Reversing his long-standing position, James ultimately allowed the bill to pass into law. 26. Even so, there is reason to believe that things might have gone even worse for the merchant adventurers had it not been for James I. Aside from Sir John Savile and a handful of MPs who were themselves adventurers, the only MPs who spoke in favour of the adventurers' privileges were representatives of the royal government, Sir Humphrey May, Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster, Sir Francis Nethersole, English agent at the court of Elizabeth, elect res palatine, Sir Heneage Finch, Recorder of London, and Sir Henry Mildmay, Master of the Jewel House. In early May 1624, these men carried out a spirited, if ultimately futile, defence of the adventurers' privileges before the House of Commons Committee on Trade. Although the King would not, in this case, go so far as to reverse Parliament's decision, James apparently wished to have his opinions made known, and it may have been royal influence that kept the Commons from going even further than it did. 27. It has been argued by Robert Ashton that the middle 1620s, and specifically the Parliament of 1624, marked a dramatic turning point, a fundamental change of direction in the evolving interrelationships among the Crown, Parliament, and the city's overseas traders. According to Ashton, from this point onward the Commons showed significantly greater tolerance of the merchants' privileges than it previously had done, and the Crown weakened in its support of the merchants' privileges. This reversal allegedly paved the way for a longer-term realignment in which the city overseas traders came to side with Parliament and oppose the Crown. Nevertheless, in view of what actually happened in the Parliament of 1624, this thesis is very difficult to credit, even on the basis of Ashton's own excellent account. 28. Quite possibly, as Ashton asserts, the temper of the Commons in 1624 was quieter than it had been in 1621. But this difference in tone could be explained by the fact that by 1624 the cloth trade had partially recovered from the terrible depression that had gripped it in 1621. In consequence, the MPs may have felt somewhat less urgency about the matter of free trade. 29. However this may be, the Parliament of 1624 showed no softening in its attitude toward the merchants' corporate privileges. Quite the contrary. This Parliament represented something of a high point in the long-term parliamentary offensive against the city merchants' companies. The overriding fact, as has been emphasized, is that for the first time, Parliament actually was able to deal a serious blow to the privileges of the hated adventurers. The damage could hardly have been much greater. The Merchant Adventurers Company was, for all practical purposes, left open to all comers. The company's trading monopoly, for what it was now worth, was restricted to undressed white cloths, and whoever wished to do so was free to trade in most other varieties of cloth. As a result, for years to come, the adventurers could expect much increased competition and much reduced profits in a commercial line that was, at this time, already suffering from a serious contraction of markets and rising overseas competition. The passage of the Anti-Adventurers Bill alone makes it hard to believe that the Parliament of 1624 initiated a rapprochement between the House of Commons and the adventurers, rather than a reaffirmation of their old enmity. Nor did Parliament confine itself to profoundly weakening the company's chartered privileges. It ordered the adventurers to submit for examination their court book, their register book, their ledger book, and books of accounts showing all disbursements since they had first laid their own private imposition on cloth exports. The company had been obliged to levy this latter impost on its own members to recoup the huge sum it had been compelled to pay the Crown for the renewal of its charter, but the House of Commons showed its near-total lack of sympathy for the adventurers' position by terming this duty unlawful and unjust and declaring it a grievance to be submitted to the King. 30. It is probable that the House of Commons would have gone even further in its attacks on the adventurers had it been allowed to do so. As Ashton points out, the Commons Committee on Trade, as reported in Pym's parliamentary diary, was desirous that the House would deliver a final sentence against the merchant adventurers' patent and that it might be presented to His Majesty as a grievance. On April 8 Sir Dudley Digges, the old oppositionist who had for many years led the fight against the adventurers, demanded before the Committee of Trade not only that every one that will for a small sum be admitted of their company, but also that the traditional restriction of membership to mere merchants be dropped. A month later, after the House of Commons had carried through its attacks on most aspects of the adventurers' privileges, Digges reportedly believed that the merchant adventurers are by what we have done dissolved already in a manner, and he would have trade opened and left at liberty for all men to transport white and other cloths, though he believed it will overthrow all trade. This was hardly a stance designed to conciliate the merchant adventurers, and Digges was hardly alone in these sentiments. Almost certainly, he was speaking for a large part of the House of Commons, which, had it possessed the power to do so, would have revoked the merchant adventurers' privileges in their entirety. 31. Nor did MPs confine their offensive against the city merchants to a powerful attack on the merchant adventurers. They resumed their assault on the Muscovy Company's privileges. They went after the Guinea Company, declaring its patent a grievance and inducing the Crown to allow proceedings against it in the courts. They attacked the Eastland Company and succeeded in ending its monopoly of the import of shipbuilding materials and timber from Eastern Europe. Finally, they fought against the New England Company's recently granted monopoly of offshore fishing and, in the end, they got the Crown to declare free trade in fishing off the whole North American coast. By the time it was dissolved, Parliament had left few of London's great merchant corporations unmolested. 32. As telling, perhaps, as its attacks on merchant privileges, and equally formative of political attitudes toward Parliament among the London merchant establishment, was the Commons' unswerving support in 1624 for Sir Edwin Sandys and his gentry party in their bitter conflicts with some of the city's greatest merchant leaders inside the East India and the Virginia companies. Sandys had been quarrelling with the great merchant Prince Sir Thomas Smythe and others of the East India Company leadership since 1618, and it was likely Sandys' influence, as well as that of the Duke of Buckingham, that explains the Commons' motion of March 1, 1624 for the seizure of the East India Company's ships that were then preparing for their annual voyage. At the same time, the Commons backed Sandys and his gentry collaborators when they appealed to the House in late April for its support in their struggle to retain control of the Virginia Company, petitioning against Cranfield for his having backed the Sandys party's opponents inside the Virginia Company. The opponents in this case were, of course, that company's merchant party, led again by Sir Thomas Smythe, which consisted of a representative sample of the city's very top company traders, as well as the rich faction, led by the Earl of Warwick. Quite clearly, the alliance between Buckingham and the formerly oppositionist MPs extended beyond their uniting in favor of an anti-Spanish foreign policy and in opposition to Cranfield, as well as against merchant company privileges. It encompassed the addition of their mutual agreement to support gentry interests against those of the merchant elite within the great joint stock companies. 33. In complete contrast, the King and Cranfield gave the great city merchants full and consistent support in their disputes with Sandys and his friends in both the East India Company and the Virginia Company, from 1618 through 1624. In the summer of 1619, when Sandys' faction inside the East India Company sought to oust Governor Sir Thomas Smythe and his supporters from the company's directorate, James I informed the company that he would not have any alteration of them, and had Smythe and his friends duly re-elected. In 1620, James also stepped in to stop Sandys from being re-elected Virginia Company treasurer. Then, between 1622 and 1624, James and Cranfield destroyed Sandys' tobacco monopoly, dissolved the old Virginia Company so as to break Sandys' leadership, and appointed a commission dominated by Smythe's merchant party, along with the Riches and their friends, with the purpose of reconstituting the Virginia Company under the joint leadership of the merchants and the rich faction. Finally, On April 28, 1624, James personally intervened to cut short the House of Commons proceedings in support of the Virginia Company's pro-Sandys and anti-merchant petition. 34. The Commons' solid backing of Sandys and his Gentry Party friends against the merchant elite leadership of both the East India and Virginia Companies must have been highly disconcerting to the city's company merchants. It demonstrated to them, in yet another context, that they had much to fear from Parliament, and could look for security only to the Crown. In view of the House of Commons' harsh assault on the adventurers' privileges, its serious attacks on the other companies, and its support for Sandys' Gentry Party against the great merchant leaders of the Virginia and East India Companies, it is impossible to go along with Professor Ashton's conclusion that, with the completion of Parliament's proceedings in 1624, the way was paved for a new state of affairs in which the company might hope to remain unmolested and in which, presumably, there could henceforth be amity between the city's company merchants and the Commons. Nor can one agree with Professor Ashton that, given the Crown's apparently complete withdrawal of protection from it, the adventurers had, in fact, little else to hope for. 35. In fact, the adventurers could not resign themselves to the catastrophic measures of the Parliament of 1624, nor could the other company merchants rest easy concerning the possible actions of future parliaments, nor could the merchant community as a whole give up hope for aid from the Crown. Following the assaults on their privileges by the Parliament of 1624, the adventurers may have felt they had little more to lose, but this could hardly have been very comforting to them. In any case, the adventurers did not, from this point, enjoy full security from further parliamentary attack, nor could the other city companies count on Parliament's protection. The Parliaments of 1626 and 1628 came out for maintaining free trade in the fish trade with the Americas. The Parliament of 1628 attacked the privileged access to the trade in whale oil and whale fins enjoyed by the Muscovy and Greenland companies and declared the Greenland companies' patent to be a grievance. In 1629, Parliament again assaulted the Guinea Company's monopoly. 36. Meanwhile, in May 1626, the House of Commons once more declared the adventurers' impressed money to be a grievance. Impressed money was the charge the company imposed on its own members' export of cloths in order to recover the very large sum it had been obliged to pay to the Crown for the renewal of its charter. Shortly thereafter, a bill began to proceed through the House for the better venting of white cloths. This measure was most likely aimed at what remained of the adventurers' export monopoly of that commodity. But it never passed the House, for Parliament was dissolved shortly thereafter. 37. Even so, the adventurers could hardly accept a situation in which their trade had ceased to grow but in which their formerly privileged domain was invaded by massive numbers of new merchants. By the late 1620s and early 1630s, there were no fewer than 3 times as many merchants trading with the adventurers' privileged areas as there had been in 1622 before their monopoly had been weakened, yet the volume of trade remained the same as in 1622. The adventurers could find no new equilibrium and build no new relationship with Parliament so long as Parliament failed to support their company. Since Parliament made no move to protect them by restoring any of their privileges, the adventurers had no choice but to continue to look to the Crown. James I, as noted, had successfully defended the adventurers in 1621 and was likely sympathetic to them in 1624. But in the latter year he was unable to resist the pressure of a House of Commons that now had the powerful behind-the-scenes backing of the Duke of Buckingham. However, once Parliament had been disbanded and the Duke of Buckingham had been eliminated, the adventurers had every reason to expect they could regain their privileges from the king. In 1634, the Crown did, in fact, re-grant the adventurers their charter on something like the old terms. In any case, the reign of James I almost certainly ended much as it had begun, with the city's company traders allied with the Crown and deeply suspicious of Parliament. The profound alienation of the merchants from the Crown that took place between 1624 and 1629 would find its causes largely in the events of the reign of Charles I. 38. The rise of merchant opposition. Merchant opposition to the royal government emerged in the later 1620s in the wake of opposition initially mounted in Parliament. As has been emphasized, the company merchants had stood largely aloof from Crown parliamentary conflict during the first 2 decades of the 17th century. When they did finally move against the Crown, they took their lead, at almost every point, from their parliamentary counterparts, who very much intensified their attacks on the Crown from 1625 to 1626. Even then, exceptional circumstances and special grievances were critical in pushing the merchants over the brink. It is true that as early as 1624, one finds, for the first time since 1605 to 1606, city merchants bringing into Parliament a protest against impositions. Even so, the manner in which they raised the question makes it evident that the merchants were merely seeking to exploit an unusually favorable situation, in which they could oppose impositions without apparently defying the Crown, and had no very fundamental political purpose in mind. Parliament had made impositions an issue of right in 1614, and this had led to Parliament's dismissal by James I. But by 1621, apparently in an effort at conciliation, the parliamentary leaders had decided to play down impositions as a constitutional question. Similarly, in 1624 the parliamentary leaders vowed not to challenge the government on the rightfulness of impositions, so as to maintain their alliance with Buckingham and avoid provoking King James. 39 Nevertheless, in order to prepare the ground for the assault in this Parliament on Lord Treasurer Cranfield, Buckingham's allies in the House of Commons could not avoid raising the question. This not only offered MPs who had been recently in opposition an opportunity to make pointed, though strictly circumscribed, references to the underlying issues of principle raised by unparliamentary customs, but also provided the company merchants of London with an extraordinary chance to protest levies on trade in a politically unoffensive manner. On April 9, 1624, Sir Edwin Sandys, one of Buckingham's main allies in the attack on Cranfield, reported to the Commons from the Committee on Trade a series of grievances linked to Cranfield concerning the recent levies on commerce, the composition on groceries, the new imposition on wine, and the pretermit custom on cloth. He pointed out, in particular, that although the royal government had initiated the wine imposition as a short-term emergency measure to supply the king's children in the Palatinate and had intended for it to expire by the time of the current Parliament, Cranfield had had this levy extended indefinitely, without legal warrant or even an act of the Privy Council. Richard Spencer, Sir Robert Phillips, and Sir Edward Coke immediately followed Sandys and vigorously condemned the imposition on wine as a violation of Magna Carta, and as tending to the overthrow of the liberties and property of subjects. Nevertheless, all 3 of these MPs were careful to draw back from asking Parliament to consider impositions as a constitutional issue. They recommended instead that Parliament move against Cranfield, who was behind the levying of the impositions and who had stifled protests against them. As Nicholas recounted Phillips's advice, which was ultimately adopted, he would have us at this time decline the dispute of the right of the laying new impositions, but would have us appoint a select committee to examine the wrong done to the king and the subject by those that have been the movers and causers of these new and late impositions, and also to hear those merchants that complain that they have been deterred from complaining against these new impositions. 40. The Commons, blaming the Lord Treasurer for the recent unparliamentary customs, offered the company merchants of London an unprecedented opportunity. They could come out against costly levies on trade without appearing either to oppose the government, or to ally with parliamentary oppositionists against the Crown, or to make taxes on trade into a constitutional issue. The merchants of the French company seem to have been the first to act, protesting that the government's new imposition of £3 per ton of wine, amounting to a doubling of the former levy, constituted an unbearable burden on their trade. However, as John Glanville reminded the House, Cranfield had eased the weight of the increased levy on the merchants by ordering the retailers of the Vintners Company to buy up all the wine the merchants imported. This assured the importers a market, and allowed them to pass on much of the burden of the impositions to domestic purchasers in the form of higher prices. Still, the House of Commons ended up condemning the wine levy as a grievance. 41. Nor could the Levant Company resist this opening. On the very day that Sandys made his report to the House against the imposition on wine and the pretermit customs, the company's directors decided to recommend to the company's General Court that it complain to Parliament about the increase of 2d per hundredweight in the imposition on currants, as well as the recent additional 3d per pound duty on silk. The increased currants imposition had been levied for some 5 years without hitherto having elicited the company's protest. Within 4 days, the company had voted to present its grievances to the Commons, and its petition was referred to Sandys and his Committee on Trade. 42 A month later, on the recommendation of the Committee on Trade, Parliament declared the Levant Company's complaint concerning the 3d increase in the duty on silk to be unjustified, since the increase merely corresponded to the increase in the value of that commodity. On the other hand, Parliament added the 2d increase in the currants imposition to its list of particular grievances, which also included the impost on wine. 43 There was no attempt to construe these grievances as an issue of constitutional principle. Over the following 2 years, with the intensification of political conflict, the House of Commons came to give much more profound political significance to the question of taxes on trade, especially impositions. In the Parliament of 1625, the House of Commons confined itself, in formal terms, to dealing with the increased impositions on wines and currants as specific grievances, just as the Parliament of 1624 had done. The King, for his part, was still hoping to minimize conflict with Parliament, so, while he refused to concede the issue, he, too, went out of his way to avoid raising any point of principle. He justified the 2d increase in the currants impost by stating correctly that the imposition was no higher than it had been in the time of Elizabeth. He explained that the levy on wines had been raised in order to finance the defense of the Palatinate. Nevertheless, in the debate over the Tonnage and Poundage Bill, the Commons indicated that it was no longer willing, as it had been in 1621 and 1624, to refrain from questioning the constitutionality of unparliamentary impositions in the interest of Crown parliamentary unity. In fact, when the MPs granted tonnage and poundage for only 1 year, they sought to have explicitly inserted into the bill for tonnage and poundage the proviso that its passage not exclude further parliamentary consideration of the propriety of impositions. 44. By the time the Parliament of 1626 met, Crown parliamentary relations had sharply deteriorated and the emerging opposition in Parliament was ready to treat the issue of impositions once again as a question of principle. The failure of Parliament and the Crown to come to agreement over foreign policy, over the toleration of recusants, over Arminianism and, above all, over Buckingham led to the impeachment of Buckingham and a sharp intensification of conflict. In 1626, therefore, Parliament was no longer willing to consider the various impositions merely as specific grievances, as it had done in 1621, 1624 and even in 1625 to avoid confrontation with the king. On May 24, 1626, the House of Commons claimed that all impositions not approved by Parliament were unjustified. 45. Parliament's action in turning the merchants' simple economic grievance into a constitutional issue, in connection with the general deterioration of Crown parliamentary relations, apparently had a significant impact on merchants' political consciousness. Even so, what appears actually to have pushed merchants into opposition at this time was a series of disastrous policies already imposed by Buckingham and Charles in the brief period of their ascendancy. These policies hurt the community of company merchants as a whole, and proved particularly destructive to some of the most influential elements within the city's merchant elite. Even before the end of the reign of James I, Buckingham and Charles had been willing, as noted, to give their blessing to the assault on the merchant adventurers' privileges. By dissuading King James in 1624 from playing his accustomed role in support of the chartered companies, they enabled Parliament's free trade forces to win a victory that would otherwise have been beyond their power. That Charles and Buckingham were so willing to sacrifice the adventurers' interests to the tactical exigencies of their alliance with Parliament must have proved immensely dismaying to the great city merchants. and since Buckingham retained his commanding position in the new reign, the adventurers could hardly have been optimistic that they would, in the short run, find renewed support from the government. At roughly the same time, Buckingham's financial extortions were causing serious damage to the whole East India Company operation. In 1622, ships of the East India Company had taken Hormuz from the Portuguese for the Shah of Persia, and, in the process, had seized a rich booty for the company itself. James I advised the company to make Buckingham, who was Lord Admiral, a present of some of the goods, and the company did offer him £2,000. But this was not nearly enough for Buckingham. He implied that 10% of the company's profit on all prizes was due him as Lord Admiral. To induce the East India Company to increase its payment to him, Buckingham also claimed that the company's seizure had been illegal, insisted that he had never issued it letters of marque, and actually charged the company with piracy before the High Court of Admiralty. To tighten the screws on the company even further, in early 1624 Buckingham did not hesitate to prevent the departure of a company ship bound for the East Indies. And, in the end, he managed to extract from the company not only a payment of £10,000 for himself, but an additional £10,000 for the king. 46. Shortly thereafter, Charles I definitively disrupted the great merchant's plans for the Americas when he refused to renew the commission for Virginia that his father had authorized. Elite city merchants led by Sir Thomas Smythe, Sir Maurice Abbott, and many other major Levant East India traders, as well as some principal merchant adventurers, had dominated this body. Backed by James I and Cranfield, the Commission for Virginia had been moving toward the re-establishment of the Virginia Company under elite merchant domination. But in May 1625 Charles put Virginia directly under royal control and set up a new crown-appointed council for governing the colony instead of reviving the company. 2 years later, Charles granted the proprietorship of the West Indies to the Earl of Carlisle, a dependent of Buckingham. Taken together, these two actions destroyed the possibility of company organization for the trade with the Americas, and effectively excluded the greater city merchants from a potentially valuable field of commerce. 47. Meanwhile, in April 1626, Charles I took away the great farm of the customs from the city merchant syndicate that had controlled it since its inception. The Levant East India Company magnates Maurice Abbott and William Garway were the key figures in the old syndicate, which originally had been led by William's father, William Garway. But these merchants lost out when the Crown, apparently at Buckingham's request, decided to grant the farm to a new group led by Sir Paul Pindar and Sir William Cochin, merchants closely connected with the court. 48. To add to all these assaults, the greater part of the merchant community suffered badly when Charles I and Buckingham allowed England to drift into war with France as well as Spain in 1626 to 1627. War with Spain was damaging not only to the traders with Spain, but also to the Levant East India Company merchants who traded through the Mediterranean. War with France was simply incomprehensible to most of the city's traders and really disastrous to those trading with France. Through disruption of trade and destruction of goods and shipping, these wars probably caused more damage to the merchants than did any other government policy. 49. By 1626, the city's merchants were ready to take their first steps toward open opposition to the Crown. Several of the city's top traders got an initial opportunity to strike back at the royal government by coming to the aid of the Commons in its impeachment of Buckingham. Early in the Parliament of 1626, Robert Bateman, who was a leader in the French trade, a Levant East India Company director, and an alderman and MP of London, brought into the Commons the complaint of the merchants trading with France that Buckingham's unwarranted seizure of the French ship Peter had caused the French to take terrible reprisals against English vessels. Similarly, Maurice Abbott, who was the East India Company's governor, a Levant Company director, an alderman of London, and a customs farmer, as well as a London MP, was only too happy to testify in support of the Commons' charge that Buckingham had extorted large sums from the East India Company. 50. It is difficult to uncover the inner workings of merchant parliamentary collaboration at this juncture, but one key link between the opposition forces in London and those in Parliament appears to have been supplied by the long-standing connection between Maurice Abbot and Sir Dudley Digges, who, with Sir John Eliot, managed the Commons proceedings against Buckingham. Maurice Abbot's brother, Archbishop George Abbot, had been Digges's mentor at Oxford and remained an intimate of Digges and his family throughout his life. Like Digges, George Abbot was a close ally of the Earl of Pembroke's inside the Privy Council, and Pembroke, of course, was perhaps the pivotal figure among the anti-Buckingham forces at this time. Equally significant, Digges had worked alongside Maurice Abbot in city commercial affairs for over a decade. One of the few country gentlemen who took a leading role in the day-to-day affairs of the great London companies, Digges had been an initiator of the ventures for a Northwest Passage between 1610 and 1616, a founder of the Bermuda Company, and a director and leading spokesman for the East India Company, in which he worked closely with Abbot, who was the East India Company's deputy governor between 1615 and 1624 and governor beginning in 1625. In 1615, Digges wrote The Defence of Trade, a tract defending the East India Company. In 1620 to 1621, Digges and Abbot served together on the English embassy to Holland, which sought to secure restitution from the Dutch for the damage caused by Dutch attacks on the East India Company's outposts in the Far East. Digges's son Thomas married Abbot's daughter. 51 In March 1626, Buckingham was actually warned of the dangers posed by the Abbot-Digges connection by his spy Sir James Bagge. Bagge reported that Digges was Archbishop George Abbot's man and particularly dangerous and called Maurice Abbot a dangerous plotter. It seems reasonable to assume that Maurice Abbot provided a direct link between the anti-Buckingham leadership in the council and in Parliament and those leading elements within the city's merchant community who were at this point becoming alienated from the Crown. 52. The Parliament of 1626 marked a turning point in the rise of the merchants' movement. In the context of the stepped-up political opposition by Parliament, Charles I and Buckingham's extreme disregard for the company merchants' privileges and interests, combined with their commercially disastrous foreign policy initiatives, appears to have driven the merchants toward full-fledged resistance. Moreover, the open participation of elite merchants like Abbot and Bateman in the attack on Buckingham in Parliament made it a good deal easier for others to resist. For the first time, large numbers of the city's overseas traders began to come out into open opposition, although even now much of the merchant political elite, represented in the customs farms, on the aldermanic court, and on the East India Company's board of directors, remained steadfastly loyal to the Crown. In June 1626, to avoid the impeachment of Buckingham, Charles I dissolved Parliament and immediately accelerated his preparations for war. The Crown's attempts to finance its military operations by unparliamentary methods very quickly provoked widespread resistance in both London and the country at large. Shortly after the dismissal of Parliament, the royal government asked a convocation of 300 of London's wealthiest citizens, especially called for the purpose, to contribute £100,000 to the Crown. That they refused to lend the money is a sign of the rapidly developing opposition in the city. On the other hand, the aldermanic court did come through with its own loan of £20,000, which indicates that the Crown still had a strong core of supporters among the city's business leaders. Several weeks later, the king demanded that the city supply the government with 20 ships to aid in the effort against Spain. The cost to the city of supplying these ships would have been quite small, but there was enormous resistance within the Common Council and beyond. Here again the aldermen went out of their way to help the king, personally lending the £5,000 that was needed for the 20 ships. 53 Nevertheless, the citizenry in the parishes stubbornly resisted paying even the small sums demanded of them to cover the aldermen's advance payment to the king. 54. During the second half of 1626, the king imposed and began to collect the forced loan. This levy provoked widespread opposition by the gentry, which eventuated in the imprisonment of many leading parliamentary resistors and, ultimately, in the famous constitutional confrontation over the Five Knights case. In fact, it has been estimated that some 5% of the MPs who sat in the subsequent parliament had been in prison for refusing the forced loan. Nevertheless, the Court of Aldermen came, once again, to the aid of the Crown. In late March 1627, refusing to support the growing resistance in the counties, they agreed personally to subscribe to the forced loan and consented to submit lists of men in their wards who were able to contribute .55. Still, the opposition by the parliamentary classes to the forced loan did elicit a significant response in London. There was a great deal of protest against the Court of Aldermen's support for the loan, with the citizens calling the Guildhall the Yield All. Just how deep and broad the resistance was is hard to say. But according to one report, concerning the loan demanded here of the city, there are very few willing to subscribe thereunto, and it hath hitherto been generally refused by the Commons, who, beside their plea and objection of the great charge, do fear to make a precedent thereof against themselves. 56. It is known that many of the city's handicraftsmen and shopkeepers refuse to pay the forced loan, and it is worth noting in passing that a number of retailers who were at just this time entering the new trades with the Americas were among them. These included Thomas Stone, who was already a leading partner of Maurice Thompson's in Virginia and the West Indies, Stone's partner and cousin Andrew Stone, the cheesemongers Thomas Deacon and William Harris, later partners of Thompson's in the purchase of Berkeley Hundred in Virginia, as well as in many other ventures, Thomas Andrews, a Plymouth and Massachusetts company backer, a New England trader, and later a partner of Thompson's in the West Indies and East Indies, and Joshua Foote, William Hitchcock, and John Pocock, all of whom were to become major traders with New England. Far more important at this point, however, was the opposition of a number of leading company merchants. The substantial Levant Company merchants Thomas Soames, Henry Austin, Samuel Vassall, and Giles Martin all refused to pay the forced loan. And they were joined by the important merchant adventurers William Angel, Robert Palmer, Gabriel Newman, Humphrey Barrington, and William Spurstow. 57. The resistance of this large handful of substantial overseas traders to the forced loan was symptomatic of deepening discontent among all layers of the London merchant community, right up to the top level, during the first half of 1627. At the same time that many citizens were refusing to pay the forced loan, others were continuing their resistance to the levy for the 20 ships. 58. Meanwhile, the government had further contributed to the heightening of tensions when the Privy Council ruled on February 28, 1627 that it would henceforth vigorously enforce the 2d increase in the imposition on currents. The House of Commons had of course made clear its opposition on principle to unparliamentary impositions the previous May, and certain Levant Company merchants were now refusing to pay and were summarily thrown in jail. On March 15, 1627, the Levant Company's General Court met to decide whether to submit themselves to the late order of the Council on the currents imposition. It was indicative not only of the Levant Company merchants' feelings at this point, but of the general political mood in the city and the country at large, that the company decided to draw up a declaration of dissent to this imposition for the present, so as to free them from any imputation that may be cast upon them if they should consent without complaining. 59. Over the following months, constitutional opposition and political conflict rapidly intensified. In the summer of 1627, the royal government launched the attack on the Ile de Ré, but by autumn the expedition had ended catastrophically, and the troops were withdrawn in humiliation. Shortly thereafter, in early December 1627, the Court of Aldermen exasperated the opposition forces in both Parliament and the city by granting the Royal Contract Estates loan to the king. It is probable that the magistrates' action was motivated, in part, by the excellent terms offered by the king. Still, the aldermen had to be aware that, in agreeing to advance the Crown another £120,000 at this absolutely critical moment when the Crown's financial distress was about to force the recall of Parliament, they were taking a political action and making a political statement that would undercut the opponents of the government's policies. Nor did they betray the slightest ambivalence about their decision. When one of their number, the alderman John Chamberlain, refused to pay his loan contribution and jeered his colleagues for their collaboration with the government, the Court of Aldermen had him thrown in prison and ultimately dismissed him from the bench. The aldermen went on, moreover, to raise the royal contract estates loan within the city in the strictest possible manner. They jailed refusers for their disobedience in a period when large numbers of the magistrates' counterparts among the governors of the counties were themselves suffering imprisonment for defiantly refusing the Crown's demand for the forced loan. 60 At about this same time, the East India Company loyally responding to the same urgent requests to bail out the king as did the Court of Aldermen lent the Crown £30,000 and 61 pence. In spite of these loans, the Crown failed to raise sufficient funds and had to recall Parliament. In early 1628, with Parliament about to meet, a number of Levant Company merchants again began to refuse to pay the dues. 2d increase in the currents impost. The Crown replied by seizing their goods in customs. On February 4, 1628, these merchants brought their case before the Levant Company. It is notable that it was one of the company's directors and a very important trader, Humphrey Brown, who asked the company, in behalf of himself and others interested in the deposited currents, to provide political and legal assistance to the resistors. The company debated the issue, but thought it best to postpone a decision for 14 days. 62 Before the Levant Company could meet again, however, the Crown had imprisoned 9 merchants in the French trade for similarly refusing to pay impositions. The traders with France and the Levant Company merchants were now united not only on impositions, but also because 2 of the men arrested, Henry Lee and Martin Bradgate, were among the few London merchants who traded to a significant extent with both France and the Levant. 63 On March 26, the merchants trading with France petitioned the House of Commons for the release of their arrested colleagues and against the impositions. They had no hope of paying, they added, because their ships were being held in France, and the government was doing nothing about their recovery. By April 7, 1628, the Levant Company also had brought in a petition to Parliament, in this case against the currents imposition. 64. During the spring of 1628, the parliamentary leadership made the question of impositions a central constitutional issue. On April 11, 1628, the House of Commons agreed to petition against the wine imposition and for the freeing of the imprisoned wine merchants. The Privy Councillor MPs were asked to carry this petition to the King and, at the same time, to intercede on behalf of the Levant Company merchants for the release of their seized currents. Eventually, the MPs temporarily accorded the impositions question a secondary position when they failed to include their opposition to impositions in the petition of right. 65 Even so, as the royal government stumbled toward a semblance of compromise in the late spring of 1628 on the petition of right, it appears to have moved hesitantly toward agreement on the issue of impositions as well. On May 10, the House of Commons once again raised the question of the currents impost, asking why the Lord Treasurer had refused to release the Levant Company merchants' goods even after the House had petitioned to this end. A week later, on May 17, there was a major debate on impositions in which Sir Edward Coke, Sir Robert Phillips, and Sir Nathaniel Rich all proclaimed that unparliamentary impositions were unconstitutional and demanded, once again, the release of the Levant Company merchants' currents, as well as the freeing of the imprisoned wine merchants. Then, on May 19, the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster, Sir Humphrey May, speaking for the Crown, announced that the government would release the Levant Company merchants' goods if the merchants would give bond to pay whatever customs ultimately were ruled to be legal. 66 However, 5 days later, the House of Commons was informed that notwithstanding His Majesty's message to the House, for delivering the Turkey merchants' currents, yet they cannot get them. It turned out that a warrant had indeed been made out by the Lord Treasurer providing for the release of the merchants' goods. But at the last minute there came a verbal message from the Lord Treasurer to forbear, in respect of a special command of His Majesty. 67. During the last, climactic days of the session, the issues of unparliamentary impositions and of tonnage and poundage were catapulted to centre stage. Charles gave his assent to the petition of right on June 7, but, 10 days later, he rejected Parliament's remonstrance of grievances. Meanwhile, on June 15, Charles's government once again announced that it would strictly enforce the dues. 2d currents impost and, on June 20, the Levant Company petitioned the Commons for relief yet again. 68 The House had already, in fact, been focusing its attention on unparliamentary taxes on trade. On June 14, it had revived the bill for tonnage and poundage, and it now referred the Levant Company's petition on the currents imposition to the committee in charge of the bill for tonnage and poundage. When it became clear that it could not pass the tonnage and poundage bill, the House sought to avoid a head-on collision with Charles by trying to induce him to adjourn Parliament rather than prorogue it. Had he done so, their bill declaring that unparliamentary impositions and tonnage and poundage were illegal could have been discussed at the next session, and, if passed, been made retroactive to the start of the Parliament of 1628. Nevertheless, on June 23, Charles announced that he would prorogue, not adjourn, the Parliament. After a series of dramatic speeches on June 24 by Phillips, Coke, Rich, and others, declaring the need to take a principled stand on unparliamentary customs in order to protect the basic rights of subjects, the House of Commons passed, on June 25, a new remonstrance on tonnage and poundage and impositions. Declaring, in part, that the receiving of tonnage and poundage and other impositions not granted by Parliament is a breach of the fundamental liberties of this kingdom, and contrary to your Majesty's royal answer to their late petition of right, the remonstrance went on to most humbly beseech your Majesty to forbear any further receiving the same, and not to take it in ill part from those of your Majesty's loving subjects who shall refuse to make payment of any such charges without warrant of law demanded. This was a clear incitement of the city merchants to disobedience. The King prorogued Parliament the next day. 69. Charles was still in deep financial difficulty, requiring funds to send his fleet to relieve La Rochelle. But now London's company merchants refused to bail him out. On July 2, 1628, the Levant Company flatly turned down the King's request for a loan. At about the same time, the East India Company Board of Directors also refused the Crown's request for a loan, pleading poverty. The East India Company Directorate constituted, of course, the very heart of the merchant elite. 70. The Commons' remonstrance on tonnage and poundage and impositions had amounted to an invitation to the merchants to take the law into their own hands and to refuse henceforth to pay customs. Soon, importers of French wine and of currants from the Levant were, once again, resisting the payment of impositions. To head off this movement, Charles, in full council, declared on July 20 that the impositions were his by a solemn and legal judgment. On August 13 the Privy Council issued an order to seize all goods landed without payment, and on August 31 it commanded that assistance was to be given the Customs House officers in the execution of their duty and that those who resisted customs payment were to be arrested. 71. Shortly thereafter came perhaps the turning point in the entire struggle in London. In the first part of September 1628, 14 Levant Company merchants took it upon themselves to break into the Customs House to seize currants taken from them by the royal government in consequence of their refusal to pay the dues. 2d currants imposition. 72 The men involved, immediately imprisoned, were not just substantial traders, but among the wealthiest and most influential citizens in London, long associated with directing circles in the Levant East India Combine and in the city government itself. Prominent among them was Nicholas Leet, along with his son Richard Leet and his sons-in-law John Wilde and Henry Hunt. Nicholas Leet had married the daughter of Richard Staper, who was, with Edward Osborne, the founder of the Levant Company and a key figure in the development of the East India Company. Leet himself had played a central role in the development of the Eastern trades from the late 16th century, holding for many years the deputy governorship of the Levant Company, as well as an East India Company directorship. The connection around him was one of those critically important business and family groups that composed the core of the Levant Company and that helped to give the company's membership the ability to act so cohesively. 73. Even more important than the appearance of the Leet connection among those merchants who broke into the Customs House in October 1628 was the presence of Morris Abbot and William Garway. Abbot had been apprenticed to Garway's father, William, one of the founders of the Venice Company. Both men were longtime directors of both the Levant and East India Companies. In fact, Abbott was currently governor of the East India Company. Abbott was also an alderman of London and had been an MP. Garway's brother Henry was an alderman as well. Finally, both Abbott and Garway had, for many years, been leaders in a series of merchant syndicates that controlled most of the king's customs farms. Both these men were unquestionably among the city merchant community's most important and influential political leaders. 74. That magnates such as Garway and Abbott were now willing to take violent action against the government indicates that the city opposition movement had penetrated the highest levels of the merchant community. Before the merchants' campaign was over, no fewer than 10 of the 27 merchants on the Levant Company Board of Directors in 1628 to 1629 would involve themselves in violent, illegal actions. Never again would so large a section of the leading men in the Levant East India combine so openly to confront the Crown. 75. The forcible break-in by Abbott, Garway, Leet, and their merchant colleagues galvanized merchant opposition in the city. By the time Parliament had been recalled in early 1629, the merchants' movement had entered a new, more radical phase, broadening its scope to encompass opposition not merely to specific impositions but to any customs payment whatsoever that had not previously been sanctioned by Parliament. Whereas Abbott, Garway, Leet, and their friends had confined their protest to the specific grievance of the 2d increase in the current's imposition, a number of Levant Company merchants now began to oppose the collection of tonnage and poundage by Charles I's government for the principled reason that it lacked parliamentary approval, and they refused to pay this levy. These men thus explicitly associated the merchants' movement with the House of Commons' remonstrance against tonnage and poundage of the previous June, with its call to citizens to refuse to pay unparliamentary customs, and openly identified the merchants' movement with Parliament's constitutional claims. The leaders of this more principled merchants' opposition were Samuel Vassall, John Fowke, Richard Chambers, Bartholomew Gilman, and John Roll. All were important traders with the Levant, although none was of the first rank among city merchants. In contrast with the majority of their colleagues in the Levant East India Group, all of these men were to remain steadfast supporters of the parliamentary opposition. Fowke, Chambers, and Vassall, in particular, came to play key roles in organizing the city's parliamentary revolution in 1640 to 1642. Chambers had made himself a cause célèbre when, upon being hauled before the Privy Council on September 28, 1628 for refusing to pay the current's impositions, he defiantly cried out, "Merchants are in no part of the world so screwed and wrung as in England. In Turkey they have more encouragement." For this he was promptly jailed, although he was bailed out a month later. In any case, when these 5 merchants had their goods seized for refusing to pay customs in the autumn of 1628, they launched suits of replace Evan for their recovery in the Sheriff's Court of London, claiming the right to resist any levy not warranted by Parliament. To counteract this move, the Crown quickly took the case to the Court of Exchequer. In making the government's argument, the Lord Treasurer made sure to point out that the 5 merchants had unmannerly and ungratefully disturbed His Majesty's gracious intentions, ungratefully, because that company, viz. Trading for Turkey, received continual favours from His Majesty, having their petitions daily granted at the Council Board. The Court of Exchequer ruled on November 27, 1628 against releasing the merchants' goods, although it explicitly left the question of principle to the King and Parliament. 76. The action of the Court of Exchequer seems only to have further inflamed a merchant opposition now strongly identified with Parliament and its general struggle against unparliamentary customs. Some merchants apparently had already begun a general strike against tonnage and poundage. In the words of one observer, "Our merchants of late, grounding themselves upon the petition of right, have taken home goods without paying tonnage and poundage, offering their bonds to the customers to pay His Majesty what was due by law." During November, ships of the Levant Company and the East India Company had arrived in port, but the generality of the merchants of both corporations simply refused to claim them from the King's storehouse, say they will let their goods lie and will pay neither tonnage nor poundage till His Majesty do evict it from them by law, and pleading for their so doing the petition of right. By early December, in the words of the Tuscan ambassador Salvetti, every day disputes arise between sailors and His Majesty's Customs House officers. The sailors refused to pay the usual duties, insisting that Parliament did not grant them to this king as it did to his father. There is great embarrassment at court as to the best means of amending this, seeing that Parliament is about to meet. It is a question of the greatest consequence, and, unless a remedy is found, the royal power will suffer, as day by day there are symptoms of the growing and daring opposition of the people. 77. A short time later, Gilman and Fouque, perhaps in part to help ensure that the Parliament planned for January 20, 1629 would actually be allowed to meet on schedule, further escalated the struggle by bringing their goods forcibly through customs without payment. According to one report, to free themselves from the customers' hands and compulsions, went, with 200 or 300 armed men, aboard their ships, and brought from thence great store of merchandise, namely currants to land, which they had already laden upon carts to carry them to their private houses. On January 5, 1629, the Privy Council, not a little troubled, to see these bold refractory courses used by the subjects to the open condemning of the king's authority, ordered these merchants arrested, and went on to demand that the Levant Company call a special meeting for the purpose of compelling its members' obedience to the ruling of the Court of Exchequer. When the company met, however, it explicitly defied the Privy Council's order to call on its members to pay the duties. Moreover, the company's General Court did not stop there. Its members went on to vote that they would not merely refuse to pay the 2d that the Crown had added in 1619 to the original 3s. 4d impost on currants, which had been their initial grievance. They now announced their unwillingness, as a company, to pay any duties on currants whatsoever. 78. The situation was now getting out of hand, and certain elements within the top directing circles of the great overseas companies sought to halt the escalation. When the Levant Company next met, on January 22, 1629, Anthony Abdy, the deputy governor, and John Williams, the company husband, tried to engineer a compromise. They presented to the company's General Court a draft petition that once more limited the company to demanding that the 2d currants imposition be removed. Nevertheless, not only the Levant Company's general membership, but also its board of directors, rejected the proposal of Abdy and Williams. According to the company minutes, the proposed petition was wholly disliked by this court, for as much as it mentioned only the impost of 2d. Whereas they now intend to make a general complaint as well for all duties upon other commodities as for this of currants. At this point, the company's governor, Hugh Hamersley, along with Deputy Governor Abdy, tried to assert authority, desiring the court to be very well advised what they should do therein. But after long dispute and divers opinions given and many questions moved, whether to petition or not, whether in general by the company or by private men, whether for the easing of this impost upon currants only or concerning all other commodities, it was at length concluded by most of the assistants and the generality present to petition in the name of the company and in general for the discharge of all their goods now detained from them. The company had thus, apparently, joined in fully, as a body. With the growing movement against all unparliamentary customs, led by their colleagues Vassall, Chambers, Gilman, Fouque, and Rolle, and they directed their officers to present their petition to Parliament. It was symptomatic of the general explosiveness of the situation that several days later still another Levant Company director, Thomas Simons, broke into the Customs House to seize his goods. 79. The opposition movement in Parliament and that in the merchant community had now become fully merged. The House of Commons took up with great intensity the resistance to tonnage and poundage of Gilman, Rolle, Chambers, Vassall, and Fouque on January 22, 1629, the very day of the Levant Company's declaration. 2 days later, Charles appeared open to compromise when he informed the House that he had been collecting tonnage and poundage by necessity and did not claim it by right of his prerogative. he requested that Parliament now grant him tonnage and poundage. Nevertheless, on January 28, 1629, the House of Commons received a petition from the Levant Company merchant Richard Chambers protesting that he had been unlawfully imprisoned and had had his goods taken by the officers of the customs despite his offer to pay whatever ultimately was lawfully decided to be due. The Levant Company merchant John Fowke presented a similar petition on February 5, asking for the release of his goods seized by the customs farmers. Shortly thereafter, it was learned that the government was proceeding in Star Chamber against the Levant Company merchant John Roll, who happened to be an MP, as well as the others, for their refusal to pay. And on February 12, Chambers, Fowke, and Gilman petitioned the House of Commons for relief. The House now demanded to know why, if His Majesty admitted that unparliamentary tonnage and poundage was not his by right, the King's officers were moving against these merchants. It refused to pass tonnage and poundage until proceedings against the merchants were dropped and their goods restored. Several weeks later, the King moved to dismiss Parliament, and the House of Commons made its historic appeal to the country, concluding with the warning that if any merchant or other person whatsoever shall voluntarily yield or pay the said subsidies of tonnage and poundage, not being granted by Parliament, he shall likewise be reputed a betrayer of England, and an enemy to the same eighty. The merchants' struggle now reached its climax. The majority of traders refused to ship any goods, and the King was, for a time, deprived of all customs revenue. Even now, however, there was not unanimity. Critical sections of the merchant elite refused to join the protest and to confront the Crown. On March 13, 1629, at a meeting of the East India Company's Board of Directors, called to decide whether to join in the general refusal to pay customs, the company's governor Morris Abbott advised strongly against it, conceiving the case of the India Company and other merchants are not alike for many reasons, and to contest with the King, as was observed by Mr. Treasurer, on a business of this nature and at this time were no way fit, considering the many occasions they have now with the King, from whom the company cannot expect any favor if herein they show themselves refractory. The Board of Directors put off a decision, and sought to avoid offending either the King or Parliament by securing a bill of sufferance from the Customs House, which would allow them to send out their goods without paying, but also without the implication that they were refusing to pay. 81 However, the customs officers turned down this request. So on March 18, at a further meeting of the Board of Directors, Mr. Governor desired the court now plainly and directly to declare their resolution that this voyage may proceed. At this point, to show their obedience and conformity to His Majesty, the court, by erection of hands agreed and ordered that the entry of their goods shall be no longer delayed but presently performed. Moreover, they reaffirmed this resolution to submit openly to the Crown, even after the company's representatives returned with the news that the customs farmers had finally agreed to their request for a bill of sufferance. 82. With Parliament gone, it was difficult for the many merchants on strike to continue resisting. They could hardly refuse to ship indefinitely. Even so, the movement appears to have been surprisingly effective and long-lasting. 83 By the following autumn, however, most seem to have begun to send out their goods again. It is suggestive of the new mood that, on August 20, 1629, when the Levant Company next raised the issue of customs, it confined itself to attacking the 2d currents impost and the 3d added customs on silk as mere grievances, as it had at the very beginning. The constitutional and political implications of these levies were simply ignored. The King had survived a major test, and was already on the offensive. 84. There can be no doubt that by the end of the 1620s, the relationship between the Crown and the city merchant community had become profoundly strained. Nevertheless, the political significance of this estrangement, the degree to which it was the result of structural or merely short-term conjunctural causes, needs to be carefully assessed. The Crown's increased customs duties had struck the Levant Company, the French Company, and the merchant adventurers. But it is impossible to believe that these levies were so economically burdensome as to have provoked, by themselves, serious merchant opposition. The 2s. 2d Increase in the currents levy was at the very heart of the conflict, but when the government first imposed it in 1619 the Levant Company accepted it without a murmur. Indeed, the Crown had collected this duty for 5 years before the Levant Company had even protested, and when the company finally did raise the issue, it did so in a most opportunistic and non-threatening manner. The merchant adventurers, for their part, had gladly accepted the pretermit custom in 1619 as a condition for the renewal of their charter and had never protested to Parliament against this impost. The French company merchants were perhaps most affected economically due to the burden of the wine impost, but even they received major compensation for the new imposition in the form of assured purchase of their imports. On the other hand, it is quite clear that the Crown's arbitrary exercise of authority that so troubled Parliament in the later 1620s also seriously disturbed the city merchants. They could hardly have been pleased with forced loans, arbitrary imprisonment, martial law, the illegal impressment of soldiers, billeting, and the like. The fact, moreover, that the parliaments of 1628 and 1629 made unparliamentary taxes on trade a basic question of principle and central to their opposition to Charles I obviously contributed to the stubbornness and explosiveness of the merchants' opposition. Still, it needs to be remembered that even at the height of the conflict, the Crown retained a hard core of merchant support, well situated in some of the most influential positions within the merchant community. In January 1629, with Parliament about to meet, the top Levant Company officers did their best, as noted, to head off the company's mounting constitutional opposition. 2 months later, in a similar manner, the East India Company Directorate refused to back the widespread movement against the Crown from within the city merchant community. In the merchant adventurers, too, the Crown had important agents among the company's leaders. When the adventurers were finally induced to ship their cloths in May 1629, breaking the strike, Secretary Coke reported that the resolution was narrowly gained by 2 hands, with a leading adventurer who happened also to be Coke's brother-in-law playing an influential role in support of the Crown. 85 The Court of Aldermen, as emphasized, stood solidly behind the Crown throughout the whole course of the crisis, as did, of course, the farmers of the customs. It is difficult to believe, moreover, that the Crown could not have commanded substantially more support among the company merchants, especially within the merchant political elite, had it not been brutally disregarding their interests since the middle 1620s. The company merchants differed from their landed class counterparts in Parliament in their overwhelming dependence on the government for their livelihood, so whatever their constitutional ideas, they were in a much worse position to act on these ideas than was the parliamentary aristocracy. It is thus only superficially paradoxical that the parliamentary classes who were hardly touched economically by unparliamentary levies on trade fundamentally opposed them, while the company merchants of London who largely paid these taxes long accepted them, fighting them only very belatedly and for a brief period. For the landed classes, arbitrary taxes on trade, though economically relatively painless, constituted a real danger to their fundamental liberties of property and of Parliament, and concomitantly their power within the state. For the merchants, in contrast, these levies were the necessary condition, the quid pro quo, precisely for the maintenance of an indispensable politically constituted element of their property, their company's commercial privileges. As has just been noted, Governor Morris Abbott successfully appealed to his fellow East India Company directors to break the strike against unparliamentary customs on the ground that they were too tied to the king to act on Parliament's principles. Analogously, according to a report to the Privy Council on the private feelings of the merchant adventurers at this time, there was speech among them of a petition to the council, to the effect that if they pay their duties, the king will protect them against future parliaments. 86 Had the king more assiduously protected the adventurers against past parliaments, the crown might, all along, have been receiving their support. As it was, the crown had unceremoniously dropped its traditional backing for the merchant adventurers' privileges in 1624, and so long as Buckingham was in the saddle, it gave no sign that it wished to renew them. In addition, in less than 2 years from the start of the reign, Charles I and Buckingham had totally undermined the great company merchants' control of trade with the Americas, extracted £20,000 from the East India Company, and taken the customs farm from its traditional possessors within the merchant elite. Perhaps most damaging of all, the government had opened the way to the radical disruption of trade, the reduction of commerce, and the outright loss of the merchants' goods by its incomprehensible foreign wars. All these actions struck particularly hard against that pivotal group of Levant East India Company leaders who were in these years replacing the merchant adventurers, top traders at the heart of the merchant elite. Had these merchant chieftains consistently supported the government of Charles rather than, at times, lashing out against it, their less substantial though still quite well-off colleagues in the chartered companies would have found it a good deal more difficult to go into opposition. Indeed, if the government of Buckingham and Charles had been less than totally insensitive to the company merchants' fundamental needs, the Crown might have found the company merchant community as a whole far less determined in its resistance in the first place. By the end of 1629 the king's tasks with respect to the city's company merchants were crystal clear. He had to reconsolidate the support he traditionally had enjoyed among the company elite. He had to take advantage of Parliament's antipathy to merchant privileges by using the grant of favours to woo the rank-and-file members of the chartered companies. The degree to which Charles had succeeded, by his own efforts, in realizing these goals by 1640 is a question to which I will return. The merchant community, the Caroline regime, and the aristocratic opposition. The general strike against non-parliamentary taxation on trade marked the high point of resistance to the Crown by the city's overseas company merchants during the pre-Civil War period. During the 1630s, different merchant groups protested various royal financial and economic policies, but never again were the company merchants' protests linked so systematically to a broader politico-constitutional opposition as they had been during the struggles of the late 1620s. Even as merchant opposition was reaching its zenith, forces were in motion tending both to alienate the city's company merchants from the parliamentary leaders with whom they hitherto had been allied, and to pull those merchants back in the direction of the Crown. Practically from the moment of Parliament's dismissal in 1629, the Crown launched a counter-offensive, lasting throughout the 1630s, which aimed to win back the overseas traders by wooing their leaders and by granting concessions to their corporations. In these years, Charles attempted to rule without Parliament. And this policy had enormous implications for the political relationship between the monarchy and the city and its merchants. First of all, in view of his more or less permanently straitened circumstances, Charles simply could not afford an adventurous foreign policy. If at all possible, he had to avoid getting into wars, and this meant above all avoiding military conflict with Spain. Charles's policy of peace was hugely beneficial to the company merchants as a whole, and peace with Spain was especially conducive to the good health of that ever more powerful and assertive group of merchants who traded with southern Europe and the Near East by way of the Mediterranean. Meanwhile, Charles was forced to develop a basis for financing monarchical government independently of the landed class. Since taxing the land without parliamentary consent was so difficult, Charles found himself compelled to fall back on the money-raising tactic that had been increasingly used by his predecessors, the exploitation of and dependence on London commercial sources of income, taxes as well as loans. Under James I, of course, the monarchy had turned to increased taxes on trade to supplement declining and undependable revenues from the land, particularly to get around the stalemate with Parliament. Charles carried this approach to its logical conclusion. Whereas the impositions levied by Salisbury in the first decade of the 17th century were worth £70,000 a year to the Crown, Charles's impositions netted £218,000 a year in the 1630s. By 1637 to 1640, overall revenues from the customs amounted to some 35 to 40% of royal income, around £300,000, £400,000 annually out of a total crown revenue of perhaps £900,000. Since Charles was thus compelled to milk city resources, he had little choice but to enhance the privileges of various commercial groups. This was the necessary quid pro quo for maintaining the merchants' backing. The merchants, for their part, were open to royal advances. This was especially true of the merchant political elite within the organizations they dominated, the customs farming syndicates, which were the direct creation of the royal government, the court of aldermen, which was bound to the court as a result of the city's historical dependence on the crown for its privileges and its oligarchic constitution, and the East India Company Board of Directors, which constituted the organizational stronghold of the city's very top company traders and which depended on the crown for the company's chartered monopoly. But it was also the case for the run of company merchants who could not help but be aware of the significance of politically protected regulation of trade for their economic well-being. During the ascendancy of Buckingham in the later 1620s, the royal government had failed to live up to its side of the long-standing arrangement whereby it guaranteed merchant privileges in exchange for the merchants' financial support and political allegiance. It had poisoned crown-merchant relations still further by its incomprehensible involvements in continental warfare, which disastrously disrupted trade. But Parliament had done little to fill the vacuum. So the potential remained for a renewal of the traditional crown-merchant partnership. Whether the crown could realize this potential through consistent support for the merchants' privileges was, of course, an open question. While the crown was attempting to restore its working relationship with the city's company merchants, the greater city merchants and critical sections of the parliamentary leadership were moving apart. One of the most significant developments of the early years of Charles's rule was the emergence of what might be called a responsible opposition leadership in Parliament. During the latter part of the 1620s, these men sought, under conditions of increasingly severe political conflict, to reach a principled political agreement with the Crown so as to restore the traditionally close working relationship between the monarch and the leading representatives of the landed class on the Privy Council and in Parliament. The settlement they envisioned would have cut short what they believed to be the Crown's unconstitutional assaults on the proprietary, parliamentary, and personal liberties of the subject, and reversed what they felt to be a crypto-Catholic and effectively pro-absolutist Armenian trend within the Church. On that basis, they hoped to re-strengthen royal finances and to inaugurate militantly Protestant foreign and domestic policies, to be highlighted by a naval and colonial war against Spain, as well as by the repression of papists at home. As all of these goals came to appear less likely to be realized as the decade drew to a close, these men increasingly devoted their efforts to constructing their own extensive network of colonial outposts for political refuge, Puritan experiment, and plantation development in Bermuda, Providence Island, and Massachusetts Bay. From the end of the 1630s on, this same group would take the lead in the revived opposition to Charles's policies, assume much of the leadership of the parliamentary legislative revolution, and come to compose the core of the parliamentary middle group. During much of the 1620s, some of the city's greatest merchants had supported the political struggles of these and other parliamentary oppositionists, while working alongside them in certain colonial company undertakings. But toward the end of the 1620s, this alliance began to break down when the overwhelming majority of the city's overseas company merchants refused to support the aristocratic oppositionists in their Puritan colonial schemes and when some of the most important merchant leaders entered into open conflict with them over control of the East India Company, the traditional stronghold of the merchant elite, while effectively withdrawing from the struggle against the crown. These processes were fraught with political implications, and they paved the way for a critical realignment. Thus, one of the most spectacular, yet largely unnoticed, political developments of the late 1620s and the 1630s was the creation of a close working relationship between the noble and gentry political groups that operated the Puritan colonizing companies and the new merchant leadership of the colonial trades. This alliance had its origins during the late 1620s in the intense struggles over unparliamentary taxation and Armenianism and was sealed during the 1630s when future middle group parliamentary oppositionists and key new merchant leaders worked together not only on commercial, but also on political and religious, initiatives inside the colonizing companies. From the start of the parliamentary legislative revolution in 1640, the parliamentary leadership was obliged to look beyond London's traditional ruling groups for allies because the city's merchant elite stood strongly behind the crown and succeeded in exerting a powerful pro-royalist political influence on the generality of company merchants. In these circumstances, John Pym and his friends were willing and able to ally with the tumultuous London mass movement composed largely of non-merchant citizens, in large part because they had forged a close working relationship with new merchant leaders who stood at the head of this movement. The alliance of parliamentary leaders with London radicals only increased Parliament's difficulty in gaining and holding the support of the city's company merchants. The remainder of this chapter will trace the complex evolution of conflict and alliance during the reign of Charles I among the Crown, the landed class leaders of the colonizing companies, the city's company merchants, and the new merchant leadership. In the first section, I will briefly examine the coalescence of what has been termed alternatively irresponsible, colonizing, or middle group opposition in Parliament during the course of the 1620s. In the second section, I will discuss the emerging conflicts between the aristocratic oppositionists and key sections of the merchant elite and the ensuing alignment of aristocratic oppositionist with the new merchant leadership. In the third section, I will follow the Crown's attempt to woo the company merchants and examine some of the contradictory aspects of this quest. In the final section, I will examine the political outcome of these processes by discussing merchant politics during the crisis of the regime at the end of the 1630s. The rise of the aristocratic colonizing opposition. Many of the MPs who came in 1640 to form the heart of the parliamentary leadership learned to work together, developed their politico-religious ideas, and created what turned out to be a critical relationship with the new merchant leadership by means of their joint activity in the Massachusetts Bay, Bermuda, and Providence Island companies during the 1630s. Nevertheless, the organization of the colonizing ventures was itself only a stage in a complex political evolution that had begun earlier. It was in the course of the interconnected political struggles and colonial initiatives of the later 1620s that what might be called the aristocratic colonizing opposition came together, began to separate itself from its former allies among the city's merchant elite, and started to forge ties with the new men of the colonial trades. The solidity of this responsible opposition, and the breadth of its support, even the degree to which it was a self-conscious group at various points during the 1620s, is not entirely clear. But its representative figures Nathaniel Rich, the Earl of Warwick, Lord Say and Seal, Dudley Digges, Benjamin Rudyard, and John Pym were all among the top parliamentary leaders of the 1620s. Moreover, these men did distinguish themselves by a commitment to a distinctive set of policies and principles. They did through most of the decade work together to implement these policies and principles, and they did join together in the Puritan colonizing companies. Finally, Pym and Rudyard, as well as Say and Warwick, all ended up within the parliamentary leadership in 1640, and Rich certainly would have been there, too, had he lived that long. First and perhaps most distinctively, then, these individuals were devoted to a militantly anti-Spanish foreign policy. Although most of their colleagues in Parliament held similarly anti-Spanish religio-political beliefs, many were uncertain about how to implement them, reluctant to pay the costs of war, or both. In contrast, throughout the 1620s what would become the aristocratic colonizing opposition led the struggle to have implemented some version of the diversionary strategy for war with Spain, and they were willing to pay the price. Specifically, they sought to make war on Spain in a way that would minimize the English commitment to landed conflict on the continent itself. This could be accomplished by financing a foreign force to attack Spanish Flanders, thereby compelling Spain to divert some of its troops from the Palatinate, and especially by directing English naval power against Spain's fleet for the Americas and particularly Spain's West Indian colonies. Indeed, success at sea might provide the wherewithal for undertaking the military effort on land. From 1616, the Earl of Warwick and his kinsman Sir Nathaniel Rich had pursued large-scale privateering ventures against Spain's Caribbean fleet and made quasi-legal attempts at colonization within Spain's empire in the Americas, notably in Guyana, but they had had to do these things mostly unofficially and on their own private initiative because of the Crown's commitment to making an alliance with Spain. Over the following 3 decades, the aristocratic colonizing group was in the forefront of the battle to have the monarchy forsake the alliance with Spain and make the Western design an official plank of government policy. Point 3. Second, even while they opposed Charles I on a long string of political issues during the later 1620s, these men also sought to help the king solve some of his major problems of governance. Indeed, through much of this period they sought to win over the king to their perspectives and policies, partly by means of helping him to overcome the financial weaknesses that threatened to paralyze the monarchy, in particular, by making large additions to his regular income. These men were strongly committed to Parliament as an institution, and they were quite willing to employ the power of the purse, to the extent they were able, to impose their policies on the crown. But they sharply distinguished themselves from those of their colleagues in Parliament for whom cheap government and low taxes were ends in themselves. In contrast, these leaders appear to have believed that they could not get the king to rule as they wished him to rule if they did not allow him more funds. It was clearly their hope that they could have both a monarchy with improved financial resources and a king who would use those resources for ends they favored. Point 4. Finally, these men maintained an overriding commitment to the orthodox Calvinist principles that they thought formed the core of English Protestant belief, and that they saw fairly well exemplified in Archbishop Abbott's governance of the Church. They were for the most vigorous enforcement of the laws against Catholic recusants. They were, moreover, among the earliest and most violent opponents of the new Arminian trend in the Church, for they saw Arminianism as the leading wedge of an all-out popish assault on English Protestantism and, in the end, on English parliamentary and proprietary liberties. Point 5. And especially in order to reach a broader, sometimes popular, audience with their political ideas, they established close working relationships with Calvinist ministers. The foregoing positions formed a reasonably coherent perspective. On the basis of their Calvinist doctrine, these men interpreted world affairs largely as a struggle of the united Protestant churches against the papal Antichrist. From the time of Elizabeth, the Spanish monarchy had constituted the most powerful international agency of the Catholic Church, so English Protestants had tended to promote a militantly anti-Spanish policy internationally. With the outbreak of the 30 Years' War in 1618, and the ensuing intensification of trans-European warfare, these men saw the danger of Catholicism as reaching crisis proportions, and they understandably called on the state to respond accordingly. In order to pursue an effective Protestant, anti-Spanish policy internationally and domestically, these men realized that it was necessary to have strong and effective government. The heightened sensitivity of at least some of these men to the need for a stronger state also probably derived, in part, from their long-time active involvement in colonial and commercial affairs, an involvement that was relatively unusual among the greater landed classes. More acutely than most of their parliamentary colleagues, these men saw an expanding commercial and colonial empire as a key to England's economic and political power, as well as desirable in itself. They understood that English commercial and colonial interests would have to be defended and expanded by politico-military means against the Spanish, and naturally also appreciated the fact that Parliament would have to raise the money to cover the cost. But finally, even as they aimed to construct a stronger and more effective state, these men also sought to combat what they came to believe was a clerically inspired Arminian, crypto-Catholic, and crypto-Spanish drive to destroy not merely their Calvinist church but also their parliamentary liberties. A powerful and financially sound state would only be desirable if they, and the greater landed classes more generally, could exert some control over it by way of the King's Council and Parliament. These men could command the confidence to push for a more effective government, even as they opposed Charles I on specific policies, because of their great personal influence and their powerful connections with the centers of power. They themselves held high rank, as did Warwick and Say, and/or maintained strong ties with the Privy Council. Warwick's brother was the influential Privy Councillor Henry Rich, Earl of Holland. Rudyard's patron was the Earl of Pembroke, who was the Lord Chamberlain and, after Buckingham, perhaps the most influential aristocrat in England. Digges had Archbishop Abbott as his friend and mentor. Indeed, One way to understand the parallel and collaborative activities of these men through much though not all of the 1620s is in terms of an at least implicit entente between the great Pembroke Abbot faction on the Privy Council and the increasingly influential connection around the riches, itself closely allied with Lord Say and his friends. 6 By virtue of rank, wealth, and connections, these men had the assurance to press for new departures in policy. They expected to have a part in governing the nation and, while naturally reluctant to innovate in constitutional terms, would not happily tolerate a situation in which they were denied what they conceived to be their proper role. Their overriding goal appears to have been merely to induce the Crown to depend more systematically on the counsel of the leading landed classes, especially themselves. They doggedly pursued the rights of Parliament, but largely as a means to their main end, and even then not intentionally at the expense of the royal prerogative. It was only after a long series of failures to induce more systematic cooperation between the king and his natural councillors that these men turned decisively to constitutional innovation, and this did not occur until Parliament returned in 1640. James's dogged pursuit of a Spanish alliance and a Spanish match appears to have provided the initial context and stimulus for the coalescence of these forces. James favored an alliance with Spain as a guarantee of social order and monarchical legitimacy in a world threatened by Dutch and Presbyterian republicanism, as a means of avoiding costly continental entanglements, and as a way possibly to reverse the disastrous condition of royal finances through a rich Spanish dowry. But James's policy provoked increasing opposition among broad elements within the landed classes, especially following the acceptance in September 1619 of the Bohemian crown by James's son-in-law, Elector Frederick of the Palatinate. Opposition intensified as it became clear that James would have to grant increasing toleration to recusants as the price of the Spanish marriage. The upshot was, indeed, a certain religio-political polarization during the years 1619 to 1623 that foreshadowed in significant ways the polarization of the later 1620s. Pro-Calvinist elements on James's council, among the parliamentary classes more broadly, and within the episcopal hierarchy became more openly critical of the Spanish match. As they did, they organized allies among the Calvinist clergy and the London citizenry to aid them in a series of voluntary money-raising campaigns to defend the Palatinate that proved embarrassing to James. They also encouraged ministers to preach ever more insolently against the government and its ungodly policies. In response, James's government moved sharply to repress all dissent, issuing a series of proclamations against lavish speech and arresting a significant number of his clerical opponents, while sharply restricting preaching. It also ordered the suspension of the penal laws against Catholics. Most striking, James seems to have thrown his support toward anti-Calvinist members of the church hierarchy, who were much more tolerant than the Calvinists of James's pro-Spanish policy, but who hitherto had seen their influence limited by the power of Archbishop Abbot and other like-minded people within the episcopal establishment, as well as by James himself. James thus threatened to overturn a long-standing balance of power between Calvinists and anti-Calvinists within the church hierarchy, with the result that those Calvinists who sought most fervently to oppose James's pro-Spanish course in foreign policy became even more concerned about the threat to religion at home. The recall of Parliament in 1621 provided the individuals who would come to constitute a responsible, aristocratic, colonizing opposition a major opening to put forward some of their fundamental ideas. In the years since the Bohemian Revolution, James had witnessed the collapse of his pro-Spanish strategy in foreign policy. James had not approved of the acceptance by his son-in-law of the Bohemian throne, but he had found it difficult to avoid defending Frederick when Frederick came under attack from Emperor Ferdinand II. James's tactic was thus to avoid at all costs any commitment to a war for religion, for the Protestant cause, but to defend the Palatinate by inducing Spain to intervene with the emperor in support of Frederick's hereditary position there. However, in August 1620, Spain's army of Flanders had invaded the Palatinate. In November 1620 Frederick was defeated at the Battle of White Mountain, virtually destroying his position in Bohemia, and in the summer of 1621, Ferdinand II had promised the Palatinate and its electoral dignity to Maximilian, Duke of Bavaria. To make matters worse, During roughly the same period the Huguenots' position in France was seriously weakened, under the assault of Louis XIII. With the Truce of Antwerp between Spain and the United Provinces expiring, it seemed that the Protestant cause throughout Europe was in profound danger, and James was thus more or less obliged to allow some expression of parliamentary opinion on foreign policy alternatives if he hoped to raise the funds needed to finance military operations of any sort in the Palatinate's defense. 7. On November 26, 1621, Sir Dudley Digges, apparently speaking for the Pembroke Abbot connection on the Privy Council, opened a large-scale parliamentary debate on foreign policy. He defined the struggle as a war for religion against Spain and suggested to Parliament that it consider whether a diverting war may be fit. 2 years previously, Digges's patron, Archbishop Abbot, had interpreted the Bohemian Revolution explicitly in terms of Protestant apocalyptic history, as the beginning of the final struggle between the godly and the papal Antichrist. In Abbot's words, "I do foresee the work of God, that by peace and peace, the kings of the earth that gave their power unto the beast shall not tear the whore, and make her desolate, as St. John in his Revelation hath foretold." Abbot had warmly and outspokenly welcomed Frederick's acceptance of the Bohemian throne, had led the effort to propagandize and raise funds for the elector's cause, and had rather openly opposed the Spanish match while encouraging militant clerics to do the same, all against the express wishes of James I. Digges himself had custody of the papers of the great Elizabethan secretary Sir Francis Walsingham, and he seems to have developed his views on foreign policy partly from them. In addition, Digges was one of those few landed class leaders who was extremely active in London commerce, and his support for an anti-Spanish offensive may have derived, in part, from his experience in the Bermuda and Virginia companies. When Digges and his close friend and politico-commercial collaborator Maurice Abbot, Archbishop Abbot's brother, had served in 1620 to 1621 as English ambassadors to the United Provinces to discuss the resolution of Anglo-Dutch commercial conflicts, they had reportedly informally scouted the possibility of establishing a joint Anglo-Dutch West India Company for trade with the Caribbean and war against Spain. 8. Sir Benjamin Rudyard spoke next. His patron, the Earl of Pembroke, was the most powerful leader of the anti-Spanish forces on the Privy Council. Pembroke, Archbishop Abbot, and Lucy Harrington, Countess of Bedford, were perhaps the leading figures in an informal English pro-Bohemian party, whose prominent members also included the Scottish peers the Marquis of Hamilton and the Duke of Lennox, the East Anglian gentry associated with the Earl of Warwick and his kinsman Sir Nathaniel Rich, and the Earl of Southampton, who headed a powerful faction that included the Earl of Essex, Edmund, Lord Sheffield, Lord Cavendish, Sir Edwin Sandys, Sir Thomas Roe, and Sir John Danvers. Rudyard strongly seconded Digges and was supported, in turn, by Sir James Carew, apparently also under Pembroke's patronage, and Sir Miles Fleetwood. Shortly thereafter, following interventions from Sir Edward Sackville and Sir Robert Phillips, Sir Edward Giles recommended the House to consider that there may be a combat with the King of Spain as with the King's Navy from the Indies which will make us rich enough. Sir George Hastings, following the same line, recommended that 30,000 troops be sent into Flanders because Spinola hath taken the Palatinate. He went on to point out that there is younger brothers enough to accomplish it and to stop the Spaniards upon the sea. Sir George Moore and John Glanville spoke next, and both opposed war. But Sir John Carew once again returned to the idea that, if we had trade to the West Indies, as we have had to the East Indies, we might march with the Protestant princes and not with Spain. It were excellent that we might crop the House of Austria, and stop the Indies from him. We would give more than enough. Digges chimed back in, saying, that if the King of Spain's navy were intercepted from the West Indies, if he were kept from it 2 years, he would be bankrupt as he was in the Queen's time. 9. Acting, apparently, in collaboration with the Pembroke Abbot faction on the Privy Council, Digges and Rudyard had thus stimulated the presentation of the so-called diversionary strategy as an alternative approach to that of the king for recovering the Palatinate. English ships would attack the Spanish fleet and the West Indies and allow for the establishment of direct trade with the West Indies. This would undermine Spain's ability to make war on the continent. It would provide, in turn, a much expanded financial base to support further military actions, perhaps an Anglo-Dutch attack on Spanish Flanders or merely increased English financial aid to continental allies. In any case, it had the enormous advantage of allowing for a much cheaper anti-Spanish war than any full-scale campaign on land on the continent. A war by diversion would apparently have cost in the neighborhood of £200,000 to £300,000 per annum, in comparison to the £1 million per annum or more that a continental land war would have required. James I already had made clear his wish to avoid any military confrontation with Spain, to stay clear of alliances with the Dutch that might be interpreted in ideological terms, and to confine military action on the continent to the immediate purpose of winning back the Palatinate. 10 In direct contrast, Digges and Rudyard, supported by the connection around the riches, would, through much of the rest of the decade, push hard for an attack on Spain by way of the Atlantic and the Caribbean with strong support from Parliament. The following day, November 27, John Wilde opened debate with another demand for a general war against Spain. Sir Thomas Edmunds countered by stating that James I wished to see how Spain would act vis-a-vis the Palatinate before deciding policy, and asked the Commons to advance funds for the defence of the realm. John Pym, backed up by others, argued that the country was too poor to afford expensive military operations in Germany unless it could finance them through naval war against Spain. He put forward a compromise proposal that the Commons withhold full financial support until a declaration of such a war, but in the meantime approve a gift to the government. 11. Pym's approach eventually carried the day. But Nathaniel Rich wanted to go much further to give a coherent ideological and political gloss to the anti-Spanish proposals. Already in the previous session of Parliament, in February 1621, Rich had gone on record with the demand for the establishment of a West India Company. Rich now claimed that we have showed sorrow for the affliction of the Church, but we have showed no public testimony thereof, and requested that James I appoint a day of fasting and prayer for the Church. Rich then proposed that there be a league between England and the other princes as there is betwixt the Catholics, precisely the sort of explicitly Protestant foreign policy that James sought most fervently to avoid. Finally, and perhaps most provocatively, Rich demanded that the proposed Protestant League in Europe be confirmed by an Act of Parliament. Rich's kinsman Robert Rich, the 2nd Earl of Warwick, had been hurt badly in the preceding period by James's pro-Spanish policies, particularly the revival of negotiations for the Spanish match in May 1620. In 1620, James I, supporting Sir Edwin Sandys, had stepped in to prevent the Riches from using the Virginia and Somers Island colonies as bases for their privateering ventures against the Spanish West Indies. About the same time, yielding to the pressure exerted by the Spanish ambassador, Gondomar, James compelled the Riches to abandon their fledgling colony in Guyana. The temporary breaking off of negotiations for the Spanish match 2 years previously, in 1618, had induced the Riches to initiate both their American privateering and their Guianan ventures. Clearly, Nathaniel Rich now wished to leave as little as possible to chance in establishing a militantly anti-Spanish, pro-Protestant foreign policy, and saw parliamentary confirmation of a Protestant alliance as a means to that end. But at this point Rich was probably far ahead of his colleagues in the House, and no one took up his suggestion. 12. 2 days later, on November 29, Sir George Goring, speaking for the Duke of Buckingham, made his famous intervention in the House of Commons, in which he demanded that England declare war on Spain if Philip IV continued to assist the Emperor in the Palatinate, and he implied that the government would welcome a militant show of anti-Spanish sentiment from the House. The House quickly passed its petition of December 3, in which it asked James to declare war for the defense of the Protestant religion, to employ a diversionary strategy for the restoration of the Palatinate, to forge an international Protestant alliance, and to marry Charles to a Protestant princess. James I was outraged at Parliament's presumption, and the resulting conflicts quickly led to its dissolution. 13. Over the following period, James continued to pursue his pro-Spanish diplomacy, but this broke down once again when Buckingham and Charles returned from their mission to Spain in the autumn of 1623. The determination of Buckingham and Charles to end the Spanish match seemed, in fact, to signal a reversal in policy and to offer a temporary opening to anti-Spanish forces long alienated from the seats of power. Buckingham and Charles moved to restore to favour the Earl of Southampton and the Earl of Oxford, both of whom had pursued militantly anti-Spanish courses from the time of the previous Parliament, and had been imprisoned by James for their pains. They also welcomed back to the court William Fiennes, Lord Say and Seal, who had fiercely resisted the royal benevolence of 1622. The Earl of Warwick and his kinsman Sir Nathaniel Rich came back into the fold as well, bringing with them, most probably, their powerful East Anglian Puritan gentry connection. Meanwhile, the prominence at court of the great Puritan minister John Preston further symbolized the new situation. Preston, who had extraordinarily broad connections among the Calvinist ministry, maintained a relationship with the Earl of Warwick, whose son he had tutored at Cambridge, and he had especially close ties to Lord Say, to whom he made a special bequest in his will composed in 1618, as well as to the Northampton Puritan Richard Knightley, a close friend of Say's who also entered into alliance with Buckingham at this time. Perhaps most striking of all, Buckingham arranged an alliance with those MPs who had led the opposition to James in the previous Parliament, notably Sir Dudley Digges, Sir Edwin Sandys, Sir Robert Phillips, and Sir Edward Coke. By the time Parliament met, Buckingham and Charles seemed to have achieved some sort of working arrangement with the mighty Earl of Pembroke, who had long sought Buckingham's ruin. 14. The basis for this newly emergent alliance of hitherto anti-Buckingham forces around the favourite was the apparent commitment of Buckingham and Charles to wage war against Spain and to convert James I to their position. As Professor Cogswell has pointed out, in December 1623, Sir Edward Conway, a Secretary of State and protégé of Buckingham, put on paper a full-scale program for an anti-Spanish military offensive aimed apparently to win over James and the Council to Buckingham and Charles's position. This document amounted to Buckingham and Charles's program and included ambitious plans for a broad network of alliances on the continent and for the pursuit by England of war by diversion to recover the Palatinate. The diversionary war envisaged by Conway and Buckingham involved a commitment of English troops to support the Dutch against Spain in Flanders and, in particular, a joint Anglo-Dutch naval offensive against the Spanish Caribbean fleet and the West Indies. James I, Conway suggested, should be pleased to waste the King of Spain's shipping upon his coast, interrupt the returns of his plate, and share as deeply with him as occasion and fortune will give leave. Meanwhile, the English should join the Dutch to supplant him in the West Indies. On this basis, it might be possible to conduct a diversive war upon Flanders or, in the best case, to march directly on the Palatinate. At any rate, if James pursued a diversionary war, largely at sea, then the recovery of the Palatinate in less than 3 years will easily be effected. Such phrases would, of course, have been music to the ears of those former parliamentary oppositionists who had proposed pretty much the same diversionary strategy in 1621 and who were just now moving into alliance with Buckingham. Indeed, even before Parliament convened, elements on the Council had unleashed a whole series of new, anti-Spanish foreign initiatives that, they must have hoped, would soon be ratified in full by the King and Parliament. 15. In the Parliament of 1624, the alliance of anti-Spanish forces won a minimal commitment from the Crown to an anti-Spanish foreign policy. Probably speaking with the approval of the Earl of Pembroke, Rudyard initiated the debate over foreign policy on March 1, 1624 with the demand that the Spanish match be broken off and a war by diversion initiated. His 4 propositions called for the militia to be readied, Ireland to be reinforced, England really and roundly assist the Low Countries, and the navy be placed on a war footing. 2 days later, Buckingham himself went on record explicitly in support of war against Spain by way of the Atlantic and the Caribbean. As he explained to the House, what remained must be gotten with arms, arms maintained by money, money with the Indies, the profit of the Indies must come by sea, and if the king and the Low Countries joined, they shall be master of the sea and Spain's monarchy will have to stop. This must, again, have done much to encourage those militantly anti-Spanish, power groups that were at this time allying with Buckingham and Charles. 16. James ultimately approved the 4 propositions, but only under the most severe pressure and as the unavoidable price for a large financial advance from Parliament. Nevertheless, despite assurances from Buckingham and Charles, the anti-Spanish, anti-Catholic blue water policy the Commons thought it had approved began to unravel even before Parliament had completed its deliberations. Apparently doubting James's willingness to carry through a Protestant program at home and abroad, the Commons petitioned James to agree that upon no occasion of marriage or treaty, or other request in that from any foreign prince or states whatsoever, he would take off, or slacken the execution of the recusancy laws. James did ultimately approve what he termed this stinging petition in response to the Commons' implicit threat to withhold funds. However, when the Commons, led by John Pym, launched an investigation of Richard Montague, a chaplain of the king, as a result of his publication of the anti-Calvinist tract A New Gackie, and then fired off a petition of protest against Montague directly to Archbishop Abbott, bypassing the House of Lords, James angrily intervened, arresting Francis Yates and Nathaniel Ward, 2 East Anglian Puritan ministers who appear initially to have called Montague to the Commons' attention. James also came to the defence, in this Parliament, of the Bishop of Norwich, Abraham Harsnet, who had been attacked in the Commons for repressing Puritan lectures in Norwich and condoning what Puritans regarded as superstitious images. 17 To make matters worse, James soon made it clear that he had never really committed himself to fight against Spain, let alone to pursue the naval and colonial strategy that Parliament thought had been approved. The upshot was that, despite the fact that Buckingham and Charles had achieved a certain unity with leading forces on the Privy Council, in the nobility, and in the Commons in support of an anti-Spanish approach, the king and the parliamentary leadership remained seriously at odds over foreign policy and religion, with enormous consequences in both the short and medium run. As it turned out, during his lifetime, James I succeeded in confining England's war effort to Count Ernst von Mansfeld's weak and solitary mercenary venture of 1624 to 1625 toward the Palatinate. This expedition went more or less directly against Parliament's express desire to defend the Palatinate by ways other than land engagements on the continent. It was, in any case, doomed from the start by James's insistence that Mansfeld avoid attacking Spanish troops. To further compound the situation, Buckingham and Charles were soon obliged to go back on the promise not to ease up on the repression of recusants because toleration of Catholics was the unavoidable price of the French marriage and alliance that James demanded as the condition for breaking with Spain. Ironically, when Buckingham finally readied some ships, these were sent to the French government in the summer of 1625 and used against the Huguenots. It is not surprising that the early days of the Parliament of 1625 were marked by a Commons petition against recusants, a scarcely veiled attack on the government's concessions in the interest of a French alliance, as well as a call to examine the accounts of the previous subsidy kept by the parliamentary treasurers. Sir Nathaniel Rich proposed that silenced ministers should be allowed to preach on all points agreeable to the doctrine and discipline of the Church of England. It was most probably also Rich who put forward the subscription bill, according to which ministers would only be forced to subscribe to those among the 39 articles that had been confirmed by Act of Parliament. John Crewe, a strong advocate of the anti-Spanish naval war in 1621, supported Rich, as did Sir Thomas Hoby. But both Sir Benjamin Rudyard and Sir Dudley Digges opposed this suggestion, with Rudyard asserting that moderate bishops could be trusted to do on their own what Rich desired of them. Here, it appears, was a significant division of opinion among the Allied anti-Spanish forces, and the matter was not pursued. Intense conflict then broke out over the question of Arminianism, specifically Richard Montague's second book, Appello Caesarum, which hewed steadfastly to the anti-Calvinist position the Commons had already found offensive in his first book, as well as his manifest contempt for the concerns expressed in the Commons in 1624. On this issue, all those elements most prominent in support of the anti-Spanish war stood united. John Pym seized the initiative, and the Pembroke, Abbott, and Rich connections, notably Abbott and Pembroke themselves, along with Sir Dudley Digges and Sir Nathaniel Rich, came to Pym's aid. On July 7, the Commons judged Montagu guilty of contempt of the House. But Charles I provoked a head-on confrontation when he came to Montagu's defence, claiming him to be his personal aide. Sir Nathaniel Rich, in response, insisted that Montagu's books deserved censure, that he should be released only on £2,000 bond, and that he should again come before Parliament. 18. In the second session of the Parliament of 1625, as Buckingham was coming under attack, Sir Nathaniel Rich put forward a programme that may be taken to represent the central concerns of the emergent aristocratic colonizing group, or responsible opposition. He asked that the king calm Parliament's worries about the rise of recusancy and Arminianism. As to the war, he requested that the government specify who it was intending to fight and accept the advice of this grave council in the war's conduct. In particular, Rich demanded that Buckingham be replaced as admiral, a suggestion that no doubt reflected the overriding desire of the entire Rich connection for a naval war against Spain and its belief that Buckingham could not be relied on to carry this out effectively. But Rich also went on to make clear his concern that the king's finances be put on a more secure footing. He proposed that the Commons be permitted to look into the king's estate, how it may subsist of itself, and also that there be a committee appointed to consider the impositions question. It was a performance in every way characteristic of the emergent aristocratic colonizing group, manifesting the group's distinctive interest in a naval war with Spain for both commercial, colonial and Protestant ends, its willingness to strengthen the king's finances if he would support its policies, its concern to defend Calvinist orthodoxy, and its expectation that the king would work out policy in consultation with the leading representatives of the landed classes on the council and in Parliament. Rich's proposals were not explicitly rejected, but in the end they came to nothing. 19. Even so, most of the key anti-Spanish forces that had adhered to Buckingham in 1623 to 1624 appear to have remained largely loyal to him throughout 1625. These included not only Sir Benjamin Rudyard and Sir Dudley Digges, associated respectively with the Earl of Pembroke and Archbishop Abbott, but also Sir Nathaniel Rich and the Earl of Warwick, who were connected with Warwick's brother the Earl of Holland. 20. These men were perhaps pleased that Buckingham was at least going to attack Spain. They were also, no doubt, happy that the de facto state of war with Spain promised to provide an opening for launching new colonizing efforts in hitherto forbidden territories of Spanish America and new privateering assaults on Spanish shipping. Finally, these men probably felt that they still had reason to hope that Charles and Buckingham would ultimately turn their military forces seaward against the Spanish fleet and Spain's West Indian colonies. At the end of 1623, Secretary Sir Edward Conway had, as noted, made a naval and colonial war in the Atlantic and the Caribbean a cardinal element within an overall strategic plan for attacking Spain and, at the same time, had proposed that the English and Dutch join together in a West Indian enterprise. It was widely believed at the time that Buckingham was committed to this plan. In any case, just after James's death, Sir John Coke, who was perhaps Buckingham's key agent at this point and, with Conway, charged with preparing the fleet, sought to revive Conway's strategy. In April 1625, he set forth a proposal for the creation of a privately financed and privately operated fleet to abate the pride and terror of the Spanish pretended empire and, specifically, to intercept his plate fleets, to invade his countries, to fortify and plant there, and to establish government, confederacy, and trade. Coke's program was nothing less than a more fully worked out version of the project that the anti-Spanish groups around Pembroke and Abbott and around the Riches had been putting forward in Parliament since 1621. Coke's idea that the expedition be carried out under private control with private financing would, moreover, be taken up, time and again, by the anti-Spanish forces over the following decades. Coke proposed that the enterprise be undertaken by a common charge of the kingdom by a company incorporated for the West, as there is already for the East, and he went on to suggest that the estimated £361,200 that the project would require during its first 2 years could be raised through private subscriptions by various individuals, classes, companies, and organizations in English society. The very existence of Coke's plan, along with a complementary proposal by Secretary Heath, also presented to the government in April 1625, that the English attack the West Indies, indicates that Charles and Buckingham may not yet have ruled out undertaking the sort of expedition that the anti-Spanish forces so fervently desired. 21. The aforementioned anti-Spanish forces on the Privy Council and in Parliament apparently retained some sort of alliance with Buckingham through the end of 1625. Nevertheless, they could hardly have been pleased when Buckingham badly botched the military offensive against Spain, refusing to adopt the diversionary blue water strategy and suffering a disastrous defeat at Cadiz in the autumn of 1625. Buckingham's failure to consolidate a French alliance, and his drift toward open hostilities with France, must have been similarly disconcerting. Just before the meeting of Parliament in 1626, Warwick and Say sought at least to achieve a favourable settlement of the issue of Arminianism. They insisted on having Richard Montague defend his doctrines in debate before Bishop Morton, as well as their own favoured representative, John Preston. But, despite the efforts of Preston and Morton, Buckingham and Charles ended up siding with Montague. This was, apparently, the last straw. When Parliament met in 1626, the House of Commons quickly made clear its desire to move against Buckingham. At the same time, Sir John Eliot, backed up strongly by Rudyard, Digges, Rich, and Pym, as well as others, took the lead in suggesting once again that Parliament should move to settle the King's estate, if the King would deal with Buckingham. Conditional upon Buckingham's punishment, they offered to make a substantial permanent addition to the King's revenue so that he could live on his own in times of peace. A whole series of alternative proposals were put forward to this end, including plans for settling the question of impositions and increasing the King's revenue through a new book of rates, passing an act of resumption of Crown land, reforming the administration of recusancy finances, and reviving the Great Contract of 1610.22. These same parliamentary leaders seem to have hoped that their flexibility on the government's finances would induce the King to look more favorably on their own priorities, in particular the anti-Spanish naval war and the suppressing of Arminianism. They therefore put before the Parliament of 1626 an innovative scheme for a privately financed war against Spain's fleet and West Indian colonies to be directed by themselves, beyond the control of Buckingham, through a company to be erected for this purpose and sanctioned by Parliament. Sir Dudley Digges, who in 1621 had called for a diversionary war while declaring that the root is the money of the West Indies, first raised this idea on March 14, 1626, and justified it as a way of financing the war against Spain without burdening the poor with taxes. Digges may have been attempting to meet the objections of those MPs whose concern to prevent increased taxes inclined them to oppose any war. Secretary of State Sir John Coke had, of course, floated at court a quite similar plan for a West India Company to carry on private war against Spain less than a year previously, and the parliamentary backers of this project appear to have believed that they actually could now get government support for it. It was obviously the expectation of government backing that led Sir Benjamin Rudyard to express his hope to Sir John Nethersole, during the Easter recess of the 1626 Parliament, that the storms of this Parliament, now well are overblown, and to predict that Parliament would not only grant the King an orderly warrantable revenue, proportionable to his ordinary charge, but greatest of all, that there would be a West India Company established, so that the subjects shall make war against the King of Spain and his Majesty shall have no more to do at sea, but to defend the coasts. This company, explained Rudyard, would be established by Act of Parliament, so as to prevent the interference of any powerful hand, an obvious reference to Buckingham. 23. Sir Dudley Digges presented the private enterprise war as the first item of business when the House of Commons returned from recess on April 13, 1626. He argued that a great league and union had been made by the Papists generally against the Protestants, but that the only chief support of the King of Spain's ambition his returns from the Indies. Digges therefore proposed that patriotic Englishmen privately raise £200,000 a year for 4 years for a new corporation, modelled after the Dutch West India Company and designed specifically to make war on the Spanish West Indies. An independent council of war, elected by the stockholders, would manage it. Sir Benjamin Rudyard immediately spoke in support of Digges, arguing, "This is a noble and profitable enterprise. Not the great territories of the King of Spain make him potent. Spain is weak and barren, his other territories far. Like the giant that had 100 hands but had 50 bellies to feed, so no more powerful than another. His money from the West Indies barely enables him to all his enterprises, and being taken from him he will soon be brought down. But this way I doubt not but the king shall be made safe at home and feared abroad." Looking ahead, Digges replied with the added provision that any peace treaty that ended the proposed war with Spain should ensure that this company be established on a permanent footing and have from Spain the right to free trade in the West Indies. If this was accomplished, said Digges, it would be the famousest company in Christendom. Sir Robert Mansell, a protégé of the Earl of Pembroke, and Sir Walter Earle, a promoter of the Dorchester Company's colonizing effort in New England and by this time closely connected with Lord Say, followed in support. Next, Sir Nathaniel Rich revived the old idea that Bermuda, where he and his kinsman the Earl of Warwick were already deeply involved, should be used as a privateering base under the auspices of the new company. He also went so far as to demand that the company be free not only of all impositions, but of the usual requirement to pay the admiral's tenth. This was patently a swipe at Buckingham and a further sign of the determination of this alliance to have him out of the picture. John Pym moved that Sir Nathaniel Rich's proposals be read and sent to Committee. 24. A few days later, on April 17, Pym reported the findings of the Committee on Armenianism, a committee that once again included, among others, Sir Nathaniel Rich, Sir Benjamin Rudyard, and Sir Walter Earle, and catalogued Richard Montagu's offences in a 2-hour speech. On April 29, the Commons resolved that Montagu had published doctrine contrary to the 39 Articles. On a motion by Sir Nathaniel Rich, the Commons then chose Pym as its sole messenger to the House of Lords, it being said to be the greatest business that hath come into the House since Primo Elizabeth. Meanwhile, on April 26, Charles had given the Commons his consent to the inquiry into Buckingham. Speakers and 2 assistants were assigned responsibility for each of the charges against the Duke, and the proceedings were once again led by representatives of the Pembroke, Abbot, and Rich factions, notably Sir Dudley Digges. 25. The House of Commons went on to impeach Buckingham. In response, Charles I dismissed Parliament before receiving a subsidy. He was therefore obliged to employ his prerogative to raise money to organize for war, and ended up resorting to the forced loan and to collecting unparliamentary tonnage and poundage by order of the Privy Council. Meanwhile, as tensions grew with France, Buckingham's enthusiasm for war with Spain seems to have lessened, and, from the summer of 1626, there were new Anglo-Spanish contacts and negotiations. The growing resort to the prerogative and the increasing likelihood of improved relations with Spain created the conditions, as they had during the early 1620s, for a dramatic tightening of the alliance between the Crown and the Armenians. Anti-Calvinist clerics were now increasingly taken onto leading policy-making bodies, and they assumed a key role in propagandizing for the new royal policy departures. This was in part because, unlike their Calvinist opponents, the Armenians rejected the conception of the Pope as Antichrist that had come to justify the Protestant cause and recognized the Church of Rome as a true church, and therefore had no principal difficulties in coming to terms with Spain. It was also in part because the Armenians were almost entirely dependent politically on the Crown's support and therefore willing to argue for the claims of the prerogative to a degree that would have been difficult at this juncture for their Calvinist counterparts. In July 1626, Charles issued a proclamation for the peace and quiet of the Church, which effectively outlawed Calvinist teaching on a national basis and constituted a major victory for the Armenians. Buckingham's appointment a short time before as Chancellor of Cambridge conduced to the same effect within that university. By the following summer, the Crown had promised the Archbishopric of Canterbury to Laud, had elevated Laud and Richard Neile to the Privy Council, and had deprived Archbishop Abbott of his powers, delegating them to a commission weighted in favour of Armenian bishops. Meanwhile, the clerics Roberts of Thurp and Roger Mainwaring had proved their value to the Crown by producing major sermons and written works in support of the forced loan in particular and royal absolutism in general. 26. During the winter and spring of 1626 to 1627, large sections of the landed class refused to pay the forced loan, and many of the same allied forces that had pushed for an anti-Spanish war in the Atlantic and West Indies, had fought against Armenianism and the toleration of Catholics, and had sought Buckingham's removal, also took the lead organizing resistance to the loan in the localities where they were influential. The Earl of Warwick refused to lend, and the rich's allies Sir Harbottle Grimstone and Sir Francis Barrington helped ignite opposition to the loan in Essex. Lord Say and Seal was also a loan refuser, as were Say's friends Sir Richard Knightley, who helped mobilize resistance in Northamptonshire, and Sir Walter Earle, who worked against the loan in Dorset. Say's son-in-law, the Earl of Lincoln, one of the most militant opposers of the loan, incited opposition in Lincolnshire. The House of Commons organisers of the attack on Buckingham, Sir Dudley Digges and Sir John Eliot, also opposed the loan, Eliot and Sir William Carleton leading opposition in Cornwall. Both Eliot, who in the Parliament of 1624 had come out explicitly for a naval and colonial war against Spain, and Carleton had recently entered into alliance with the Earl of Warwick, after their great patron the Earl of Pembroke had apparently reconciled with Buckingham when the Earl of Montgomery married Buckingham's daughter in August 1626.27. Meanwhile, just as the Crown turned at this point increasingly to Armenian clerics to help frame, enforce, and publicly justify royal policies, key figures in the aristocratic colonizing opposition turned to certain Calvinist divines to aid in organizing and propagandizing against the government's new religio-political policies, in much the same way they had done in the struggle against the Spanish match from 1620 to 1623. These clerics were, at this time, apparently seeking to improve coordination among themselves in order to respond better to the royal government's attacks. In this effort the Earl of Warwick, helped by his kinsman Sir Nathaniel Rich, appears to have played the leading role. Through direct appointment to 22 livings in his gift and through many other forms of encouragement and protection, Warwick was well placed to support, to influence, and to help organize for various political and religious initiatives an unusually large number of Puritan ministers, among whom were some of the most prominent Calvinist divines in the kingdom, as well as some of the most radical. 28. In February 1626, following Charles I and Buckingham's rejection of the Calvinists John Preston and Bishop Morton at the York House Conference and their endorsement of the Armenians, key Calvinist ministers and laymen in London, reputedly inspired by Preston, secretly reorganized and revitalized an organization known as the Fefes for Impropriations, with the purpose of buying up livings around the country in which to install clerics sympathetic to their cause. The four-person clerical contingent among the 12 Fefes included Richard Sibbs, lecturer at Gray's Inn and master of St. Catherine's Hall, Cambridge, William Gouge, rector at St. Anne's Blackfriars, and John Davenport, who in 1624 had been elected pastor of the militantly Puritan parish of St. Stephen's Coleman Street over the protests of the pro-Arminian Bishop of London George Mountain. All three of these ministers maintained a close link with Preston and, along with such other London clerical leaders as Thomas Taylor and Thomas Gatacre, had been among the most prominent ministerial figures behind the pro-Palatinate and anti-Spanish cause since the time of the Bohemian Revolution. Charles Offspring, the fourth clerical Fefe, was minister at St. Antholin's Parish, the home of the famous St. Antholin's lectureship, long a Puritan stronghold. The 8 laymen among the Fefes included Christopher Shirland, one of the leaders of the struggles against Armenianism in the House of Commons, and George Harewood, whose brother Edward was a colonel of the English contingent in the Low Countries, strongly interested in the Bermudian colonizing adventure, and a close friend of the Earl of Lincoln's and Lord Brooks, as well as Samuel Brown and Robert Eyre, two lawyers from Lincoln's Inn, where John Preston held the lectureship. The Fefes for Impropriations functioned not only to secure the appointment of Puritan ministers around the country, but as an organizing center for further projects of the Protestant cause at home and abroad. 29. At least a number of the aristocratic colonizing opposition leaders, including the Riches, Lord Say, and Sir Richard Knightley, most probably kept closely in touch with the activities of the Fefes for Impropriations through John Preston. The Earl of Warwick and Sir Nathaniel Rich were also able, most likely, to keep on top of the Fefes' efforts through both Subs and Gouge, who were close friends of both of them. Lord Say probably also maintained contact with the Fefes via his close relationships with both Subs and John Davenport. 30. In any case, the Earl of Warwick secured a direct link with the Fefes and their activities when he brought his protege, the militant preacher Hugh Peter, to London in the fall of 1626 for what appears to have been the express purpose of organizing opposition to royal political and religious policies, and perhaps most especially the forced loan. Peter had attended the academy in Rotherhithe of the aforementioned outspoken anti-Spanish preacher Thomas Gatacre, had attended the lectures of the London ministers Subs and Gouge, among others, and had achieved a sense of election through the inspiration of the great Essex Puritan minister Thomas Hooker, another close friend of the Riches, before he had become curate at Lees, Essex, around 1623, apparently at the behest of the Earl of Warwick, who owned the rectory. 31. Shortly after Peter's arrival in the city, Warwick had Peter preach at a private St. Andrew's Day fast at Christ Church, London. On this occasion, Peter is described as making the rhetorical pleas that God would commune with the king's heart in secret and reveal unto him those things which were necessary for the government and his kingdom, and would also intervene with the queen that she would forsake idolatry and superstition wherein she was and needs perish if she continued in the same. Other ministers closely connected with the Riches, and with one another, were preaching rather similar sermons on the same theme of the danger within at about the same time. Only a few weeks before, in a sermon at court, John Preston had warned Charles that God would destroy him if he did not further exert himself in support of the Protestant cause at home and abroad. In parallel manner, on Guy Fawkes' Day Thomas Hooker of Chelmsford also warned that wickedness in high places, the countenancing of idolatry, and the reviling of the godly would, if not soon corrected, lead God to bring about the fall of Protestant England at the hands of Spanish military might. 32 It is evident that the Court, London, and East Anglian wings of political Puritanism were functioning in the closest coordination. Because of his sermon, Peter was soon brought up on charges before Bishop Mountain. Warwick, however, was able to intervene personally with Mountain to secure Peter's freedom, and Peter was soon offering a monthly lecture at St. Sepulchre's Parish in London. In the meantime, Peter had become a chief agent for the Fefes for Impropriations. In the spring of 1627, he helped the Fefes Gouge, Subs, and Davenport, along with their old London associate Thomas Taylor, in their independent project to raise funds for refugee ministers from the Palatinate, an effort that recalled the analogous initiatives of the early 1620s. This was a cause the royal government had no desire to see furthered, and it soon summoned these ministers before Star Chamber, ostensibly because they had preempted the official collection. 33. By August 1627, Peter was once again in trouble with Bishop Mountain, this time for nonconformity, and by the winter he had been suspended from preaching and had fled to Holland. In November 1627, John Preston delivered his final sermon before the court, in which he proclaimed that God is angry and he is never angry but for sin, and went on to blame an enemy within for striking at the root of this church and commonwealth. Following this outburst, Laud forbade Preston to preach in London ever again. 34. While resistance continued at home, the Earl of Warwick took advantage of the undeclared Anglo-Spanish War to launch his own large-scale privateering project in the West Indies. On April 17, 1627, Charles I awarded Warwick a commission to plunder or colonize the King of Spain's possessions in Europe, Africa, and the Americas. A short time later, however, Buckingham sought to have his agent Sir James Bagge, who had replaced Sir John Eliot as Vice Admiral of Devon, prevent Warwick's ships from leaving Plymouth. Bagge had reported to Buckingham that Warwick was constantly in the company of Sir John Eliot, that pattern of ingratitude. But relying on his commission from Charles, Warwick defied Bagge and Buckingham and sailed away. Warwick's goal was to capture the Spanish treasure fleet off the coast of Brazil. But he barely escaped disaster when his ships were attacked by a superior Spanish force in the Azores. The expedition ended in total failure, but Warwick enhanced his reputation as a daring fighter against the Spaniards, arch supporters of the papal Antichrist. 35. In November 1627, King Charles won an important test when the judges refused to rule against imprisonment without trial in the famous Five Knights case. But in the wake of the military disaster at the Liderie, Charles was forced to recall Parliament. In the Parliament of 1628, the aristocratic colonizing opposition took a leading part in the struggle for the Petition of Right. As Christopher Thompson has shown, all these men played a pivotal role in working out the compromise between the more conservative forces located primarily in the House of Lords and the more radical elements in the Commons that allowed the Petition of Right to pass through Parliament. Warwick, Say, Rich, Pym, Rudyard, and Digges all distinguished themselves by their insistence on the tactical necessity of both houses acting together and by their argument that the rights of the subject could be secured without any explicit curtailment of the king's prerogative. They refused the absolute assertion of the subject's rights proposed by the militants in the House of Commons, and they resisted the explicit defense of the prerogative demanded by the Conservatives in the House of Lords, while leaving the king's discretionary power in times of emergency unimpaired. Clearly, by this time, these men had developed an impressive capacity to work together and, apparently, to influence events. They were compelled to defend the liberties of the subject and the place of Parliament, but they refused to believe that their so doing would lead, of necessity, to a complete break with the king. There was no viable alternative, in their view, to collaboration between crown and leading subjects in governing the kingdom. It was no accident, therefore, that even during the conflict-ridden Parliament of 1628, Rich, Digges, and Pym sought to renew the grant of tonnage and poundage to the king, while Rich and Digges tried to get the Commons to draw up a new Book of Rates. 36. Even so, Charles's hesitation in accepting the Petition of Right seems to have strengthened the resolve of all these leaders to pursue their established political priorities to combat the growing strength of Arminianism and Popery in church and state, to revive the assault on Buckingham, and to pursue opposition to unparliamentary taxation. All these figures were thus among the most prominent supporters of the remonstrance against Arminianism and Buckingham, which passed on June 17, 1628, the Commons' impeachment of Dr. Roger Mainwaring for his denial of parliamentary rights, and the final remonstrance against tonnage and poundage. 37. It was, finally, entirely characteristic of this same group of men that, at the very height of Crown parliamentary confrontation, in the waning days of this Parliament when the final remonstrance over tonnage and poundage was about to be framed, they would bring forward, once again, the plan they had enunciated in the Parliament of 1626 for a new West India Company and a naval colonial war against Spain. On June 21, 1628, speaking immediately after Sir Dudley Digges had suggested that the king be asked not to prorogue but merely to adjourn Parliament, Sir Nathaniel Rich strongly endorsed Digges's proposal and went on to call on Parliament to use the recess to prepare a society of trade, plantation, and defence in the West Indies, which would much advantage the king's revenue. This company, said Rich, would increase trade, breed up mariners, weaken the great power that oversways Christendom and turn war from Rome to Carthage again. Rich went on to state that he had a bill already drawn up to that purpose, which he would perfect during the recess for consideration by the king and by Parliament at its next sitting. According to Grosvenor's parliamentary diary, this was proposed with much applause 38 again and again, over more than 2 decades. Rich and his friends, with amazing persistence, would bring forward analogous proposals at similarly decisive moments. Clearly, to their way of thinking, the anti-Spanish offensive was in no way a peripheral element in the overall program for reform. In the period following the dismissal of Parliament in 1628, the king confirmed the worst fears of the aristocratic oppositionists. He brought back into leading places in his councils and into important government offices such long-time supporters of pro-Spanish courses in foreign policy and actual or suspected Catholics as the Earl of Arundel, Richard Weston, and Francis Coddington. It now seemed more than likely that the royal government would move quickly to reconcile with Spain. At the same time, the king once again began to collect unparliamentary impositions and tonnage and poundage. Meanwhile, Charles did not shrink from raising to high office in church and state some of the very Arminian clerics whom Parliament had singled out for attack, notably Richard Montague, while pardoning the same Roger Mainwaring whom the Commons had just impeached. When Parliament met again in late January 1629, Sir Nathaniel Rich and John Pym, backed up by such long-time associates of theirs in the struggle to impose a militantly anti-Spanish foreign policy and to root out Arminianism as Christopher Shirland, Richard Knightley, and Walter Earle sought to lead the Commons not only to deny the king's right to collect tonnage and poundage without parliamentary consent, but also to make the grant of tonnage and poundage contingent on Charles's abandonment of the Arminians. But in so doing, they, along with their colleagues in what we have called the responsible, middle group, or colonizing opposition, pursued, once again, a distinctive line that divided them from other leading opponents of royal policies in the Commons. In contrast with Eliot and Selden, they went to great lengths to avoid direct constitutional confrontation with the king in the interest of securing, by way of compromise and financial contributions to the crown, a specific reform package, which included not only the defeat of the Armenians, but the pursuit of diversionary war against Spain. Nevertheless, conflict was soon intensifying once again. Even so, the colonial aristocratic oppositionists must have retained hope until the last minute that they could reach an agreement with the king. Even as they were opposing royal policies, they prepared to bring before the Commons Nathaniel Rich's proposal of the previous June for a new version of the West India Company project, to be presented when Parliament reconvened. These men may have believed that, with the Duke of Buckingham out of the way, the chances of governmental approval were enhanced. They must, in any case, have felt confirmed in the rightness of their proposal by the spectacular success of the Dutchman Petain in seizing the Spanish treasure fleet the previous August. This was reportedly worth about £1,200,000, enough to finance an anti-Spanish sea war for several years. As the Venetian ambassador reported on February 2, 1629. Parliament is now sitting and good results are hoped. There is already talk about this West India Company previously proposed in Parliament but put aside by the Duke, who as Admiral did not want the shareholders to have exemptions granted to them prejudicial to his office. It is now brought forward owing to the capture of the Plate Fleet by the Dutch. The plan is to keep 50 ships always in the Indies, and, as many more, now being fitted out, to replace the others when under repair. If this is done, actum est forever as far as peace with Spain is concerned, but there will be a risk of a rupture with the Dutch, as two dogs at one bone must necessarily bite each other. Of course, this plan came to nothing, as King and the Commons soon came figuratively if not literally to blows, and the parliamentary supporters of Western designs were left to proceed with these privately and on their own. 39. As the conflict between King and Parliament approached its climax at the end of the 1620s, the same groups of aristocratic oppositionists who continued to provide much of the leadership in Parliament took the crucial steps to found their network of overseas colonies as refuges for possible exile or retreat and as bases for continuing religio-political opposition. In 1628, the Earl of Warwick took over the governorship of the Bermuda Company. By 1630, John Pym and Sir Benjamin Rudyard had also joined the Bermuda Company, and Lord Say, Lord Brooke, and Sir Richard Knightley entered soon thereafter. A short time previously, toward the end of 1629, Warwick had initiated the Providence Island project as an offshoot of the Bermuda Company, and by 1630 he had gathered his celebrated associates as stockholders in this new company. These included Sir Nathaniel Rich, Lord Say, Lord Brooke, Sir Benjamin Rudyard, Sir Richard Knightley, and John Pym, as well as Sir Christopher Shurland, Sir Gilbert Gerard, John Robarts, and Sir Thomas Barrington, who were all leading oppositionist MPs in 1628. 1629. Almost all of these men were, of course, veterans and leaders in the struggles against Arminianism in the Church, in favor of a militantly anti-Spanish war in the Atlantic and West Indies, and for the defense of the rights of the subject. Meanwhile, over the years 1628 to 1630, the Earl of Warwick, Sir Nathaniel Rich, and Lord Say made it possible for the Massachusetts Bay Company to establish itself and to secure its royal charter. 40. The aristocratic opposition, the company merchant establishment, and the new merchant leadership. A critical realignment. Through most of the later 1620s, the aristocratic oppositionists and an important section of the city merchant elite followed parallel courses. They appear to have cooperated directly, moreover, in a number of political initiatives against royal policies, although there is as yet only relatively little evidence on the inner workings of their collaboration. By the end of the decade, however, it is apparent that the aristocratic opposition and the city merchant elite were not only taking divergent political and commercial paths, but actually entering into direct conflict, opening the way for the new merchant leadership. The aristocratic colonizing group around the riches and pivotal sections of the city merchant elite originally came together in the course of the bitter conflict that racked the Virginia Company. From 1621 to 1622, following a major reordering of forces inside the company, Sir Thomas Smythe's merchant party and the rich group united together in order to attack Sir Edwin Sandys's tobacco contract, as the first step in removing Sandys's gentry party from the company's leadership. They succeeded in getting the tobacco contract suspended in 1623 after a hearing before Lord Treasurer Cranfield. In 1623 to 1624, the two groups brought about the downfall of the old company as a prelude to taking it over, and they seemed on the verge of achieving their goal when James placed leading representatives of both groups in charge of the new commission for Virginia assigned to establish a new Virginia Company. 41. In the Parliament of 1624, both the elite merchants grouped around Sir Maurice Abbott and the landed class faction around the riches were conspicuously neutral or ambivalent concerning the impeachment of Sir Lionel Cranfield, probably because he was such a staunch defender of their interests in Virginia, and of merchant company interests more generally. Unfortunately for both groups, Cranfield was removed from office and Charles I never did charter a new company, but instead set up a royal council for Virginia. Both groups were further damaged when Charles granted the West Indies as a proprietary colony to Buckingham's follower the Earl of Carlisle in 1627.42. From 1626 on, both the colonizing aristocrats in Parliament and many of the leading company merchants in the city followed roughly similar courses in opposing Buckingham and Charles. In 1626, Sir Dudley Digges led the attack in Parliament on Buckingham, and he not only received the support of Rich, Rudyard, Pym et.al., but also worked directly with his longtime city associates Maurice Abbott and Robert Bateman, who testified against Buckingham in Parliament. Many of the same parliamentary forces helped push through the Petition of Right, and the remonstrance against Arminianism and Buckingham in 1628. Then, after the Commons passed the remonstrance against tonnage and poundage and Charles prorogued Parliament, Maurice Abbott and his elite merchant colleagues came to the aid of Parliament when they detonated a new explosion of merchant resistance by breaking illegally into the customs house to seize their goods. As Parliament and the King entered their climactic confrontations of 1629 over Arminianism and tonnage and poundage, opposition forces in Parliament and in the city seemed to be proceeding along the same lines. 43. Nevertheless, by the winter of 1628 to 1629, certain fundamental bases, both economic and political, for the continuing collaboration between the colonizing aristocrats and the elite merchant oppositionists had begun to erode. During the later 1620s, the parliamentary oppositionists, especially those around the Earl of Warwick and Sir Nathaniel Rich, not only continued to demand strong action against Spain in the Atlantic and the West Indies, but also took dramatic steps to reorganize their colonizing enterprises for both economic and political purposes. But the leading city merchants were moving in the opposite direction. In the later 1620s, the generality of company merchants definitively withdrew from colonial commerce, ceding the field to the new merchant leadership. Once company organization for the Americas had collapsed after 1624, the company merchants lost interest in the colonial tobacco and provisioning trades, and they had never wished to invest in plantations. It is doubtful, moreover, if the Levant East India Company merchants who collaborated with the opposition to Charles and Buckingham during this period were, at any point, desirous of the anti-Spanish war that their colonizing aristocratic allies in Parliament so fervently supported. In 1623 to 1624, Sir Lionel Cranfield had opposed the breaking off of negotiations for the Spanish match in part because he realized that war with Spain would drastically disrupt trade. The major city merchants, who were in this period achieving great success on the basis of their lucrative trades with the Mediterranean and the Near and Far East, almost certainly shared Cranfield's worries. It is probably because they feared the consequences for the intra-European and Mediterranean trades of war against Spain in the Atlantic and the West Indies that the company merchants of London failed, apparently, to lend much support to the plans to start a new company for the West Indies that were presented at court and in Parliament in 1625 and 1626, and again in 1628. In fact, the war with Spain that took place during the later 1620s did turn out to be very damaging to trade. It must have confirmed the city merchants in their support for a policy of peace with Spain and may have proved a point of growing friction between the London oppositionists and those in Parliament. 44. The irony is that in the very period in which major forces in Parliament, led especially by the colonial aristocratic opposition, were struggling most militantly for a systematically Protestant anti-Spanish and pro-Dutch foreign policy, the leadership of the overseas merchant community of London, focused increasingly on the Levant, East India combine, was becoming not only more devoted to friendship with Spain, but more committed to opposing the Dutch. After all, it was the Dutch, and no longer the Spanish, who posed the greatest obstacle to the expansion of the increasingly prosperous English long-distance trades with the South and East, above all in the Far East. From the early 1610s, the Dutch had been tightening their grip on the trade with the East Indies, and by the mid-1620s, following the Amboina massacre, the Dutch succeeded in expelling the English from the Moluccas. It was no wonder that the Levant, East India Company merchant Thomas Munn, the great theorist and propagandist of English national power through English commercial power, devoted some of the climactic sections of his England's Treasure by Foreign Trade, written during the 1620s or 1630s, to a scathing attack not only on the Dutch, who in the guise of friends were eating away the very foundations of English prosperity, but also on a naive English political nation that continued to consider the United Provinces its true ally. That the aristocratic colonizing opposition placed such a premium on an anti-Spanish foreign policy founded on an alliance with the United Provinces at a time when key sections of the merchant elite were demanding more decisive government action against the Dutch must have put some strain on the de facto political alliance between these forces in the latter part of the 1620s. 45. That the elite merchant and the colonizing aristocratic wings of the opposition to Charles and Buckingham were moving apart, not only in terms of commercial interests but also in terms of ideological orientation, became evident when the great company merchants refused to give their support to the aristocratic oppositionists' new colonizing initiatives at the end of the 1620s. Had these projects had only commercial goals, the London merchants' failure to support them would be hardly worth mentioning. But the raison d'être of these ventures was primarily religious and political. The Massachusetts Bay Company in particular was meant to constitute an ideological and political response by London citizens, militant ministers, and lesser gentry from East Anglia and the West Country to the growing threat to Calvinism from an increasingly Arminian and intolerant establishment. It was therefore significant that among the 100 or so investors in the Massachusetts Bay Company in 1628 to 1629, only 4 were Levant Company merchants, and none of these could really be called a leading figure in the trade with the Levant. On the other hand, 3 of the 4 Levant Company merchants who did invest in the Massachusetts Bay Company were at this point opening wide-ranging careers in colonial commerce and would soon emerge among the new merchant leadership of the trades with the Americas. Company merchants were also essentially absent from the Bermuda and Providence Island Companies. 46A fissure had apparently opened up between the aristocratic colonizing leadership and the city merchant establishment. The turning point in the relationship between the great city merchants around Morris Abbot and the colonizing aristocratic opposition appears to have come at about the time of the dissolution of the Parliament of 1629. In the period just before the start of the Parliament of 1629, Abbott's closest political associates, his brother Archbishop George Abbott and the Archbishop's intimate friend Sir Dudley Digges, made their peace with Charles I, with the result that in Parliament itself Digges supported the court. Almost certainly, Morris Abbott followed their path and, very likely, through his considerable influence behind the attempt by top officers of the Levant Company in late January 1629 to call a halt to the intensification and radicalization of that company's protest against unparliamentary customs. In any case, by March 13, 1629, Abbott, as governor of the East India Company, was strongly advising the company's directorate against supporting the general strike against unparliamentary customs called for by the Commons. This could not but have helped to alienate the colonizing oppositionist lords. In fact, 2 weeks previously, the colonizing nobles and leading sections of the city elite had entered into open and direct conflict. On March 2, 1629, the very day that the Commons were physically resisting the King's attempt to dismiss them and making their historic appeal to the country, the great opposition nobles Lord Say, the Earl of Warwick, and Lord Brooke suddenly launched a full-scale assault on the elite merchant leadership of the East India Company. These aristocrats aimed not only to impose a series of new policies, but to shift fundamentally the balance of power within the company away from the old, elite merchant leadership and in the direction of an alliance headed by themselves and supported by the company's smaller investors. Opening a battle that would go on for many years, Lord Say in particular led the company's shopkeepers and lesser gentry in putting forward the following demands: quarterly general courts to replace the annual general court, a quarterly accounting of the company's finances, to be carried out by auditors appointed by the general court, a 1-year maximum term for the governor, or at least a revision of the old practice of re-electing the governor until there was a strong reason to get rid of him. Rules to limit the terms of the directors, and use of the ballot box at all elections. 47. Over quite a few years, the company's overseas merchant investors, represented by the company's board of directors, had been chronically in conflict with the company's gentry and shopkeeper investors over the company's price and dividend policies. The merchants controlled the large-scale re-export trade in East Indian pepper with Europe and the Levant, and they naturally pressed the company to set low prices for its pepper. The non-merchant, generally smaller stockholders, whose income from the trade depended mostly on stock dividends, naturally fought for higher pepper prices. Nevertheless, struggles arising from this sort of conflict of interest tended to be short-lived, especially because the smaller investors had to confine their opposition to the infrequent meetings of the company's general court. At most times, the company's merchant interest, which totally dominated the company's board of directors, simply dictated the policy it desired. 48. The power play by the Puritan lords that began in March 1629 transformed the sporadic resistance of the small investors and gentry into a systematic movement of opposition to the old merchant leadership of the company. Nevertheless, it is far from clear just why the colonizing lords launched their assault at the time they did, and precisely what they ultimately hoped to gain from it. Very likely, the refusal of the East India Company's directorate, at just that moment, to support the mobilization of the majority of the company merchants behind Parliament's struggle against unparliamentary customs was a major factor in provoking the revolt of the noble oppositionists. What is certain is that the nobles' attack posed a serious threat to the great merchants' domination of one of their most important commercial undertakings. The city's merchant elite considered the East India Company its special province and must have interpreted the Lord's opposition as an attack on its fundamental interests and mode of life. By the mid-1630s, the East India Company Directorate had succeeded in weathering the storm and the noble dissidents withdrew. 49 But it is doubtful if the lessons of this conflict were soon forgotten by the great merchants who ran the corporation. For merchant magnates like Maurice Abbot, this experience may well have been decisive. Abbot had helped to spark the opposition to the crown over the current's imposition, but had sought to prevent the East India Company's joining the movement against unparliamentary tonnage and poundage and had borne the brunt of the nobles' attacks throughout the following period. How could these lords, who presumed to lead the parliamentary opposition, be entrusted with the political order when they were so ready to overturn the merchants' traditional rule within their own established sphere of authority and so willing to appeal to the people to gain their ends? Whatever merchants like Sir Maurice Abbot actually felt about the conduct of the Puritan lords inside the East India Company, that conduct turned out to be paradigmatic. Over the following decade, the aristocratic oppositionists created the same kind of partnership between top landed class leaders and small London traders that they had essayed within the East India Company, as they forged ever closer ties with the new merchant leadership of the colonial trades inside their own colonizing companies. This colonizing experience went well beyond that commercial cooperation between colonizing lords and new merchant leaders that was sketched earlier. It involved a critical political and religious collaboration as well. As noted, during the later 1620s, the colonizing aristocrats were continuing their efforts to support and to shelter as well as to organize behind their own religio-political opposition Puritan religious dissidents of various stripes. Partly as an extension of these efforts, they helped to make all three major colonial companies Massachusetts Bay, Bermuda, and Providence Island centers of religio-political initiatives in direct defiance of Archbishop Laud. The colonizing aristocrats did not identify with all of the political and religious developments that took place in the Puritan colonies any more than they agreed with all of the opinions of the ministers they patronized and worked with. Nonetheless, they strongly defended these proceedings, just as they strongly defended those clerics. In so doing, they showed their willingness to collaborate closely in religio-political oppositional activities with people like the new merchants who were normally outside the political nation, as well as with radical ministers notably, though hardly exclusively, from the ranks of religious independency whose leading supporters seem to have come largely from outside the ranks of the landed classes. In this manner the colonizing aristocrats prepared the way for an alliance between relatively conservative constitutional reformers like themselves and a popular movement in London that would aim to overthrow the city constitution and to transform the church root and branch. The first major steps in constructing the alliance between colonizing lords, new merchant leaders and Puritan ministers, most especially those associated with religious independency, seem to have been taken in the course of setting up the Massachusetts Bay Company in connection with the organization of the more general movement of religio-political opposition to the crown at the end of the 1620s. Here, the Puritan lords showed their willingness to patronize a militantly Puritan project that they could influence but not effectively control. On March 9, 1628, the Earl of Warwick made the grant of land in Massachusetts that established the New England Company, the unincorporated predecessor of the Massachusetts Bay Company. Warwick, it seems, had initially received this land in 1623 from the Council for New England, and he now regranted it to a coalition consisting of London citizens, activists from the Old Dorchester Company, and East Anglian gentlemen. Warwick's protege the minister Hugh Peter, who had major links with all three groups that came to constitute the company, played a critical role in helping to forge this alliance and in sending out its first expedition, led by John Endicott, in May-June 1628, at the time of the climactic parliamentary struggle over the Petition of Right. Peter had only just returned from temporary exile in the United Provinces to begin preaching, clandestinely, in his old parish of St. Sepulchre's, London. The New England Company chose Matthew Craddock as its first governor, and Craddock led it until the decision in the summer of 1630 to transfer the charter and the government of the company to the Americas. In this capacity, he appears to have taken primary responsibility for mediating between the colonizing aristocrats, who were especially needed to defend the project against royal repression, and the company's small trader, small gentry leadership. Craddock, already a well-established Levant Company merchant, was at this time developing his own large-scale private plantation on the Mystic River in Massachusetts, and opening a wide-ranging career as a great trader with the Americas. 50. By early 1629, Craddock was busy recruiting the company's first ministers, with the advice of the radical Puritan cleric John Davenport, a member of the Feffees for Impropriations, and the Dorchester patriarch John White. As Craddock wrote John Endicott on February 19, 1629, "It is fully resolved by God's assistance to send over 2 ministers at least with the ships now intended to be sent thither. But for Mr. Peters, he is now in Holland, from whence his return hither I hold uncertain. Those we send you shall be by approbation of Mr. White of Dorchester and Mr. Davenport." Craddock and his advisers clearly had sought Hugh Peter as their top candidate for the job, but at this time Peter was in no position to accept an appointment. During the summer of 1628, Peter had once again gotten into trouble for preaching disrespectfully about the Catholic Queen Henrietta Maria. He had to spend 6 weeks in jail before the Earl of Warwick succeeded in bailing him out and assisting his flight to Holland. By April 1629, then, Craddock and his advisers had chosen as the company's first ministers Francis Higginson and Samuel Skelton. Both of these men recently had been silenced by the government for nonconformity, and both, moreover, appear to have been tending toward religious independency or non-separating Congregationalism even before their arrival in Massachusetts to help Governor John Endicott organize the colony's first church at Salem. If so, this would hardly be surprising, since Hugh Peter, the company's first choice as minister, and John Davenport, one of those in charge of selection, would openly adopt this theological position within a short time. 51. The colonizing aristocrats could hardly have been displeased by the company's ministerial selections. After all, the Earl of Warwick and his friends were at this time doing their best, overtly and covertly, to keep preaching and employed, or at least out of the hands of the authorities, a number of other ministers of the same stripe as those sent to Massachusetts. Warwick almost certainly sought to protect Peter when Peter returned briefly to his old position at Rayleigh, Essex, in early 1629. But Peter was soon obliged to flee again to Holland. There he became minister of the English Church in Rotterdam and succeeded, within a few years, in transforming that church into a pioneer center of experimentation in religious independency. By 1633, heavily influenced by the English independent theologian William Ames, exiled for many years in Holland, Peter had remodeled the Rotterdam church as a democratically organized congregation, confined to godly members who would sign a new covenant, and had begun to attract to Rotterdam the first in a long line of leading lights of non-separating Congregationalism who would temporarily settle there, notably John Davenport and William Ames himself. Meanwhile, the Earl of Warwick had helped to hide the militant Essex minister Thomas Hooker and ultimately assisted Hooker's flight from England. Hooker had come under attack when, beginning in spring 1629, Laud sought to impose conformity on the Puritan preachers of Essex. But, like Peter, Hooker refused to bend, and by 1631 he was obliged to follow Peter to Holland. Hooker was prevented from becoming co-pastor of the English congregation in Amsterdam because of his independent proclivities, but, following a brief stay in Rotterdam with Hugh Peter, he did secure the post of assistant to John Forbes, minister of the Merchant Adventurers Church in Delft. At Delft, Hooker worked closely with Forbes and Peter to introduce forms of congregational organization much like those installed at Rotterdam, before ultimately migrating to New England. Meanwhile, in 1630, Warwick, as president of the Council for New England, had secured a second charter for the separatists of the Plymouth colony. 52. Over this same period, of course, the colonizing aristocrats had taken charge of the difficult task of seeing the Massachusetts Bay Company's charter through the royal government, which they accomplished in March 1629, and of overseeing the successful transfer of the company to America. The charter was obtained, according to Matthew Craddock, by His Majesty's especial grace, with great cost, favor of personages of note and much labor. As John Humphrey remarked in 1630 at the end of the process, we are all much bound to Lord Say for his cordial advice and true affections. As also my Lord of Warwick. Sir Nathaniel Rich deserves very much acknowledgment for his wise handling of Sir Ferdinando Gorges. 53. After the Massachusetts Bay Company moved to America, its governance offered decreasing opportunity for ongoing contact between the new merchants and colonizing aristocrats. Meanwhile, however, the Bermuda Company came to provide a very important vehicle for their growing collaboration. Unlike either Massachusetts Bay or Providence Island, Bermuda was not merely the scene of a large-scale Puritan experiment, it was also a major producer of a staple crop. Many of the leading new merchants entered the Bermuda Company in order to trade in tobacco, including, among many others, Matthew Craddock and Maurice Thompson, as well as Thomas Stone, Samuel Warner, Richard Battison, and Elias Roberts, all of whom were, at one time or another, major partners of Thompson's. As a result, in the Bermuda Company, more than in any of the other Puritan colonizing ventures, the colonizing aristocrats and the new merchant leadership were obliged to function together on a day-to-day basis. 54. The Earl of Warwick assumed the governorship of the Bermuda Company in 1628, and, under his direction and that of his colleagues in the aristocratic colonizing opposition, the company was made to function during the ensuing political crisis in closest coordination with the newly founded Massachusetts Bay and Providence Island companies. In 1630, the Bermuda Company appointed Roger Wood its governor on the island, and Wood pursued from the start a conscious policy of recruiting English nonconforming clergy, hoping to divert some ministers headed for New England to his own island. Wood was clearly sympathetic to the circle of non-separating Congregationalists that was so influential in Massachusetts, and in the early 1630s he made a strong attempt to attract to Bermuda its most illustrious representative, William Ames. 55 Ames had intended to emigrate to New England in 1629 to 1630. However, instead of going to Massachusetts, Ames, as noted, traveled to Rotterdam to join Hugh Peter in the independent church that Peter had organized there in 1633. Wood, therefore, still had hopes of inducing Ames to come to Bermuda when in late 1633 he wrote, "As there is a supposition that you intend to come for New England, and Mr. Peters, as many reverend divines are gone from England before you, then let me desire you to leave that resolution and come to the Bermudas where you are most entirely beloved and reverenced. We are also far more secure from the hierarchical jurisdiction than New England is, for no great prelate will leave his pontifical palace to take his journey to live upon a barren rock. And all our islands are not worth a bishopric, and there are many men of great wealth and estates and almost whole congregations gone with their pastors, where they build towns and call them according to those from whence they come, as Boston, Yarmouth, etc. When they have well settled themselves they must be brought under the Archbishop of Canterbury and have a suffragan sent to reduce them into the fold of their old shepherds, for the king will not be quit of his subjects wheresoever they live under his laws and obedience. All this discourse I relate to you to divert you away from any thoughts to seek liberty that way. 56. Ames died before he could go to Bermuda, but the colony had no trouble attracting individuals in sympathy with his teachings. Roger Wood, Josiah Foster, and William Sale, the governors appointed to run the colony between 1630 and 1647, were all men of marked Puritan opinion and, under their rule, Bermuda, like the New England colonies, became an important haven for Puritan refugees from religious persecution. 57 In fact, by the early 1640s, Bermuda's ministry was entirely composed of congregationally inclined ministers including John Oxenbridge, Patrick Copeland, Nathaniel White, and William Golding, who spared no efforts in order to reform the colony's religious life, according to their conceptions of the best reformed ideals. 58. Warwick, along with his kinsman Nathaniel Rich, Lord Say and Seal, and Lord Brooke, appears to have taken primary control of the Bermuda Company's religious policy. Rich, Brooke, Say, and the company's treasurer Gabriel Barber handled the company's negotiations with the Bermudian Puritan minister George Stirk when Stirk threatened to quit the colony in 1634. Nathaniel Ward, one of the company's ministerial appointees, had held the rectory of Stondon Massey, Essex, in the gift of Sir Nathaniel Rich, before he was deprived of his living for nonconformity in 1633. Moreover, Ward and Nathaniel Bernard were translated from their ministerial positions in Bermuda to Essex church livings under the patronage of the Earl of Warwick. 59. It seems clear that new merchant leaders worked with the Puritan aristocrats in making religious policy inside the Bermuda Company during the 1630s, although there is little information available on company decision-making for that period. A document of 1644, in which the colonizing lords and new merchant leaders jointly promulgate directions for the colony's religious life, provides direct evidence of such collaboration. 60 The signers of this document include the Providence Island Company nobles and gentry, the Earl of Warwick, Lord Say, Sir Gilbert Gerard, Sir Benjamin Rudyard, Sir Richard Knightley, and Gabriel Barber, and the new merchant leaders Owen Roe, Maurice Thompson, Thompson's brother-in-law Elias Roberts, Thompson's trading partner William Felgate, Nathaniel Hawes, and Robert Houghton. That close collaboration had been occurring during the 1630s is indicated by the fact that by 1640 to 1641, the new merchant leaders Owen Roe and Thomas Allen had acceded to the company's deputy governorship and treasurership respectively, alongside the Earl of Warwick, who was governor. 61 Little has been discovered about Thomas Allen, aside from the fact that he was an active tobacco trader with the Americas in partnership with his father, William Allen. Roe, who traded with New England and Virginia as well as Bermuda, was a founder of the Massachusetts Bay Company and a backer of the Puritan New Haven colony. From the late 1630s, he would play a significant role in the city opposition movement. 62 By that time, as will be described, the new merchant leaders and colonizing aristocrats were cooperating on a broad range of common projects, including a privateering war against Spain in the West Indies conducted from Providence Island, a colonizing enterprise north of Virginia, and joint political resistance in the city and parliament. The company merchants and the crown. While the colonizing aristocrats were loosening their connections with the city's company merchants and constructing links with the new merchant leadership, the crown was seeking to attract the company merchants back in the direction of the court. This fact has sometimes been neglected as a result of the quite proper recognition of the real alienation of the majority of the company merchants from the crown in the late 1620s and of the merchants' grievances, both economic and political, against royal policies in the late 1630s. I have, of course, emphasized the natural affinity of the crown and company merchants for one another, rooted in the traditional exchange of royal commercial privileges for merchant financial and political support, as well as in their common interest in defending the city's socio-political order under its royal charter and its oligarchic government. Even at the height of the crown-merchant conflicts of the 1620s, the crown had been able to retain the loyalty of a majority of the city's merchant elite as represented on the aldermanic court and the East India Company Directorate, as well as the customs farming syndicates. Still, a pivotally important group of elite merchants had turned against the crown, joining the great majority of company merchants in opposition. With the death of Buckingham, the dismissal of Parliament, and the ending of the wars, there was a significant easing of tensions, and the crown, inevitably, sought to renew its old alliance with the merchants on the traditional basis. The Levant Company merchants. The crown was fortunate in the commercial trends of the 1630s. These were years of unprecedented growth for the trades with southern Europe, the Mediterranean, and the Near East, and years of enormous prosperity for the eastward trading merchants, especially the Levant Company traders. While the merchant adventurers suffered crisis and decline, the Levant Company took over the top position within the city merchant community, as their leading members consolidated their power within all of the elite bodies: the customs farms, the Court of Aldermen, and the Board of Directors of the East India Company. The entrenchment of these merchants at the top of the city's commercial hierarchy had real political significance, for it strengthened their capacity to wield broad influence within the merchant community as a whole. The Levant Company merchants had played a leading role in the customs farms since their inception. The Levant Company founder William Garway had headed the original syndicate that controlled the farms for most of the first quarter of the 17th century. In December 1625, as noted, William's son William Garway and Morris Abbott, both Levant Company magnates, lost their stranglehold on the customs, although they did manage to renew their control of the Currants farm, which they maintained until 1632. Even then, Paul Pindar, who led the new syndicate that by 1632 had taken over all the farms, was also a leading Levant Company merchant. 63. From the start, the leading Levant Company traders had been politically influential within the city government, but during Charles I's reign the group emerged as by far the leading merchant force within the municipality. Between 1600 and 1625, only 8 Levant Company merchants were elected to aldermanic positions in comparison with 30 merchant adventurers. But between 1631 and 1640, no fewer than 8 Levant Company merchants were chosen for positions on the aldermanic bench, in comparison with 2 merchant adventurers. Of the 28 individuals who occupied aldermanic positions between October 1640 and December 1641, no fewer than 9 were Levant Company merchants, while 16 were either Levant Company merchants or East India Company directors or both. 64. Leading Levant Company merchants had always controlled the East India Company Directorate, a central meeting place for members of the city's merchant elite. During the 1630s, they strengthened their hold. Among the 47 persons who held positions on the East India Company's board of directors between 1630 and 1639, no fewer than 28 were Levant Company merchants. Those great merchants from other trades who also sat on this board were linked to the top Levant Company merchants through their collaboration inside the company and in a variety of other ways. They were thus brought within a coherent merchant elite given its dominant coloring by the Levant Company traders. 65. The enormous progress of the eastward traders was a boon to the crown. As a result of their increasing commercial success over an extended period and their growing preponderance within the key city and mercantile institutions, as well as the virtually unparalleled support they had received from the crown throughout most of their company's existence, the eastward traders naturally tended to assume a highly conservative socio-political outlook. Because they stood at the center of great and long-standing family and commercial networks, they were, moreover, in a strong position to influence the other company merchants in favor of their own political positions. This group of merchants offered Charles I an indispensable political resource, a potential power base within the city from which to organize the merchant community as a whole behind the crown. It was up to the royal government to realize this potential. In view of the pivotal role played by the Levant Company traders in the merchant opposition of the 1620s, it is not surprising that during the 1630s the crown went to some lengths to cater to their needs. Certain of Charles's policies considered most objectionable by the majority of his subjects were actually favorable to the Levant Company's interests. The monarchy's controversial policy of peace with Spain, inaugurated with the Treaty of Madrid in 1630, was particularly helpful to the Levant Company merchants, for they needed, above all, a secure route to the eastern Mediterranean. Moreover, the crown, at least ostensibly, originally levied ship money in order to raise the navy that the Levant Company merchants had long demanded to protect English shipping in the Mediterranean from the depredations of the Algiers pirates. 66 The new Book of Rates issued in 1635, which raised the levies on a wide range of commodities, left the Levant Company merchants relatively unscathed, as the crown failed to raise the duty on either raw silk or currants, the Levant Company's chief imports. In fact, the government actually cut 1/2d from the long-disputed currants imposition, a considerable concession in view of the lengths to which the crown had gone during the 1620s to defend its earlier 2/2d increase. Meanwhile, in 1634, the crown had granted the Levant Company the right to post an agent at the customs house who would inspect and approve all cargoes to and from the Levant. This was a useful weapon against interlopers. No doubt the Levant Company felt the weight of royal taxation on trade, as it had in the past. But the compensation the company received was, as usual, considerable. 67. The French Company merchants. Along with the Levant Company merchants, the French Company merchants had led the attack on the crown in the 1620s. And if the government had perhaps less to offer the French Company traders, it still went out of its way to help them. Indeed, the crown's endeavors to win the allegiance of the wine traders typified its entire policy toward the merchant community in this period. Beginning in May 1638, the crown forced the company of vintners under the threat of depriving them of their traditional privileges of dressing meat and selling beer to agree to pay to the government an annual rent of £30,000, to be raised by a tax of 40s per ton on all wine imported. The process by which this plan was put into effect, and the intermediary groups that were able to use it to their private advantage, do not require detailed explanations here. It is sufficient to state that either as a result of pressure from the crown or through the connivance of certain leading vintners, the Company of Vintners organized from among its members a syndicate to farm the 40s tax for the crown. The crown was to receive a flat annual payment of £30,000 from the farmers, and the farmers were to collect the 40 per ton payment on all wine imported. 68. The wine contract might have meant another burden on the already heavily taxed wine trade. However, the crown was able to make sure that it worked out, in practice, in the wine merchants' favor. On March 15, 1638, at the Vintners' Company Court, the merchants of London trading in wines with France and Spain demanded that the wine retailers of the Vintners' Company be required to take a certain quantity off their hands every year at set prices. This was tantamount to demanding that the retailers insure the merchants' markets. Not surprisingly, the wine sellers of the company refused to agree, and shot off a petition of protest to the crown the next day. But the government, probably implicated in advance in the merchants' scheme, proved unsympathetic. The Vintners' Company officers met with the French and Spanish trade merchants, Secretary Sir John Banks, and the Marquis of Hamilton to discuss the issue. But, as the Vintners' officers reported to the membership on March 21, 1638, the government did indeed desire that the retailers be forced to buy up a certain amount of wine at a set price, just as the merchants had proposed. The government conceded that there might be yearly discussions of the price to be set. But there could be no compromise over the amount to be purchased. On May 21, 1638, this amount was fixed at 5,000 tons annually, but by January 9, 1639, the figure had been increased to 10,550 tons a year. 69. This agreement to set prices and purchases in advance was clearly beneficial to both the crown and the wine merchants. It helped to ensure that the farmers of the wine tax could collect enough taxes to be able to afford to pay the crown its annuity for the contract. In turn, by guaranteeing the merchants that their wines would be purchased at a known price, the crown assured them of markets they could not otherwise have counted on. Of course, in the end this policy was not without its contradictions. By shifting the real burden of the monopoly from the importers to the shoulders of the retailers, the government had assisted the wine merchants. But this was only at the cost of alienating the wine sellers. As a result, this policy exacerbated, in one more sphere, the inherent conflict between the city's mere merchants and the city's shopkeepers that, as noted earlier, also manifested itself in the struggles over the proposed corporation for the Spanish trade and in the Levant Company merchants' relations with their grocer customers, as well as with those shopkeepers who tried to interlope within the Levant Company's privileged areas. The merchant adventurers. Finally, in much the same way as the government attempted to minister to the needs of the Levant Company and the French Company, it also sought to assist the merchant adventurers. This may, indeed, have been the Crown's most significant initiative of the 1630s with respect to the merchant community. Because of the ease of entry into their trade, the merchant adventurers were, more than any other company, directly dependent on their corporate privileges. Moreover, because of the deepening crisis in the cloth export trade, their dependence became greater as the 17th century wore on. Nevertheless, the merchant adventurers sustained the most damaging political attack suffered by any major merchant group when Parliament suspended many of the company's most cherished privileges in 1624, opening the way for a massive invasion of the adventurers' markets by new traders at the very time when these markets were contracting most rapidly. From that point onward, the company had little choice but to preoccupy itself with regaining its privileges. During the later 1620s, as noted, the adventurers played a role in the movement against unparliamentary taxation, alongside the Levant Company and French Company merchants. But, as has been observed, the adventurers were not, even at that point, beyond compromising their political principles if they could thereby gain the king's support for their privileges. There is no reason to doubt that, all else being equal, a majority of adventurers would have wished to support the political thrust of the parliamentary oppositionists. Yet these very same parliamentary oppositionists were the sworn enemies of the adventurers on the issue that most affected these merchants, the regulation of trade. The adventurers had, therefore, to consider any royal offer to restore their privileges, even if there were strings attached. 70. The Crown well understood the adventurers' predicament, and in 1634 the government restored essentially all of the adventurers' old privileges, a tremendous gain for the company. By the Privy Council's order of November 16, 1634, the government gave to members of the Company of Merchant Adventurers the sole right to export cloths to Germany and the United Provinces, restricted this trade to the adventurers' mart towns, and imposed a company admission fee of £100 for London merchants. 71 The Crown rarely granted favours without some material compensation. But it is possible that, in this case, the government was willing to bestow its bounty free of charge in order to make up to the adventurers for the rough treatment they had suffered over the previous 2 decades, and to help win them back to their traditional support for the Crown. By the end of the 1630s, however, the Crown, under enormous financial pressure, found it increasingly difficult to resist imposing new financial exactions, and the merchant adventurers did not remain immune. From 1635, the company had engaged in a heated dispute with the Duke and Duchess of Lennox over their license to export cloths within the merchant adventurers' chartered area. This license was essentially another charge by the king on the company, this time indirect, to help him finance favours for his courtiers. The privilege originally had been granted to the Earl of Cumberland in 1600 and had since undergone a number of changes in its terms. By the later 1630s, the contract called for the company to pay the Lennoxes £2,600 a year for the license. In view of the decline in their trade, the adventurers felt this to be unreasonable and tried to get the terms of the contract changed. They first proposed a rent of £2,000 a year, but ultimately agreed to pay £2,200. Yet the licensees would not agree to any compromise and, in 1640, the Duke seized a company cloth shipment in order to extract his fee. 72. Despite Lennox's intransigence and willingness to disrupt trade in pursuit of his own narrow interest, the king seems to have stood firmly behind him. The Crown even went so far as to affirm the Duke's right to license interlopers if the merchant adventurers refused to come to an agreement with him. 73 It is apparent, too, that the monarchy itself hoped to squeeze the merchant adventurers a little further in its own behalf. In January and February 1640, with financial pressure on the Crown constantly mounting, the king seems to have agreed to entertain a proposal by Edward Miss Eldon, former merchant adventurer representative in Delft, not only to settle the license to the good contentment of the Duke, but also to make it beneficial to the king. It was almost certainly Miss Eldon who had written to the court in 1635 that, "If, your Majesty do account the royal gift of license to the late Duke of Richmond, now continued to the Duchess, which yieldeth but 3,000 or 4,000 per annum, to be a bar to all further question of this matter, then your humble servant presumeth not to move your Majesty's settled patience therein. Otherwise, he humbly prith your Majesty to respect what herein may fairly be advanced to your profit, without the wronging the merchants, or making any stop of trade or impeaching of the Duchess her interest." The precise nature of Miss Eldon's proposals has not been discovered. All that is known is that when Miss Eldon placed the proposals before the company in 1640, they caused such a disorder in court that they had to be given up. 74. Even so, the government does seem to have succeeded in wrenching additional money from the adventurers, now in exchange for a proclamation bolstering their monopoly. This seems to be the significance of a letter of January 25, 1640 from Secretary Windbank to the adventurers' governor, deputy governor, and 5 of the other chief men of the company, informing them that the king was anxious for the procurement of the £3,000 behind owing by the town of Rotterdam, having graciously granted a new proclamation and divers privy seals on the humble petition of the merchant adventurers. 75. The East India Company. Ironically, the Crown showed least sensitivity to the commercial corporation that had shown it the greatest loyalty during the crisis of the late 1620s. The East India Company's board of directors, as a central institution of the city's merchant elite, was no doubt expected by the Crown to offer unquestioning obedience, and it had done so in 1629. Perhaps for this reason, the Crown had few qualms about rather mercilessly exploiting this company during the 1630s. Indeed, the government's taxes on trade hit the East India Company especially hard, as the new Book of Rates, promulgated in 1635, raised duties significantly on pepper, the company's main import, even though pepper prices had fallen off significantly. 76. But what hurt the East India Company most was the Crown's lack of concern for its chartered commercial privileges. In 1630, Charles I showed his disdain for the company when he dispatched his own privateering vessel to prey on the native trade between the Red Sea and India. 77. A few years later, a court favourite, Endymion Porter, probably in collaboration with the great Anglo-Dutch merchant and crown lender Sir William Coubertin, received the king's consent to launch his own privateering voyage to the same area. Then, near the end of 1635, Sir William Coubertin organized a truly major company, intending to carry on commerce in areas not yet developed by the East India Company, but squarely within its privileges. Coubertin's was no one-shot effort, and his competition posed a grave threat to the old company's very survival. 78. Finally, between 1637 and 1639, the king approved proposals by Prince Rupert, the Earl of Arundel, and the Earl of Southampton to develop a halfway house colony off the east coast of Africa, on the East India Company's route to the Far East. None of the latter efforts really got off the ground, but they were nevertheless very troublesome to the East India Company, since their very existence indicated the king's willingness to ignore company privileges. 79. The East India Company looked on these invasions into its privileged domain with increasing alarm. In 1637, the company's leadership had been able politely to refuse Prince Rupert's plea for assistance, while confidently giving his project their blessing. But when the Earl of Arundel made a similar request for help in 1639, the company immediately protested to the king. It demanded that Arundel's project, as well as the Earl of Southampton's planned venture to Mauritius, be brought to a halt. 80. By this time the company's position had deteriorated considerably, for its monopoly privileges, which formerly had functioned so effectively in attracting investors, had ceased to carry much weight. Largely as a result of the Crown's refusal to back the company's charter, its investors experienced a major crisis of confidence during the late 1630s. 81. Indeed, by early 1639 the leading government financier, Philip Burlamaque, who had excellent connections in city and court circles, was reporting that the East India Company was planning to wind up its current joint stock and would have difficulty getting additional capital for a new issue. At the same time, anticipating the company's imminent demise, promoters of a new joint stock company for the East Indies, to be financed primarily in Holland and perhaps connected with the Coubertin projectors, petitioned the king for his support. 82. Perhaps the indication that the trade was in serious danger of falling into foreign hands alarmed the Crown. In December 1639, Charles I finally gave a favourable response to the East India Company's petitions and remonstrances that he had ignored for years. He called a halt to the colonising plans of both Arundel and Southampton, and ordered William Coubertin to send eastward only those ships needed to bring back the goods he had already sent out. Even so, as the political crisis deepened, Charles had real difficulty actually enforcing this order. 83. All told, the Crown's commercial policies during Charles I's personal monarchy added up to a significant gain for the city's main overseas commercial companies, with the notable exception of the East India Company. Nevertheless, in attempting to maximize its financial and political backing, the government, as always, found it difficult to avoid sacrificing one interest to another, and this was especially so during periods of financial stringency, when the weight of Crown exactions in general tended to become less tolerable. In all probability, during much of the decade following the assassination of Buckingham, the Crown significantly improved its political standing with London's company merchant community. Just how fully it won back their loyalty, and retained it through the financial and political crisis of 1639 to 1642, is considered in the remainder of this chapter and in the one that follows. The merchant community and the crisis of the regime. Through much of the 1630s, comparative calm and political stability prevailed nationally and in London, following the fierce conflicts of the 1620s. Still, the Crown was unable to solve its long-term financial problems and therefore remained vulnerable to unexpected shocks, whether internal or external in origin. The first signs of difficulty for the government came in 1635, when the government's extension of ship money levies to the countryside provoked significant opposition from leading sections of the landed classes, as well as from citizens in London. Whether or not the Crown could have succeeded in making ship money a permanent, unparliamentary tax remains an open question. But after the King's ill-advised attempt to impose religious uniformity on Scotland in 1637, the government faced a deepening financial and political crisis. 84. During the 1630s, the Crown had sought to milk London's sources of revenue. As emphasized, the merchants felt the pressure of increased customs levies, as well as other forms of direct and indirect taxes. Meanwhile, the city as a whole was squeezed in a variety of ways. The Crown launched a series of assaults on city privileges and properties, the most significant of which were directed at the municipalities' Irish lands and the royal contract estates. 85. With the onset of the Scottish War, the situation became unbearably difficult. The Crown had to intensify its financial demands from London, while attempting to maintain the citizens' loyalty. In Robert Ashton's view, the Crown's levies on the merchants and the municipality, compounded by its arbitrary policies in church and state, brought about a renewal of the opposition movement in London as a whole. This movement was, according to Professor Ashton, essentially a continuation of that of the 1620s, with the opposition to the Crown encompassing the highest levels of the merchant elite. The merchants, says Professor Ashton, took up a position of conservative opposition that could be likened to that of Edward Hyde and Lord Falkland in the period up to, say, June 1641.86. Nevertheless, Professor Ashton seems to have derived from the undoubted facts that the Crown abused the city and the city had real grievances the unwarranted conclusion that London must have supported the parliamentary political opposition. This conclusion is especially dubious with respect to the merchant elite as represented on the Court of Aldermen and the Directorate of the East India Company, not to mention the customs farming syndicates. Professor Ashton fails to bring out the point that even at the height of merchant opposition in the 1620s, probably a majority of the merchant elite remained loyal to the Crown. The fact is, moreover, that the Court of Aldermen enforced arbitrary royal policies from 1635 right through 1640, even as opposition elsewhere in the country as well as in London itself rapidly mounted. Even when Parliament's return was assured in April 1640 and again in September 1640, the Court of Aldermen and the East India Company Directorate failed to issue any sort of statement of grievances and refused to support those protests that did come in this period from the Court of Common Council, from independently petitioning citizens, and from the East India Company's General Court. Finally, neither the Court of Aldermen nor the East India Company Directorate protested to Parliament against any of the Crown's policies of the 1630s or gave any explicit support for the parliamentary political agenda at any point during the entire first phase of the parliamentary legislative revolution, from November 1640 to June 1641, even though this revolution was backed by Hyde, Falkland, and a strong majority of the parliamentary classes. 87. The refusal of the municipality, or any other organized section of the merchant elite, openly to support Parliament or to oppose the Crown had a great impact on political developments in London. It meant that opposition had to proceed largely outside the official institutions. This gave an enormous opening to radical elements normally outside the political nation, locally and nationally. Even by 1640, the bulk of the company merchants had to confront a situation in London in which the parliamentary movement was headed to a great extent by members of the new merchant leadership of the colonial trades and composed largely of non-merchant citizens, while the majority of the merchant elite backed the Crown. Ship money. The ship money writs, as is well known, provoked opposition from some of the core leaders of the colonizing, or middle group, aristocratic opposition. In 1636, Lord Say and the Earl of Warwick refused to pay, and both attempted to rouse their tenants to further resistance. In 1637, John Hampden made his famous challenge to ship money before the King's courts, defended by Oliver St. John. All these men were active members of the Providence Island Company. 88. Meanwhile, London citizens took their own, parallel actions against ship money. Unfortunately, it is difficult to get at the composition of the city movement, but the bits of evidence that exist are tantalizing. First, 2 of the 5 merchant resistors to tonnage and poundage who ignited the final, more radical phase of merchant opposition in 1628-29 figured prominently among the leaders of the opposition to ship money: the Massachusetts Bay leader Samuel Vassall and Richard Chambers, both Levant Company merchants. Second, several key new merchant leaders were among the small number of known ship money resistors. These included Vassall and Thomas Stone, both leading tobacco traders and partners of Maurice Thompson, as well as Michael Herring and John Brett, 2 lesser figures in the American trades, along with Stephen Estwick, later an interloper in the East Indies. Finally, a good number of the known ship money refusers would play a leading role in the city revolution of 1641 to 1642, while none so far discovered would end up on the side of the Crown. 89. If the London resistance to ship money constitutes evidence for a certain limited continuity of opposition to the Crown within the citizenry from the late 1620s to the early 1640s, the magistracy's vigorous enforcement of ship money manifests the very strong continuity of allegiance to the Crown within the London elite over these years. In the later 1620s, as emphasized, the Court of Aldermen carried out the collection for the 20 ships, imposed the forced loan, rigorously exacted the Royal Contract Estates loan, and made several other signal contributions to the Crown's fundraising efforts. Similarly, from 1635 through 1640, in the face of widespread opposition in the city, the municipality's top officers did what they could to bring in ship money. 90. Even before the ship money crisis, the merchant elite in general, and the aldermanic court in particular, had distinguished themselves during the period of Charles's non-parliamentary rule by their backing of, if not enthusiastic support for, royal policies. This was so to a surprising degree even in the realm of religious affairs. In the previous period of religious laxity under Archbishop Abbott, members of the aldermanic court had patronized the famous lectureship at St. Antholin's Parish, a center of Puritan preaching. But with the advent of Archbishop Laud, they thought better of continuing this support. There was a similar evolution with respect to Sabbatarian. Having enforced the Sabbatarian laws during the 1620s, the aldermen ceased to do so in the 1630s. 91. The foregoing actions of the city magistrates do not, of course, prove that they were devoted to the Laudian experiment. but the willingness of the aldermen to go along without protest with the government's ecclesiastical innovations and their withdrawal of support for anti-Laudian projects like the St. Antholin's lectures may have tended to alienate them from politically disaffected elements in London. There is, in fact, some evidence that from the end of the 1620s, significant numbers of company merchants were becoming less comfortable with religious positions that, though perfectly respectable a decade earlier, were now increasingly associated with political dissidents and, following the advent of Laud, identified as nonconformist. First of all, only a small number of company merchants appear as supporters of the projects of the Fefis for impropriations. Of the 4 non-clerics and non-lawyers among the 12 Fefis, none appears to have been a company merchant. Of the 60 or more contributors to the Fefis between 1625 and 1632, only a large handful were company merchants. 92. The clerical patronage of the Levant Company constitutes evidence that a not insignificant section of the merchant elite, and perhaps of the company merchant community more broadly, was actually willing to give positive support to the government's religious policy. As early as 1622, the Levant Company in its general court was making what might be called anti-Puritan ministerial appointments to its overseas factories. In that year, the company chose Christopher Newstead as its preacher at Constantinople. Newstead's religious orientation is evidenced by the fact that Archbishop Laud appointed him rector of Stisted, Essex, in April 1642. That he was unacceptable to his Puritan parishioners would be a gross understatement. He was not allowed to enter the church, and, apparently, was stoned by the women of the parish. An Armenian, Newstead was soon up on charges, that he had preached that God had sparing mercies, that he had promoted ceremonies, that he had buried bodies with crosses on their breasts, and that he had blotted out scriptures put up by the parishioners on the wall of their local church to counteract the idolatrous pictures of God the Father and of purgatory that Newstead had placed there. 93. No evidence has been discovered concerning the religious leanings of either Charles Robson or a Mr. Hunt, the preachers next appointed by the Levant Company. But in 1630, the company's governor, Hugh Hamersley, nominated Edward Pocock for a post. Hamersley and others of the company received very good testimony and recommendations both for his ability in learning, soundness in the study of divinity, conformity to the constitutions of the church, and integrity of life and conversation. Pocock, as was customary, preached a trial sermon before the general court and apparently passed the test, for he was approved for the position on March 31, 1630. Pocock had received his BA and MA degrees from Corpus Christi College, Oxford, and became a fellow there. His religious orientation may be surmised from the fact that, following his return from the Levant, when he resumed his career in Arabic studies at Oxford, he was patronized by Archbishop Laud and ultimately became professor of Arabic. With the outbreak of hostilities, Pocock may have come under suspicion for his connection with Laud. He retained his professorship throughout the interregnum but was ejected from his canonry in 1651 for his refusal to take the engagement. 94 The Levant Company's selection of Edward Pocock, as well as of Christopher Newstead, could conceivably be understood in terms simply of expediency, that is, as ministerial appointments of which the government would approve. But such an interpretation seems unlikely to be correct, for the Levant Company continued to choose ministers of the same sort as Pocock and Newstead even after the fall of Laud. In fact, right through the Civil War, in the face of considerable contrary pressure from outside. 95. That a not insignificant element within the city merchant elite, and perhaps the company merchant community generally, had at least some sympathy with the crown on matters of religion is further evidenced in scattered data on ministerial patronage that survives for individual traders, especially the foremost merchants. Both Hugh Hamersley and Anthony Abdy, as governor and deputy governor, respectively, of the Levant Company, had attempted, against insuperable odds, to win their company membership to the side of the crown in the crisis of 1628 to 1629. And both patronized ministers closely identified with the royal government. Hamersley bequeathed a ring of remembrance to Dr. William Fuller, vicar of St. Giles Cripplegate. As Dean of Ely, Fuller was cited by the House of Commons in November 1641 for dangerous and scandalous matters delivered by him in several sermons, and subsequently discharged from his curacy. According to a London news sheet, Fuller got into serious trouble when a supply of money and muskets to be sent to the king was found at his house. For his pains in the cause of the Caroline regime, he was appointed Dean of Durham in 1646.96. Similarly, Abdi left remembrance of my love to Dr. Thomas Westfield, rector of St. Bartholomew the Great and Archdeacon of St. Albans. Westfield was sequestered from his positions by Parliament in 1642, but his value in the eyes of the episcopal establishment is indicated by his selection as Bishop of Bristol in the very same year. 97. Christopher Clitheroe, who held the governorship of both the East India Company and the Eastland Company in this period, apparently had religious leanings similar to those of Hamersley and Abdi. This, at any rate, would be a legitimate deduction from the fact that the Armenian minister John Gore dedicated his Paul's Cross sermon of December 1635, entitled The Oracle of God, to Clitheroe, who was Lord Mayor of London when it was published in 1636.98. The leading Levant Company merchant Thomas Bowyer represents an analogous case. Bowyer's grandfathers on both sides, Francis Bowyer and Thomas Cordell, had been London aldermen and central figures in the Elizabethan expansion. His father, Robert Bowyer, was a director of both the Levant Company and the East India Company. Bowyer bequeathed money to Thomas Lant, rector of Hornsey, and to Dr. Richard Tookeyson, rector of St. Clement Danes. The only thing about Lant that has been discovered is the fact that he was sequestered from his living sometime before 1645. Tookeyson was also deprived of his position after his parishioners charged him with extorting excessive burial fees, observing ceremonies, and denying the congregation's request to allow their lecturer to preach. Tookeyson was obviously a strong promoter of London royalism in the early Civil War years. He was imprisoned in 1642 for refusing to admit that he had read royalist declarations in his church, and again in 1643 for circulating a petition for peace in his parish of St. Clement Danes and attempting to bring it to the king at Oxford. Tookeyson regained his living at the Restoration. 99. It is difficult to say precisely how far a process of identification with the more extreme ideological tendencies in the Caroline Church actually progressed within the city merchant elite, now dominated by the eastward trading leaders. Perhaps a majority of these men were still, in religious terms, middle-of-the-road, orthodox Calvinist conformists. At least a small but important minority seems to have retained strong Puritan sympathies, giving some support to militant opponents of the Caroline religious offensive. These included such great merchant magnates as Maurice Abbott, Henry Andrews, and James Campbell. Like most of their colleagues on the aldermanic bench, these merchants were already quite old in the 1630s. Much of their adulthood had been spent under the rule of King James and Archbishop Abbott, and it is perhaps to these years of comparative religious laxity and moderate Puritanism of the establishment that they owed the staunch Calvinism and apparent concern for further reformation that they retained until the end of their lives. But their Calvinism did not prevent these same men from backing the court and sometimes even Laudian church policies. Maurice Abbott was the brother of Archbishop Abbott. He was active in the Puritan proceedings that took place in the parish of St. Stephen's Coleman Street in the 1620s, and he may have lent his support to the appointment of John Davenport, later a leading émigré to New England. 100 Yet, Abbott was, as noted, from the end of the 1620s, a pivotal supporter of royal policies in the city. Henry Andrews left money for John Downham, the important Puritan lecturer at St. Bartholomew's, London. But this did not stop him from supporting, in addition, Dr. Thomas Howell, rector of St. Stephen's Walbrook and of Horsley, Surrey, as well as canon of Windsor. Howell was sequestered by Parliament for delinquency and absence in 1642 and promptly appointed by the Caroline Court first to the rectory of Fulham, then to the bishopric of Bristol. 101 Sir James Campbell is described in a eulogy by his clerk as one who had studied the great Calvinist divines William Perkins and Richard Greenham, and who kept his household according to their teachings. That Campbell remained in some way strongly committed to his old beliefs until his death, perhaps encouraged in this by his Dutch wife, is indicated by his bequests to one Mr. Smith, a silenced minister, and to the Dutch and French Reformed congregations of London. Campbell's Puritanism did not, however, prevent him from remaining closely in touch with the increasingly Laudian establishment. He willed £1,000 to laud St. Paul's rebuilding project. He also made a bequest to the cleric Dr. Richard Hall, who was sequestered from his living by Parliament. 102. It is probable that the extremism of the Laudian establishment, its intolerance of even conformist Calvinism, caused men such as Abbot, Andrews, and Campbell some qualms of conscience, and there were certainly others like them even in this topmost level of London merchant society. 103. The point, however, is that hardly any of these moderately Puritan magistrates came close to drawing the political conclusions from their religious beliefs that were to become so obvious to their less exalted citizen. Co-religionists. Like most of the rest of their colleagues on the Aldermanic Court and the East India Company Board of Directors, they remained loyal to the Crown throughout the period of crisis, which began with the imposition of ship money. Professor Ashton doubts that the city magistrates' obedience in the case of ship money can safely be taken as indicative of their political attitudes. He notes that the Crown put constant pressure on the aldermen to support and enforce its policies. He points out further that sheriffs might have found it very costly to refuse to collect ship money. Indeed, there were sheriffs elsewhere in the country who also enforced ship money but who ended up supporting Parliament. Obedience on ship money was no certain sign of a political position favoring the court. 104. Professor Ashton has a point. Still, it is worth noting, as he himself points out, that the Committee of Aldermen originally appointed by the Aldermanic Court to consider how to respond to Charles's demand for ship money presented a report that was rejected by the Common Council. It would not be the last time that the Common Councillors would seek to override the senior body when it failed to resist royal policies that the councillors saw as unacceptable, or the last time that the councillors would go on to put forward a position of their own that was more oppositional than that of the aldermen. Indeed, it was only under the prodding of the Common Council that the city initially came out against ship money in 1634.105. Second, even in London it was not impossible for a leading officer of the city to resist, as was shown by the example of Alderman Thomas Soames, who, as Sheriff of London in 1638, refused to collect ship money. One would have thought, moreover, that as resistance to payment by the London citizenry became widespread toward the end of the 1630s, those magistrates who really desired to make a stand against the Crown would have found it easier to do so. Whereas the city government succeeded in bringing in nearly 100% of its quota on the first ship money writ, by the time of the writ of 1639 the figure had fallen off disastrously. Furthermore, from the summer of 1639, when the king made new demands for men and money to fight his highly unpopular war against the Scots, many local governments throughout the country defiantly and openly ceased to collect ship money. The Court of Aldermen might have joined this resistance with less risk than before. Yet, even in 1640, both immediately before and even after the meeting of the Short Parliament, the city magistrates went right on with their attempts to collect. 106. Are the actions of the aldermen to be interpreted as merely expedient, and no indication whatsoever of their real political sentiments? It is, in the end, difficult to avoid seeing a good deal of significance in the sharp contrast between the defiant, and often blatantly illegal, conduct of those elite citizens who were bent on resisting the Crown in the later 1620s and the obedient behavior of the overwhelming majority of the merchant elite at the end of the 1630s. It will be recalled that the great merchant princes Maurice Abbott and William Garway led a score or so of their fellow merchant magnates in the violent customs house break-in, which was perhaps the most dramatic expression of elite merchant resistance to the Crown in 1628 to 1629. In 1639 and 1640, in some contrast, Abbott and William's brother Henry Garway, as successive Lord Mayors of London, led the crackdown against opponents of ship money in the city, as well as against other resistors of royal policy. 107 had significant sections of the city merchant elite wished to oppose ship money at the end of the 1630s, it is hard to believe that they could not have found a way to do so, just as they had done a decade earlier. Abortive reconciliation and a new offensive. Even while they organized opposition to ship money, the aristocratic oppositionists sought one last time to come to terms with Charles I. At the death of Weston in March 1635, and with the entry of France into war with Spain not long afterward, the so-called French party at court was given a renewed chance to exert influence, after a relatively extended period in which court politics had been dominated by Weston's pacific, pro-Spanish approach. Beginning about this time, such longtime pro-French courtiers as the Earl of Holland, Lord Montague, Henry Jermyn, Henry Percy, and the Earl of Northumberland joined with the faction around Charles's sister Elizabeth, Electress Palatine, to push for a military alliance with France so as to pursue war with Spain. Most crucially, Queen Henrietta Maria seemed to come to their support. The result was a clear opening to the colonizing aristocrats and their allies in the city. 108. In 1635, in the wake of a powerful Spanish attack on Providence Island, as well as its sister colony Association Island, the colonizing aristocrats who led the Providence Island Company were obliged to alter their program. The company began to move in the direction of using Providence Island primarily as a base for privateering and general war against the Spanish and, in turn, for shifting their colonizing efforts to the mainland of Central America. 109 At the same time, they revived their strategy of the middle 1620s and sought to ally with anti-Spanish forces at court, in order to win Charles's support for entering into political collaboration with Parliament and for undertaking a sea war against Spain in the Caribbean. In return, the aristocratic oppositionists would have agreed not only to end resistance to ship money but to push for a substantial addition to the Crown's regular income. It looked like 1624 or 1626 all over again. In September 1635, Salvetti, the Tuscan ambassador, was found complaining that the French ambassador Sainetera practices with these Puritans and with the Queen. He always proposes new leagues, and, as a thing that would perfect all the designs of France, he tries to persuade the king, by means of the Queen and Puritan officials, that it would be wise to convene a parliament, by which the king could regain the affection of his subjects and obtain a great sum of money. In October, the Venetian ambassador noted that the greater part of the nobility was gathering in London. The one thing they all join in maintaining with vigor is the report that Parliament will meet soon. 110 In January 1636, the Venetian ambassador reported. The most ardent parliamentarians think of renewing their activities and of devoting their last efforts to induce the king, if possible, to convoke Parliament. They use many means to this end. The reluctance to pay the contribution for the fleet is not placed among the least, while on the other side everything is done to show the king the necessity of being well armed at sea, to uphold the cause of the Palatinate. 111. During 1636, mounting pressure seemed to be having a positive effect. By October, Salvetti was reporting a great inclination to war within the court. At the same time, Sir Thomas Roe, the protégé of Electress Elizabeth, was politicking for a voluntary war in the West Indies to be supported through the issuance of letters of marque, a readaptation of the parliamentary plans for private war in 1626. By the winter of 1636 to 1637, the Crown had agreed to prepare a fleet to be commanded by Elizabeth's sons and used against Spanish shipping. 112. Meanwhile, the Providence Island Company, in expectation of increasing government support, had begun to carry through its new policy. In January 1636, the king, heeding the warning of Sir John Coke that the Providence Island Company could survive only if the company took up privateering, granted the company the right to make reprisals against Spanish ships, informally sanctioning unrestricted private war. The company now made a decision to float an entirely new stock for £10,000 and by mid-1636 had collected £4,900. Then, in pursuance of its main objective, the company provisioned 3 ships for a long-term privateering cruise in the West Indies, to operate from the base at Providence Island. It also removed Capt. Philip Bell as governor of Providence Island and replaced him with Capt. Robert Hunt, a godly Puritan recommended by Lord Brooke from among his dependents. 113. As the Providence Island Company was reorienting itself, the Earl of Warwick and his associates were doing everything possible to come to an agreement with the Crown. In January 1637, the Venetian ambassador reported a rumor that many of the leading men of the realm were holding secret meetings, so as to bring about a final effort to bring the forms of government back to their former state. At just this moment Warwick led a delegation of lords before Charles to assure him that Parliament would readily consent to supply him with all he might desire to ask of it, if Charles would declare war on Spain. 114. The colonizing oppositionists apparently were still hoping that they could win Charles's support for a settlement whereby they would relinquish their resistance to ship money if the government would seek to raise money by way of Parliament and back their own plans for an anti-Spanish war. Meanwhile, the West India Company of Holland was approaching Warwick and his partners with the request that the Dutch be allowed to buy their colony from them in order to use it as a base against the Spanish. Warwick was at this time discussing his plans for the Providence Island Company's private war with the French ambassador Saint-Étienne, asking him if Cardinal Richelieu would lend financial support. By mid-March 1637, Coddington reported to the French ambassador that the king did indeed plan to lend some ships to the Providence Island Company to make a stronger war in the Indies. 115. Finally, in the summer of 1637, the Privy Council appointed Sir Thomas Roe, Sir Edward Conway, and Sir Dudley Digges to a six-man committee to see about establishing a new West India Company. 116. All three of these men had been among the leading advocates of war by diversion against Spain in the Atlantic and West Indies in the mid-1620s, the first two at court, the third in Parliament. It seemed as if the old court and country anti-Spanish alliance of the mid-1620s might actually be renewed. In the end, of course, the king did not adopt an anti-Spanish foreign policy. On the contrary, during the course of 1637 the crown moved back firmly in the direction of a pro-Spanish perspective. The court rapidly came under the domination of militantly Catholic, pro-papal forces. Moreover, the king continued to collect ship money in the face of resistance by Warwick, Say, Hampton, and other Providence Island oppositionists. By July 1637, riots had broken out in Edinburgh in response to Charles's ill-fated plan to impose the English prayer book on Scotland. These developments appear only to have induced the colonizing lords, in close collaboration with their friends among the new merchant leadership, to step up radically their continuing efforts to break apart Spain's empire, once again on a solely private basis, as well as to seek ways of further resisting royal policies. 117. In April 1638, the Providence Island Company sent out Capt. Nathaniel Butler on a mission of conquest and pillage that culminated in an attack on Truxillo in Honduras. A few months later, in June 1638, the company issued a charter of incorporation to the Old Kent Island promoter William Claiborne to found a colony on Ruetan in the Bay Islands off the coast of Honduras. Claiborne's project, perhaps undertaken in collaboration with Maurice Thompson, lasted through 1642. At just about the same time, the Providence Island Company itself, directed at this point by Warwick, Pym, Rudyard, and Lord Mandeville, organized a private sub-company and placed it under the leadership of Maurice Thompson, to exploit a silver mine recently discovered in the Bay of Darien. In July 1638, the company sent out another privateering mission, led by Capt. Samuel X. In October 1638, the Earl of Warwick bought out the rights of the Earl of Pembroke to Trinidad, Tobago, St. Bernard, and Barbados and, shortly thereafter, sent out several pinnaces to begin a plantation on Trinidad. 118. Meanwhile, at some point in 1638 Maurice Thompson and his partners had secured the Providence Island Company's license to send Capt. William Jackson on what turned out to be an extraordinarily successful 3-year voyage of plunder throughout the Caribbean. Over this period, Thompson also took over all of the Providence Island Company's provisioning functions, and in 1640 he sent still another private voyage into the region, this time to secure Camphorwood. 119 Having failed to win the government's support of their naval war against Spain, the aristocratic oppositionists, working in the closest collaboration with the top new merchant leaders, simply began to undertake this rather major project on a private, voluntary, and piecemeal basis. It was a pattern, established in the 1620s, that would be followed, in many different spheres, throughout the next decade. Not too surprisingly, in these years the Caroline government sought to aim its repressive policies more directly at the colonizing oppositionists and their Puritan colonial experiments. In July 1637, as part of his and Charles's general campaign for religious uniformity throughout the Crown's jurisdictions, Laud secured the abrogation of the Massachusetts Bay Company Charter. 120 In April 1638, the Privy Council ruled that William Claiborne and his partners must hand over Kent Island to the Catholic Lord Baltimore. 121 By August 1638, moreover, the Bermuda Company had apparently come under surveillance by the government. 122 In August 1639 the company received word that the Lord Grace of Canterbury hath been informed that a great part of company in general, the Council, and others here in special, are nonconformists and men opposite to the government and discipline of the Church of England. The Bermuda Company members protested that they had not been acquainted with any such complaints as are intimated in His Grace's letters, but were altogether strangers to them. 123 As if to prove their innocence, they immediately dispatched a letter to their council in Bermuda, informing the council of Laud's charges. The company ordered that conformity henceforth be enforced, and specifically ordered the use of the Book of Common Prayer, kneeling at the sacrament, using the cross at baptism, and accustomed prayers and decent ceremony. Obviously, this message betrays a certain disingenuousness, in view of the Bermuda Company's long-time patronage of Bermuda's militantly Puritan ministers and its continuing support of their religious experiments. 124 That the company had any real intention of paying more than lip service to the Privy Council's strictures is hardly likely. In fact, it took no action to enforce the order. Religious reformation, indeed revolution, went on unabated in the colony. The government's increasing threats may have provoked something of a crisis in the ranks of the colonizing opposition. It is known that, for a time at least, some of the oppositionists contemplated emigration to their Puritan colonizing bases. In January-February 1638, Lord Say, Lord Brooke, and the Earl of Warwick, among other leading members of the Providence Island opposition, signified their intention to emigrate. 125 Even before this time, Owen Roe, the trader with New England and Virginia who would soon become deputy governor of the Bermuda Company and an outstanding leader of the opposition in the city, had informed John Winthrop that he, too, was about to leave for the Americas. I have received yours, being very glad to hear of your welfare. It doth somewhat rejoice my heart when I consider and think what you enjoin. My heart is with you. I shall be glad if the Lord make me a way, that I may come see you and behold the beauty of our God. I have now put off my trade, and as soon as it shall please God to send in my debts, I am for your part. 126. Roe never did go to New England, but he did play an important role in founding the Congregationalist colony in New Haven, where he sent his son. This project was organized in Roe's Puritan parish of St. Stephen's Coleman Street and had among its chief guiding figures the independent divines John Davenport and Henry Whitfield. 127 One of Maurice Thompson's chief American trading partners, Thomas Stone, the ship money resister, was Whitfield's father-in-law and remained closely in contact with him throughout the period. Stone may also have entertained the idea of going with him to New England. At any rate, for his pains in the cause of Puritan nonconformity, Stone was in trouble by 1640 before the High Commission Court. 128. Maurice Thompson himself and his partner William Penhoyer were also planning to emigrate, specifically to Massachusetts Bay. This was the explicit condition for a fishing patent they were granted toward the end of 1630s by the General Court of the Massachusetts Bay Colony. As Governor Winthrop wrote, this was not done to encourage foreigners to set up fishing among us but to encourage our own people to set upon it, and in expectation that Mr. Thompson would ere long here settle with us. 129. A government-backed fishing industry in the colony seems to have been suggested first by the Massachusetts émigré minister Hugh Peter. It is possible that it was through the Massachusetts fishing project that Maurice Thompson first established what was to be a long-lasting and pivotal relationship in England with that radical preacher. 130. Scottish War. As it turned out, none of these men was compelled to emigrate. By 1638, war with the Scots had become inevitable, and the government faced its greatest crisis. It had to raise, organize, and finance an army in the face of the mounting opposition of the governing classes. Perhaps in preparation for deepening conflict, the Crown made some attempt to mend its fences with the city's leading merchants. In June 1638, the government regranted the city its charter, renewing most of those privileges it previously had challenged, at a cost to the municipality of the Irish lands plus £12,000. About the same time, the Crown worked out its aforementioned contract with the wine merchants by which it guaranteed them a minimum market for their imports. Shortly thereafter, in April 1639, the government issued a proclamation strengthening the merchant adventurers' charter and, apparently, granted the adventurers' request to post their own representative at the customs to guard against interlopers. In December 1639, the Crown agreed to halt the Coubertin project, and ordered the licensees to send out no further vessels except those required to bring back their property from the East. 131. Meanwhile, however, faced with rapidly intensifying financial pressures, the Crown was finding itself unable to avoid making new demands on London for loans and gifts. Following the outbreak of the Scottish War, the Crown approached the city for money and soldiers in March 1639. The municipality initially agreed to raise the money by means of contributions from the citizens of every ward. But in the end, the city came up with the meagre sum of £5,000 and failed to supply the 3,000 soldiers the Crown had requested. Out of the resulting impasse, the Common Council took the significant step of drawing up a petition of grievances to the Crown, complaining of the multitude of patents and monopolies and the infringement of the city's right to confine the use of London's trained bands to the defence of London. Nevertheless, as Edward Ross Ingham reported, the city was far from united on even this relatively mild expression of opposition. The main part of the aldermen and the moderate men of the Common Council were utterly against the petition, and the rather because the sum to be given was contemptible. The Common Council majority insisted on carrying through its decision. But, since the aldermen refused to present the money and the petition together, some of the commoners undertook it, but, the king, sent a command to that committee that they should forbear to meet upon that business, for he would receive neither their £5,000 nor their petition. 132. Henceforward, when the king came to the city for help, he was careful to direct his requests exclusively to the Court of Aldermen and to demand that the Common Council be excluded from the considerations. It is, in part, the failure to distinguish the political attitude of the bulk of the aldermen from that of the majority on the Common Council that allows Professor Ashton to conclude that nearly all of the city opposed the Crown and favoured Parliament.